Chapter 1. The Crossing. Helicopter. 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 No. On January 26, 2020, at 8 in the morning, Jiang Chenyu awoke from a nightmare. As was his routine, he reached for his phone, only to be met with a piece of news that plunged the world into sorrow. Famed basketball player Kobe Bryant involved in a helicopter crash. Los Angeles helicopter incident. Renowned Hall of Famer Shaquille O'Neal comments on the Kobe incident. Damn it, could this nightmare be coming true? Before long, Jiang Chenyu grasped the reality of the situation. No, this cannot be, I must be dreaming. Jiang Chenyu screamed in anguish, relentlessly slapping his handsome face, followed by a wave of tears. God, you may take me, but please do not take away my faith. It seemed as though God heard Jiang Chenyu's plea. In an instant, his world became void, and he found himself racing through this emptiness, unable to control his own body. Around him, the room transformed into a time-space tunnel. Soon, he lost consciousness. Wow, this is exhilarating. I'm time traveling. Before long, Jiang Chenyu was transported to an unfamiliar room. Where am I? Have I truly been taken to heaven? As he gazed around, he realized he lay in a room surrounded by foreigners. Is this America? Jiang Chenyu noticed he had gained considerable height. His appearance remained largely unchanged, still handsome, yet nondescript. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Matching host with divine system. System number 1 at the host service. Goodness, with time travel comes a system. Current date, January 2015. Analyzing host. Current host height, 203 centimeters. Weight, 100 kilograms. Proficient in basketball. That's odd, I've never played basketball. And how am I so tall? Weakness, excessively slim. Host strength, 100. Agility, 500. Jumping, 200. Speed, 400. Host shooting, 500. Defense, 100. Ball control, 400. Organization, 200. Host position, small forward, shooting guard. Please choose a signature move. Let me see which one looks cool. All right, they'll go with this one. Host selects the behind-the-back dribble. Please complete the next task. Current task. Win the street ball game. What? There's a game? Then I'll just play. Street basketball court. This was an exceedingly ordinary 3v3 street match. Jiang Chenyu turned to glance at his teammates, only to find two short players, both around 170 centimeters, while the opponents matched his height. Aren't they just setting me up? Having never played basketball, Jiang Chenyu felt an overwhelming sense of panic. As the game commenced, Jiang Chenyu received the ball. In that moment, he experienced an influx of energy coursing through him. Jiang Chenyu was taken aback, yearning to perform a crossover to bypass the defender, but he suddenly realized crossover techniques eluded him entirely. Jiang Chenyu, caught off guard, executed a swift change of direction akin to Allen Iverson. Unfortunately, his defender remained steadfast, thwarting his initial breakthrough. Undeterred, Jiang Chenyu pivoted once more, this time causing his opponent to tumble to the ground. This what they call a dazzling feint. Disregarding the circumstances, Jiang Chenyu took a shot, and to his astonishment, it found the net. Was he truly this formidable in this realm? In the subsequent play, Jiang Chenyu took possession once more and attempted a clean three-pointer, which, surprisingly, also succeeded at alright. My shooting attribute is apparently 500. No wonder I'm so proficient. He continued to shoot from greater distances until he reached the half-court line. Though his final logo shot failed to score, it seems one should not be overly arrogant. At last, it's my turn to serve, kid. Prepare to be astonished. The towering player seized the ball, acutely aware that his skills paled in comparison to Jiang Chenyu's, and thus opted to utilize his physical dominance as he barreled toward the basket. How relentless. My strength attribute is already lacking, and you come at me like this. With each push, Jiang Chenyu felt his stomach churn. Eventually, he found himself cornered beneath the basket. As the opponent approached, Jiang Chenyu hastily attempted to interfere, only to be met with an elbow striking his forehead, leaving him momentarily disoriented. How can you do this? That's a foul. This is merely a standard confrontation, and besides, there are no referees on the street court. Can't you handle it? Sighing, Jiang Chenyu pondered his defensive attribute, which stood at a mere 100. How was he to contend with that? Since I lack defensive skills, I shall allow you to shoot after all. Your size does not guarantee accuracy. However, Wang Defa, you truly can score. I refuse to believe you can do so again. The basketball arced gracefully into the net. Regrettably, despite Jiang Chenyu's exceptional technique, it paled in comparison to the raw physical talent displayed before him. For the final shot, Jiang Chenyu recognized his strength was no match for the giant. Thus, he opted to concede the shot. The towering player, brimming with confidence, launched a three-pointer. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chenyu lunged toward him. Great play, a massive block, his teammate praised. Turning back, Jiang Chenyu discovered his jumping attribute was a remarkable 400. No wonder he managed to execute the block. Now, it was Jiang Chenyu's time to shine. If you let me shoot, I shall score 3 points. If you defend tightly, I will glide past you. The giant's composure shattered, and he was nearly driven to strike Jiang Chenyu in frustration, but that would be excessive. Thus, the final whistle blew, and Jiang Chenyu emerged victorious with ease. Upon returning home, Jiang Chenyu gazed curiously at the system once more. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, 200 points. What use are these points, anyway? Points can be exchanged for upgrades in the store. Opening the store for the host now. Current balance, 200 points. Available purchases include upgrade points, 50. Stamina card. Heavenly Eye skill card. Speed enhancement card. Well, never mind. He'll just purchase an upgrade point for now, as I am uncertain about the utility of the others. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an upgrade point of 50. Which attribute would you like to enhance? I suppose I shall invest in my shooting. After all, a shooter reigns supreme. The host has upgraded shooting. The host currently possesses shooting 550, defense 100, ball handling 400, and organization 200. All right, what shall I do next? The host's next tasks are: achieve a double-double in a game, win the next critical match, secure the first contract in the NBA. 3 tasks remain. This is rather overwhelming. Jiang Chenyu shut down the system and stepped outside. Beyond the door lay a training ground. Jiang Chenyu diligently shot 300 three-pointers before returning to his room, suddenly pondering. Wait a moment. In this world, everything can be altered. Therefore, Kobe. Let me recall the 2015 draft. The first pick was Towns, and there was also Devin Booker, so I can help Kobe secure a few more championships, thus delaying his retirement. It must be done regardless. I must remain the second pick, neither surpassing Towns nor falling below Russell. This is exceedingly difficult. Before long, Jiang Chenyu's inaugural game arrived. Typically, in the first game, he would face formidable opponents, a true clash of titans, and the moment to showcase his prowess had come. Chapter 2. The NCAA Storm. Now, it is time for the team selection. The style of play in the NCAA is markedly different from that in Cuba. Each player is either towering and robust or possesses the finesse of top shooters like Curry. Jiang Chenyu belongs to the latter category. Jiang Chenyu understood that he must avoid teams led by Towns and Russell, thus opting for a more modest team that would allow him to showcase his abilities. Soon, Jiang Chenyu completed the necessary formalities and commenced his first game. In this match, he would face a team led by Russell. What a coincidence in the very first game. He must give it his all. The game commenced swiftly with a jump ball, and Jiang Chenyu held great confidence in his center, ensuring that this jump ball would not be a loss. The opposing center firmly secured the ball. Many have remarked that NCAA games are more captivating than those in the NBA, and indeed, this holds true, as such matches often lack any tactical depth, relying instead on individual prowess and skill displays. Soon, during the second offensive play, Jiang Chenyu acquired the ball. In the studio, "Look, that Chinese kid has the ball," the commentator exclaimed. "Haha, let's see if he gets stripped or blocked," another commentator replied. After all, there aren't many like Yao Ming. Ignoring the boos from the crowd, Jiang Chenyu charged towards the paint with the ball in hand. "Let me see how I can steal your ball," sneered the opponent. Jiang Chenyu clearly heard the defender's taunt, swiftly turning his head and hand to feign a pass. "Oh, you wish to pass? Watch how I intercept your pass." The opponent swiftly darted behind Jiang Chenyu, yet with a commanding reverse cross, Jiang effortlessly maneuvered past the defender. However, another defender quickly closed in, forming a double team. Jiang originally intended to circumvent the defender for a direct dunk, but the defender was no fool and would not allow such ease. Jiang leaped into the air, poised to dunk, but the defender, standing a towering 2.17 meters, also ascended, seemingly ready to block him. What to do? I can only take a gamble, Jiang decided, forcefully stuffing the ball into the hoop. A spectacular dunk over the defender. The crowd erupted in exuberance, showering Jiang Chenyu with cheers and applause. Yet he did not rush to celebrate, for at that moment, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new achievement. Dunk over an opponent. Reward, 200 points. New skill unlocked, under the leg dunk. Current points, 200. This system, I am in the midst of a match, and you want me to buy something?" Jiang exclaimed in disbelief. "Wow, is this really that Chinese kid? He can actually execute a dunk over an opponent," the commentator remarked, his tone now more favorable towards Jiang Chenyu. The game resumed, and Jiang began to defend, feeling a genuine sense of urgency. "With my defensive capabilities, I can barely hold my own in street basketball now. I must defend against NCAA players." However, after Jiang managed to secure 2 consecutive steals, his perspective shifted. Is the NCAA really this simple? This is a crucial match. If it were an ordinary game, I would be invincible. The first quarter soon concluded, and Jiang glanced at his stats. 12 points, 1 rebound, and 3 assists. Such performance was commendable for a single quarter, yet the coach inexplicably substituted him out for the second quarter, leaving Jiang to ponder his first quarter stats for. The remainder of the half.As the third quarter commenced. Jiang was eager to rejoin the action, quickly delivering a thunderous windmill dunk at the start. Is the opposing coach out of his mind, assigning a bench player to defend me? Jiang taunted. The substitute was utterly incapable of containing Jiang, who scored with ease, rapidly widening the point gap to double digits. 20 points already, I aim for a double-double, he declared, frequently penetrating the defense and executing a beautiful assist to a teammate. By the end of the third quarter, Jiang had amassed 24 points, 10 assists, and 2 rebounds. In the fourth quarter, it was evident that the opposing coach was beginning to panic. Immediately, the broadcast captured a notable moment. Russell is actually matched up against the Chinese kid. The commentator exclaimed, excitement palpable in his voice. Jiang Chenyu possesses no defensive prowess, even with formidable offensive skills. They are rendered moot, another voice chimed in. Let us return to the action as Jiang Chenyu receives the ball, attempting to bypass Russell. Alas, Russell keeps pace with him. Wait, what is this? He's going for another dunk. It's another dunk over Russell. Jiang executed yet another dunk over Russell, igniting the arena into a frenzy. Even the opposing coach shook his head in disbelief, offering Jiang a reluctant round of applause. Chinese kid, I will show you what true pain feels like, Russell asserted, having been on the receiving end of the dunk. Indeed, in the subsequent round, the furious Russell swiftly executed 2 consecutive crossovers, leaving Jiang Chenyu, already lacking in defensive capabilities, utterly bewildered. Inevitably, Jiang Chenyu found himself toppled by Russell's deft movements, which culminated in a successful three-point shot. Thus, Russell remarkably scored 3 consecutive three-pointers, turning the tide of the game. Humph, is that all you can do, shoot three-pointers? Jiang Chenyu muttered to himself. In the next possession, pointing to the team's logo, Jiang Chenyu launched a logo three-pointer that found its mark. Unbelievable. This is merely an NCAA match. Has Jiang Chenyu lost his mind? The commentator's tone shifted, beginning to advocate for Jiang Chenyu. As the score fluctuated, Jiang Chenyu had, unbeknownst to many, amassed an impressive 35 points, with Russell closely trailing at 31 points. With only 1 minute and 31 seconds remaining, Jiang Chenyu held a slender lead of 1 point. Russell, possessing the ball, gestured for his teammates to spread out, intending to take on Jiang Chenyu on his own. Russell began to run down the clock, and at the last moment he confidently sank a three-pointer. Jiang Chenyu, overwhelmed and with no prior experience in crucial matches, became disoriented. Inevitably, Jiang Chenyu's missed three-pointer placed his team in a precarious situation. In desperation, his team resorted to a tactic of fouling. However, the opponent made one of 2 free throws. Jiang Chenyu's team secured the rebound, and this time he refrained from attempting another three-pointer, opting instead for a drive to the basket, still trailing by 1 point. 30 seconds, then 20 seconds. Time was swiftly running out, and Jiang Chenyu, misunderstanding the fouling strategy, intentionally fouled Russell. Bro, what are you doing? Jiang Chenyu's teammate looked utterly bewildered. Yet surprisingly, Russell also made 1 of 2 from the foul line. Now, it was Jiang Chenyu's turn to waste the clock, that he meticulously drained the remaining time, and in the final moments, he launched a three-pointer. At that instant, time seemed to stand still. His teammates beneath the basket sensed that Jiang Chenyu's shot might have been overcooked. Could the game be slipping away? No, wait, a bank shot for the win. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Congratulations to the host for activating a new talent. Talent Purple Big Heart. The effect of Big Heart is the shooting percentage in the final moments of each game increases by 10. Wow, this is splendid, and it doesn't even cost me anything. Post-match, Jiang Chenyu's name flooded the news across the globe, even drawing a hint of envy from the likes of towns next door. I shall skip the remaining part of the match, but if you wish to hear the commentary, I shall oblige. Jiang Chenyu has gone insane, with 61 points, 18 assists, 5 rebounds, and 10 blocks. Is this really a rookie? He plays as if he's at home, playing 2K. Goodness. He's playing positions 1 through 5. Moreover, he has dunked on the opposing center numerous times today, leaving the center utterly bewildered. And he shot 8 for 8 from three-point range. Isn't this the kind of data Kobe produced in his prime? Thus, I suggest we move on. Upon returning home, Jiang Chenyu accessed the system. After 20 games, he had accumulated a total of 2,000 points. Current balance, 2,000 points. What would the host like to purchase? Available for purchase. 500 upgrade points. New achievements. Ill by upgrade points. Fully upgrade defense. The host currently boasts shooting skills of 550, defense at 600, ball control at 400, and organization at 200. Remarkably, His defensive prowess even surpasses his offensive capabilities at this juncture. He has evolved into an exemplary 3D player. The host's next mission is to secure his first contract with the NBA and to earn a starting position. The upcoming match is against a team led by Towns. And to be frank, Towns seems somewhat apprehensive, however. Jiang Chenyu's bewildering antics are set to unfold once more. In this game, Jiang Chenyu played for 20 minutes, recording a dismal performance with 8 turnovers, 2 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist. The media speculates that Towns is Jiang Chenyu's nemesis, yet he meets this challenge with a smile. Before long, the season concluded. Although Jiang Chenyu's team did not clinch the NCAA championship, as he was unwilling to jeopardize his health for the title, the NBA draft looms ahead. The success of all Jiang Chenyu's plans hinges on this pivotal day. Chapter 3. NBA Draft. On the eve of the NBA Draft, the results of the lottery were announced. The management of the Los Angeles Lakers promptly invited Jiang Chenyu to their headquarters, clearly intending to secure his signature. Hello. Without further ado, Lakers owner Jeannie Buss presented an offer, a 2-year contract worth $10 million. Jiang Chenyu's visit this time is not merely for contract negotiations. Typically, those who traverse this path would activate their celestial vision to select individuals. Therefore, my esteemed boss, it is imperative that we secure a position within the top 13 picks this time. A singular superstar awaits our signature. Oh, how is it that you comprehend this with such clarity? Jeannie Buss inquired. I have played an entire season, and only that individual and Towns pose a genuine threat to me. Are you referring to Russell? Jiang Chenyu was already aware of the Lakers' intentions to sign Russell and had prepared accordingly. No, Russell is merely a subpar player. What do you imply by that? Jiang Chenyu meticulously selected Devin Booker's scouting report from a multitude of scouting documents. He acquired a draft pick within the top 13 and the signing rights for Jokic from the Nuggets, confident that he could lead the Lakers to the playoffs. Jeannie Buss appeared utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how Jiang Chenyu possessed such clarity. Although she was intrigued, the Lakers were not yet a championship-caliber team, and there were insufficient funds to sign additional players. I hope the management can make a decisive choice, Jiang Chenyu remarked before turning to depart. A day later, at the NBA Draft's main venue, Stern commenced his notoriously lengthy and tedious speech. However, following his oration, the highly anticipated NBA Draft began. Jiang Chenyu silently hoped that the Timberwolves would not select him. The Timberwolves, holding the first overall pick, chose Karl-Anthony Towns. The Lakers, with the second overall pick, selected Jiang Chenyu, hailing from China. As the draft progressed, Jiang Chenyu began to seriously doubt whether the Lakers had indeed traded for a higher selection. Ultimately, with the 12th overall pick, the Lakers chose Devin Booker. Indeed, the Lakers had heeded Jiang Chenyu's counsel, employing a second-round pick and cash to secure the 12th overall selection. They also traded Hibbert to acquire the signing rights for Jokic and a first-round pick for the following year. What? How did the Lakers end up with Devin Booker? He was our intended choice, exclaimed the Suns' management, incensed at the Lakers' selection of Devin Booker. Jiang Chenyu cast a meaningful glance at the management of the Suns, aware that the team was about to embark on a dark chapter in NBA history. With the draft events behind him, he completed the final group photo and made his way towards the Lakers' management. Upon entering, he discovered that the Lakers' general manager was engaged in contract discussions with Jokic. The Lakers had proposed a contract of 5 years for $20 million. As a rookie of little renown, Jokic surely felt hesitant to negotiate too many conditions with the esteemed franchise. Before long, Jokic reached an agreement with the Lakers. It was now Jiang Chenyu's turn to present his contract offer, 2 years for $16 million or 1 year for $5 million. Jiang Chenyu did not demand an exorbitant sum, yet this contract is considered a maximum salary among rookies. Although the general manager felt a twinge of regret, Jiang Chenyu's promise remained tantalizing, leading the general manager to swiftly opt for the latter choice. Upon returning home, Jiang Chenyu instinctively accessed the system. Congratulations, host, on completing 2 tasks. Reward, 400 points. Available for redemption, 100 upgrade points, a power burst card, and a stamina recovery card. This time, he decided to purchase a power burst card to test its efficacy. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the power burst card. Effect, doubles all attributes for a duration of 3 minutes. The host's next task is to successfully debut in the NBA, achieving a double-double and scoring 20 points in the debut. Jiang Chenyu glanced at the schedule and realized that it was currently the off-season, with his NBA debut set for October 29th, leaving a considerable amount of time ahead. What should he engage in during this interval? Jiang Chenyu contemplated the image of his parents and promptly dialed his mother's number. In his own timeline, his family was warm and wonderful. He wondered how things were in this new reality. After searching through his contacts for what felt like an eternity, he finally found his mother's name. "Hello, is this Mother?" Jiang Chenyu inquired. "Oh, Jiang Chenyu, have you made up your mind to follow me?" The voice on the other end responded. Jiang Chenyu was utterly bewildered. Was this truly the mother he knew? Consequently, he decided to call his father. "Hello, is that you, Dad?" "Indeed, it's me, Jiang Chenyu. I saw you recently participated in the NBA draft and secured the second pick. By the way, will you be coming home this year?" The voice on the other end responded. "Oh, right, where do we live again? I've completely forgotten amidst all the hustle. All right, I will send you my location right away." Jiang Chenyu hung up the phone. He felt that everything was fine, so why was his mother behaving so strangely? Jiang Chenyu pondered. Jiang Chenyu received the address sent by his father and promptly purchased a plane ticket for the following day. Jiang Chenyu waited for a moment, and at last, his flight was about to take off. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our flight to Radisson." Jiang Chenyu, adorned with headphones, immersed himself in music. This time, the management graciously provided him with a check for 300,000, encouraging him to enjoy himself thoroughly before returning for the upcoming competition. Upon finishing the music, Jiang Chenyu found it rather uninteresting and turned his gaze towards the window. This time, he had purchased a ticket for a private jet, with only 2 passengers on board, each attended by 2 flight attendants and a chef. Ah, the joys of wealth. Truly one can do as one pleases. By the way, it is said that one can indulge freely on the aircraft, with the opportunity to touch the flight attendant's posterior twice before any alarms are raised on the third occasion. Jiang Chenyu mused to himself. It was 8 a.m. Beijing time. Jiang Chenyu finally disembarked from the airplane and boarded the car that had been meticulously arranged for him. Making his way towards the address provided by his father, Jiang Chenyu first purchased a television, a refrigerator, and an air conditioner at a nearby shopping mall. And then he went to a nearby hotel to take a shower. At 10 in the morning, Jiang Chenyu finally arrived at his doorstep. However, he exclaimed, "Wait, why is my home still a stairwell apartment?" Jiang Chenyu knocked on the door, and upon its opening, he found himself gazing into the eyes of his father. Jiang Chenyu felt a twinge of awkwardness, standing at a height of 203 centimeters, towering over his father, who measured only 170 centimeters, by a full head. Upon returning home, Jiang Chenyu's father noticed several large boxes behind him and promptly inquired, "What brings you back?" "Oh, these are just some gifts I bought for the family." Jiang Chenyu quickly replied. "Very well, come in and have a seat," his father responded warmly. When Jiang Chenyu entered, he had to lower his head slightly, illustrating the stark contrast between NBA players and ordinary individuals. Jiang Chenyu sat upon the sofa, producing a check, and said to his father, "This is 1 million yuan. In a few days, I shall take you to view some houses. This should suffice for the down payment." His father, glancing at the check presented by Jiang Chenyu, replied, "Child, your father is not foolish. This is merely a piece of paper. Do you think I cannot distinguish between money and paper? No, this is a check, which can be exchanged for cash at the bank," Jiang Chenyu clarified. "Oh, I see. But where did you acquire such a sum? You wouldn't be involved in anything illicit, would you?" "I am the second pick in the NBA draft. This amount is relatively modest," Jiang Chenyu proclaimed with pride. Jiang Chenyu's home lacks a television. Yet he mounted a television on one of the walls, instantly occupying a significant portion of its surface. Jiang Chenyu switched on the television, and upon seeing the vibrant images on the screen, his father instantly brightened with joy. At that moment, Jiang Chenyu's mother approached with 2 children in tow. Gazing at his mother, Jiang Chenyu thought to himself, "How beautiful she is." Yet, he quickly came to a startling realization. Wait, who are these family members I do not recognize? To be continued. Chapter 4. A fractured family. "Father, please tell me, what is happening?" Jiang Chenyu inquired, looking at these unfamiliar relatives. "Alas, at this point, I can only reveal the truth," Jiang Chenyu's father responded with resignation. Jiang Chenyu gazed at the unfamiliar faces of his family, his heart engulfed in torment. "When your mother and I divorced, you were still in elementary school. You were exceptionally talented, and the prestigious junior high school in the county accepted you directly. Subsequently, during a basketball competition, the coach recognized your gift and invited you to join the basketball team, marking the beginning of your boarding life." "I do not wish to hear this. Get to the point," Jiang Chenyu exclaimed in anger. "Subsequently, your mother and I encountered some disputes, leading to our divorce. At that time, Your mother allowed you to make your own decision, but I was reluctant to burden you with such a harsh reality at such a tender age. So I chose to keep it from you. Jiang Chenyu's father hesitated for a moment before continuing. Back then, you were still quite young, and I fabricated a few lies that you readily believed, never truly considering your mother. I noticed that you had become accustomed to life without her. So in the year you entered junior high, I attended a matchmaking event and met your mother, who became my wife. At this revelation, Jiang Chenyu was utterly astonished. It seemed that his decision not to pursue basketball had been the right one. You see, with my circumstances, it would have been impossible for me to find a wife. It was your mother, who had not experienced much of the world, who mistakenly thought I was someone exceptional and thus married me. Consequently, we had 2 children within 2 years. Later on, you excelled in basketball and gained admission to a prestigious high school, and you never returned home. Eventually, you went on to study at a university in the United States and have not come back since. I trust you understand the implications of all this. Jiang Chenyu was astonished. However, it was his own desire that led him to traverse to this place, thus he must shoulder all responsibilities alone. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chenyu awakened to a realization, yet this truth was profoundly difficult to accept. Nonetheless, it was past. No amount of words could alter that. Good child. You have indeed grown, Jiang Chenyu's father remarked with a sense of comfort. 20 days later, Jiang Chenyu has once again received his salary from the Lakers. A substantial sum of 400,000. Jiang Chenyu stepped out of the room and addressed his father. Today we can go to view the house. I have received my salary. Where shall we go? His father inquired. To America, Jiang Chenyu replied, his expression unwavering. Then let us depart. The following day, aboard a Boeing 606, Jiang Chenyu and his family, reveling in the novelty of their first flight, soon arrived in the United States, landing at Los Angeles Airport. As Jiang Chenyu exited the airport alongside his family, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Kobe. Boss, it's wonderful to see you again. I've missed you, exclaimed Jiang Chenyu. Kid, your performance has been remarkable. I never anticipated you'd be this formidable, Kobe remarked, having recently reviewed Jiang Chenyu's games. Boss, how did you know I was coming to the United States today? And how did you come to pick me up? Jiang Chenyu inquired, perplexed. As this was his first encounter with Kobe. You're aware of the training camps, right? Our Lakers have 2 spots available each year, and this year, Scott has chosen the 2 of us. Whether we make it to the playoffs hinges on your performance, Kobe explained. Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Chenyu realized that he could no longer accompany his family in viewing the properties. He promptly informed them, my teammates require my presence for training. Please proceed with the house viewings without me. Once you have finished, kindly share the details of the houses with me. Jiang Chenyu entrusted his family with his entire salary of 400,000 USD, and combined with the proceeds from selling his property in China, he now possessed a total of 700,000 USD. Jiang Chenyu, having spoken, promptly entered Kobe's vehicle. Boss, this year, not only do I aim to reach the playoffs, but I also aspire to lead the Lakers to seize the championship, Jiang declared with unwavering conviction. Every rookie has uttered similar sentiments before. Yet while it is easy to speak, the execution proves arduous. The Cavaliers and the Warriors are formidable. You shall soon comprehend, Kobe replied with a hint of resignation. By the way, what is the primary purpose of training camp? I am quite in the dark, Jiang inquired. Oh, you will find out shortly. Every rookie before you has been thoroughly tested by the rigors of training camp, Kobe remarked. Within the confines of the Lakers training camp, Jiang finally grasped the reason behind the madness that plagued those rookies. Observing the scene before him, he marveled. The Lakers are situated in a bustling metropolis. Yet they are a bottom-tier team, rendering the training camp exceedingly grueling. With 10 trainers and merely 2 players, when one trainer grew weary, another would take their place. On the first day of training, they were presented with a singular task, to engage in free training, subsequently challenging the trainers. The 2 would alternate in one-on-one confrontations with the trainers, with no respite granted. Should one falter, they would be replaced by the other, continuing until victory was achieved. Jiang Chenyu pondered carefully. In an 11-point system competition, even if all 10 trainers were to triumph, they would still need to achieve a score of 110 points, which necessitates scoring 55 goals while simultaneously defending against the opposing trainers. This is, quite frankly, nearly impossible. Jiang Chenyu turned a glance at Kobe, clearly aware that Coach Scott intended for Kobe to assist him in alleviating some of the pressure. Although Kobe was now 37 years old, his stamina remained among the finest in the entire league. Soon, Jiang Chenyu suggested commencing the game. Youngster, You go first. Just don't place too much pressure on me, Kobe remarked. Jiang Chenyu gazed intently at the trainer ahead, his mind already meticulously devised a strategy. Jiang Chenyu utilized his remarkable speed to break through, drawing the defender's focus forward. With a sudden stop, he executed a deft between-the-legs move followed by a step back, successfully sinking a three-pointer. Well done, just like that. Conserve your energy with those three-pointers, Kobe remarked approvingly. When it was time for the trainer to serve, he charged forward, showcasing an array of flashy dribbling techniques. Aware that the trainer aimed to exhaust his stamina, Jiang Chenyu attempted to steal the ball. Unfortunately, the trainer anticipated this move and deftly maneuvered past him, scoring with a layup. The score was now 3-2. In the subsequent play, Jiang Chenyu first employed a triple threat stance to test the defender, then swiftly executed a pull-up three-pointer, which found its mark once more. The trainer resorted to his flamboyant dribbling to further deplete Jiang Chenyu's energy. Unwilling to waste time, Jiang made another attempt to steal the ball, but once again, his efforts were thwarted as the trainer soared for a dunk, raising the score to 6-4. Jiang Chenyu, a man of few words yet fierce in demeanor, effortlessly sank a three-pointer that left the trainer in a daze, followed by a powerful dunk that sealed the score at 8-4. Now, Jiang Chenyu requires merely one more three-pointer to conclude the match, thus he remains poised, awaiting the perfect opportunity. Jiang Chenyu, after all, possesses a defensive prowess of 600, so no matter how formidable the trainer may be, he will inevitably be intercepted by Jiang. Indeed, during this session, when the trainer initiated play, Jiang swiftly seized the opportunity to intercept the ball. He then advanced to the three-point line, but alas, his open shot failed to find its mark. It appears that you lack the finesse for an open three-pointer. You need to adopt my style, Kobe remarked to Jiang Chenyu. In the subsequent round, Jiang chose not to defend, watching helplessly as the trainer executed a driving layup, scoring effortlessly. The score stood at 8-6. For the final shot, Jiang received the ball without any preparation and took a swift shot. The ball ricocheted off the backboard and fortuitously fell into the hoop. One must admit, it was indeed a stroke of luck. The second trainer quickly followed suit, leaving no respite. The first phase of the training camp aimed to overwhelm Jiang Chenyu, yet would he concede so easily? Absolutely not. Chapter 5. The Training Camp. The second trainer was evidently a stark contrast to the first. While the first trainer measured approximately 190 centimeters, the second towered at an intimidating 213 centimeters. Once again, it was Jiang Chenyu's turn to serve, but this time he found himself at a loss for strategy. A three-point attempt would be met with considerable interference, while a drive would deplete his energy reserves significantly. Jiang Chenyu attempted to advance with the ball, but the trainer, evidently seasoned and astute, swiftly discerned Jiang's intentions. Despite his towering height, the trainer's speed was no less than that of Jiang Chenyu. The formidable presence of the trainer was palpable, and Jiang Chenyu felt the weight of his prowess. With no other options left, Jiang soared into the air, only to find a pair of large hands looming above him. Regardless of the circumstances, it seemed inevitable that he would be met with a resounding rejection. However, Jiang Chenyu executed a splendid layup with a graceful pull, scoring the first point at 2-0. Simultaneously, the trainer charged towards Jiang Chenyu. At present, Jiang Chenyu's strength was the weakest among all his attributes, and he was instantaneously propelled away by the trainer's forceful advance. Jiang Chenyu has now abandoned all notions of defense, allowing the trainer to effortlessly sink a hook shot. Although Jiang Chenyu was unable to prevent the trainer from scoring, he possessed his own strengths, particularly in three-point shooting. Jiang Chenyu confidently launched a three-pointer, only to miss entirely. This moment somewhat shattered his confidence. The trainer once again surged through the defense to score, bringing the score to 4-2. A disheartening start. Jiang Chenyu, now in possession of the ball, felt somewhat at a loss. He had no choice but to drive towards the basket to attempt to score. Jiang Chenyu initially sought to gauge the trainer's response, but the trainer remained unfazed, convinced that Jiang Chenyu would attempt a three-point shot. Undeterred, Jiang Chenyu boldly drove to the basket and scored. In the subsequent play, he positioned himself within the 3-second zone, leaving the trainer momentarily perplexed. Jiang then attempted a three-pointer, only to have it clang off the rim. At this juncture, I found myself at a disadvantage, yet he led me by a mere 2 points, leaving me with only one course of action. Jiang Chenyu once again surged into the paint, with his trainer closely trailing him this time. Upon realizing his attempt to break through was thwarted, Jiang quickly retreated. The trainer, seasoned and experienced, adhered stubbornly to Jiang's defense. Unable to tolerate the predicament any longer, Jiang executed a daring move, dribbling the ball through the trainer's legs. You dare to humiliate me? I shall surely block you, the trainer thought to himself, hastening forward in pursuit. However, Jiang, employing a maneuver taught by his street ball coach, swiftly changed direction, leaving the trainer off balance and tumbling to the ground. Jiang immediately retreated with a step-back three-pointer, which found its mark. At that moment, an unexpected sound resonated within Jiang's being. Congratulations, host. You have activated a new skill, through the legs retreat. Reward, 100 points. Current balance, 100 points. Available purchases include upgrade points, Wang's Eye Awesome Candy. What on earth is this? Jiang mused. Should I buy a Wang's Eye Awesome Candy? Humorous note, new talent. Upon reading this, Jiang decisively opted for the new talent. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the talent, White Quartz Grandson. Wait, what is this Quartz Grandson? Effect of Quartz Grandson. Each activation of this talent instills fear in all individuals on the court, with a chance to trigger a passive effect. The game must continue. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang perused the system, the trainer swiftly executed a layup, scoring effortlessly. Subsequently, Jiang unleashed his full potential, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers to conclude the match, albeit at the cost of substantial energy. The third trainer appeared somewhat lackluster, clearly specializing in training point guards, standing at a mere 180 centimeters tall. Jiang Chenyu triumphed in the match after executing a series of 6 consecutive strikes. Subsequently, he summoned all his strength to confront the fourth trainer. The fifth trainer, who was specifically assigned to train Jiang Chenyu, arrived at the scene. However, Jiang Chenyu was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath and lacking the energy to engage. His first shot was a three-pointer, a strategic attempt to conserve energy. Unfortunately, the immense fatigue led to a disappointing miss. The trainer, impatiently awaiting his turn, effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Jiang Chenyu's mindset began to waver, and he soon succumbed to a turnover during a drive. The trainer, having noticed Jiang Chenyu's dwindling stamina, resorted to showcasing flashy street ball moves. Despite his fatigue, Jiang Chenyu, incensed by the trainer's lack of sportsmanship, mustered his remaining strength to attempt a steal. With a defensive prowess of 600, Jiang Chenyu was confident that even with his eyes closed, he could successfully intercept the ball from the current trainer. Jiang Chenyu subsequently launched another three-pointer, this time managing a bank shot from beyond the arc, bringing the score to 3-3. Following this, Jiang Chenyu instructed the trainer to attempt a three-point shot. The trainer hesitated for a moment, only to be swiftly blocked by Jiang Chenyu. Jiang Chenyu remained rooted to the spot, panting heavily. Although he had exhausted 24 seconds, thereby wasting some precious time, he had also regained a measure of stamina. In the subsequent round, he swiftly sat down, while the trainer effortlessly executed a breakthrough layup, scoring. Now, Jiang Chenyu's energy had nearly recovered, allowing him to charge through and score despite the defender's presence. The score stood at a tense 5-5, and Jiang Chenyu found himself drained of energy. Resorting to the most economical strategy, one that required absolute precision. Whenever it was his turn to attack, he would expend all his strength during the opponent's offensive plays. He would conserve energy by sitting down. Thus, the score fluctuated back and forth. The trainer had reached match point, needing only 2 more points to secure victory. However, Jiang Chenyu lacked the stamina to defend effectively against him. Consequently, he had no choice but to commit a foul, desperately hoping that the trainer would miss at least one of his free throws. Indeed, under Jiang Chenyu's interference, the trainer managed only 1 out of 2. With the trainer's score at 10, Jiang Chenyu needed a three-pointer to clinch the match. Yet, the trainer cunningly deviated from the expected play, intending to foul Jiang Chenyu, thereby limiting him to just 2 free throw attempts and thwarting any chance of a game-winning shot. However, Jiang Chenyu was no stranger to cunning himself. Seizing the opportunity during the trainer's foul, he leaped outside the three-point arc for a shot. Although he missed, he was awarded 3 free throws due to the foul. If he converted all 3, he could seal the match. The first shot found its mark, as did the second. The third shot, however, hit the rim. But fortune smiled upon Jiang Chenyu, allowing him to triumph in the end. The sixth trainer approached, and Jiang Chenyu, utterly fatigued, conceded defeat, having dispatched 5 trainers for Kobe. Well done, young man. You truly stand out among the rookies. The previous few were no match, with some losing by the second round. I genuinely believe we can make it to the playoffs, Kobe remarked. Kobe's stamina was remarkable. He had faced 5 trainers without faltering, a testament to the difference between him and his rookie counterpart. Soon, Jiang Chenyu acclimated to life in the training camp, and the 10-day program concluded swiftly. He opened the system to assess his progress. Host, after training camp. Your current abilities are as follows: shooting, 600 defense, 600 ball handling, 450 organization, 300 strength, 200 agility, 500 jumping, 400 speed. 400. Your shooting is classified into two categories: 3-point shooting, 700 2-point shooting, 500. The overall shooting average is calculated based on these two types. Doesn't this make things even more challenging? Jiang Chenyu exclaimed in astonishment. Though advancement had become more arduous, opportunities for improvement had also increased. The first NBA game was swiftly approaching. Chapter 6. NBA debut. Jiang Chenyu's NBA debut took place at the home arena of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Originally, he was slated to participate in the preseason games. However, the Los Angeles Lakers had been woefully inadequate last season, failing to even qualify for the preseason. In this timeline, the Lakers roster included Jordan Clarkson, Kobe Bryant, Julius Randle, Jiang Chenyu, Nikola Jokic, Devin Booker, Jeremy Lin, Nick Young, Lou Williams, Marcelo Huertas, Metta World Peace, and Ryan Kelly. The Timberwolves, on the other hand, boasted a formidable lineup: Andrew Wiggins, Karl Anthony Towns, Ricky Rubio, Zach LaVine, and the legendary Kevin Garnett. The commentators for the Timberwolves were scathing in their remarks. They are seriously sending out 3 rookies to face us? I've heard that Towns has a clear advantage over that Chinese kid. Naturally, they were eager to demonstrate their superiority. 1 hour later, the game commenced with the jump ball, where Jokic immediately showcased his prowess by securing the ball. The starting point guard, Devin Booker, seized the opportunity to advance, delivering a pass to Jokic, who executed a smooth layup. As Jiang Chenyu had noted, that foreign center was indeed impressive, remarked Coach Scott. Let us hope it continues this way. Due to the nerves accompanying his NBA debut, Jiang Chenyu focused on facilitating plays for his teammates, amassing 5 assists early in the game. In the studio, the commentators expressed their predictions. I told you, Towns has the upper hand over Jiang Chenyu. This feels like a promising start. Of course, came the reply. With 6 minutes left in the first quarter, Jiang Chenyu received a pass from a teammate and sank a 3-pointer, finally making his mark. Beautiful, Scott exclaimed as the score reached 18-12. Jiang Chenyu subsequently intercepted Wiggins, securing another 2 points. The Timberwolves appeared to be somewhat passive, with Towns being restricted by Jokic, and they struggled to find shooting space from beyond the arc. They could only rely on the formidable Garnett to penetrate the paint for scoring opportunities. The Lakers' interior defense, led by Jordan Clarkson, was utterly incapable of thwarting Garnett's relentless assaults, resulting in the Lakers conceding points in that area. Soon enough, the first quarter concluded with the Lakers leading 25-18. Jiang Chenyu had amassed 8 points. Kobe contributed 7 points, while Jokic recorded 4 points and 7 rebounds. Brothers, let's continue this way, exploiting defensive weaknesses and offensive vulnerabilities. Scott did not implement any specific strategy, but rather rallied his players directly. As the second quarter commenced, all players except Jokic were substituted with bench players. The Lakers' interior defense was alarmingly weak, allowing any player to exploit their fragility, thus necessitating Jokic's continued presence on the court. The Lakers' bench consisted only of Nick Young and Jeremy Lin, who could pose a threat offensively, while Julius Randle struggled defensively against the opposing interior. Midway through the second quarter, the score was leveled, prompting the Lakers to call a timeout. Kobe, you have great stamina. You go in first. Jokic, take a breather. We'll let this quarter go. During this timeout, the opposing team also brought Zach LaVine onto the court. In a clash of titans, the Timberwolves replaced Garnett and Towns, leaving their interior nearly as vulnerable as the Lakers. Kobe spearheaded an 8-point run for the Lakers, igniting an 8-0 scoring surge. The second quarter concluded with a score of 45-40, with Kobe leading all scorers with 17 points, followed closely by Jokic with 12 points. After a full quarter of rest, Jiang Chenyu returned to the game in the third quarter. However, Scott seemed to have made an inexplicable decision by positioning Jiang Chenyu at power forward, matching him against Garnett, which left many puzzled. As the third quarter began, Jiang Chenyu continued to struggle defensively, allowing Garnett an easy layup. Shortly thereafter, on the offensive end, Lin passed the ball to Jiang Chenyu, who utilized a pick and roll to sink an open 3-pointer. Remarkably, despite the assertion that Towns had the upper hand over Jiang Chenyu, the latter's performance was astonishing. Commentators marveled at Jiang Chenyu's exceptional display, noting that he had previously averaged only 2 points against Towns. Jiang Chenyu subsequently intercepted Towns on the defensive end, swiftly advancing the ball for a thunderous dunk. This sequence compelled the Timberwolves to call a timeout, urgently recalibrating their strategy. The Lakers substituted Lin Shihao for Nick Young, while Kobe took up the small forward position and Devin Booker assumed the role of shooting guard. Upon resuming play, the Timberwolves' tactics began to bear fruit as Wiggins executed a deft movement to sink a three-pointer. Jiang Chenyu's excellent form continued, culminating in a powerful drive to the basket for another dunk. The score fluctuated back and forth in a thrilling contest. As the latter part of the third quarter unfolded, Kobe's stamina waned, resulting in 3 consecutive missed mid-range shots, granting the Timberwolves an opportunity to narrow the gap. What began as a battle between rookies had evolved into a clash reminiscent of the Warriors and Cavaliers. With just 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Jiang Chenyu delivered a precise assist to Jokic, who converted a three-pointer. In response, Towns of the Timberwolves also hit a three-pointer. Remarkably, centers are now shooting threes, leaving the commentators astonished by the unfolding drama. If Shaquille O'Neal were proficient in three-point shooting, he would indeed be invincible. The Lakers began to manage the clock, maintaining a 5-point lead. Jiang Chenyu, adhering to the Lakers' tradition, passed the ball to Kobe in this critical moment. However, the legendary player, often dubbed the Iron King of NBA history, suffered from fatigue and surprisingly missed the shot entirely. As the third quarter concluded, the Lakers held a 5-point advantage, with Kobe leading the score at 25 points, closely followed by Jiang Chenyu with 21 points. Notably, Jokic had already achieved a triple-double, a remarkable feat for a rookie in their inaugural NBA game. As the fourth quarter commenced, Scott replaced Kobe, setting the Lakers lineup to Lin Shihao, Nick Young, Devin Booker, Jiang Chenyu, and Jokic, while the Timberwolves fielded their strongest lineup. The Lakers swiftly began to extend their lead, as this formation exhibited no weaknesses. Jiang Chenyu opened the quarter with a three-pointer, followed by Jokic blocking Towns' mid-range attempt. Jokic then passed the ball to Lin Shihao, who effortlessly drove to the basket for a layup. The Timberwolves appeared rattled, although Rubio managed to hit a crucial three-pointer, yet it proved to be their final gasp. Jiang Chenyu once again sank a three-pointer, followed by both sides struggling to find their rhythm. Nick Young intercepted a pass from his teammate and landed another three-pointer. The Timberwolves finally managed to score a mid-range shot. However, Jiang Chenyu swiftly assisted Devin Booker, who capitalized on the opportunity, and shortly thereafter, Booker executed another steal, sinking a corner three-pointer. This series of plays compelled the Timberwolves to call a timeout, leading them to substitute Garnett in preparation for a final stand. Yet, with Garnett off the court, Jiang Chenyu was liberated, although the Timberwolves occasionally managed to score a point or two on offense. Their defense was relentlessly bombarded by Jiang Chenyu's prowess. 2 minutes later, the point differential had ballooned to 15. Both the Timberwolves and the Lakers replaced their starting lineups with substitutes, clearly signaling an abandonment of resistance from both sides. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Timberwolves with a score of 128-120, with Jiang Chenyu achieving a remarkable 30 points and 15 assists, earning the title of Most Valuable Player. Kobe followed closely with 25 points and 7 rebounds. The entire Lakers team rejoiced in this unexpected victory, especially considering they had finished last in the Western Conference the previous season. The dynamics of this season had shifted dramatically with the addition of Jiang Chenyu. After the match, Jiang Chenyu was directly reported by various major media outlets, and Tanksy became the next disappointing #1 draft pick. Chapter 7. Encountering Adversity. Congratulations to the host for completing multiple tasks. Reward, 1,000 points. Currently available for purchase are talents of yellow grade or above, upgrade points 250, and Wang's Eye Candy. Although Wang's Eye Candy piques curiosity, true essentials must be acquired. The current upgrade points hold little value, hence Jiang Chenyu decided to make a purchase. I'll buy a talent. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Talent, yellow, insightful eye. Effect, enables the selection of the best options during drafts or trades, usable 3 times. Well, it was initially quite impressive, yet the only drawback is its limited usage to just 3 times. Jiang Chenyu suddenly realized that he had not called his parents for several days and was unaware of how their house hunting was progressing. Hello, Dad. How's the house search going? Jiang Chenyu was consumed by an urgent desire to ascertain the outcome of the situation, yet events did not unfold as he had anticipated. Humph, you finally decided to call me. With your wealth, rescuing your family should be a trivial matter. Just bring $5 million, and we shall release them. Suddenly, A stranger's voice resonated from the other end of the line, followed by a series of addresses. Jiang Chenyu was consumed by fear, having never encountered such a situation in his previous life. In haste, he dialed his elder brother Kobe. "Brother, I'm in trouble. Something urgent has arisen." "What kind of urgency?" "We just won the game today. We should be celebrating," Kobe responded. "It's not that. My family has been kidnapped." "What?" It was only then that Kobe grasped the gravity of the situation and promptly reported it to the league. An hour later, those despicable reporters arrived at Jiang Chenyu's residence even before Kobe did. This dwelling was rented by Jiang Chenyu. Shortly thereafter, Kobe also arrived at the scene. Those wretched individuals clearly underestimated the notion that the families of NBA players were untouchable. They were in for a rude awakening. "I've brought some backup." Kobe indicated towards the entrance, where the Los Angeles gang stood watch. "Time is of the essence. Let us head to the address they provided." In no time, Kobe and his group reached the location where Jiang Chenyu's family was being held captive. With a resounding crash, the front door swung open, and the Los Angeles gang surged inside. The kidnappers, upon seeing the gang's entrance, brandished knives and shouted, "Don't come any closer. If you do, we'll kill them." "What should we do?" Jiang Chenyu asked. "Don't worry. We've dealt with such situations numerous times. I assure you, your family will return home safe and sound." Kobe reassured him. At that moment, the police dispatched by the league also arrived, with multiple snipers already targeting the kidnappers' heads. "You thugs. I can offer you a chance to live. Release the hostages, and I will let you go. But if you refuse, you will meet the same fate as your captives." The sheriff exuded an air of calmness, clearly seasoned in his line of work. "Damn it, let us get out of here." The gangsters hastily released the hostages and scurried away. "Brother, this is America," Kobe remarked before heading home to resume his slumber. Jiang Chenyu hurriedly approached his parents and inquired, "The check is still with you, right?" "Of course," they replied. "I've tucked it away in my underwear." Following this incident, the league assigned 5 bodyguards to Jiang Chenyu, underscoring the significance of his contributions. The next morning, Jiang Chenyu arrived at the training ground by 8 o'clock, believing he would be the earliest to train. However, as anticipated, it was the man himself who arrived first. "Kobe, you're here so early." "Naturally," he replied. "We have a game tomorrow, and we aim for a consecutive victory." "By the way, who are we facing tomorrow?" "The Kings. They have a few formidable players. Although they aren't contenders for the championship, they can still significantly impact our performance." Jiang Chenyu picked up a ball from the side and commenced practicing three-point shots. 2 hours later, nearly all the players had gathered on the training court. Except for one, Nick Young. Indeed, no matter how strong one may be, Nick Young remains unfazed, impervious to the team's oversight regarding his lack of training. At 11 in the morning, team owner Jeannie Buss once again invited Jiang Chenyu into her office, posing several inquiries. "Here are the trade proposals we have received in recent days. I would like your insights on which trades are worth pursuing." "Why was I summoned?" Jiang Chenyu inquired, perplexed, as he was merely a rookie and not the team's general manager. "The last rookie you helped us select proved valuable. So we sought your opinion once more," Jeannie Buss replied, handing Jiang Chenyu a trade report. Upon careful examination, he discovered a proposal from the Cavaliers, Kevin Love plus a first-round draft pick in exchange for Jokic. You must realize that the Cavaliers' draft pick holds little value, and Kevin Love is nearing the twilight of his career. His performance is bound to decline, making it implausible to trade our Jokic. Jiang Chenyu continued to read. The report from the Bucks indicated a trade proposal involving Middleton for Devin Booker along with a first-round draft pick. "I might consider a straight swap for Devin Booker," he mused, "but their insistence on acquiring the draft pick we just traded for is simply out of the question." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chenyu remarked, "However, we could exchange Jordan Clarkson along with our own first-round pick for Antetokounmpo from the opposing team." "That Greek phenomenon?" Jeannie Buss inquired. "Indeed. Acquiring him would significantly enhance our championship prospects." Without delay, Jeannie Buss placed a call to the owner of the Bucks, and after a series of negotiations, they ultimately agreed to trade Antetokounmpo for the Lakers' Jordan Clarkson and a first-round pick. That very evening, Giannis boarded a plane heading to the Lakers, leaving one matter unresolved: the contract situation. "What should we do?" Jeannie Buss asked Jiang Chenyu. "Quite simply, we should offer a 5-year, $90 million contract," Jiang Chenyu replied succinctly. He understood that if a short-term contract were signed, once Giannis and Jokic showcased their prowess, their demands would escalate to max contracts. Conversely, a long-term contract would allow for salary cap flexibility after Kobe's retirement. Giannis, upon receiving this contract, departed in high spirits, oblivious to the smirk of a lurking figure behind him. The following morning, the Lakers plane soared towards the Kings' home arena and aboard the aircraft. Nick Young began to jest with the newcomer. "Hey, rookie, do you know I'm the star of this team?" Giannis glanced at Nick Young, then at Kobe, and smiled. "Even the rookie acknowledges me as the true leader of this team, which speaks volumes about your lack of standing," Kobe quipped. Present on this flight were Americans, Serbians, Chinese, and Greeks. This team boasted a veritable mosaic of international players. Yet, the true intentions behind this assembly remained shrouded in mystery. Soon enough, the Lakers plane arrived near the Kings venue, and a fierce battle loomed on the horizon. Chapter 8. The Kings' Jiang Chenyu had previously contacted his parents and purchased 2 tickets for them to attend the game. And now they were already awaiting him in the VIP lounge of the NBA. Typically, relatives of NBA players enjoy complimentary seating. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the Los Angeles Lakers finally took to the court. After a half-hour of training, the highly anticipated match commenced. The Sacramento Kings starting lineup included Rudy Gay, Rajon Rondo, DeMarcus Cousins, Willie Cauley-Stein, and Seth Curry. The only alteration in this lineup was the inclusion of Curry as a starter, aimed at countering the formidable three-point shooting of the opposing team with a sharpshooter of their own. Conversely, the Lakers' starting 5 comprised Devin Booker, Kobe Bryant, Jiang Chenyu, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Nikola Jokic. One cannot help but acknowledge the immense potential of this team in the coming 2 to 3 years. As the game began, Cousins immediately seized the ball and propelled it into their territory. This Lakers team, adept in both interior and exterior plays, seemed nearly invincible, easily handling the Kings. However, due to a disappointing performance last season, the Lakers found themselves with a heavier away game schedule this season, compounded by a notably underwhelming bench. Thus, a sliver of suspense lingered over the match. Cousins resorted to the most conventional tactic, a bull-like charge. He expertly exploited Jokic's defensive weaknesses, effortlessly securing 2 points in the paint. Devin Booker swiftly passed the ball to Kobe, while Jiang Chenyu hurriedly maneuvered to the left side. In a surprising turn of events, Kobe tossed the ball to Jiang Chenyu and shielded him from his defender. A pick and roll. It was unexpected that Kobe, renowned for his reluctance to assist teammates, would set a screen for Jiang Chenyu. As Jiang recalled, the last player Kobe had set a screen for was also of Chinese descent. Jiang Chenyu received a pass from Kobe and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. "Indeed, they are the three-point team. It seems we must alter our strategy," remarked the Kings coach. The Kings continued to feed the ball to Cousins, who found himself confronted by Giannis. Cousins collided with Giannis twice in succession, yet both times, Giannis stood his ground. "What sort of individual is this, capable of withstanding my onslaught twice?" Cousins mused. Consequently, he passed the ball to Seth Curry on the perimeter. Facing a double team, Curry dished it out to Rondo, who missed the three-point attempt. Jokic seized the rebound and passed it to the open Giannis. Cousins hastily pursued, seeking retribution against Giannis. But Giannis summoned all his strength and sent Cousins tumbling. Giannis then executed a powerful dunk. "Little did I expect even the best defensive player would falter today," Giannis taunted. Noticing Cousins' vulnerability, the Kings' offense was swiftly dismantled, leading to 2 consecutive steals by the Lakers, who surged ahead with a 12-2 run. The Kings were compelled to call a timeout. "What is wrong with you today? Can you not even compete against a team as mediocre as the Lakers?" The Kings coach seethed. "Coach, it's not that we are underperforming. It's that the Lakers are no longer a weak team," Stauskas replied helplessly. "Humph. If you can't win, you make excuses," the Kings head coach persisted, and thus began to devise a new strategy. Upon returning from the timeout, the Kings approached the game with renewed seriousness. The coach's tactics proved effective, and they quickly found their rhythm, exchanging points with the Lakers. Nevertheless, the Lakers remained formidable, allowing their players to showcase their skills without a structured plan, consistently scoring on the offensive end. Although defense had once been the Lakers' Achilles heel, with Giannis now in the fold, they have become a well-rounded team and could be considered championship contenders. Before long, the first quarter concluded with the Lakers leading 36-24, establishing a 12-point margin from the outset, with Giannis contributing 10 points and 5 rebounds, the highest for his team, followed closely by Kobe with 8 points, while Jiang Chenyu managed 6 points and 5 assists from just 2 three-pointers. During the first quarter break, the Kings coach hurriedly outlined various unorthodox strategies, while the Lakers began their celebrations early at the Kings' home court, with Nick Young even imitating LeBron's signature step. As the second quarter commenced, both the Lakers and Kings substituted their bench players, with the Kings retaining Rondo, who had performed admirably in the first quarter. The Kings' lineup soon made an impact, exploiting the Lakers' notably weaker bench, swiftly erasing the lead built by the starters, prompting the Lakers to call a lengthy timeout. "Look at how you're playing." And then glance at the starting lineup. "It's akin to a pile of refuse," Coach Scott exclaimed in frustration. He then, like the Kings, set about formulating a strategy. Upon returning from the timeout, Scott reinserted Giannis, for it was evident that Giannis was destined to claim the MVP title from Jiang Chenyu in this contest. As the Kings observed their opponent fielding Giannis, they promptly substituted Cousins onto the court. The confrontation between Cousins and Giannis was captivating, though Cousins approached the game with a touch of resignation. "Hey, brother, you're back for more? Aren't you afraid of being dominated by me?" Giannis taunted directly. "Humph. I might have faltered in the first quarter, but this time, I shall outshine you," Cousins retorted, unperturbed by Giannis's provocation. Cousins, determined not to embarrass himself, seized the ball and charged toward Giannis. Despite the disadvantage in strength, Cousins' extensive experience allowed them to exchange blows effectively. When Cousins found himself unable to overpower Giannis, he deftly assisted a teammate for a three-pointer. "Brother, you're not so impressive after all, passing the ball. The next shot will be all mine," Giannis continued his taunts. "Humph. 2 points pale in comparison to 3. Watch as I not only sink a three-pointer, but also secure an assist," Cousins shot back. In the subsequent play, Giannis demanded the ball, and after receiving it, he relentlessly pressed against Cousins, eventually maneuvering past him to score with a layup. In the next 2 plays, both the Lakers and Kings struggled with missed shots, and once again, Cousins regained possession. This time, however, he hesitated to confront Giannis, opting for a mid-range shot that clanged off the rim. Just when the spectators anticipated a dull repeat of the first quarter, Cousins unexpectedly delivered a spectacular block on Giannis. "Brother, you're not that great after all. I just denied you." Cousins seized the opportunity to taunt. "Humph, softy, why not challenge me?" Giannis's provocations continued. No one had ever dared to label Cousins as soft, and in a fit of rage, he charged at Giannis, landing a punch squarely on his face. Giannis, unable to tolerate Cousins' heavy blow, retaliated with a punch of his own, and the two instantly grappled. The referee, witnessing the altercation, swiftly intervened, separating them and issuing a technical foul to each. "Don't think you can escape. We'll settle this in the locker room," Cousins declared defiantly to Giannis. Consequently, the coach hurriedly substituted both players out, allowing the second quarter to pass without further incident. The Lakers lead 60-55, holding a 5-point advantage. Thanks to an exceptional performance from Giannis in the second quarter, he has already amassed 20 points, creating a notable gap between himself and the rest of the Lakers players. Chapter 9. Dunking over Cousins. As the third quarter commences, all Lakers starters are on the court except for Giannis. Jiang Chenyu, eager to prove himself, prepares for action. Cousins finds himself unable to contain the formidable Jiang Chenyu, who ignites his teammates and swiftly defends against the Kings' offensive plays. Jiang Chenyu then collaborates with Kobe, executing a seamless 2-point jumper. Following this, he secures a steal on the defensive end and completes a dazzling fast-break dunk. The Lakers are in excellent form during the third quarter, compensating for the errors made in the second. It isn't long before the Kings head coach, unable to maintain his composure, calls for a timeout. As anticipated, he berates his team, yet he is left with little choice, lacking any sophisticated strategies and resorting to the most basic pick-and-roll tactics. Once the timeout concludes, the Kings coach discards any pretense, prioritizing the outcome of the game above all else. In a surprising move, he reintroduces Cousins to the game, leaving the Lakers momentarily bewildered. How could they contend with Cousins without Giannis? The remaining Lakers players, with Jiang Chenyu being the most capable, have no option but for him to face Cousins head-on. Cousins finds it almost effortless to attack Jiang Chenyu on the offensive end, leaving Jiang somewhat disheartened as his statistics may suffer in this matchup. However, Kobe once remarked that impressive statistics are often forged under pressure. He relished the challenge of facing formidable opponents, and Jiang Chenyu, too, cannot shy away from such trials. As Jiang Chenyu seized the ball on the offensive end, one might expect Kobe to demand the ball for a solitary confrontation, as was his usual style. However, this time he refrained, contemplating that he was merely matched up against a novice, while Jiang Chenyu faced off against Cousins. At this moment, seeking the ball did not align with Kobe's character. Jiang Chenyu was currently devising a strategy. After a brief contemplation of 3 seconds, he opted to create space from his teammate and subsequently made a decisive breakthrough. Although Cousins played the center position, His speed was commendable, and he swiftly caught up with Jiang Chenyu. At this moment, Jiang Chenyu had already leaped into the air. It was anticipated that he would face a formidable block. However, an unexpected turn of events ensued. With a resounding slam dunk, the crowd erupted in astonishment, leaving even the home team announcer for the Kings in a state of disbelief. Jiang Chenyu executed a stunning dunk over Cousins, leaving everyone in sheer astonishment. However, at that moment, Jiang Chenyu refrained from celebrating, for he was greeted with an announcement. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new talent, Purple, Essence of Human Dunking. Remarkably, the coveted purple talent had finally arrived. The effect of this talent is as follows. Each time this talent is activated, the host's dunking attributes are enhanced by 100%. The host may also choose to sell this talent at the price of 2,000 points. Am I foolish enough to sell such an extraordinary talent? Jiang Chenyu was now elated, while DeMarcus Cousins of the Kings had endured 2 consecutive psychological blows, refusing to step onto the court. The Lakers, seizing the moment, benched Cousins and hastily substituted him with Giannis Antetokounmpo. The Kings head coach, unwilling to concede defeat, diligently devised strategies. Upon returning from the timeout, the Kings employed their tactics to mount a fierce resistance. Rajon Rondo and Seth Curry each capitalized on screens to sink three-pointers, slightly improving the situation. However, Jiang Chenyu and Devin Booker swiftly retaliated with three-pointers of their own. As the Kings pressed forward, Stern directly drew a foul against Antetokounmpo, converting the subsequent free throw, narrowing the gap to just 5 points. Kobe attempted a strong drive against Stern but missed his fadeaway jumper. Stern seized the opportunity, executing a fast break for 2 points. Antetokounmpo then unleashed his brute force, scoring an additional 2 points. With merely 40 seconds left in the third quarter, both teams exchanged possessions. Stern passed the ball to Seth Curry, clearly intending for a three-point attempt. Kobe, leveraging a mismatch, faced off against Curry. Undaunted by the challenge of the season's best defender, Curry launched an audacious long-range three but missed the mark. With only 20 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Jiang Chenyu took possession of the ball. Although it was expected that Kobe should have the opportunity to score, Jiang Chenyu was not one to relinquish the chance for Kobe to shine. You may grant permission, but I, Jiang Chenyu, shall seize the moment. Jiang Chenyu initially intended to emulate Seth Curry by attempting a three-point shot, but upon noticing Giannis Antetokounmpo suddenly finding himself unmarked, he swiftly passed the ball to him for a resounding dunk. "Ah, you added Okumbo. You have completely usurped my credit," he mused. Jokic, observing Giannis excel in the paint, expressed his admiration for the Greek star. As the third quarter concluded, the Kings coach continued to devise strategies, while on the Lakers' side, some had already uncorked champagne. Jiang Chenyu gazed at the Kings, who were under the watchful eye of Cousins, continually stealing glances at him, particularly after being dunked on by Jiang. Soon, the fourth quarter commenced, and Cousins returned to the court, joined by the Kings' finest lineup. Conversely, the Lakers opted to substitute Kobe and Giannis for Lin Shaheo and Nick Young. Although both Kobe and Giannis could have continued to score, Kobe deemed it rather pointless. While Giannis, having already amassed 28 points in the game, was also content to take a breather. At the commencement of the fourth quarter, Jiang Chenyu spearheaded his team to an impressive surge, achieving a remarkable 12-3 run. The head coach of the Kings, witnessing this unfolding spectacle, found himself in a state of resignation. Nevertheless, he refused to abandon hope, promptly exhausting all remaining timeouts to strategize with his players. The Kings, employing their tactics, demonstrated a superiority over the Lakers, who appeared to lack a coherent game plan, managing to close the gap with a 7-point rally. However, such strategies are inevitably transient. Soon, Jiang Chenyu orchestrated a counterattack once more. With 8 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the game, he diverged from the typical approach of other teams, opting instead for a swift offensive play. Jiang Chenyu consecutively sank three-pointers. Apart from Jokic's off night, nearly everyone else scored 30 points. With 3 minutes remaining, the lead had ballooned to 25 points, prompting Scott to substitute in the bench. However, Kobe insisted on remaining on the court until the final moments. At this juncture, the highest score had been claimed by Giannis, whose performance was undeniably stellar, amassing 38 points and 17 rebounds, while Jiang Chenyu trailed closely behind with 31 points. Although Devin Booker only managed 23 points, as a rookie drafted 12th, he demonstrated remarkable prowess, averaging 2 points more than the first overall pick, Towns. Ultimately, as the game concluded, Kobe delivered a final three-pointer, surpassing Jiang Chenyu's score by a single point. The Lakers triumphed over the Kings with a decisive score of 147-119. It would be an exaggeration to say the Kings faltered. Rather, the Lakers showcased their overwhelming strength. 3 players from the team exceeded 30 points, and even the lowest scoring role player contributed 6 points. Meanwhile, in a certain team's locker room, the head coach remarked, "You all witnessed the Lakers' performance today." A player responded, "Indeed, the Lakers were formidable." Another added, "They could very well become a significant contender for the championship." To which someone countered, "No, no, no, this year the championship is undoubtedly ours." Chapter 10. Home battle against Dallas. Following their victory over the Kings, the Lakers had positioned themselves as a championship contender. Western Conference powerhouses were wary of facing the Lakers in the playoffs, yet the Eastern Conference Cavaliers remained unfazed. After all, LeBron's 9-year education in the East was far from over, and his track record of reaching the finals 9 times in 10 seasons was no mere boast. Conversely, the Warriors were the most anxious, having faced intense competition against the Cavaliers in recent finals. Although the Lakers had yet to pose a significant threat to the Warriors, a playoff clash between the two would undoubtedly be a grueling battle. Even if the Warriors managed to triumph over the Lakers, they would likely suffer considerable roster damage. Thus, the impending contest between the Lakers and the Dallas Mavericks was of paramount importance. A victory would alleviate pressure on the Lakers as they approached the playoffs, whereas a loss could jeopardize their postseason aspirations, let alone their championship ambitions. The game was about to commence, with the Lakers starting lineup featuring Jeremy Lin, Devin Booker, Kobe Bryant, Jiang Chenyu, and Giannis Antetokounmpo. Due to Nikola Jokic's subpar performance in the previous match, he has opted for a rest in this game. The Dallas Mavericks, on the other hand, have retained their rather conventional lineup: Dirk Nowitzki, Darren Williams, Chandler Parsons, Wesley Matthews, and Zaza Pachulia. As the game commenced, Giannis Antetokounmpo deftly passed the ball into Jeremy Lin's hands, who then advanced the ball without hesitation, while Kobe observed silently. Lin subsequently delivered the ball to Jiang Chenyu. In this match, Jiang Chenyu's counterpart is Chandler Parsons, who boasts an average score of 14 points per game. However, Jiang Chenyu currently averages an impressive 30 points per game in the NBA, allowing him to approach this matchup with ease. Jiang Chenyu feinted with the ball, yet Chandler Parsons, possessing ample experience, remained unfazed by the ruse. Unable to penetrate the defense, Jiang passed the ball to Kobe Bryant, while the remaining Lakers players spread out, observing Kobe's solitary offensive attempt. Ultimately, Kobe's fadeaway jump shot, following a shoulder fake against Zaza, missed the mark. Dirk Nowitzki secured the rebound and passed it to Wesley, whose subsequent corner three-pointer also failed to find its target. After Giannis Antetokounmpo grabbed the rebound, he swiftly dished it to the accelerating Jiang Chenyu, who executed a successful layup. However, the opponents retaliated with a fast break, where Nowitzki showcased his signature standing rooster move, scoring another 2 points. Soon after, Kobe once again passed the ball to Jiang Chenyu, who effortlessly completed another layup. Jiang Chenyu has now reached the level of an NBA superstar. However, his sole shortcoming lies in his insufficient stamina. Since his arrival in this realm, the system has not provided him with any enhancements to his endurance, leaving him with the same physical capacity he possessed prior to his journey. After just 2 rounds of play, Jiang Chenyu found himself utterly exhausted and hastily called for a timeout, despite the score being a mere 4-2, thus squandering a precious opportunity for a pause. Head coach Scott discerned Jiang's predicament and promptly initiated a strategy led by Kobe. As the timeout concluded, Zaza exploited a mismatch, boldly scoring a 3-pointer over Jeremy Lin. Kobe's subsequent jump shot, however, failed to find the mark, and Williams then executed a thunderous dunk over Jiang Chenyu. The score shifted to 4-7. In response, Kobe managed to sink a timely 3-pointer, halting the bleeding, and both teams resumed their defensive skirmish. Devin Booker then drew consecutive fouls, converting 3 out of 4 free throws, while Wesley nailed a challenging 3-pointer amidst defensive pressure. At this juncture, Jiang Chenyu had sufficiently recovered his stamina and began to taunt Chandler. "Brother, are you willing to place a wager? In the next play, I shall undoubtedly score over you." Chandler glanced at Jiang and retorted, "You, a mere rookie from China, dare to mock me? This so-called garbage rookie averages 16 points more than you." After Jiang Chenyu finished his shot, he quickly called for the ball. Upon receiving it, he executed a pick and roll and effortlessly sank a 3-pointer. "Curse it, if it weren't for your screen, I would have blocked you," Chandler remarked. Shortly thereafter, Chandler also demonstrated his prowess by nailing a long 2-pointer. The first quarter swiftly concluded with a score of 24-20, reflecting a closely contested match. The highest scorer of the game was Kobe with 8 points, closely followed by Jiang Chenyu with 7 points. As the second quarter commenced, both teams substituted in their bench players. The Dallas Mavericks, boasting a formidable roster, found their substitutes equally competent, leaving Scott with no option but to let Kobe continue playing in the second quarter. As Jiang Chenyu observed Kobe Bryant during the second quarter of the game, he felt a profound envy, wishing for a fraction of his stamina. Indeed, Kobe's greatest strength lay in his unparalleled endurance. Although this was meant to be his final season, his vigor showed no signs of waning. In fact, it seemed to be on the rise. Soon, Kobe's relentless efforts on the court began to yield results. As the Dallas Mavericks failed to capitalize on their opportunity to close the gap, Kobe's consecutive three-pointers left everyone in a state of dismay. With 7 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Kobe was substituted for Devin Booker, having already amassed 14 points and establishing an 8-point lead for the Lakers. Upon seeing Jiang Chenyu and Devin Booker take the floor, the Mavericks opted not to counter with Zaza and Chandler, but rather with Nowitzki and Williams. A decision that left many bewildered about the Mavericks' coach's strategy. Little did they know, this was reminiscent of how they had once evaded Wade and James to secure a victory over the Heat during their era of the Big Three. While everyone questioned the coach's judgment, he privately reveled in his tactical choice. Before long, the Maverick strategy began to bear fruit. The Lakers bench was utterly overwhelmed, with Nowitzki consistently scoring, swiftly propelling the Mavericks ahead of the Lakers. However, Jiang Chenyu was not one to simply watch Nowitzki in silence. His opposing counterpart was equally lackluster. Jiang executed a series of dunks, quickly surpassing Kobe in points. At that moment, the host activated a talent, human dunk essence. The host's dunking attributes would increase by 100%. Is the host ready to activate this talent? It inquired. Is that even a question? Of course, activate it. He replied. Congratulations, the host has activated the talent, gaining a 100% increase in dunking attributes for a duration of 5 to 10 minutes. Just then, as Jiang Chenyu prepared to take the court for a spectacular dunk, Scott made an inexplicable decision. Jiang Chenyu, step down. Antetokounmpo, you will play power forward. Kobe, you will take Jiang Chenyu's position. Why? Jiang Chenyu watched in astonishment as Giannis Antetokounmpo executed thunderous dunks time and again. Although his own score had now surpassed Kobe Bryant's, the highest scorer on the court, Dirk Nowitzki, had already amassed 20 points, showcasing an impressive shooting touch in the first half. Jiang Chenyu understood that the essence of talent transcended the confines of the basketball court. It resonated within the tapestry of real life. Soon, Antetokounmpo executed a thunderous dunk over Nowitzki, overshadowing Jiang Chenyu completely. 5 minutes later, as the second quarter concluded, Nowitzki retained the lead with an impressive 20 points, closely followed by Antetokounmpo with 17. Jiang Chenyu realized that in this game, he was no longer the center of attention. Chapter 11. You may be strong, but I am Nick Young. As the halftime intermission came to an end, both teams had successfully rested their starting players, reintroducing their prime lineup. For the Lakers, Jiang Chenyu ascended to the power forward position to match up against Williams. Williams epitomized the archetype of a tough competitor, capable of standing toe-to-toe with LeBron James. Consequently, upon his entry, Jiang Chenyu wasted no time in unleashing a barrage of trash talk. Brother, being tall has done you no favors. You still can't contain my scoring. Williams, well aware of Jiang Chenyu's penchant for banter, chose to disregard his taunts. Jiang Chenyu interpreted this as a sign of weakness and continued his verbal onslaught. Clumsy giant. Is that all you've got? You don't even dare to retort. Williams maintained his composure, cognizant that this was the Lakers' home ground, and any overt aggression would result in his immediate ejection. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new talent, Purple, king of trash talk. Remarkably, it is a purple-tier talent. Such high-level abilities are not typically so easily attained. The efficacy of this talent lies in its capacity to shatter the opponent's mindset through the strategic deployment of trash talk. The host also has the option to sell this talent. Jiang Chenyu disregarded the system and continued to engage in the match. As the third quarter commenced, Jiang Chenyu exhibited remarkable stamina. Coupled with the psychological impact he had previously inflicted upon Williams, he swiftly netted 3 consecutive three-pointers, bringing his score to a tie with Nowitzki, both standing at 20 points. Jiang Chenyu was gradually becoming somewhat complacent. However, he found himself unable to defend against Williams. Williams relentlessly charged at Jiang Chenyu, transitioning effortlessly from the perimeter to the interior. Jiang Chenyu subsequently attempted a three-point shot in retaliation. However, the attempt was unsuccessful. While it is not uncommon to miss a shot, he was taken aback when his next two offensive efforts also failed to find the net. Compounded by a turnover that allowed the opposing player Zaza to score a three-pointer, bringing both teams back to a level playing field. Observing Jiang Chenyu's declining performance, Scott had no choice but to substitute him. However, after Jiang's departure, no one could contain Williams, and the Mavericks capitalized on this, frequently scoring through his advantage. It's infuriating. Our formidable adversaries have rendered our Kobe, Devin Booker, and Giannis unable to score, while they exploit Williams to accumulate points, lamented Scott. Upon the resumption of play, Scott, with no alternatives, opted to reintroduce Nick Young and Jiang Chenyu. Having sat on the bench for an extended period, Jiang had come to realize the nature of his errors. Jiang Chenyu, this time, did not attempt to lead the team to score solely through his own prowess as he had in the past. Basketball is a sport that involves 5 individuals. Even the strongest player is of no use if he lacks the ability to unite with others. Jiang Chenyu did not force a breakthrough or attempt a reckless three-pointer this time. Instead, he composed himself and observed his teammates. Jiang Chenyu suddenly realized that Giannis Antetokounmpo, utilizing a screen without the ball, had created an opportunity in space. He promptly passed the ball to Giannis, who, living up to expectations, executed a powerful dunk. Following this, Dirk Nowitzki of the Mavericks missed his signature jump shot. Jiang Chenyu swiftly maneuvered to the basket to secure the rebound, but Nick Young forcefully snatched the ball from his grasp. Infuriated, Jiang felt that Nick lacked an understanding of team basketball, only for Nick to respond by sinking an exceptionally long three-pointer. Jiang Chenyu subsequently delivered a series of exquisite assists on the offensive end, allowing the Lakers to swiftly seize control of the game. Remarkable. Your progress is astonishing. How have you transformed so rapidly in just 2 games? As the third quarter concluded, Nick Young turned to Jiang Chenyu and remarked. However, both teams remained cautious as the score was tightly contested. The Lakers trailed by a mere 5 points, a deficit attributed to the Mavericks' successful execution of 2 logo shots during the third quarter, which left the Lakers in a precarious position. As the fourth quarter commenced, Jiang Chenyu retained the 20 points he had at the start of the third quarter, having focused on providing assists rather than scoring opportunities for himself. This exemplifies the brilliance of Magic Johnson. As the fourth quarter began, the Staples Center, let us not speak of its name change, for even Kobe struggles to recall the new arena's title, erupted in a chorus of cheers, as this season was meant to be Kobe's farewell tour. Yet no one anticipated that the Lakers would achieve 2 consecutive victories. As the fourth quarter commenced, Jiang Chenyu delivered a breathtaking assist, finding the open Kobe Bryant. It is noteworthy that throughout Kobe's illustrious career, he seldom encountered such open shots, as defenders would invariably swarm him upon receiving the ball. However, this time, Jiang Chenyu's penetrating drive was so formidable that it drew the attention of 3 defenders, allowing him to execute an impressive behind-the-back pass to the unguarded Kobe. What a splendid play, Jiang Chenyu. You truly possess the talent to make such a pass, Kobe lauded. Both teams approached the fourth quarter with utmost caution, resulting in a fierce defensive battle. Dirk Nowitzki, who had scored 20 points in the first half, managed only 2 in the fourth quarter. With just 1 minute remaining, the Mavericks held a slender 3-point lead. Kobe made a cross-court pass directly to Jiang Chenyu, who, rather than seeking to assist another, opted for a step-back three-pointer. The basketball found its mark with unwavering precision. The Mavericks promptly called a timeout. In the remaining moments, each offensive possession could potentially dictate the outcome of the game, compelling both teams to remain vigilant. It was a high-stakes scenario, akin to earning a bonus for scoring or facing a pay cut for failure. The next ball was again directed to Nowitzki. This time, taking advantage of a mismatch, he was defended by none other than Kobe himself. True to his reputation, Kobe's defense forced Nowitzki to miss, and Devin Booker seized the offensive rebound, hastily calling for a timeout. Coach Scott began to formulate a strategy, but Jiang Chenyu was not attentively listening to the tactics. His innate talent, big heart, was now ready for activation. Do you wish to activate it? He was prompted. Oh, I almost forgot. I possess a purple talent as well. Without hesitation, Jiang Chenyu chose to activate it. Congratulations on activating a new talent. For someone like Jiang Chenyu, shooting accuracy was a capricious matter, heavily reliant on the whims of the system. In the subsequent round, Jiang Chenyu failed to heed the tactical instructions and instead sought to have his teammates pass him the ball. However, he was not the only one who disregarded the strategy. Nick Young also overlooked the directives. Nick Young swiftly intercepted a teammate's pass and successfully sank another three-pointer. Jiang Chenyu, feeling helpless, had no choice but to continue defending. Yet, equally composed was Nowitzki, who, in such a critical moment, surprisingly executed a soaring jumper from beyond the arc. His shot remained steady, and the score was once again leveled. Now came the final offensive play. Jiang Chenyu had initially hoped for another chance to score, but who would dare contend with Kobe for the ball? Indeed, there was someone. It was none other than that man. Kobe, irate at Nick Young for intercepting him, demanded that Nick return the ball immediately. However, Nick was unconcerned, opting instead for an audacious long-range three-pointer. He made it just as the buzzer sounded. Truly, it was a case of you may be strong, but I am Nick Young. Chapter 12. The bathhouse turmoil. Ordinarily, after the game, Jiang Chenyu would observe the system's directives in the bathhouse. But this time he found himself devoid of any inclination to review the system. The bathhouse had transformed into a scene of jubilant celebration. 9 consecutive points in the final moments. This is truly the essence of Nick Young. Nick had already commenced his revelry, having executed 3 consecutive steals from his teammates, leaving the scorekeeper utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Kobe remarked with a teasing tone from the side. Jiang Chenyu initially intended to disregard everything and continue examining the system. While taking a shower, he had conveniently opened the system and placed it before him. However, the match tonight held significant implications for him. In other words, without Jiang Chenyu, the Lakers would not stand a chance of victory. Jiang Chenyu, what are you doing? Why so silent? At that moment, Nick Young swung open the door to Jiang Chenyu's shower, addressing him directly. What the hell? How did you get in here? Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Chenyu hastily closed the system. Nick Young, observing Jiang Chenyu's back, appeared bewildered, but suddenly an idea struck him. You, a grown man, are afraid of being seen? There are no women here. Tell me, has your peculiar Chinese culture led to cross-dressing? At this juncture, Kobe, drawn by the commotion, approached and swiftly retorted to Nick Young's words. Do you not realize that the NBA has long been against racial discrimination? Moreover, we are teammates. How can you speak to him that way? Jiang Chenyu, feeling utterly helpless, had no choice but to show his brother to Nick Young. After Nick Young departed, Jiang Chenyu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this individual had not uncovered his system, or else his secret would have been exposed. After enduring this wave of events, Jiang Chenyu no longer dared to access the system. Consequently, he left the bathing area and proceeded to his room. I refuse to believe that you would dare enter the bathing area, yet also have the audacity to invade my private sanctuary. Jiang Chenyu hastily activated the system. Congratulations, host. After numerous days of effort, you have received multiple rewards, including a hidden prize. Would you like to view it now? Of course I want to see it. I am curious about the nature of this hidden reward. Please be aware that viewing it now may consume an entire day of your time. We advise you to consider this carefully. If you choose to proceed, there will be no option to withdraw. Very well. Then please inform me what this hidden reward entails. The hidden reward bestowed upon the host is the entirety of your memories from this lifetime. Jiang Chenyu suddenly realized that his memory was no trivial matter. It was certainly not something to be taken lightly at this moment. Jiang Chenyu found himself in a predicament. At that moment, he yearned to engage in some training, only to be met with a delightful surprise. Victory brought joy, as Jeremy Lin recounted. Kobe Bryant abruptly doused Jiang Chenyu with a bucket of icy water. Jiang Chenyu was aware that it was customary in the NBA to celebrate significant victories with champagne or ice buckets. However, he was taken aback by the audacity of these individuals to actually come to his room. Jiang Chenyu, feeling somewhat resigned, decided to take another shower. In the bathhouse, a new wave of bathers arrived, including Giannis Antetokounmpo and Devin Booker. Giannis's approach to bathing was rather straightforward and unceremonious. Suddenly, his soap slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. He hastily attempted to retrieve it, but given his towering height, it proved somewhat challenging. At that moment, Devin Booker entered and noticed the soap on the ground, yet he failed to see the flustered Giannis nearby. Giannis spoke in Greek, which Devin could not comprehend, and mistakenly assumed Giannis was uttering celebratory phrases. Consequently, he enthusiastically responded, "Yes, indeed, we are playing exceptionally well." Devin then picked up the soap and took it to his own bathing area. Giannis, bewildered by the interaction, could do little but accept the situation, even without soap. He could manage. As he was unfamiliar with lotions and shower gels, he decided to forego washing altogether and stormed out in irritation. Just then, Jiang Chenyu emerged from his shower as well. After dressing, he headed to the training court, where Coach Scott summoned him. Jiang, thinking it might pertain to a trade deal, was eager to find out. To his surprise, Coach Scott said, "Jiang Chenyu, you have performed admirably in recent games. Kobe, and Giannis will be attending a press conference at our home arena. Please prepare yourself and do not let us down." Jiang Chenyu appeared utterly bewildered and thus inquired of Kobe, "Boss, what is the purpose of this press conference, and what should I articulate?" Kobe responded, "It's perfectly normal to feel uncertain on your first occasion. Simply respond to the journalists' inquiries as they arise. However, do not feel compelled to divulge the entirety of the truth. There are certain fabrications that can be uttered. Just be mindful of the potential repercussions that may ensue from your words." Jiang Chenyu suddenly grasped the situation, yet he still had to attend the press conference. Consequently, he found himself devoid of time to reflect upon his memories. However, this was of little consequence. As those recollections were not particularly significant, he could revisit them after the next match. System, might it be possible for me to view them gradually rather than all at once? Host, the selection of which portions to view is entirely at your discretion. Well, that works, Jiang Chenyu thought, as he prepared his belongings and arrived at the press conference venue alongside the coaching team. Truly, the ambience of the Lakers press conference was distinctly exceptional. At the entrance of the press conference, Jiang Chenyu found himself amidst a throng of eager attendees, awaiting the event which was still half an hour away. It was evident that the crowd had gathered primarily to pose inquiries regarding the Lakers. 30 minutes later, Jiang Chenyu and his entourage made their entrance into the press conference venue. The moment the journalists caught sight of Jiang Chenyu, they eagerly vied for the microphone, clearly intent on directing their questions towards him. One reporter managed to seize the microphone and promptly inquired, wishing to make the most of the limited time during the press conference, "What do you believe is the reason behind the Lakers' numerous victories in recent matches?" Jiang Chenyu hesitated for a moment, initially intending to say, "Because I am currently with the Lakers." However, recalling the words of Coach Scott, he instead remarked, "I believe it is the discerning management of the Lakers this year that has chosen me alongside so many exceptional players. I dare say that all the rookies of the Lakers this year are capable of making the all-rookie first team." This response neither contravened Coach Scott's guidelines nor failed to commend the Lakers management, which has garnered a notorious reputation this season. However, one could argue that this statement bordered on boastfulness. Historically, no team has ever had 3 rookies on the all-rookie first team simultaneously, and it was evident that Jiang Chenyu aspired to be the pioneer in this regard. Subsequently, the security personnel passed the microphone to the next reporter. "Will the Lakers make it to the playoffs this year?" This inquiry was particularly profound, given that the Lakers have not reached the playoffs for several consecutive years, making a definitive answer quite elusive. In my opinion, the Lakers should be able to qualify for the playoffs this year, as teams like the Kings and Mavericks are playoff contenders. Since we can triumph over them, it stands to reason that we should also secure our place in the postseason. This question, however, was one that only Coach Scott could address, as no one else was deemed qualified to respond, save for one individual. Jiang Chenyu, I firmly believe that the Lakers will undoubtedly secure a playoff spot this year. In fact, I even contend that we are contenders for the championship. Upon uttering these words, astonishment enveloped the room. While everyone was aware that the Lakers had indeed secured their position in the playoffs, one must acknowledge that honesty is not always the best policy. Do you perceive the Warriors as a formidable rival in the championship race? Kobe, recognizing the need to curtail Jiang Chenyu's audacious proclamations, understood that further elaboration would only lead to an excessive number of bold assertions from the Lakers. I genuinely believe they will pose a significant challenge to our championship aspirations. However, we shall exert every effort, especially considering the unfortunate history of my Achilles tendon, which was injured by that very team. Kobe initially aimed to redirect the tone of the press conference, yet found himself increasingly agitated, culminating in an outburst of frustration. It is worth noting that the Golden State Warriors are also riding a 3-game winning streak. At that moment, a shadow fell over one of the teams within Golden State. The Lakers management realized that the situation could not persist in this manner, thus passing the microphone to the next journalist. Kobe, do you believe this trajectory will lead to this season being your farewell tour? This question was astutely posed. Kobe had initially thought that making the playoffs was an impossibility, which is why he announced this season as his farewell tour. However, with Jiang Chenyu's presence, the likelihood of contending for the championship has significantly increased, leaving the question of whether Kobe's season will still culminate in a championship pursuit uncertain. Jiang Chenyu eagerly anticipated Kobe's revelation of the answer he longed for. Otherwise, The mission to rescue Kobe would become exceedingly arduous. Originally, I intended to view this season as a mere tour. However, circumstances have shifted. Now, with Jiang Chenyu by my side, I find myself yearning to secure the final championship of my career. Jiang Chenyu exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing the answer. Meanwhile, a rotund figure in the distance, watching the press conference, was displeased. That damned Kobe. He already has one more championship ring than I do. And now he is about to acquire another. What becomes of my reputation as the world's premier center? Indeed, this disgruntled individual was none other than the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. On the other side, Kobe sneezed twice in quick succession. At this juncture, the media turned their attention to Giannis Antetokounmpo, probing. Do you perceive the Los Angeles Lakers' decision to sign you as a boon or a burden? This inquiry seemed to be the very reason for Giannis's presence. I believe it to be a positive development. The Milwaukee Bucks, those wretched fellows, failed to recognize my worth, trading me to this bottom-feeding team for a handful of cursed draft picks. Yet I shall soon demonstrate my value. This team is no longer a bottom dweller, but rather a contender for the championship. Jiang Chenyu, overhearing Giannis's remarks, smiled knowingly. He understood that had it not been for his own system and the ability to scout talent, the Lakers might indeed have found themselves languishing at the bottom this year. However, the media was relentless in their pursuit, with multiple reporters beginning to voice their inquiries, most of which were directed at Jiang Chenyu. His previous responses had indeed held significant newsworthy merit, unlike those of Kobe and Scott, which were rather mundane. Given that the Lakers' current salary offer seems less than satisfactory, you undoubtedly deserve a more lucrative contract. The Warriors are in need of a small forward. If they were to present you with a generous offer, would you contemplate joining them? This question was rather pointed, as the Lakers indeed lacked the financial capacity to offer Jiang Chenyu a high salary. And with their championship aspirations appearing daunting, it was likely that Jiang Chenyu might consider departing for his own benefit. At this juncture, the head coach of the Lakers and Kobe were both taken aback, realizing they could not afford to let this promising rookie slip away. Kobe exchanged a significant glance with Jiang Chenyu. Indeed, under normal circumstances, a former championship team offering a substantial salary would be irresistible to any rookie. It was akin to next year's defector, Durant, who was enticed by the Warriors' need for a top-tier center. However, while others might succumb to such a lure, Jiang Chenyu was different. He had traversed time to assist Kobe in securing a championship, and his own quest for glory mattered little. In response to that question, I believe I will provide an answer you might not anticipate. Scott contemplated silently. Yet, before the assembled crowd, Kobe revealed a smile. I believe that God endowed me with such remarkable talent to support Kobe. Surely, everyone is aware of how Kobe met his untimely demise. As Jiang Chenyu uttered these words, he realized his mistake and hastily fell silent. What? You mean to say that Kobe wouldn't? The media instantly erupted into fervent discussion. Security. Security. This press conference has come to an end. Scott, recognizing that the situation had spiraled out of control, promptly called for security to manage the chaos. It was evident that this press conference could no longer proceed. Meanwhile, a distant American man witnessed the scene, his heart racing with the realization that matters had taken a serious turn. The following day, the renowned basketball star Jiang Chenyu addressed the Kobe incident at a press conference. In a single day, Jiang Chenyu unexpectedly grew stronger. Could it truly be the work of a divine presence? Jiang Chenyu was acutely aware that his identity as a traveler could no longer be concealed, yet he understood the necessity of maintaining this facade. He realized that participating in any significant events was no longer feasible. He must feign ignorance of the unfolding circumstances. The Lakers were soon to face the Nuggets in a match where, truth be told, the Nuggets were already struggling, and with Jokic having been taken by the Lakers, the Nuggets head coach was profoundly disheartened. It was evident that they would likely forfeit this game, as there was no need to risk their players for the sake of one match, particularly given that the Nuggets were in a rebuilding phase and would not exert their full effort. Consequently, Lakers players Nick Young and Jeremy Lin also decided to rest, signaling that the Lakers were beginning to take a more relaxed approach. Chapter 14. A devastating defeat for the Nuggets. The match between the Lakers and the Nuggets was about to commence. The Lakers' starting lineup was decidedly casual, with even our protagonist, Jiang Chenyu, remaining on the bench. The players included Devin Booker, Kobe Bryant, Jokic, Julius Randle, and Herter. In stark contrast, the Nuggets fielded a lineup composed of unfamiliar names: Wilson Chandler, Ty Lawson, Kenneth Farid, Aaron Aflalo, and Timofey Mozgov. As the game began, Jokic confidently secured the jump ball and swiftly delivered a long pass to the corner where Devin Booker effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Shortly thereafter, Kobe Bryant easily intercepted Lawson's dribble, converting it into a layup. The score quickly escalated to 5-0, and the suspense of the game began to dissipate. Chandler managed to score with a hook shot, but Kobe, undeterred by the casual nature of the game, remained intensely focused. He attempted a strong drive followed by a fadeaway jumper that missed, but immediately switched to full-court pressure defense, forcing his opponent to pass the ball elsewhere. Kobe then emphatically blocked Farid's shot, reclaiming the ball and passing it to Jokic, who scored with ease. With 6 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Coach Scott substituted the two lackluster players, bringing Jiang Chenyu and another underperformer onto the court. By this time, the Lakers had established an 8-point lead. As Jiang Chenyu entered the game, he promptly made a three-pointer and celebrated enthusiastically, inciting Chandler, a former near-star, to retaliate against what he perceived as an affront. In a moment of frustration, Chandler shoved Jiang Chenyu, prompting the referee to intervene swiftly to prevent any escalation of conflict. Jiang Chenyu appeared utterly bewildered, as he had no intention of provoking anyone. Subsequently, Chandler, consumed by rage, forcefully shoved Jokic aside and executed a thunderous dunk, causing the rim to tremble. "What does your conflict with Jiang Chenyu have to do with me? Why take your anger out on me?" Jokic lamented. Jiang Chenyu, eager to showcase his prowess, attempted a long-range three-pointer that missed the mark. However, he soon redeemed himself by executing a stellar defensive play against his opponent and assisting Kobe for an easy layup. As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers held an 11-point advantage. With the onset of the second quarter, both Jiang Chenyu and Kobe were substituted, making way for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Giannis took it upon himself to lead the team single-handedly. Unfortunately, the Lakers bench proved to be lacking in talent, despite Giannis's frequent scoring efforts. The situation remained unchanged for the Lakers. It was indeed a formidable challenge to rally these teammates, and even LeBron James might struggle to elevate their performance. Giannis attempted a three-pointer that failed to find its target, prompting him to reflect on the curious trend of his games. He often manages to sink 3 to 4 three-pointers per match, largely due to his audacity to take the shot. Yet, more often than not, his attempts result in a clang off the rim. Nevertheless, Giannis typically manages to surprise everyone with 1 or 2 unexpected three-pointers, and this game was no exception, as he astonishingly hit 2 open threes in succession, leaving Scott in awe. On the offensive front for the Nuggets, Chandler provided support. His style of play mirrored that of Cousins, relying on brute force, which, while somewhat predictable, occasionally yielded results. In recent encounters, although Chandler's aggressive plays lacked significant impact, especially against Giannis, he still managed to score roughly once every 2 attempts. As a result, the score remained tightly contested throughout the second quarter, hovering around a 15-point differential. Ultimately, the second quarter concluded with the Lakers leading 64-46, with Giannis notching a game high of 20 points. As the third quarter commenced, Giannis was again substituted, and Jiang Chenyu stepped into the power forward position. With his scoring at a mere 10 points, a rather disappointing statistic, Jiang Chenyu made a decisive move just before the ball was in play. "System, I activate the Power Surge card." "Understood, host. The Power Surge card has been activated. Your strength will significantly increase for the next 3 minutes." Jiang Chenyu swiftly called for the ball, then executed a direct jump shot from beyond the arc, sinking it effortlessly. Goodness, what accuracy! Jiang Chenyu subsequently played the fool for a while, directly overpowering Farid on the defensive end before executing a thunderous dunk. The hoop, having already been shaken by Chandler earlier in the game, succumbed to Jiang Chenyu's might and shattered upon his dunk. Congratulations to the host for achieving a new talent, Purple Rim Terminator. The effect of this talent is that the host's probability of shattering the hoop increases by 100 for a duration of 3 minutes. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in excitement. It is worth noting that the hoop had been reinforced, and although Jiang Chenyu did not bring it down completely, he did demolish the backboard. A disgrace, an utter humiliation. The Nuggets could no longer bear the sight, and thus, the Lakers swiftly procured a new hoop. "Incredible, Jiang Chenyu. You even managed to break the hoop," exclaimed Kobe. Yet, the game had to continue. Although many believed there was little reason to carry on, the spectators still deserved their tickets' worth. Thus, both teams engaged in a dunk contest. First up was Kobe's astonishing 360-degree windmill dunk. This feat, executed by the 37-year-old Kobe, was unexpected and helped restore his confidence, reigniting his hopes for another championship. Next, Giannis performed a dunk from the free throw line, a relatively simple endeavor for him, resulting in minimal applause. Farid, in a surprising turn, caught the ball and executed an impressive under-the-leg dunk, inciting cheers from the crowd as he seldom attempts such moves. Before long, the third quarter came to a close, with the Lakers demonstrating dominance and extending their lead to 30 points. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers had substituted all their starters, clearly conceding the match. Jiang Chenyu had amassed 18 points, yet it was far from sufficient, as these two games had obliterated his average of 30 points per game. Meanwhile, Giannis had indeed reached an impressive average of 30 points this season, currently boasting statistics of 29 points and 12 rebounds, numbers Jiang Chenyu envied. Kobe's performance this year could be described as a return to form, with averages of 27 points and 5 rebounds. The game concluded swiftly, with the Lakers creating a veritable massacre, finishing with a staggering 40-point lead. The Nuggets were left bewildered by the Lakers' overwhelming performance. Jiang Chenyu glanced at the upcoming match, which was scheduled 3 days later against the Brooklyn Nets. The Nets, one might say, are merely average. However, they certainly lack the prowess to triumph over the current Lakers squad. Jiang Chenyu returned home, once again finding himself at a loss for how to occupy his time. He decided to delve into the memories of his past existence, seeking to comprehend the essence of his being. Chapter 15. First Love. Who hasn't he experienced it? The following content consists of Jiang Chenyu's recollections. The memories recounted by Jiang Chenyu's father were presented from his perspective. However, as a father, it is impossible for him to know everything. Moreover, Jiang Chenyu spent the majority of his time at school, and thus, the events that transpired there warrant my interpretation. At the age of 7, Jiang Chenyu enrolled in a rather ordinary elementary school. Prior experiences are too vague to recall. His basketball skills had yet to be developed, and at this point, he could only be described as a novice in the sport. 2 years later marked Jiang Chenyu's initial foray into basketball. The youth scouts failed to recognize any exceptional talent within him. His shooting was inaccurate, his dribbling mediocre, and the sole aspect worthy of attention was his remarkable speed. Why do you enjoy playing basketball? The scout posed this question to nearly every aspiring player, and Jiang Chenyu was no exception. Although the question was not particularly challenging, it could reveal much about one's future in basketball. To grow taller, I suppose. What is so remarkable about that? Clearly, Jiang Chenyu's response fell short of expectations, indicating that he was unlikely to excel in the sport. Time, relentless in its passage, swiftly advanced 3 years. Jiang Chenyu found himself in the 6th grade. And at that moment, he was not even a member of a school basketball team. It is difficult to fathom that this same Jiang Chenyu would eventually enter the NBA. Yet, that year, he encountered an individual who would alter the course of his life. The girl. Indeed, such a simple name, for in those days, girls rarely possessed names of distinction, especially in such an unremarkable rural setting. It was merely an ordinary afternoon, devoid of the picturesque weather often depicted in romantic novels. Jiang Chenyu went to the playground to play basketball, treating it merely as a pastime. Yet, the sight of her invigorated him throughout the day. She was a source of healing. First love, who has not experienced it? It appears that only love at first sight embodies true beauty. Jiang Chenyu was momentarily stunned, resulting in 2 consecutive goals scored by the opponents. However, such occurrences had become inconsequential. How could one remain so oblivious, allowing the adversary to press forward without any attempt to defend? Jiang Chenyu's teammates, witnessing his indifferent attitude towards the match, were filled with rage. Jiang Chenyu understood that he must approach this competition with utmost seriousness, as he could not afford to leave a negative impression in front of his goddess. Ultimately, Jiang Chenyu emerged victorious in this contest, which could be regarded as the finest performance of his career. Subsequently, he began to inquire about the girl, and with his exceptional social skills, he swiftly uncovered all there was to know about her. However, what is the value of a secret infatuation? Such unrequited love inevitably leads to sorrow. Jiang Chenyu began to actively seek opportunities, yet he was acutely aware of the unfavorable circumstances of the other party, making it exceedingly difficult for him to find a chance. One day, on his way home, he noticed a young girl seated at his doorstep. It was mealtime, and nearly all children had returned home for their meals, save for her. She gazed longingly at the delectable offerings within the nearby butcher shop, her mouth gradually watering, while her stomach began to grumble. She understood that indulging in the delights of that establishment was beyond her reach, prompting a sigh as she continued to sit there, lost in thought. This scene did not escape Jiang Chenyu's notice. However, he lacked the means to treat the girl to a meal, struggling even to satiate his own hunger. As expected, he had hoped to find some leftover food at home, but in these times, there was little to be had in the evening. At home, he could merely claim a single steamed bun for himself. Jiang Chenyu felt a sense of helplessness, yet upon contemplating the girl's expression, he resolved to venture out. He swiftly arrived at her doorstep and gazed at her, saying, "Here, this is for you." Through the familiarity cultivated over the past few months, Jiang Chenyu had nearly come to know her well. However, no one dared to cross that threshold. "And what about you?" Although the girl was quite hungry, she understood the importance of not consuming someone else's food, even if it belonged to a friend. "It's fine. I'm not hungry. You should eat." This was likely a lie spoken by every young man at some point. In truth, Jiang Chenyu was ravenous. However, compared to the girl's hunger, his own seemed trivial. Just as the girl was about to take a bite of the steamed bun, a thought suddenly struck her. "Why don't you break off a piece of the bun? I can't finish all of this." She was already aware of Jiang Chenyu's falsehood, but chose not to expose it, thus resorting to her own little deception. All right then. Jiang Chenyu was indeed ravenously hungry. Disregarding his pride, he seized the bun and tore off a piece, devouring it with great eagerness. This small episode nearly transformed the trajectory of Jiang Chenyu's life. According to his father, Jiang Chenyu was admitted to a prestigious middle school due to his exceptional basketball skills. However, the reality was quite different. Although the girl came from a modest background, her striking beauty made her a suitable candidate for modeling at the esteemed institution. And her family's connections ensured her direct admission. Though I may not have the means to enter the prestigious middle school, I will surely find my way in. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Chenyu was consumed by a profound rage. A prestigious high school, you say? Allow me to show you what it truly means to be a top-tier Jiang Chenyu. Jiang Chenyu diligently immersed himself in rigorous training. Realizing that leveraging his academic performance to gain admission to a prestigious junior high school was futile, he embraced the transformative power of early morning practice. In the final week, he rose with the dawn, fervently dedicating himself to basketball. This phase of training was markedly different from that of adulthood. At this juncture, his skills flourished rapidly, as even a mere few additional hours of practice could yield significant improvements. Conversely, should one begin training later in life, such enhancements would be far less pronounced. Indeed, the effects of his dedication were immediate and profound, enabling Jiang Chenyu to secure a place in the esteemed junior high school. However, fate did not favor him, for he ultimately found himself placed in a different class from the girl he cherished. Upon entering junior high school, Jiang Chenyu participated in numerous basketball competitions, gradually becoming estranged from his parents. His sole devoted fan was none other than Yadu. Every match of Jiang Chenyu's is almost invariably attended by the girl, which bestows upon him immense motivation. Everything unfolds with such remarkable smoothness, so much so that it borders on the extraordinary. Both the onlookers and even Jiang Chenyu himself are led to believe that events will continue to progress in a manner reminiscent of a perfect narrative. However, it is at this juncture that the plot takes an unexpected turn. End of recollection. Merely reminiscing up to this point has consumed 10 hours. Of course, Jiang Chenyu originally required only 3 hours to complete this segment. Nonetheless, he finds himself unable to part with the girl. Thus he chooses to linger over this memory. Savoring it with heartfelt contemplation, Jiang Chenyu powered down the system and enjoyed a restful slumber. For the following day, he would embark on a flight with his team to the next game venue. This season has proven to be quite arduous, as the Lakers are faced with a grueling stretch of 8 consecutive away games. The outcomes of the remaining matches remain to be seen. So do continue to follow the NBA, Saving Kobe. Chapter 16, A Career High Against the Nets. It is not merely a simple task. Who among us can rise to challenge the records? Nick Young glanced at the New Jersey Nets game statistics and addressed his teammates. Indeed, the Nets cannot serve as our stepping stone, Kobe remarked. Perhaps Jiang Chenyu could achieve a single-game record of 82 points, surpassing Kobe by 1. Jeremy Lin teased. I must tell you, it is nearly impossible. After the third quarter, it will devolve into garbage time, leaving little opportunity to rack up points, Jiang Chenyu replied. Alas, let us not speak of it. We might inadvertently conjure a disaster. Giannis recalled the calamitous events of the Warriors' past and commented. Soon, the match was about to commence. As per tradition, the Nets commentator would first introduce the teams, and this occasion was no exception. First, the starting lineup for the Nets: Brook Lopez, Thaddeus Young, Joe Johnson, Bojan Bogdanovic, and Wayne Ellington. Notably, the presence of Joe Johnson and Ellington added a modicum of suspense to the game. Next, The Lakers' starting lineup was unveiled: Devin Booker, Kobe Bryant, Jiang Chenyu, Jokic, and Giannis. This roster could almost be deemed the Death Five. After the commentator's lengthy preamble, the NBA game commenced. Unlike previous encounters, the home crowd, typically dominated by Nets supporters, was today outnumbered by Lakers fans, largely due to the Lakers having seemingly extinguished any suspense regarding the outcome, leaving the Nets' chances of victory almost non-existent. As the teams prepared for the tip-off, Jokic directly passed the ball to Kobe, who swiftly relayed it to the advancing Giannis. Giannis executed a thunderous dunk, tipping the scales of victory firmly in favor of the Lakers right from the outset. However, if the game were to conclude in such a manner, I would have no tale to tell. Shortly thereafter, Ellington retaliated with a decisive three-pointer. Jiang Chenyu, unwilling to concede defeat, executed a splendid spinning layup, asserting his prowess. What was ostensibly a contest devoid of suspense surprisingly echoed the intensity of the rivalry between the Cavaliers and the Warriors. However, a lack of intrigue remained just that. Ellington sought to retaliate with a three-pointer, only to be thwarted by Kobe's imposing block. Subsequently, Kobe seized the opportunity to assist Jiang Chenyu, who capitalized on the moment. It appears that Jiang Chenyu is performing admirably today, having already secured 4 points at the outset. Scott glanced at Jiang Chenyu and remarked. Jiang Chenyu continued to exert his prowess, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers, thus securing 10 points right from the outset. Throughout this match, his shooting touch was exceptionally refined, likely a response to his underwhelming performance in the previous 2 games. As the first quarter concluded, Jiang had amassed 12 points, leading all scorers, while the Lakers held a 30-23 advantage. What kind of defense is this? One might wonder, as it seemed almost non-existent, allowing a bottom-tier team to dismantle it with ease. It was evident that Scott was dissatisfied with the Lakers' performance. Permitting a struggling team to compete so effectively was far from encouraging. As the second quarter commenced, both the Lakers and the Nets substituted their bench players. Unfortunately, the Lakers' bench proved woefully inadequate, prompting Scott to call a timeout to reinstate the exceptionally performing Jiang Chenyu, along with Kobe and Giannis. This substitution yielded immediate results. As Jiang effortlessly tossed the ball to the interior, no matter how he threw it, Giannis managed to receive Jiang's passes with ease. Jiang recorded 5 consecutive assists, while Giannis notched 10 points. In recent matches, Jiang's rebounding statistics had been rather disappointing, to the point where the system could no longer overlook it, promptly assigning him the task of securing 10 rebounds. This objective was not inherently difficult. However, it posed a challenge for Jiang. Yet, when skill falls short, intellect must compensate. In this instance, Jiang Chenyu found himself facing an unguarded basket, as the players of the Brooklyn Nets chose to conserve their energy and neglected to return on defense. Observing their lack of effort, Jiang devised a clever strategy, launching the ball towards the hoop and successfully securing 5 consecutive rebounds. The Nets players, growing increasingly frustrated, rushed to defend, but Jiang, seizing the moment, executed a powerful dunk with ease. The players of the Nets, incensed by his audacity, resorted to verbal assaults, willing to incur a technical foul just to unleash their fury upon Jiang. Indeed, such provocation would have led me to take action. Shortly thereafter, Jiang was substituted. It was only the second quarter, yet he had already amassed 20 points. If he were to return in the fourth quarter, reaching 40 points would be a mere formality. As the second quarter drew to a close, Kobe's last-second three-point attempt clanged off the rim. Thanks to the efforts of Jiang, Kobe, and Giannis, the point differential was reduced back to 12. Following the halftime break, Lakers head coach Scott decided to deploy the best lineup, intent on clinching victory. Jiang Chenyu exhibited an extraordinary performance in this match, defying all expectations that his impressive form would wane. Instead, he demonstrated that this exceptional state was merely the beginning. As the third quarter commenced, Jiang Chenyu swiftly sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, prompting the Nets coach to call a timeout. The coach was left with little recourse, as the disparity in skill was too vast. Even an open three-point attempt was not guaranteed to succeed. However, the Nets managed to reintroduce suspense into the game with three-pointers from Joe Johnson and Lopez. Jiang Chenyu then charged into the paint, assisting Jokic for an and-one finish. One might wonder what Jiang Chenyu truly is. He dominated both the interior and perimeter, excelling on both offense and defense against us. The Nets head coach, witnessing Jiang Chenyu block one of his players again, remarked in disbelief. The Lakers were in full force, with Kobe and Devin Booker drawing consecutive fouls and converting both free throws. Subsequently, a Nets player made one of 2 free throws, and Giannis secured the rebound, promptly passing to the advancing Jiang Chenyu, who once again secured 2 points. Jiang Chenyu felt an increasing sense of exhilaration with each play, rendering Scott momentarily hesitant to substitute him, as Jiang's performance dazzled beyond expectation. Kobe's rhythm also began to ascend, as he relentlessly drew fouls in the mid-third quarter, leaving the Nets players with no recourse. Should they refrain from fouling, Kobe would inevitably score. Soon, after a barrage from the Lakers, the score gap had widened to a staggering 20 points. Despite this, the Nets head coach remained resolute, prompting Jiang Chenyu to brandish the scythe of death. With a score of 32 points and only 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Jiang seized complete control of the game. A flurry of three-pointers followed, culminating in an additional 3-point play. The minutes swiftly passed, and the commentator couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Chenyu's prowess. As the third quarter concluded, Jiang had amassed 44 points, setting a new career high. "Goodness, this is utterly outrageous," Nick Young exclaimed, envy glimmering in his eyes. How could one break the 40-point barrier in just the 5th game? Alas, no one could deny Jiang's overwhelming strength, a reality he never sought to alter. Damn it. Jiang Chenyu. You to be continued. Chapter 17. This melon is truly sweet. Jiang Chenyu, you now have a magnificent opportunity to continue your performance. Each basket you score further shatters your career records, Scott remarked to Jiang. Jiang Chenyu hesitated momentarily. After all, with each step he completed, the rewards from the system increased significantly. Yet, he was acutely aware of the purpose of his visit. Perhaps it is best to refrain, he contemplated. For I do not relish accumulating points during garbage time. Such scores do not truly belong to me. Kobe glanced at Jiang Chenyu, surprised by the young man's ambition. As the fourth quarter commenced, the game transitioned into garbage time, with both teams substituting in their bench players. You are quite the ambitious young man, Kobe remarked to Jiang Chenyu. That is merely a reflection of the lessons I have learned from you, my mentor. Jiang Chenyu addressed Kobe, who merely smiled in response before continuing. What did you mean during the last press conference? Kobe directly inquired about the question that everyone was eager to know. It was over. Could it be that the truth could no longer be concealed? It's nothing, Jiang Chenyu replied. However, Kobe, with his years of experience, discerned that the young man was not being entirely truthful. It's all right. I am the person involved. Surely, you can confide in me? Jiang Chenyu was taken aback, realizing that the matter could no longer be concealed, and promptly said, "Oh, that was merely an accidental click while I was playing 2K last time." Kobe, perceiving that Jiang Chenyu was reluctant to divulge further, decided not to press him any further. Soon, the match concluded, and the Lakers undoubtedly secured victory. Kobe then glanced at the upcoming schedule and let out a sigh, prompting the surrounding members of the team to gather around, curious about what could cause their leader to express such discontent. Jiang Chenyu looked at Kobe, who remained silent, and pointed to the schedule, indicating the New York Knicks. But wait, aren't the Knicks ranked 3rd from the bottom in the Eastern Conference this year? Jiang Chenyu pondered. Jiang Chenyu glanced once more at the roster of the Knicks before activating the system. System, I would like to utilize a Heavenly Eye card. Understood, host. You have invoked the Heavenly Eye card, with 2 uses remaining. May I inquire as to the intended purpose? I wish to assess any modifications made to the Knicks this year. Very well, I shall conduct an analysis. The New York Knicks have not implemented any tactical changes, however. There have been alterations in personnel. The Knicks have merely substituted Jose Calderon with Holiday, significantly enhancing the team's strength. The system predicts that the Knicks will emerge as formidable contenders for the Eastern Conference Championship. Jiang Chenyu was momentarily stunned upon reading this. He was acutely aware of just how formidable Hugh Oladipo would become 2 years hence. Jiang Chenyu could not help but marvel at Kobe's foresight. In 2 hours, the Los Angeles Lakers would arrive at the home court of the New York Knicks. The fans of New York are known for their fervor, bordering on fanaticism. As many are aware, the city's mayor has garnered quite a reputation. However, in this particular match, the New York fans chose not to unleash their customary boos, but rather to pay homage to Kobe. As the game commenced, the starting lineups for both teams were introduced. The New York Knicks lineup consisted of Carmelo Anthony, Kristaps Porzingis, Aaron Aflalo, Robin Lopez, and Holiday. The Lakers maintained their usual roster: Devin Booker, Kobe, Jiang Chenyu, Giannis, and Jokic. Soon, the game was underway. Porzingis successfully secured the tip-off, which was to be expected, as Jokic is not particularly adept at jump balls. Holiday swiftly advanced the ball, keen to manage the clock, and within a fleeting 24 seconds, he executed a screenplay, passing the ball to the unmarked Giannis. Indeed, it was Giannis. Holiday's expression turned awkward as he immediately applied pressure on Giannis, who, in turn, was stripped of the ball by Holiday, effectively redeeming himself. Following two offensive possessions where neither side could break the deadlock, Anthony finally found his rhythm, sinking a long two-pointer. The score stood at 2-0. Jiang Chenyu, feeling particularly enraged after being outplayed by Anthony, executed a powerful slam dunk. Indeed, the strategy employed by teams like the Lakers relies on the simplest form of provocation. Subsequently, Holiday and Kobe both made successful three-point shots, resulting in a stalemate in the score. Come on, brothers. We cannot allow the Knicks to end our 5-game winning streak. Jiang Chenyu rallied his teammates. In the next play, Porzingis intensified his efforts, overpowering Jokic to secure a dunk. Anthony then executed a steal on the defensive end, leading to a swift fast break that culminated in a successful score. Lakers coach Scott, lacking tactical prowess, was left with no choice but to call a timeout, relying solely on his players' abilities during this critical juncture. At this moment of adversity, Giannis stepped up, displaying camaraderie as he took on Porzingis in a mismatched one-on-one. Although Giannis attempted to back down Porzingis twice, the latter's formidable athleticism proved effective. However, Porzingis, summoning his strength to retaliate, was ultimately outpaced by Giannis, who executed a thunderous dunk. "Damn it, you stole one from me," Porzingis remarked. Porzingis then sought to respond with a challenge against Giannis, but was met with a denial. Giannis subsequently assisted Devin Booker, who scored a three-pointer, allowing the Lakers to finally take the lead. This encapsulates the allure of basketball. Seeing an opening, Anthony swiftly responded with a mid-range jumper. Giannis then delivered a long pass to Kobe, who was advancing towards the wing. Porzingis closely trailed Kobe, evidently intent on delivering a formidable block. Yet, Kobe deftly tossed the ball toward the backboard, only for Porzingis to leap, realizing too late that Kobe was not aiming for the basket. This was clearly intended for an alley-oop collaboration with Jiang Chenyu. Dunk. As the game unfolded, each team exchanged spectacular plays, enhancing the spectacle of the match. The first quarter concluded with the Knicks leading 33-32, with Anthony scoring 10 points and Jiang Chenyu closely following with 8. One cannot deny the sweetness of this competition. The brief respite of 100 seconds passed swiftly, and both teams introduced their substitutes. Speaking of substitutes, the Knicks bench was formidable, featuring players like Derek Williams and Lance Thomas, each capable of contributing double-digit points. The Lakers, meanwhile, had no option but to continue with Kobe, who had rested for a minute at the end of the first quarter. However, Kobe's individual impact proved limited as the Knicks swiftly widened the point gap. Fortunately, Nick Young and Jeremy Lin managed to sink three-pointers, providing timely relief for their team. Soon, Kobe, fatigued, was substituted out. The substitute Jiang Chenyu and the Greek Freak brought a glimmer of hope to the team. On the opposing side, Holiday was brought in for this offensive play, and he appeared to be invigorated, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers, extinguishing the Lakers' hopes once more. Jiang Chenyu subsequently assisted Jeremy Lin in scoring a layup. The current Jeremy Lin is far removed from his former self, and his performance has notably declined, prompting the Lakers to consider trading him. However, in order to secure a replacement, they opted to extend Lin's contract. Chapter 18. Is this not a gift of the game-winning shot? Holiday continued to shoot three-pointers, though unfortunately, he missed. But the center who stepped in managed to grab the rebound and score with a putback. Soon, the second quarter concluded with both teams exchanging points fiercely, ending with a tight score of 58-57, with the Knicks leading by a single point. During halftime, Scott hurriedly devised strategies, substituting Nick Young, knowing that Young would not adhere to the game plan, as he is often inconsistent. The Lakers reverted to their most fundamental pick-and-roll strategy, as Scott was limited to such basic plays, leaving the team with no choice but to execute them. As the halftime break concluded, the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball, with Devin Booker delivering a long pass to Kobe, who glanced at the clock before passing the ball to Jiang Chenyu. In this match, Jiang Chenyu faced off against Anthony, undeniably his most formidable opponent in recent games. Anthony's defensive prowess compelled Jiang to pass the ball back to Devin Booker. It is reminiscent of the fierce encounters between Anthony and Kobe in the past, which left an indelible mark on the memories of all fans. Unfortunately, Jiang Chenyu could not replicate such electrifying moments, effectively being dominated on both ends by Anthony. It is worth noting that the Knicks were initially at the bottom of the league this year, with their only significant change being the addition of Holiday. Although Holiday averages 20 points per game, the Lakers' struggles against this team seem rather absurd. Shortly thereafter, Jokic missed a three-pointer, allowing Anthony to swiftly advance with the ball, prompting Jiang to rush forward in defense. Despite possessing a defensive capability rating of 600, which is quite elite, Jiang appeared insignificant against Anthony's offensive maneuvers, as Anthony executed 2 consecutive crossovers that left Jiang off balance. When Anthony began to drive towards the basket, Jiang was fortunate enough to anticipate his direction. However, Anthony executed a pull-up jumper and Jiang attempted to contest the shot, only to be met with an and-one play. Curse be the formidable Anthony. Jiang finally understood why Kobe nearly clashed with him in the past. Jiang, eager to respond, unfortunately missed his three-point attempt. Yet, standing beneath the basket, Giannis seized the moment to secure a putback dunk. Anthony then sought to isolate Jiang once more, causing Jiang to panic, a stark reflection of the disparity between him and elite superstars. Noticing Anthony with the ball, Kobe swiftly switched defensive duties with Jiang, who expressed his gratitude with a glance. Kobe's defense proved immediate, as Anthony's mid-range shot clanked off the rim. Subsequently, Kobe passed the ball to Jiang, who executed an alley-oop pass to Giannis, only for Giannis's dunk attempt to ricochet off the backboard. Porzingis secured the defensive rebound and quickly passed to Holiday, who sank a three-pointer. Holiday and Devin Booker exchanged three-point shots, keeping the score tightly contested without a clear victor emerging. It was rather comical that a struggling Lakers team was proving so challenging. It seemed they had no intentions of reaching the playoffs this year. The Knicks coach berated the players, exclaiming that it was not a matter of desire but rather that the Lakers were simply too strong, having recently secured a 5-game winning streak. Regardless, the coach insisted that if they could not make the playoffs, they should not expect to leave. As the timeout concluded, Kobe's three-pointer tied the game. Yet Porzingis responded fiercely in the paint, unfazed by Giannis's double team, and executed a thunderous dunk. Incredible. Dunking over 2 defenders. Is that even possible? Jiang Chenyu stood by, utterly astonished. Upon witnessing himself being dunked over, Giannis was visibly displeased and promptly signaled for the ball, eager to engage in a one-on-one play. Scott, standing nearby, erupted in anger, vociferously reprimanding Giannis. Undeterred, Giannis seized the ball and commenced his offensive. In no time, he discovered a pathway to penetrate the defense, executing a thunderous dunk. While it may not have been a posterization, it sufficed to alleviate his frustrations. Thus, the third quarter concluded with both teams locked in a fierce scoring contest, ending at an even 85-85, significantly enhancing the spectacle of the game. As the fourth quarter commenced, Jiang Chenyu remained on the sidelines, replenishing his energy, knowing that stamina in the final moments was paramount. The first 3 quarters had been a relentless exchange, and the anticipation for the climactic conclusion was palpable. Kobe and Anthony once again sank three-pointers, keeping the score tightly contested. Following this, Kobe's long two-pointer missed its mark, but Lopez capitalized with a successful layup. 3 minutes later, both teams had reinstated their starting lineups, signifying the imminent showdown. Anthony landed another mid-range jumper, having already amassed an impressive 30 points for the evening. Damn, it feels like all of you are in peak form against us Lakers, Giannis remarked. Indeed, the Lakers' defensive strategy remained a significant concern. Only Kobe and Giannis exhibited notable defensive prowess. Jiang Chenyu's defensive capabilities were adequate, yet his lack of experience rendered him unable to pose a substantial threat to the opposition. Jiang Chenyu exerted himself diligently, utilizing the remnants of his physical strength to lead his team through arduous challenges. Kobe also began to exert his influence, with both teams' clutch players striving valiantly. The host's innate talent, clutch performer, has been activated and the timer has commenced. At this moment, Jiang Chenyu suddenly realized that his precious system had come forth to assist him. He immediately called for the ball, fully aware that his shooting accuracy would significantly improve. Devin Booker, noticing Jiang Chenyu's request, readily passed the ball to him. However, Jiang Chenyu's attempt at a pull-up three-pointer missed its mark. This was perplexing. Was it not said that the big heart had been activated? Why was he still inaccurate? It was precisely because of this ill-timed three-point attempt that the deficit widened to 5 points. With merely 2 minutes remaining in the match, trailing by 5 points could be deemed as a foregone conclusion. Jiang Chenyu subsequently launched a three-pointer, and this time, faced with intense defense. Fortune smiled upon him as he scored effortlessly. Anthony then began to manage the clock, while Kobe applied stringent pressure on him. Jiang Chenyu surmised that Anthony was unlikely to attempt a solo play. Indeed, Anthony, considering the larger context of the game, passed the ball to Holiday, who, under defensive duress, sank a three-pointer. Astonishingly, this shot went in, leaving Jiang Chenyu in awe. The Lakers, however, remained reluctant to slow down, opting instead for fast breaks. Yet, this strategy bore its own drawbacks, as accuracy would inevitably wane. In such moments, a player with Kobe's resolute spirit was bound to rise to the occasion. In true to form, Kobe delivered a crucial three-pointer to stem the tide. Shortly thereafter, Holiday mishandled the ball, paving the way for a Lakers counterattack. Now it was the Lakers' turn to manage the clock, as the score now stood at a mere 2-point deficit, presenting them with a genuine opportunity for a game-winning shot. Jiang Chenyu seized the ball, and with merely 30 seconds remaining in the match, he launched a three-point shot. Unfortunately, Jiang Chenyu's attempt did not find its mark. Fortuitously, Giannis secured the rebound and passed the ball back to Jiang Chenyu on the perimeter. Jiang Chenyu, this time, dared not take the shot. He could not allow his actions to jeopardize the game. He passed the ball to Kobe, whose time-pressured three-point attempt once again failed to find its mark. Porzingis secured the defensive rebound, leaving the Lakers with no choice but to commit a foul. Porzingis' free throw accuracy was lacking, as he only converted one of his 2 attempts. At this juncture, the Lakers had no opportunities for a three-pointer and resorted to a 2-point shot, bringing the score within a single point. Jiang Chenyu had no option but to foul again. This time, Holiday made a critical error, converting only one of his 2 free throws, leaving a mere 2-point deficit, presenting the Lakers with a significant opportunity for a last-second victory. At this moment, no one dared to interfere with Kobe's chance for the game winner. Kobe took possession of the ball, dribbling to manage the clock, clearly intending to attempt a buzzer-beater three-pointer. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Kobe seized the moment. He had witnessed countless similar game winners. Everyone advanced to pressure Kobe, including Anthony, who hesitated, retracting his outstretched hand. An open three-pointer. Was this not a gift for Kobe to seal the victory? A game winner. To be continued, Chapter 19, Miami a game winner. Was it truly to end this way? Jiang Chenyu and the other Lakers players were filled with confusion, yet 2 individuals were locked in a tight embrace, Kobe and Anthony. "Brother, why did you leave me open for that three-pointer?" Kobe inquired. The three-pointer was indeed given up by Anthony. The playoffs are undoubtedly significant. But in light of our bond, such matters pale in comparison. "I understand that you needed this victory more," Anthony replied. Kobe glanced at Anthony. The words he wished to express caught in his throat. "Brother, I wish you success in the playoffs," Anthony said. Upon returning to the locker room, a large bucket of ice prepared by Jiang Chenyu came rushing towards him. Clearly seasoned, Kobe deftly avoided the ice bucket. However, Jiang Chenyu had anticipated this well. Subsequently, Giannis grabbed another bucket of ice and drenched Kobe with it. Nevertheless, the time for celebration was limited, as the Lakers were soon to depart for their next destination. Upon reviewing the schedule, their joyful spirits were swiftly dashed. The Miami Heat. This team could be regarded as a powerhouse, with a championship probability this year exceeding that of the Lakers by 20%. A day later, every Lakers player was eager and prepared for this crucial match. True to form, the host announced the lineups for both teams. Heat roster: Dwayne Wade, Goran Dragic, Luol Deng, Chris Bosh, Hassan Whiteside. This lineup, aside from LeBron's departure, remains intact. The Lakers have preserved their previous roster: Devin Booker, Kobe, Jiang Chenyu, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Nikola Jokic. Soon enough, the match commenced with the Lakers launching a fierce offensive. Giannis's jump ball lived up to expectations as he dominated his adversaries with his sheer prowess. As the game unfolded, the tactical disparities between the teams became evident. Jiang Chenyu was intercepted by Wade on the offensive end, who then exploited his speed to score effortlessly. "Brother, you possess speed. But I too have my own. Do not presume you are the strongest in this realm." Wade commenced the match with a lesson directed at Jiang Chenyu. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu demanded the ball on offense, clearly intent on avenging his earlier humiliation. Kobe, recognizing the situation, orchestrated a mismatch to position Jiang Chenyu against Wade. At this early stage of the match, there was no necessity for such seriousness from either side. Jiang Chenyu understood that he could not surpass Wade with mere speed, so he opted for a step-back three-pointer, effortlessly sinking the shot. "Brother, I possess not only speed but also precision from beyond the arc," Jiang Chenyu provocatively challenged Wade. Wade, however, was not a man to be trifled with. Inciting his wrath could lead to dire consequences. Subsequently, Wade passed the ball to Bosch, who found himself matched against Antetokounmpo. The strength of both players would undoubtedly diminish in response to the opposing defense. Bosch attempted to overpower Antetokounmpo, but to no avail, ultimately dishing the ball to Whiteside in the paint. Whiteside executed a reverse layup, successfully scoring. The score stood at 5-3. Jiang Chenyu subsequently passed the ball to Devin Booker. In this instance, Jiang was matched up against Dragic, a formidable opponent, compelling him to pass the ball to the relatively weaker Devin Booker. Booker attempted a three-point shot, but unfortunately, it did not find its mark. Wade and Bosch executed a brilliant play, with Bosch effortlessly catching Wade's alley-oop for a successful dunk. The game had only just begun, yet both teams were scoring consecutively, much to the delight of the spectators. However, such impeccable shooting could not be sustained indefinitely. Kobe's three-pointer and Luol Deng's mid-range jumper both missed, and Giannis began to assert his dominance once again. The Heat had long been prepared to counter Giannis, fully aware that his strength could not be exploited recklessly. Thus, they resorted to double-teaming. Wade, seizing the opportunity, stripped the ball from Giannis, leading to a fast-break layup that found the net. In the subsequent two plays, Wade decisively scored against Kobe. The once great Kobe, now aging, could no longer match the speed of the Flash. Wade. "I've got this, Wade," Jiang Chenyu called out as he observed that Kobe was unable to keep up with Wade's explosive pace. Hearing Jiang's words, Kobe quickly switched to defend Jiang, who tightly focused on Wade, declaring, "You have speed, but so do I." Wade accelerated. Jiang Chenyu saw through Wade's acceleration. He initially believed he could effortlessly defend against Wade. Yet he suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past his ear. How swift! Jiang Chenyu is renowned for his speed, yet in this instance, he was effortlessly surpassed by Wade in a single stride. Wade executed a layup with ease. At this moment, no one dared to make a move or claim they could defend Wade one-on-one. How impressive! Jiang Chenyu has come to recognize Wade's formidable prowess. The score now stands at 20-13, and Jiang has been substituted. The Lakers exhibit no semblance of resistance, despite his well-rounded skills. They lack an outstanding player akin to Wade. "Jiang Chenyu, let us see what you can do." From the bench, Kobe remarks to Jiang, "This time, it's not about winning. As long as you keep the score within a 10-point margin, I shall reward you with a lady to warm your bed." Nick Young quips to Jiang. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chenyu was instantly invigorated, signaling to the coach his desire to take the court. "No way, you're joking." "And he actually believes it," Kobe remarked. "Oh, come now. It's merely a few girls. I can handle that. This time, let that Chinese fellow also savor the thrill of a sleepless night." Jiang Chenyu seemed genuinely provoked by those words, immediately stepping onto the stage to confront the challenge. Wade, seated on the bench, watched Jiang Chenyu's bold move with a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend his actions. Jiang Chenyu's entrance onto the court had an immediate impact, swiftly diminishing Wade's offensive efforts. It is noteworthy that the current Miami Heat has gradually transformed into a team where one player dominates the city, with Wade being the unequivocal core player. Luol Deng has yet to leave the court, voluntarily matching up against Jiang Chenyu. As the first quarter concluded, the Heat trailed by a mere 3 points as they entered the second quarter. With the commencement of the second quarter, both teams deployed their bench players. "Damn Wade. How does he manage to be so quick?" Jiang Chenyu remarked. You are mistaken. Not only is he fast, but he has also gifted you a pair of torn menisci," Lin Shiheo replied. "What do you mean?" Devin Booker inquired. Back when he entered the league, due to persistent injuries, he had one of his menisci removed, yet he remains remarkably formidable, Nick Young stated. "What is that compared to? If we are talking about strength, we must consider Kobe. Remember, Kobe once hit a game-winning three-pointer over Wade, which left Wade utterly humbled," Lin Shiheo added. Jiang Chenyu stood by, utterly astonished, not expecting this individual to possess such formidable strength. As the second quarter progressed to its midpoint, both teams' starting lineups re-entered the court, and Jiang Chenyu was among them. Jiang Chenyu glanced at Wade, realizing that this time it would not be easy. Chapter 20, stumbled. Clearly, this was a grueling battle. Jiang Chenyu felt the strain. For so many days, no one in the NBA had been able to apply pressure on him. Not even the Lakers' star Kobe or the tough cousins had managed to unsettle him. Yet, here was Wade, at the twilight of his career, somehow managing to create pressure. Wade once again powered through, completing a three-point play, and his free throw was solidly converted, adding further pressure on the Lakers. 2 minutes later, Wade and Bosch combined their efforts, wreaking havoc both inside and outside, prompting Lakers coach Scott to call another timeout. What was happening with Wade? Were they unable to compete against a strong team? Were they destined to be dominated like this? It was a clear attempt to provoke. Jiang Chenyu and Antetokounmpo lifted their heads, evidently unfazed by such simple tactics. However, while it might not affect them, it certainly could resonate with Kobe. Provocation is highly effective against masters. Kobe's fury was terrifying within the league. Well then, if we, the Lakers, have fallen to such depths. Let me show you what true garbage looks like, Kobe declared with palpable anger. It was evident that he was genuinely upset. Upon returning from the timeout, Wade's onslaught continued to trouble Kobe, yet his speed was lacking, compensating with sheer strength. Kobe's prowess was evidently superior to Wade's, unable to contain Wade. Kobe was easily outmaneuvered, but he stayed right behind Wade as he attempted a layup, a monumental block. Although Kobe had aged, his leaping ability remained undiminished, and Wade, not exerting all his energy, found himself thwarted by Kobe's effortless rejection. Jokic, witnessing Kobe's block, quickly secured the defensive rebound and tossed the ball to point guard Devin Booker. Booker advanced the ball, seizing a fast break opportunity. However, he opted not to rush it, instead passing it to Antetokounmpo, who began a low-post isolation. Wow, how formidable is this guy? Antetokounmpo, still naive and inexperienced, was unaware of the era Bosch hailed from, a period known for its physicality. Naturally, Bosch's ability to contest was formidable. He swiftly intercepted Antetokounmpo's attempt, and Booker also displayed his dissatisfaction with Antetokounmpo's play. This time, Wade refrained from taking the shot himself, passing the ball to Luol Deng. Deng preferred a more cautious approach, hesitant to engage in one-on-one play like Wade. Dribbling repeatedly, the team struggled to execute their strategy. He glanced at the shot clock, 5 seconds remaining. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Time was running out. Deng, with Jiang Chenyu defending him closely, launched a long-range three-pointer. Jiang Chenyu seized the opportunity, swiftly blocking Luol Deng, then secured the ball and embarked on a fast break, scoring with a layup. Alas, I had initially intended to execute a dunk. Jiang Chenyu noticed Wade's swift defensive maneuver and hurriedly remarked, Jiang Chenyu, I have a question. Do you enjoy eating tomatoes? You seem to mention them quite frequently. Nick Young, who had just come off the bench, inquired. What? That is a term we use in China to insult someone, akin to damn it. It sounds quite similar to your country's tomato, Jiang Chenyu remarked. Nick Young had no choice but to respond with a gesture of defiance. Wade was somewhat provoked this time, as his team had suffered 2 consecutive blocks, which undoubtedly would have a significant impact on their morale. Wade directed his frustration towards Jiang Chenyu, demonstrating his utmost respect for Kobe and refraining from taking any aggressive action against him. In front of the entire audience, Wade signaled his intention to engage Jiang Chenyu in a one-on-one confrontation. This could spell a decline in Jiang Chenyu's market value, he mused. Indeed, Wade was formidable. With 2 feints followed by a prayer-like gesture, Jiang Chenyu's balance was greatly disrupted. Jiang Chenyu endeavored to recalibrate his focus, yet Wade's dribbling prowess was utterly formidable. In a moment of desperation, Jiang opted for tight defense, which greatly aided in stabilizing his balance despite the heightened risk of being outmaneuvered. Wade boldly chose to drive forward, and by a stroke of fortune, Jiang managed to keep pace. He accelerated to avert being easily surpassed. Alas, Wade's seasoned experience allowed him to discern Jiang's subtle trickery. Executing a swift change of direction, Jiang, failing to halt in time, found himself unceremoniously outwitted. Damn it, you actually managed to throw me off balance, he thought as Wade effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Thus, the second quarter concluded with Wade's impressive display. Gosh, Wade has already scored 20 points. Why is it that every time we face them, they perform so well? Devin Booker remarked. It's inevitable. Our defense is woeful, allowing their star players to dominate. Kobe responded. With this mindset, victory will always elude us. We must conquer this challenge to have any hope of success, Scott asserted. As halftime came to a close, the Lakers resumed with their optimal lineup, knowing that this was the only way to address their defensive shortcomings. Coward, do you dare to confront us head-on? What kind of hero relies on three-pointers? Bosch taunted as Jokic landed a step-back three-pointer, igniting a barrage of trash talk. What did you say? Jokic retorted, unable to tolerate the provocation. I was speaking directly to you. What can you do about it? Just then, Jiang Chenyu and Kobe, who had just retreated to defend, rushed over. Enough already. You wouldn't want to risk a suspension, would you? Kobe interjected, swiftly separating the two. Humph, your soft team is unworthy of competing against us. Who are you calling a soft team? Jiang Chenyu countered indignantly. I'm talking about you, and your gameplay resembles that of a grade schooler. What right do you have to play in the NBA? Go back to your homeland. Jiang Chenyu, already seething with anger, found his fury erupting in response to Bosch's blatant racism. Without hesitation, he charged forward, forcefully pushing Bosch to the ground, disregarding the latter's imposing physique. At that moment, the referee ambled over, observing the players engaged in a brawl, yet refraining from intervening. He understood that this was the opportune moment to impose suspensions. The substitute players surged onto the scene, swiftly separating the combatants. Realizing he could now officiate, the referee approached. Jiang Chenyu was penalized for an unsportsmanlike foul, resulting in 2 free throws. Bosch received a technical foul in addition to the unsportsmanlike foul, leading to 3 free throws. All others involved in the skirmish were also assessed technical fouls. This ruling effectively penalized nearly everyone present. Nick Young approached Jiang Chenyu and remarked, "Brother, you were impressive. You truly stand up for what you believe." At this moment, Jiang Chenyu was not in the mood for jest. He resolutely continued the match. On the basketball court, one should let the ball do the talking. Jiang Chenyu subsequently gestured his intent to match up against Bosch, who, unperturbed, boldly engaged Jiang Chenyu in a fierce exchange of blows. Jiang Chenyu was acutely aware that he was no match for Bosch in their confrontation, so he executed a feigned 3-point shot, successfully deceiving Bosch. Seizing the moment, Jiang swiftly penetrated the defense. However, Wade and Luol Deng's quick rotations thwarted his advance, leaving him with no choice but to pass the ball to the perimeter where Kobe awaited. Kobe, finding himself unguarded, effortlessly sank the three-pointer. How infuriating it was to have forgotten about Kobe lurking beyond the arc, Wade lamented. After a couple of rounds of missed shots, both teams regained their rhythm. And as they entered the fourth quarter, the score stood at a mere 4-point difference. Chapter 21. Wade's clutch shot. With the referee's whistle signaling the onset of the fourth quarter, Devin Booker took the ball up the court. After a series of off-ball movements, Booker utilized a screen to create an open 3-point opportunity. With just 3 seconds remaining, Wade and Bosch converged on Booker. Yet he deftly passed the ball to the unmarked Jiang Chenyu. Jiang Chenyu did not disappoint the expectations of many, successfully sinking a 3-pointer from an empty position. However, it is perplexing, was it not said that Kobe often relished double teams? Yet, throughout this game, I have not observed Kobe encountering such situations on multiple occasions. Jiang Chenyu was puzzled. You are mistaken. Kobe is, in fact, a man who resides within highlights. Otherwise, how could his shooting percentage be so unimpressive? Giannis approached Jiang Chenyu and spoke. Wade subsequently found his rhythm, showing no fear against Kobe's defense. It is noteworthy that Wade had already amassed 34 points. Could it be that he is on the verge of scoring 50 in this game? Utilizing a pick-and-roll, Wade once more found himself open. This time, he resembled the Wade of yesteryears when LeBron was on the team, launching the ball skyward, a familiar connection known as the Wade-LeBron link. Yet, this time, the connection was not with LeBron, but with Bosch. Wade glanced back, realizing that the familiar LeBron was no longer with the Heat. The current LeBron was thriving in his hometown of Cleveland, leading a team that was a strong contender for the championship. Jiang Chenyu, regardless of Wade's sentiments, launched the ball into the distance, where Kobe was already poised, ready to receive an alley-oop assist that led to Giannis's resounding dunk. How infuriating. To have a point stolen from us, Wade lamented. Old Six is the deity of basketball, Jiang Chenyu responded. Wade subsequently attempted a 3-pointer that missed the mark, followed by Kobe's mid-range shot, which also clanged off the rim. I've noticed that whenever they fail to score, we are likely to falter as well. What could be the reason for this? Lin Shaheo inquired from the bench, addressing Coach Scott. Well, there is but one explanation. When the opponent fails to score, we tend to opt for high-value 3-point attempts, whereas if they succeed, we play it safe and steady. Jiang Chenyu and Devin Booker exhibited remarkable cunning in this round, feigning a defensive lapse to allow Bosch an opportunity for a 3-pointer, which, without a doubt, resulted in a complete airball. Giannis Antetokounmpo seized the rebound within the paint and promptly passed the ball to the driving Jokic, who astonishingly failed to convert the wide-open layup. For heaven's sake, can you all take this seriously? We are still trailing behind. However, it became evident that it was not a lack of desire to win from the Lakers players, but rather that they were utterly fatigued, having played 2 consecutive quarters without a moment's respite. Finally, Wade broke the ice in the fourth quarter, forcefully driving to the basket to secure his inaugural points of the period. Jiang Chenyu launched a swift counterattack, drawing a foul and converting both free throws. The score remained tightly contested, indicating that the outcome was still uncertain. Victory is ours. No one can impede our streak of triumph, Jiang Chenyu asserted. Oh, that's not necessarily the case. Throughout this entire match, you have been consistently pressured by us. It is rather presumptuous to speak of victory, Wade retorted. Upon reflection, he realized that throughout the game, he had failed to seize control, genuinely being dominated by the Heat. Subsequently, Whiteside powered through, resulting in an N1 opportunity. Although he missed the free throw, Giannis swiftly advanced, passing the ball to Jokic, who missed yet another dunk attempt. Unbelievable. How is this even possible? Let's make some substitutions, exclaimed Lakers head coach Scott, promptly initiating a change. This time, Jiang Chenyu moved to the power forward position. Giannis took on center, and newly substituted Nick Young occupied the small forward spot. Nick Young, you must adhere to the strategy this time. Otherwise, I reserve the right to replace you without hesitation, Scott warned. You can be as demanding as you wish, but do you dare? He joked. At this moment, Jiang Chenyu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He already harbored animosity towards Bosch, and now he was tasked with matching up against him, which undoubtedly amplified the pressure on Jiang Chenyu, particularly as the power forward position primarily involves battling in the paint. Although Jiang Chenyu might truly struggle to contain Bosch offensively, it was equally improbable that Bosch could restrain Jiang Chenyu defensively. Consequently, both teams resorted to employing double-teaming strategies. With 2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, both teams had surpassed the century mark in scoring. In recent matches, none of the Lakers' scores had fallen below 100 points. Jiang Chenyu subsequently scored a pivotal basket, narrowing the gap to a mere 3 points. A minute later, Devin Booker executed a crucial steal on the defensive end, followed by Kobe's audacious three-pointer, leveling the score. The Lakers, who had been subdued throughout the night, felt their fury ignited at that moment. Did you truly believe victory was within your grasp? As the crowd erupted in celebration, a voice resonated through the arena. Wade then seized the ball, deliberately running down the clock, causing a chill to wash over the Lakers. The ball was then passed to Whiteside, who drew a foul on the offensive end. Fortunately, he managed to convert one of the 2 free throws, allowing the Lakers to regain the upper hand once more. Jiang Chenyu executed a swift maneuver, deftly bypassing Bosch to make a layup. The ball ricocheted off the rim once, then again, before finally sinking in. This moment could be deemed a near-game winner, as the Lakers were on the verge of victory. However, Wade was still in play. Subsequently, as Wade received the ball, a wave of unease swept over all Lakers players. The timer continued its relentless countdown, and Wade faced 2 choices, a game-winning shot or a loss. Naturally, our esteemed Wade would not concede defeat. In the final 2 seconds, Jiang Chenyu, Kobe, and Giannis closed in on Wade. Although Wade had the option to pass the ball, doing so would diminish their chances of winning. He had no choice but to attempt the shot himself. With defenders in his face, Wade made a difficult three-pointer. A game winner. The timer expired just as the ball went through the net, marking it as a definitive clutch shot. Well done, Wade, as he once again ascended the scoring podium. Performing his signature celebration, Wade shouted, "This is my house." Kobe chuckled and hurried over to engage in conversation with Wade. Years prior, Kobe had made a buzzer beater over Wade. Now, Wade had returned the favor. "Hey, you owe me a game winner now," Wade jested. "Not at all. You once did that to me," Kobe replied with a laugh. This defeat had its reasons, as a string of away games had weakened the players' performance. In this match, the highest scorer for the Lakers, Jiang Chenyu, managed only 25 points, while Wade of the Heat amassed a staggering 44 points. It appeared to be the return of the master. The host, having been outmaneuvered this game, faced a penalty from the system, resulting in a deduction of 2,000 points. Should the host be outmaneuvered 5 times in total, the system would self-destruct. "No. Please don't leave me," the host pleaded. "Please, strive harder." Wait, what? To be continued. Chapter 22, Separation after the Lakers lost to the Heat. They faced their remaining 4 battles, which lacked any notable intrigue, hence will not be detailed. These 4 contests were against the Magic, Mavericks, Pistons, and Suns. None of these teams possessed significant strength. Following the game against the Magic, the Lakers headed towards Dallas. The consecutive away games adversely affected the Lakers' performance, leading to another defeat against the Mavericks. Jiang Chenyu managed to score a mere 14 points, with a disheartening rating of only 5.3 in the subsequent 2 matches. The Lakers regained their confidence by winning on home turf with a margin exceeding 20 points. During this period, Jiang Chenyu reflected on numerous memories. Herein lies Jiang Chenyu's recollections. "Brother Jiang, when we grow up, would it be good if I marry you?" Undoubtedly, the words spoken by the girl resonate most vividly in Jiang Chenyu's memory. All right, Let us promise to attend the same high school and the same university, so we can be together. MHM. However, plans often fall prey to unforeseen circumstances. The world does not unfold like a poignant film. While many assert that love can transcend death and separation, the reality is starkly different. Scientists have demonstrated that even the deepest affections can only sustain themselves through hormonal responses for a maximum of 5 years. Thus, after this period, one may inevitably grow weary of their beloved. This phenomenon also elucidates why first loves from childhood seldom culminate in marriage. The astute Jiang Chenyu soon grasped this truth. Recognizing that the promise made in the present was likely unattainable, he cherished the moments spent with the girl, savoring them as they unfolded. 3 years later, both Jiang Chenyu and the girl found themselves in high school. As his father had remarked, Jiang Chenyu departed from the city in pursuit of his basketball dreams. Coincidentally, this year marked 5 years since he had developed feelings for the girl. The time had come for farewells. Girl, she turned back, meeting Jiang Chenyu's awkward gaze, aware that she might need to confront the inevitable. Girl, I must part ways with you. Jiang Chenyu spoke with a countenance of embarrassment, expressing his profound helplessness. Deep down, he still harbored feelings for the girl. Was it that sports academy who said that I couldn't gain admission through my academic prowess? It turns out that, at this juncture, there truly exist formidable challenges that knowledge alone cannot surmount. Nevertheless, although I may not be able to attend that prestigious institution, I can enroll in a nearby school of slightly lesser repute. Just as you once said, we shall never be apart. The girl remarked. Is that truly the case? However, if so, you must understand that mutual affection often leads to brevity in conversation, unlike the candid exchanges I share with my closest friends. Fear not, I shall accompany you, just as you once supported me. Indeed, Jiang Chenyu was beginning to feel a sense of weariness toward the girl, evident in the absence of any longing for her. Yet, the girl was different. She regarded Jiang Chenyu with the innocence of a child toward their parents. In the past, Jiang Chenyu had exerted himself for her, much like a parent would for their child. The scene shifted once more. Jiang Chenyu, you must look after our girl. At this moment, the girl's family had ascended to affluence, while Jiang Chenyu's family remained stagnant. He himself was oblivious to the turmoil at home, having devoted all his familial love to the girl. Though I cannot be by her side at all times, I shall exert every ounce of my strength to ensure her safety. Thus, with a solemn promise, Jiang Chenyu embarked on his high school journey. Competitions, training, competitions. Training, this constituted Jiang Chenyu's daily existence. Originally, he would visit the girl twice a week, but now, he had even forgotten her. However, fate had other plans. In 2012, a nationwide crisis emerged, leading to the trafficking of individuals, particularly young women. During this turbulent period, calamity struck. Hello, is this Jiang Chenyu? Your girl has been sold. At that moment, Jiang Chenyu was participating in the Brooklyn Challenge, dismissing the news with indifference. Don't jest with me. If you continue this farce, I swear I'll take drastic measures. Jiang Chenyu, preoccupied with his commitments, had little time to concern himself with such matters. Moreover, he had heard this type of jest far too often to take it seriously. I'm not joking. Rumors have spread throughout the dormitories. Many from the neighboring school have gone missing. Jiang Chenyu was flustered this time. He hastily took out his phone, having previously contemplated numerous calls. Yet now he was at a loss as to which one to make. What should he do now? Should he report it to the authorities? But what good would that do? He should quickly inquire at the neighboring school. Jiang Chenyu hurriedly ran to the neighboring school, consumed by regret over the disappearance of the girl. The intensity of training combined with the day's frantic pace had left him utterly exhausted, leading him to faint. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in the infirmary of the adjacent school. A myriad of questions plagued his mind. Yet the one he yearned to ask the most remained. Had the girl been abducted? The truth was harsh. She was indeed missing, and the school could only express their helplessness in response. Damn it, if only I could discover the identity of the wretched individual responsible for her trafficking, I would ensure they faced a fate most brutal. At this moment, Jiang Chenyu was exceedingly furious, yet he found himself powerless, resorting to harboring his own frustration. Since he was unaware of the perpetrator's identity, he resolved to obliterate them entirely. His anger had eclipsed his inherent kindness, prompting him to dash out of the school. After a brief inquiry, he uncovered the identity of the individual involved in the trafficking of women. It turned out that there was no organized syndicate on his side. Rather, only an amateur with a curious disposition emerged as the prime suspect. Jiang Chenyu swiftly inquired about his location, and thus commenced a journey of vengeance. This place was, in fact, not far from Jiang Chenyu's rented apartment. He hailed a taxi and arrived in a mere 10 minutes. As per his usual observations, the suspect would typically emerge around this time to gather information. The area was relatively secluded, rendering any visitor conspicuous. Hence, Jiang Chenyu's presence would be quite evident. Curse it! How could he possibly conceal himself? Jiang Chenyu concealed himself within a thicket, yet the individual was remarkably familiar with the terrain and swiftly discovered his hiding place. With no alternative, Jiang Chenyu had no choice but to confront the challenge head-on. Jiang Chenyu had just dashed out, eager to take the initiative, when that person's phone rang, causing him to turn and leave. Fortunately, he evaded a close call. Jiang Chenyu followed the individual to his lair. Peering inside, he observed nothing amiss. However, something felt off. The person entered a nearly 500 square meter chamber and did not emerge again. There was indeed a cause for concern. Jiang Chenyu understood that this was likely a place where women were imprisoned. 2 hours later, having found no clues outside, he resolved to charge in. To bully a girl, I shall make you pay in blood. Chapter 23. Evidence. The following content is a recollection of Jiang Chenyu. The entrance was foreboding, resembling a door that had not been opened for many years. Jiang Chenyu understood that this was the deceitful disguise crafted by that wretched individual to obscure the truth. Jiang Chenyu gradually approached the door, and at last, he confirmed his suspicion. In moments of profound terror, one truly trembles all over. The door now lay before him. Emulating the manner of that individual, he slowly pushed the handle open, peering inside to gauge the situation, before quietly stepping in. Everything appeared to be normal. Jiang Chenyu mused silently to himself. Jiang Chenyu stepped inside, finding himself in an expansive and desolate space, devoid of any presence. It was evident that this locale was designed to confound any intruders. But wait, if this was the case, where could the actual detention site be? Jiang Chenyu glanced around, sensing that this place was rather confined. Yet, he distinctly observed that individual approaching through that door. Where could that person possibly be? He could only wait passively for an opportunity to present itself. Jiang Chenyu and others concealed themselves in a secluded spot. As 2 hours elapsed, the pangs of hunger began to render Jiang Chenyu lightheaded. It was then that an individual emerged from between two stones, dragging a girl along while conversing on the phone. Jiang Chenyu leaned in to listen, catching snippets of the conversation. Hello, Jiang. Has the girl you prepared been set? Ensure you adhere to my instructions. Yes, indeed. The fee required here is 2,000 yuan, and I will personally deliver her to you. All right, transfer the payment to your card promptly, and make sure to arrive within 2 days. The individual then dragged the girl away and loaded her into a vehicle. Observing that the car remained stationary for an extended period, Jiang Chenyu approached the stones with cautious intent. Jiang Chenyu moved aside the 2 stones and, indeed, discovered a hidden passage. Astonishingly, it was concealed right before such unassuming stones. Jiang Chenyu stepped inside, yet he still did not see the girl or the other ladies. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. Countless slips of paper were scattered about, inscribed with the names of numerous girls alongside their prices. Jiang Chenyu sifted through them and, indeed, found the girl he was searching for. It became clear that these affluent individuals intended to exploit human bodies to develop a virus antidote. Selecting only the most desirable girls for their purposes, no wonder she was among them. The trail ended here, and Jiang Chenyu realized that the individual he was tracking was about to embark on a journey. He could not linger any longer. He had to keep pace with this person. Indeed, the vehicle had not yet departed. Jiang Chenyu stealthily approached the car, peering through a crack to discern what the individual was up to. As Jiang Chenyu gazed ahead, he noticed that the girl had already succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. The man was engaged in a vigorous exercise with her, both of them drenched in perspiration within the confines of the vehicle, the scene utterly captivating. This marked Jiang Chenyu's first encounter with the man's appearance. He concealed himself in the trunk, meticulously observing the unfolding events. Who could it be? Jiang Chenyu was taken aback, and the man immediately halted his exercise, hastily inquiring. Jiang Chenyu glanced again. The man had donned his clothes and taken up 2 iron rods, descending from the vehicle in search of someone. Meanwhile, the girl remained unclothed before Jiang Chenyu, causing him to experience an unexpected nosebleed. This was the first time he had witnessed such a spectacle. To save or not to save, Jiang Chenyu opted for the latter, for he could not afford to jeopardize his entire plan for the sake of rescuing a single individual. If that person were to discover that the girl had been saved, it is possible that Jiang Chenyu would never see her again. Something feels amiss. It seems someone is approaching, yet there is no one in sight. Jiang Chenyu heard the murmurs of that individual and hastily leaped back into the trunk. It was this very leap that rendered Jiang Chenyu utterly astonished. From the compartment of the trunk, a corpse suddenly sprang forth, landing on Jiang Chenyu, instilling him with sheer terror. Good heavens, this person is truly deranged, audacious enough to take a life. Jiang Chenyu suddenly came to his senses and contemplated inwardly. Jiang Chenyu glanced at the lifeless body, which was evidently in a state of advanced decomposition, indicating that this deranged individual had taken a life some time ago. Goodness, what a ruthless person. It was fortunate that he had not opposed him earlier. A hint of trepidation flickered in Jiang Chenyu's eyes. Jiang Chenyu glanced at the individual behind the wheel, who, evidently, had not noticed his presence. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chenyu swiftly devised an ingenious plan. "Hello, Mr. Wang. I have arrived. Please come down now to inspect the goods." The opportunity had presented itself. Jiang Chenyu hastily exited the vehicle and swiftly made his way to the nearby grand tree. Lying in wait for an opportunity, Jiang Chenyu was acutely aware that he alone could not possibly contend with the two formidable opponents. Should he act first, he would likely find himself in a vulnerable position. Jiang Chenyu discreetly activated the camera function, positioning himself beside the tree to capture candid shots. How does this turn out? Does it meet my standards? Mr. Wang, let us not discuss this here. We might get caught. No worries. Look around. There's no one in sight. The individual glanced back, nearly spotting Jiang Chenyu concealed behind the tree. That was close. Jiang Chenyu turned back to capture another shot, witnessing them lift the girl and usher her into a house. This locale was not in a bustling area, rendering Jiang Chenyu's filming devoid of purpose, as he could not discern their actions. He could only confirm that these two individuals were escorting a girl into the residence, lacking concrete evidence. Reluctantly, in pursuit of more comprehensive evidence, Jiang Chenyu decided to delve deeper into the den of danger. The interior of the house resembled a laboratory, and as Jiang Chenyu surveyed his surroundings, he found nothing amiss. The specimens were merely animal remains. It dawned on him that these individuals were intent on concocting an antidote for a virus. Having realized that animals could not yield the necessary cure, they resorted to capturing humans as specimens. At that moment, as he reflected on the past, a sardonic smile crept across Jiang Chenyu's face, for he was acutely aware that prior to his arrival in this realm, no crisis had ever unfolded. The internet had merely propagated the prophecy of the Atlanteans, foretelling a devastating virus in 2012 that would annihilate all existence. The accuracy of the Atlantean prophecy had instilled unwavering belief in many. However, as one who had traversed time, Jiang Chenyu knew that this prophecy had never materialized. Was it possible that the Atlanteans had finally erred in their predictions? No, it was simply that they miscalculated the timing. Should humanity persist in its disregard for ecological preservation, a day would inevitably come when humanity would face extinction. Jiang Chenyu continued to step into the laboratory, where the contents gradually unfolded before his eyes. What a predicament! This time, Jiang Chenyu found himself inescapably ensnared. Discovered within the enemy's lair, he faced a path leading only to demise. Mr. Wang hastened towards Jiang Chenyu with urgency, while another individual seized two iron rods. What to do now? Flee. Jiang Chenyu hurriedly retraced his steps, capturing the entire scene on video. Run, but you cannot escape. At that moment, President Wang had taken a shortcut and positioned himself ahead of Jiang Chenyu. When Jiang turned back, he discovered that the deranged individual was also lurking behind him. Since escape is futile, you are compelling me to fight for my life. To be continued. Chapter 24. The Chase. Do not resist. I shall make you aware of the perils of this world. No. We should ensure that he wishes for death instead. Jiang Chenyu observed the interplay between the two, feeling a profound sense of bewilderment. Escape? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Jiang Chenyu charged directly towards General Manager Wang, wagering everything on the belief that he could triumph over him. Jiang Chenyu, standing at an imposing height of 203 centimeters, found himself confronted by President Wang, who struck him forcefully on the neck. In response, Jiang Chenyu delivered a precise blow to Wang's temple. A strike to the temple can render a person momentarily unconscious, and upon witnessing President Wang collapse, Jiang Chenyu hastily continued his flight towards the exit. Yet, the question lingered. Where exactly was the exit? Jiang Chenyu unlocked his phone. At this moment, his device lacked the infamous navigation app, compelling him to resort to the most rudimentary version of Baidu Maps, where he retraced his recently taken route. Alas, he found himself compelled to return the same way he came. Jiang Chenyu gazed at his route and sighed. There was no other choice. He had to charge forward. Jiang Chenyu returned to that place once more, only to discover that the two individuals had fled with the girl. They must have been aware of Jiang Chenyu's continuous pursuit, prompting their escape. Should they manage to leave the country, it would mean that Jiang Chenyu would never again lay eyes on the girl. Jiang Chenyu glanced at the passers-by by the roadside and hurriedly inquired about the whereabouts of the two individuals. Have you seen two men dragging a woman along? He asked. No, was the unanimous response from the crowd. Jiang Chenyu realized that questioning these individuals was futile, even if they were aware of something. They would not divulge it to a mere bystander. Jiang Chenyu found himself bereft of time to squander, and thus he sprinted towards the horizon. For this was his sole chance. He contemplated what he would do were he in their position. Yet, no matter how he ruminated, his thoughts remained fixated on fleeing the country, as he was acutely aware that exposure loomed imminent. Should the authorities be alerted, it would spell his end, compelling him to seek refuge abroad. Suddenly, a realization struck him. How could he have forgotten that particular location? He knew that they would inevitably investigate his previous lair. If he arrived late, he feared they would either obliterate all evidence or whisk her away. Hence, Jiang Chenyu had to reach their destination before them. However, it was too late to ponder these matters now. Yet, if he did not strive earnestly, how could he ascertain his limits? Master, I will pay you triple if you can transport me to XXXXXXX at thrice the usual speed. The driver, however, countered with a demand for quintuple the fare. Without hesitation, the taxi driver accelerated to 120 kilometers per hour, reassured by the remoteness of their surroundings and the absence of surveillance cameras. My friend, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. It is simply impossible at this juncture, the driver lamented, gesturing towards the road ahead, where traffic had already begun to congest. It was clear that passage would not be feasible for some time. But wait, if we are ensnared in this traffic, how did they manage to depart? Jiang Chenyu abruptly seized the driver's seat, veering the car into the thicket, reaching a staggering speed of 150 miles per hour. Was such recklessness truly necessary, my friend? What exactly drives you? The taxi driver gazed at Jiang Chenyu, bewildered by his urgency. Young man, you are still too naive. Upon hearing this, the driver was even more perplexed. After all, he was undoubtedly older than Jiang Chenyu. Yet it was Jiang who seemed to lecture him. Upon arriving at their destination, the taxi was in a state of utter disarray, a testament to the fact that Jiang Chenyu had yet to acquire his driver's license. Jiang Chenyu hastily tossed all of his 1,000 yuan to the driver and swiftly made his way towards the location where the girl had been previously imprisoned. It was too late, still too late. Jiang Chenyu observed the scene and noticed that he could not see anyone. All the doors were ajar, and everyone had been taken away. After carefully examining the surroundings, he deduced that these individuals had undoubtedly fled the country, for they had no other place to go. Thus, Jiang Chenyu realized he too must leave the country to pursue them. Hello, Dad. I'm going abroad to study. That's all I wanted to say. Jiang Chenyu hung up the phone with ruthless finality, promptly booked a flight, and completed all necessary formalities to leave the country. Where was he headed? There was no choice but to venture to the United States, taking a gamble. Thus, Jiang Chenyu arrived in America. Jiang Chenyu also arrived in the United States through the avenue of basketball, and his high school was affiliated with a renowned NCAA team. However, his skills were lacking, and being of Chinese descent, he faced the harsh realities of racial discrimination prevalent against non-Americans during that era. Fortunately for Jiang Chenyu, he found himself at the serendipitous juncture of Jeremy Lin's peak career, leading the coach of his NCAA university to take a gamble on this young Chinese talent. Jiang Chenyu's performance in the NCAA has been remarkably outstanding. However, at this juncture, he remains unsystematic, merely serving as a rotational player without the potential to enter the NBA. Yet, through the channels of the NCAA, Jiang Chenyu has finally discerned the whereabouts of that accursed individual. After a year, I have finally located you. Jiang Chenyu gazed at the unmistakable location of the individual displayed on the screen, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. The following morning, he promptly took leave from the NCAA training session and hastened to the address of that person. It seemed as if the individual had anticipated his arrival, for upon spotting Jiang Chenyu, they hurriedly attempted to flee. As a professional basketball player, Jiang Chenyu was certainly not one to be outpaced by an ordinary person. However, the individual was cunning enough to realize that they could not possibly outrun the towering figure before them. Thus, they swiftly sought refuge in a vehicle. At that moment, Jiang Chenyu was consumed by fury, fully aware that the year 2012 had long since passed. The individual surely understood that no explanation had been given regarding the circumstances, leading him to suspect that the girl had been sold to another. This meant that Jiang Chenyu had no hope of seeing her again, leaving him with no choice but to eliminate this person in pursuit of vengeance. Jiang Chenyu did not emulate the manner of this individual as he boarded the vehicle. Rather, he directly engaged his own legs to contend with the car. He sought to demonstrate that his love for the girl surpassed the speed of the automobile. When it comes to sheer velocity, one might argue that a human can never outpace a vehicle. However, in terms of reality, the outcome is not as certain. At the onset of the chase, the car had indeed distanced itself significantly from Jiang Chenyu, yet he did not relent, for he understood that if he could reach a traffic light, he would be able to catch up. Just 2 minutes later, he encountered a traffic signal. The occupant of the car glanced back at Jiang Chenyu, noticing he had not closed the gap, and thus halted to await the light, muttering to himself, "Look at this. Still trying to chase me." However, he would soon come to regret his arrogance. In this vast city, where memories loom large and the streets are bustling with vehicles, with whom can I share an embrace? The melodious voice of Jiang Chenyu soon reached his ears. Just as he was about to exit the vehicle, he discovered that Jiang Chenyu was standing right before his car door. This time, escape was utterly impossible. "Brother, I was wrong. What do you wish to do? How about this? I will give you 1 million. Will you let me go?" Jiang Chenyu remained silent as he pulled her down and inquired, "Where is the girl?" Although he understood that asking this question was futile at this point, he still wished to make one last effort. "Were they the ones I trafficked?" "I sold them all." "My apologies. To whom did you sell them?" Jiang Chenyu continued to question, his expression unwavering. "I can't recall. You know it's impossible for me to remember each one." "Very well, your time is up." The recollection concluded. Jiang Chenyu was taken aback, astonished that his life had been so tumultuous. He turned to glance at the schedule for tomorrow's game and smiled, for he knew a fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 25, The Somber DeRozan. Indeed, the team listed on the schedule was none other than the Toronto Raptors. According to the standings prior to Jiang Chenyu's time travel, the Miami Heat had secured the second seed in the Eastern Conference, even surpassing the Heat in rankings. This match was set to take place at the Lakers' home court, leading Scott to believe that there was little cause for concern. As customary, let us first introduce the starting lineups for both teams. The Raptors lineup consisted of DeMar DeRozan, Kyle Lowry, Jonas Valanciunas, Terrence Ross, and Amir Johnson. Meanwhile, the Lakers lineup remained unchanged: Devin Booker, Kobe Bryant, Jiang Chenyu, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Nikola Jokic. The team swiftly commenced the jump ball. To be candid, DeRozan was exceptionally popular at this moment, garnering significant support from the Lakers' home crowd. Returning to the matter at hand, Jokic confidently leaped for the ball. Jiang Chenyu observed his counterpart, the current NBA superstar DeRozan, who was often referred to as the somber DeRozan due to his struggles with autism. DeRozan, in turn, regarded Jiang Chenyu silently, offering neither words nor a smile. Typically, in such moments, Jiang Chenyu would take the initiative to approach his opponent and unleash a barrage of playful banter. However, recalling DeRozan's condition, he refrained from doing so. As Devin Booker received the ball, he passed it to Kobe, who signaled for everyone to spread out. Kobe's matchup was against Amir Johnson, a less formidable opponent, suggesting that he would have ample opportunities for isolation plays. Kobe executed his signature shoulder shimmy before attempting a jump shot, yet it unfortunately did not find its mark. Lowry seized the ball, prepared to initiate a fast break, only to be intercepted by Jiang Chenyu's strategic defense. DeRozan stood resolutely before Jiang Chenyu, his focus unwavering. Unsure of his own capabilities against DeRozan, Jiang Chenyu hesitated to take any reckless shots, as this was his first encounter with the esteemed player, leaving him still unfamiliar with DeRozan's style. Jiang Chenyu delivered a powerful pass to Antetokounmpo, who faced a formidable opponent. Noticing that Antetokounmpo struggled to find an opening, Jokic quickly moved to the perimeter for support. Antetokounmpo subsequently passed to Jokic, who effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Remarkably, the first basket of the game was a three-pointer from the center. Truly, times have changed, the commentator mused. Soon after, DeRozan took possession of the ball, prompting Jiang Chenyu to intensify his defense. Ever since enhancing his defensive skills, Jiang Chenyu transformed this aspect into his strongest attribute, ensuring he maintained his position against DeRozan. Widely recognized as the player most reminiscent of Kobe Bryant, DeRozan executed a shoulder fake followed by a fadeaway jumper, leaving Jiang Chenyu puzzled as to how to defend against such a move. Observing the coach's insistence on a solid defense, Jiang Chenyu promptly retorted in response. Then, Kobe signaled for an isolation play. This time, rather than attempting a fadeaway jumper as he had previously, Kobe opted to drive towards the basket to draw a double team, subsequently dishing the ball to the encroaching Antetokounmpo, who easily scored a two-pointer. Jiang Chenyu observed the current team, aware that in a few years, they would reach their zenith. However, he also understood that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, and this team would inevitably disband. After being thwarted twice, Lowry expressed his dissatisfaction by sinking a three-pointer off a pick-and-roll. The match began with a tense 5-5 stalemate, as neither side could seize the lead. Subsequently, Devin Booker's three-pointer narrowly missed its mark, prompting Lowry to initiate a fast break. This time, he approached the basket for an open layup, but unfortunately, Jiang Chenyu stood in his path, a resounding block. This exemplified one of Lowry's shortcomings. Despite his formidable offensive prowess, his frequent mistakes hindered his ascent to superstardom. Jiang Chenyu advanced with determination, while Lowry attempted to play coy. However, Jiang deftly maneuvered past him, yet he still failed to score. He had intended to attempt a layup while contending with a defender, but alas, his shot did not find its mark. In the subsequent exchanges, both teams struggled to score, managing only an occasional basket in the paint. The Lakers, on the other hand, found stability through the consistent hook shots of Giannis and Jokic. Each team called a timeout to strategize as the match remained tightly contested, with both sides maintaining their leads. Jiang Chenyu subsequently made a strong drive, drawing a double team and causing a foul, sinking both free throws. He then excelled on the defensive end, successfully containing DeRozan, whose long two-pointer missed the mark. Giannis secured the rebound and swiftly passed to Kobe, who executed a Euro step and scored with an elegant layup. The score surged to 4-0. Under such circumstances, each offensive maneuver required meticulous consideration. Even the slightest hesitation could lead to the opponent capitalizing on the opportunity. 2 minutes later, Lowry made a bold drive past Devin Booker, who was momentarily outpaced. Realizing the situation, Booker hurried back to defend against Lowry, only to watch helplessly as Lowry executed a layup. In a moment of panic, Booker instinctively pulled Lowry down, not anticipating that Lowry would crash to the floor, his face contorted in pain. Booker was taken aback. He had never intended to injure Lowry and was now flustered, glancing at the referee to gauge his reaction. The referee, uncertain of how to proceed, acknowledged that a foul had occurred but was unclear on the appropriate ruling. With no other option, he signaled for a review. Several assistant referees gathered around, eager to discern the referee's decision. After 5 minutes, the referee ultimately ruled that Booker had committed a level 2 foul, resulting in his ejection from the game, while awarding Lowry 3 free throw opportunities. Following his injury, Lowry's performance was affected. He missed the first 2 attempts before finally converting the third. Kobe found himself in a precarious position, as he had initially been matched against a relatively weaker opponent. With Booker's departure, he was now tasked with guarding the formidable Lowry, diminishing his chances of scoring high. However, the greatest pressure fell on Jiang Chenyu, who struggled under the relentless scoring pressure from DeRozan. As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers held a narrow lead of 29-26. DeRozan led all scorers with 11 points, closely followed by Giannis with 9. The game unfolded in a rather conservative manner, with neither team showcasing much offensive flair. Even dunks were scarce, and Giannis, typically explosive, was seen taking rare open layups. Under normal circumstances, he would have delivered a thunderous dunk. The commentator in the studio continued to provide insights, aptly noting that no one would sacrifice the integrity of the game for fleeting gratification. You are performing well today. This is the strategy at hand. Maintain your positions, avoid mismatches, and stabilize the flow of the game. Scott's tactical arrangements are undeniably inadequate. Had it not been for Jiang Chenyu's arrival, Scott would have likely seen the Lakers fail to reach the playoffs for 2 consecutive years. Meanwhile, the Raptors have completely discarded their recently devised strategies. The head coach of the Raptors understands that with Lowry's injury, many tactics become ineffective, rendering any meticulous planning futile. As the second quarter commenced, both teams substituted in their bench players. Although the Lakers' reserves are relatively weak, the Raptors' substitutes are equally ineffectual, resulting in a display of mediocrity on the court. Among them, Nick Young emerged as a comparatively stronger player, thriving in the moment with his offensive prowess, frequently scoring and delivering impressive blocks on defense. In my opinion, Nick Young is a player who may be seen as selfish, but one cannot dismiss his talent. He possesses significant skill, capable of shooting and driving, adept both inside and outside the arc. In no time, He accumulated 10 points, surpassing the leading scorer, Giannis Antetokounmpo, who found himself powerless, as more playing time equates to more scoring opportunities. Midway through the second quarter, Jiang Chenyu, Kobe, and Giannis were substituted in, while Nick Young remained on the court. The Raptors followed suit, bringing DeRozan onto the floor to match up against Jiang Chenyu. As soon as Giannis entered the game, he executed a powerful dunk, eager to prove his superiority over Nick Young. Nick Young, left bewildered, pondered why he couldn't simply score a few points without having to contend with this player. The host had previously lost 2,000 points, currently standing at a negative balance of 1,000 points, which automatically deducted from the host's previous rewards. This system, why had it not previously deducted any funds? Only to suddenly do so now? Jiang Chenyu stared at the system in bewilderment. With no time to dwell on it, he resumed the competition, dismissing the system's concerns. Once DeRozan gradually found his rhythm, he too began to hurl trash talk at Jiang Chenyu. Those who frequently play basketball understand that such banter is a commonplace occurrence on the court. As Jiang Chenyu observed DeRozan engaging in trash talk, he felt invigorated, realizing that exchanging barbs not only earned points but also presented an opportunity. "You pathetic little Chinese boy, you cannot possibly thwart my offensive prowess. Hurry back to China," DeRozan retorted. In this round, Jiang Chenyu remained silent, for he possessed ample experience in banter. It was not the opportune moment for taunting. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu, under the pressure of DeRozan, successfully sank a three-pointer. He recognized that the moment for banter had arrived. "Are you truly formidable, you reclusive youth? Yet here I am, effortlessly scoring a three-pointer against you." DeRozan, rendered speechless, could hardly contest the fact that he had indeed been overshadowed by Jiang's shot. DeRozan attempted to assert himself against Jiang Chenyu once more. However, not every aggressive play results in success. His attempt at a two-pointer clanged off the rim, and Giannis swiftly passed the ball to the ascending Jiang Chenyu. Although DeRozan rushed back on defense, he was ultimately unable to prevent Jiang from scoring again. "Brother, you are merely my stepping stone, forever incapable of posing a threat to me." At this moment, Jiang Chenyu was truly riding high, having scored consecutively over DeRozan. After enduring half the game, he finally unleashed his verbal jabs. The second quarter passed amid their exchange of banter. As the 20-minute halftime commenced, both teams genuinely began to strategize. Scott outlined the simplest of pick-and-roll tactics, rendering the Lakers' strategy straightforward. However, this simplicity bore its own drawbacks, as the Lakers' reliance on basic tactics made them vulnerable to counterplays. In contrast, the Raptors employed a distinctive strategy with their swingman approach, second only to the Warriors' elevator and horns plays. This innovative tactic allowed the Raptors to score significantly, despite fielding a less formidable lineup. "Look at how you're playing. The bench can't compete, can they? We are in pursuit of a championship. We cannot allow the Raptors to impede our quest for glory," Scott admonished all the Lakers players. At this moment, Jiang Chenyu couldn't help but chuckle quietly, for he knew that 3 years later, the Raptors would indeed clinch the championship. 20 minutes later, the third quarter of the game commenced. At this point, both teams had fully regained their stamina, and typically, all players would be on the court. However, the Lakers' starting point guard, Devin Booker, had been ejected, leaving Nick Young, who was not particularly adept at playing the point guard position, to take his place. This time, the strategy had shifted, as Nick Young was unlikely to pass the ball once he received it, thus placing the primary ball-handling responsibility back on Jiang Chenyu. Jiang Chenyu glanced at both Kobe and Nick Young, who were simultaneously calling for the ball, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. However, he suddenly recalled that in his previous life, before he had traversed into this realm, the relationship between Kobe and Nick Young had always been strained throughout an entire season. They had exchanged the ball a mere 4 times. If Jiang Chenyu were to pass the ball to either of them, it was highly probable that this offensive opportunity would be squandered. Thus, he opted to take on the challenge himself. On the other side, DeRozan found himself momentarily perplexed. He had prepared himself to assist in double-teaming Kobe. Yet he never anticipated that Jiang Chenyu would dare to disregard Kobe's demand for the ball and instead choose to go solo. Caught off guard, DeRozan was easily bypassed by Jiang Chenyu, who then executed a straightforward layup. At this moment, both Kobe and Nick Young, still pleading for the ball, wore expressions of discontent. After 2 unsuccessful three-point attempts, Jokic finally regained his rhythm and performed a spectacular dunk over his defender. It is noteworthy that Jokic, being European, regarded every basket as profoundly significant, capable of being celebrated for years to come. For Jiang Chenyu, however, Jokic was merely a transitional player within the team, likely to secure only a single championship. After achieving such a victory, the entire team would demand salary increases. If Jiang Chenyu wished to command a higher salary, he would have to part ways with several players. Jokic was his primary candidate for departure, as Jiang believed that having Giannis in the paint was sufficient. He saw no need for Jokic, a semi-perimeter player. Instead, his gaze was fixed upon Doncic. Jiang Chenyu believes that Luka Doncic's impact will surpass that of Nikola Jokic, as there must be figures to fill the void left by Kobe's retirement. In the past, LeBron James upheld the Lakers, and in this current era, it remains uncertain whether he will return. Thus, Jiang Chenyu has opted for Doncic. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chenyu, Nick Young, and Jokic were substituted. And Jiang once again found himself seated on the bench, for a rookie cannot be afforded excessive playing time. Helplessly, he could only watch the team's performance unfold. Meanwhile, Kobe and Giannis Antetokounmpo's leadership proved equally formidable, as Kobe single-handedly countered the duo of Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan. One cannot deny Kobe's exceptional prowess. With another fadeaway jump shot, the score gap narrowed to 4 points, prompting Kobe to celebrate, as this move was his signature. You could always anticipate his fadeaway, yet it remained indefensible. Subsequently, Kobe maneuvered beneath the basket, drawing a triple team before deftly passing to the open Giannis, who executed a thunderous dunk. The lead had expanded to 6 points. DeRozan, in desperation, resorted to his own three-point shot to staunch the bleeding for his team, but shortly thereafter, Kobe struck again with another fadeaway jumper, leaving DeRozan utterly defeated, leading him to call a timeout. Chapter 27. Jeer if you will, I am Jiang Chenyu damn. Kobe has gone insane, hitting shot after shot, Lowry remarked. Soon, the timeout concluded, and both teams exchanged baskets, with the Lakers entering the fourth quarter ahead by 3 points. As the final quarter commenced, it was evident to all that, given the tightly contested score, both teams would deploy their full starting lineups for the entirety of the duration. As Jiang Chenyu made his entrance, a wave of exuberant cheers erupted from the numerous Chinese fans present, for he was once again representing China in the NBA, a testament to his considerable influence back home. Wow, Jiang Chenyu is so handsome. Everyone, be quiet. My husband is on the court. Those upstairs should refrain from speaking. He is undoubtedly my husband. At this moment, the barrage of comments during the NBA broadcast had devolved into chaos, with scarcely anyone remaining to engage in discussions about basketball. Jiang Chenyu also caught sight of the NBA's Chinese broadcast camera. He quickly turned his head and winked at the broadcasting lens. Little did he know, the entire crew behind the camera had truly lost their minds. Oh my goodness. My husband just winked at me. I'm going to die. He is undeniably incredibly handsome. Jiang Chenyu was oblivious to the myriad of circumstances surrounding him as he continued the game. In a stunning display, he effortlessly sank a long three-pointer before the eyes of the spectators, igniting a frenzy throughout the arena. The crowd erupted in astonishment, filled with disbelief at what had just transpired. The commentators for the Chinese region were at a loss, casting aside all restraint and allowing their excitement to flow freely. Yet, amidst the jubilation, a chorus of boos filled the air. After all, this was the home court of the Lakers. The jeers stemmed not only from a sense of racial bias, but also from the fact that he had overshadowed their idol, Kobe Bryant. A disgruntled fan confronted Jiang Chenyu, admonishing him for his audacity. Perplexed, Jiang Chenyu passed the ball to Kobe, who unfortunately missed his mid-range shot. Is this what you idolize? Jiang Chenyu thought to himself. I merely wish to assist my team in securing victory, nothing more. The fan, incensed by Jiang Chenyu's words, surged forward in a fit of rage, prompting several security personnel to swiftly intervene and escort the unruly fan out, imposing a lifetime ban. Despite this decisive action, the boos from the home crowd persisted unabated. The referee, powerless in the situation, could only compel Jiang Chenyu to endure the hostility and complete the game. Humph, this time, I shall undoubtedly prove my worth through sheer skill, he vowed silently. DeRozan, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, was astonished to hear the visiting fans also echoing the jeers. Subsequently, DeRozan managed to score a challenging layup over Jiang Chenyu, who, eager to make an impact, missed his own jump shot. This misstep only intensified the crowd's disdain, with numerous fans calling for Coach Scott to substitute Jiang Chenyu. However, Scott remained astute, recognizing that sacrificing the bigger picture for a minor setback would be unwise. He understood Jiang Chenyu's contributions on the court were not to be overlooked. Lowry once again collaborated with the Raptors center to score 2 points, and at that moment, Giannis Antetokounmpo stepped up, executing a remarkable three-point play that electrified the team. Yet, his subsequent free throw attempt fell woefully short, leaving the team in an awkward position. Jiang Chenyu, show them your prowess, Scott bellowed. Fully aware that Jiang Chenyu's ability to perform at his best was crucial for their victory, Jiang Chenyu, upon receiving the ball, chose not to pass to his teammates, but instead signaled for a one-on-one against DeRozan. Goodness, a one-on-one with DeRozan? Isn't that tantamount to courting disaster? Please do not let us down, fellow Chinese fans. Jiang Chenyu, with unwavering resolve, boldly penetrated the defense and executed a successful layup over DeRozan. This time, he did not feign. 2 minutes later, the score remained stagnant, making each offensive play critically significant. The player with the highest plus-minus rating in this match was Giannis Antetokounmpo. Owing to his position as an interior player and his formidable scoring ability, naturally resulting in an elevated plus-minus. In such circumstances, Giannis decisively backed down to secure 2 points. However, such tactics are arguably inadvisable. Meanwhile, Lowry drew a foul from Kobe, converting both free throws, narrowing the score gap to just 2 points. On this occasion, Lowry executed a steal from Jeremy Lin, followed by a pull-up three-pointer that swayed the score in their favor, leaving the Lakers in a state of disarray. Although the Lakers have been victorious against weaker teams, should they falter against stronger opponents, they risk being relegated to the status of an average team. With 3 minutes remaining, Kobe's mid-range shot clanged off the rim, and Jiang Chenyu seized the opportunity, leveling the score. Jiang's aggressive layup attempt once again failed. Fortunately, Giannis secured the offensive rebound and converted the putback, reclaiming the lead. The current scenario dictates that every basket scored by either team results in a shift in the lead, and missing even a single opportunity could lead to dire consequences. Enough is enough. Go home and wallow in defeat, for this basketball court is no place for you. Young lad from China. At this moment, Lowry approached the Lakers players and subsequently sank a three-pointer, showcasing his prowess. Indeed, I had previously overlooked a crucial aspect, the significance of the three-point shot. Successfully landing such a shot would grant complete control of the game, barring any errors. The likelihood of victory would increase substantially. As it was now the Lakers' turn to attack, Jiang Chenyu held the ball, and once again, the crowd erupted in boos. They all believed that Kobe should execute the pivotal plays. However, Jiang Chenyu was unfazed. He recognized that Kobe had squandered too many opportunities in this match, with his plus-minus gradually descending into the negatives. If they were to secure a win, it would be best to refrain from allowing Kobe to force plays. The cacophony of boos was indeed irksome, prompting Jiang Chenyu to run down the clock. With merely 1 minute remaining in the game, he had to seize this critical opportunity. As time dwindled, Jiang Chenyu attempted a mid-range shot, a move he was not particularly accustomed to, yet he remained calm, and the ball found its mark. The clamor of boos diminished significantly, although some dissenting voices persisted. If they could defend against this next shot, the momentum would undoubtedly shift in favor of the Lakers. DeRozan took possession of the ball, clearly set for a one-on-one play, placing immense pressure on Jiang Chenyu. The arena fell silent, all eyes fixated on DeRozan. Some hoped he would score to undermine Jiang Chenyu's defensive capabilities, while others wished for a miss to secure a Lakers victory. As anticipated, DeRozan's fadeaway three-pointer failed to land, and Jiang Chenyu secured the rebound. Now, the absolute control of the game rested firmly in his hands. He signaled for a one-on-one play, and the chorus of boos intensified. Everyone wanted Kobe to take the final shot. They were perplexed by Jiang Chenyu's insistence on a solo effort. As the clock wound down, with the game nearing its conclusion, Kobe rushed over and made a gesture. A pick and roll. Kobe was setting a screen for Jiang Chenyu. Jiang Chenyu lived up to the expectations, successfully sinking a three-pointer. Jiang Chenyu leapt onto the scoreboard, exclaiming, "Boo all you want, I am Jiang Chenyu." Kobe looked at Jiang Chenyu with a smile, affirming that in his eyes. Basketball transcended racial discrimination. Eventually, the referee announced the outcome of the match, with the Lakers triumphing over their opponents with a score of 101-98. Chapter 28. The Resurrection Society, a lengthy chapter of 4,100 words, seeking your generosity. The following content recounts Jiang Chenyu's memories. Indeed, Jiang Chenyu once again delves into his reminiscences, and without further ado, he brings forth the most riveting moments for all to enjoy. Cast into the abyss and then preserved. Placed in a realm of death only to be reborn. In a factory at the entrance, he observed the unfolding events within. It became evident from the outside that this was likely a clandestine organization. Their demeanor and actions unmistakably indicated that they were far from virtuous. What brought Jiang Chenyu to this place? The story begins here. The figure was still shouting. Jiang Chenyu lay low, having eluded the pursuit of Jiang Chenyu. An outcome that was not surprising. Jiang Chenyu understood that capturing this individual was merely grasping at the surface, without addressing the underlying root. Jiang Chenyu made the decision to release this individual. Although this action may baffle many, only Jiang Chenyu understands that it is a masterful strategy of retreating to advance. Jiang Chenyu had surreptitiously installed a listening device on that individual's phone, and soon, the device transmitted a voice. "Boss, it's fine. That person cannot harm me." Jiang Chenyu quickly recognized the voice. "Chang, your mission extends far beyond this. You must understand that our plan may have already been compromised." "What do you mean, boss?" "Quite simply, you must eliminate that person. He poses a significant threat to the safety of our Resurrection Society." Jiang Chenyu grasped the gravity of the situation. The Resurrection Society was evidently the name of a large organization closely linked to the group mentioned earlier. "Boss, you know that individual possesses extraordinary strength. Without employing illegal weaponry, it would be impossible for me to apprehend him, given his imposing stature. Just proceed as discussed. If it proves too challenging, inform me, and I shall intervene personally." "That reassures me, for in this world, there is nothing you cannot accomplish, boss." As the call ended, Jiang Chenyu's thoughts were tumultuously disrupted. He now fully comprehended that confronting him alone would be futile, as a formidable organization lurked behind him. If he were to seek vengeance for the girl, annihilating that organization became imperative. Thus, the pressing question remained: where exactly could that organization be found? Jiang Chenyu arrived at that person's residence. Although he had assured them that he would no longer trouble them, the fury of an individual can lead to a loss of reason, disregarding any prior agreements. Jiang Chenyu arrived at that person's residence, fully aware that interrogation would prove futile. Should that individual alert others, Jiang Chenyu's meticulously crafted plan would become exceedingly arduous. Jiang Chenyu searched for clues within his home, yet discovered nothing that bore any relation to the Resurrection Society. The residence appeared to be an ordinary and cozy abode. However, it was improbable that such an individual would allow their home to reveal any traps. Thus, this scene was merely a fade intended for Jiang Chenyu's eyes. Undoubtedly, there existed elements within the household that were meant to remain concealed from others, such as this suspicious bookshelf. Jiang Chenyu was remarkably astute. Every clue could be discerned with utmost clarity. As he moved aside the bookshelf, he was greeted by the very scene he had longed to witness. Within lay an abundance of clues, encompassing every task the Resurrection Society had ever assigned him. A myriad of items in abundance. "Indeed, this was precisely what I yearned to see," Jiang Chenyu murmured. Jiang Chenyu took possession of the evidence, at which point some may question why he chose to alert the enemy by removing it. Allow me to clarify. Jiang Chenyu's solitary strength is undoubtedly insufficient to annihilate an entire Resurrection Society. Thus, he intends to leverage this evidence to solicit assistance from the authorities. Jiang Chenyu swiftly arrived at the location of the Resurrection Society, leading to the scene described at the outset. At this moment, Jiang Chenyu had not brought the police with him, although he sought their assistance. The quest for vengeance on behalf of the girl was a burden he felt compelled to bear alone, to place one in a state of peril before rebirth. Is it not? Then I shall ensure that you truly find yourself in such dire straits. Jiang Chenyu understood that if he brought the police into the equation, he would be unable to engage in his nefarious acts of murder and arson. Such a course of action would thwart his intentions. Thus, he resolved to take a bold gamble, willing to bear the utmost risk in order to fulfill his desire for vengeance on behalf of the girl. Jiang Chenyu glanced around, noting the abundance of hiding spots in the vicinity, which undoubtedly presented a significant advantage for him. Jiang Chenyu concealed himself behind a box, though this time he did not hide particularly well. After all, his purpose for being here was to exact revenge, not to engage in a game of hide-and-seek with the members of the Resurrection Society. Before long, a worker spotted Jiang Chenyu, but at that moment, he had no intention of evading capture. He swiftly incapacitated the worker. The factory was relatively spacious, and despite the commotion, the others remained oblivious to the incident. Jiang Chenyu glanced around, realizing he had not been detected. He had no intention of hiding any longer. Hastily, he dialed the police to explain the situation. After concluding the call, Jiang Chenyu stood up, ready to engage in violence. It was evident that he sought a swift resolution. Initially, he had no intention of involving the authorities, as calling them implied he was confident in resolving the battlefield before their arrival. Jiang Chenyu had lingered in this place for an extended period, becoming quite familiar with the terrain. He found himself before a door. Although he was aware of its presence, he hesitated to open it. Ordinarily, Jiang Chenyu would exercise caution at such a moment, waiting patiently for an opportunity. However, he was no longer the same person. Having already alerted the authorities, he realized that lingering here would only complicate matters once the police arrived, at which point he would be unable to act freely. Thus, with determination, he burst through the door. Peering inside, he saw no one, which allowed his guard to drop, prompting him to explore the surroundings. The information within was considerably more comprehensive. Through his inquiries, Jiang Chenyu discovered that this location had originally been a factory, but in the aftermath of the disaster in 2012, its occupants had resorted to illicit activities. To be candid, the path of illegality indeed offered greater financial rewards than the lawful route. However, the risks associated with such endeavors were substantial. A moment's negligence could lead to capture by the police, and the repercussions of that were all too well understood. Cast into the abyss and then survive, place in a dead end and then be reborn. The sound echoed outside once more, prompting Jiang Chenyu to conceal himself immediately. Soon, the owner of the room returned hastily. Jiang Chenyu glanced at the time and noted that it was currently 4:27 a.m. Beijing time. A stark contrast to the moment of the previous outcry. What was the purpose of their shouting? A figure entered the room and closed the door behind him. Without hesitation, Jiang Chenyu sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating the intruder before seizing a firearm to bring an end to the confrontation. Jiang Chenyu glanced at him and discovered, to his astonishment, that he was an American. In this country, possessing firearms is quite commonplace, especially in such a substantial factory, which is far from being a legitimate establishment. Thus, incidents of gun violence are not uncommon. Naturally, one might associate the shooting with Jiang Chenyu, who had reported the incident. Had these individuals' connections truly reached as far as America? Through prior investigations, Jiang Chenyu was aware that the supervisor here was Chinese, and the one who sold the girl was also of Chinese descent. This implies that their network had indeed extended to America. There was no time to waste, given the efficiency of American law enforcement. They could arrive at any location within the country in no more than 30 minutes. Jiang Chenyu had already consumed nearly 20 minutes, leaving him with just 10 minutes to act. Ahead lay only 2 rooms, and he was already within one of them. As far as he knew, the individual present was not the leader of the Resurrection Society. Therefore, the fate of avenging the girl rested on this critical juncture, but regrettably, the choice had been misguided. Jiang Chenyu turned his gaze towards that individual, who was not the leader he had just encountered. There was no alternative. Any change was a change nonetheless. Jiang Chenyu supported the individual and executed a swift body slam, causing the person to collapse instantly. Hastily, Jiang lifted the individual once more. At that moment, the police were rapidly approaching. It was now futile to rush over and seize the boss. Therefore, Jiang Chenyu restrained the individual and then dragged him downstairs. A group of workers quickly gathered around, their gazes fixed upon Jiang Chenyu. According to the workers, it seemed that this person held the position of vice president. Jiang Chenyu's formidable physical prowess is truly exceptional. Although some of the workers have undergone training and possess considerable strength, none can rival Jiang Chenyu's innate physical gifts, which instills a sense of trepidation in them, preventing anyone from approaching him. I harbor no intention of causing you any harm. I am merely here to discuss a transaction. Jiang Chenyu forcefully slammed the individual he had just captured onto the ground, the commotion echoing even louder than before, prompting the president to emerge. If there is something you wish to convey, there is no need to resort to kidnapping my subordinate. The name Rebirth Society indeed carries weight. Yet Jiang Chenyu remained oblivious to the true nature of this place, ignorant of their strength, perceiving them merely as detritus. What have you all been up to here? Although everyone may be unaware, you must surely be cognizant of your own actions. At that moment, Jiang Chenyu stood face to face with the president. The latter, upon hearing these words, was visibly flustered, as each of his past deeds filled him with shame. I am aware. Yet I fail to understand how a petty individual like you possesses the audacity to negotiate terms with me. Oh, quite arrogant, aren't we? Yet, his words bore truth. Jiang Chenyu indeed lacked the leverage to confront these workers. Even should he exert his utmost effort, he would only manage to replace a handful of them. I may lack capital, but see for yourself. Jiang Chenyu gestured towards the vice president and addressed the president, saying, is this what you refer to as capital? Let me clarify. Should you dare to lay a hand on him, I shall merely stand here and observe. Resisting me would be foolish. It is astonishing that these individuals have caused the demise of countless lives, and such a trivial loss means nothing to them. Do you truly believe that I am flustered? Allow me to assure you, I possess a plethora of trump cards. At this moment, Jiang Chenyu persisted in his obstinacy, though he had already exhausted his trump cards. Very well, I shall take his life now. If you possess courage, do not make a move. Seeing that he remained utterly unresponsive, Jiang Chenyu took decisive action, attempting to stab the vice president. Yet, the individual simply stood there, silently observing. Jiang Chenyu could not help but reflect on the fickleness of human emotions. Jiang Chenyu turned away, casting aside the individual, who then collided with the workers, while he charged toward the president. Even in death, he intended to take someone down with him. The president, clearly unaccustomed to physical exertion, was swiftly overpowered by Jiang Chenyu. Yet, could he truly be of no use at all? That was implausible. He immediately summoned the workers he had prepared in advance. Upon witnessing a throng of workers rushing towards him, Jiang Chenyu initially contemplated resisting, but as he made his move, regret washed over him. These workers stood at the same height as Jiang Chenyu, and the majority wielded crowbars and iron rods. Release me, or you shall face the consequences. Jiang Chenyu was indeed quite anxious at first, but suddenly he recalled the president who was still in his grasp. Now, I am no longer flustered. You are now my hostage. Jiang Chenyu swiftly subdued the individual beneath him and, addressing the crowd, issued a menacing warning. Brothers, pay me no mind. Within 3 strikes, this person is incapable of ending my life. Unleash your attacks without mercy. Leave no survivors. Jiang Chenyu cast a glance at him, pondering over his words. Indeed, there was a semblance of truth in what he said. Although he was certain that he could eliminate the president, such an endeavor would inevitably consume time. Within 3 assaults, these individuals would undoubtedly swarm him, plunging him into a position of disadvantage, rendering him easily restrained. Upon hearing the president's remarks, the workers hastily advanced, and in the face of desperation, their only course of action was to release the president. Yet, even after his release, the onslaught against Jiang Chenyu persisted. His fists were no match for their numbers, and he swiftly found himself retreating under the relentless assault. Just moments ago, he had exhibited considerable prowess. Now, however, he was unable to maintain that momentum. Brothers, press on. Leave no survivors. In the initial stages, Jiang Chenyu could still leverage his physical gifts to resist. But as time wore on, his resilience waned, and he soon found himself in a precarious position, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Stop. Do not move, land. In an instant, the group of workers was encircled, relinquishing their makeshift weapons such as iron rods. Sir, I harbor no ill intentions. We were merely rehearsing, the president continued to assert. Yet the officer paid him no heed, instructing his troops to conduct a search. Before long, all evidence was unearthed, and the president was instantly thrown into disarray. He urgently addressed the officer. You understand, I was compelled into this. I never intended to commit a crime. Compelled into this? The officer retorted. Even if you are truly innocent, you have nonetheless taken a life, and rather than repent, you have resorted to the abduction of innocent civilians. In truth, this scene was not one Jiang Chenyu wished to witness. He glanced at the officer, who appeared equally helpless. For the lack of sufficient evidence meant he could only arrest the president of the Resurrection Society, unable to apprehend all involved. Regretfully, he turned to Jiang Chenyu and said, Brother, I am truly sorry. This is all the assistance I can provide. Jiang Chenyu smiled wryly, aware that he had yet to exact true vengeance. Chapter 29, The Trailblazers. It has been 2 days since the last confrontation with the Raptors, and today's match is equally captivating, featuring the Lakers facing off against the visiting Trailblazers. The Trailblazers are also a formidable contender for the championship, consistently reaching the Western Conference semifinals in the playoffs. However, fortune has never favored them. They have faced the Warriors for 2 consecutive years, and after finally reaching the Western Conference Finals, they were eliminated by the powerful Thunder. Since Jiang Chenyu joined the Lakers, the NBA's viewership has surged, not merely due to his extraordinary prowess, but because his exceptional drafting acumen has balanced the competitive strengths of both the Eastern and Western conferences. Furthermore, as a Chinese individual, he has drawn the attention of 1 billion viewers. In this match, the Trailblazers are determined to give their all, yet this year's Lakers are equally formidable, rivaling the current Warriors. It is noteworthy that the Warriors have shattered the records for consecutive wins and total victories in a season, achieving an astonishing record of 73 wins and 9 losses. Meanwhile, the Lakers have showcased their tenacity, having lost only 2 games thus far, though they have yet to encounter championship-caliber teams such as the Cavaliers, Warriors, or Thunder. Soon, both teams took to the court. The starting lineups were as follows: Trailblazers, Damian Lillard, C.J. McCollum, Al-Farouq Aminu, Mason Plumlee, and Noah Vonleh. Lakers, Devin Booker, Kobe Bryant, Jiang Chenyu, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Nikola Jokic. Both teams are known for their high-scoring capabilities, with the Trailblazers averaging 109 points per game and the Lakers averaging 112 points. This match undoubtedly promises to be a spectacle. As the game commenced, the teams jumped for possession, but Jokic faltered, allowing Noah to tip the ball into McCollum's hands. McCollum then dribbled down the court and executed a splendid jelly layup, securing 2 points. Competing against top-tier stars like McCollum and Lillard is truly extraordinary. Jiang Chenyu glanced at McCollum's impressive demeanor and remarked, "In this match, Jiang Chenyu's opponent was rather lackluster, with Aminu averaging merely 8 points per game." In response to Jiang Chenyu, the Trailblazers could only enlist McCollum to alleviate some of Aminu's pressure. Congratulations to the host for activating the talent, court grandson. This talent cannot be deactivated. What the heck, system? How could you activate such a talent for me? Jiang Chenyu was rendered speechless. Subsequently, during an offensive play, Kobe attempted to penetrate past McCollum, but to no avail, and passed the ball to Jiang Chenyu. Jiang Chenyu was suddenly engulfed in panic as the frail Aminu stepped forward to defend him. Overwhelmed by fear, Jiang Chenyu found himself at a loss. Unsure of how to proceed, Jiang Chenyu swiftly passed the ball back to Kobe, who appeared utterly bewildered. Kobe returned the ball to Jiang Chenyu and said, "We cannot find an opportunity. You should take the initiative." Jiang Chenyu, feeling helpless, was compelled to attempt a three-pointer, and by a stroke of fortune, he made the shot just in time. Congratulations to the host for activating the hidden Easter egg of the court grandson. The effect of this egg is as follows. The grandson's effect rebounds, causing everyone except the host to activate this talent. Incredible. I have unexpectedly triggered such a phenomenon. Remarkable. My friends. Jiang Chenyu subsequently defended Aminu, and under Jiang's vigilant guard, Aminu was unlikely to deliver an impressive performance in this match. Lillard then made a sudden change of direction and sank a three-pointer, catching Devin Booker off guard. Booker swiftly launched a fast break, clearly intent on retaliating. However, his response shot failed to find the mark, resulting in a missed opportunity. Noah then executed a powerful drive against Jokic, successfully scoring. Kobe, in turn, received the ball and, after a shoulder fake, attempted a fadeaway jumper that missed. Yet, Giannis suddenly erupted, delivering a resounding block that thwarted Lillard's sure basket. He quickly transitioned into a fast break, passing to Jokic, who retreated a couple of steps and effortlessly made a wide-open three-pointer. With the score at 6-5 just 2 minutes into the game, both teams showcased an impressive display of scoring. McCollum's long two-pointer fell short, while Kobe drew a foul on a layup, converting both free throws. Lillard, undeterred, launched a remarkable long-range three-pointer. Indeed, he is a master of precision. In the Lakers' home arena, the crowd's cheers resounded vibrantly. Jokic's three-pointer missed the mark, allowing Lillard to advance the ball again, with only Jiang Chenyu standing in the backcourt. Jiang hurried forward to support, resulting in a one-on-one situation between Lillard and Jiang in the front court. Lillard's dribbling skills surpassed even those of Wade, causing Jiang's balance to falter, and it appeared he might topple over. Once again, he was left bewildered. The previous debt had yet to be settled, and now it seemed he was being asked to accumulate 2,000 points again. Jiang Chenyu was engulfed in a profound anger, determined not to endure humiliation any longer. However, his focus had been disrupted by Lillard, who executed another deft change of direction, nearly causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Rescue seemed impossible. What was he to do? Jiang Chenyu swiftly lunged towards Lillard, and his height advantage became immediately apparent as he firmly secured the ball. With a deft feint, he transitioned into a steal, an impressive maneuver indeed. Jiang Chenyu passed the ball to Antetokounmpo, who effortlessly scored with a layup. The events that just unfolded transpired in the blink of an eye. One cannot help but acknowledge that the reflexes of NBA players are in a league of their own compared to ordinary individuals. After a couple of fruitless offensive possessions for both teams, Devin Booker drew a foul and converted both free throws, while Plumlee responded by sinking a two-pointer. Currently, Jiang Chenyu's counterpart, Aminu, has yet to score, making him the only player on the Trailblazers without points. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenyu once again netted a three-pointer, narrowing the Trailblazers' deficit to 2 points. It is undeniable that our Trailblazers' prowess is not on par with that of the Lakers. Just look at their astute draft choices. having selected two players this year who average over 20 points per game, while our star players, Lillard and McCollum, are still in their early 20s. At this moment, the Lakers broadcast was replaying the moment when Jiang Chenyu intercepted Lillard, leaving one to ponder its purpose. 5 minutes later, the score continued to oscillate, with neither side able to establish dominance. Such is the nature of Lakers games. Both teams struggle to uncover breakthroughs, relying solely on their clutch players to withstand pressure and secure victory. Lillard continued to sink three-pointers, amassing 12 points in the quarter, undeniably the highest on the court, while Devin Booker, under Lillard's defense, faltered with a mere 4 points. Currently, the lowest scorer was still Jiang Chenyu's counterpart, Aminu, who had only managed a solitary point through free throws, yet his defensive efforts were commendable, limiting Jiang Chenyu to just 8 points in the first quarter. Soon, the first quarter concluded, and both teams began a 100-second respite. Jiang Chenyu glanced at Lillard, offering no words, while McCollum on the opposing side forwent rest to practice long-range three-pointers, the purpose of which remained unclear. The second quarter commenced swiftly. Chapter 30. Lillard checks the time. The second quarter began promptly. Both teams exhibited sportsmanship, substituting in their bench units. However, the Trailblazers retained Plumlee and Noah, while the Lakers kept Kobe and Giannis. Leonard decisively executed a spectacular alley-oop layup, unfazed by Giannis' defensive presence. Nick Young then struck a three-pointer, leaving Leonard momentarily stunned. Given the Lakers' bench's lack of depth in the frontcourt, Noah faced little resistance against them, quickly accumulating 13 points in the paint. Midway through the second quarter, Jiang Chenyu, Lillard, and others re-entered the game, with Jiang Chenyu's opening three-pointer stabilizing the team's position. In the league, Kobe was renowned for his unparalleled stamina in his prime, frequently completing games without rest. This was a testament to his greatness. Though his shooting percentage was not always stellar, his endurance allowed for numerous attempts and, consequently, ample scoring. However, at 37 years of age, Kobe's vitality had waned significantly. Yet, under Jiang Chenyu's leadership, he still managed to average over 17 points per game. Following a layup attempt, Kobe was blocked by Leonard, prompting a resigned sigh from him. It was undeniable. Kobe had aged. "Old man, perhaps it's time to step away from the game. I fear you might get hurt," Leonard remarked, witnessing Kobe's diminished prowess. Resigned, Kobe was no longer the brash trash talker of his youth. He had matured, shedding the impetuousness of his younger days. Jiang Chenyu, witnessing Kobe's distress, felt an immense displeasure. After all, he had come to rescue Kobe, and it was utterly unacceptable for him to endure such indignity. Jiang Chenyu raised his golden finger towards little Leonard, and he silently mused that if these individuals knew that Kobe would meet with a tragic plane accident in a few years, they would undoubtedly mourn with profound sorrow. Soon, the second quarter of the game concluded, and both teams retreated for halftime. Our strategy this time is quite straightforward. We must focus on the midcourt. Jiang Chenyu, you need not linger in the corner. Do not shy away from confrontation. If we cannot outmatch them from the perimeter, we shall assertively attack the interior. Scott continued to reiterate, and one must admit that his tactical arrangement appeared quite commendable this time. The main players from both teams re-entered the court. Lillard glanced at Jiang Chenyu, evidently harboring high hopes for this rookie. We should spare no effort in acquiring Jiang Chenyu for our team during the offseason. It has been far too long since the Trailblazers claimed a championship. With Jiang Chenyu on board, our triumvirate of Lillard, McCollum, and Jiang Chenyu would undoubtedly be formidable enough to secure the title, the head coach of the Blazers confided to his assistant. Do we stand a chance against the Cavaliers and the Warriors? Absolutely. While the Cavaliers and Warriors are undeniably powerful, once their contracts expire, everyone will seek lucrative salaries, and their dynasty will inevitably crumble. These words were profoundly insightful. It is evident that teams boasting 4 or 5 superstars, such as the Cavaliers and Warriors, are bound to falter. If the Trailblazers indeed integrate Jiang Chenyu into their roster, the benefits would be immeasurable. The match progressed, and the duo of McCollum and Lillard flawlessly replicated the Splash Brothers, arguably surpassing even the Warriors' famed combination. Lillard consistently monitored the clock from the perimeter, while McCollum, leveraging his layup prowess, created continual scoring opportunities through drawn fouls. In just 1 minute, the Trailblazers surged with a remarkable 12-6 run. During this stretch, the Lakers' strategy also bore fruit, as Giannis and Jiang Chenyu relentlessly attacked the interior, scoring through layups and dunks. In an instant, Jiang Chenyu shattered the climax, sinking a three-pointer while under the defense of his opponent, striking at the heart of the game. Oh, what a stunning and graceful three-pointer from Jiang Chenyu. This shot has the potential to be the highlight of the match. The commentator's voice resonated throughout the arena, and every player could hear the echo, undoubtedly diminishing the morale of the Trailblazers. The best play of the game? Lillard glanced at the replay of Jiang Chenyu's recent shot and chuckled. In every match, the title of best play has always belonged to him, and this game would be no exception. Lillard signaled for a one-on-one against Devin Booker, then pointed to the floor at midcourt. Devin Booker was momentarily bewildered, uncertain of Lillard's intentions, but the seasoned Kobe quickly grasped Lillard's plan and rushed to provide assistance. Indeed, he was preparing to launch an extraordinarily long three-pointer. However, the help defense arrived too late, as Lillard had already released the ball. With a flourish, Lillard executed his iconic celebration move, claiming the spotlight. This remarkable long-range three-pointer would surely usurp Jiang Chenyu's claim to the best play of the game. Damn it! Jiang Chenyu cast a glance at Lillard, who was reveling in celebration, his eyes filled with animosity. Yet, Lillard's seasoned experience proved more formidable, even in a one-on-one confrontation. Jiang Chenyu could not possibly best him. Jiang Chenyu seized the ball once more, glancing at the feeble defender before him with a smile. He harbored no belief that this weakling posed any real threat. Indeed, Jiang Chenyu executed a seamless drive to the basket, and one could not help but acknowledge the remarkable swiftness of his movements. Jiang Chenyu cast a meaningful glance at Lillard and executed a celebratory gesture. This gesture was an evolved version of James's hand cannon move, seamlessly blending Kobe's signature blowing of the gun after loading with James's own loading motion. After completing the loading, he blew at his imaginary firearm, enhancing the flair of the moment. Goodness, this was undeniably stylish. Let us not dwell on it. My idol has unfollowed everyone else and now focuses solely on him. The barrage of comments erupted once more. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware that the era had transitioned into the age of social media, where winning the audience's hearts was the key to securing everything, a quintessential example being a certain celebrity. Noon had arrived, my friends. Lillard is precisely that kind of player. Once he sinks one shot, the subsequent 3 or 4 are almost guaranteed to follow suit. Indeed, Lillard struck 3 consecutive three-pointers, prompting the Lakers to call a timeout. At this juncture, the score had been altered by Lillard. Although Jiang Chenyu had rightfully amassed 20 points, the highest on his team, Lillard's 13 points secured him the title of the game's top scorer. The scoreboard had flipped from an advantageous position for the Lakers to an 8-point lead for the Trailblazers. Fortunately for the Lakers, despite the lackluster performances from Giannis and Devin Booker, McCollum also entered a slump, granting the Lakers a moment to regroup. Upon returning from the timeout, Giannis finally found his rhythm, frequently scoring on the offensive end and significantly narrowing the point differential. However, McCollum also regained his form, consistently drawing fouls and stabilizing the Trailblazers' situation. Well done, McCollum. A raise is surely in your future. At this moment, the coach of the Trailblazers shouted at McCollum, clearly aiming to elevate the team's morale. Utilizing salary as leverage was indeed a clever tactic. Soon, the third quarter concluded, with the Trailblazers trailing by a mere 5 points as they entered the fourth quarter. After a brief respite of 100 seconds, the final quarter commenced as anticipated. Chapter 31. The shattered watch of Lillard. As the fourth quarter began, Lillard was still fiddling with his watch. To elaborate, Lillard showcased his three-point shooting prowess right from the start. However, his accuracy was markedly inferior compared to the third quarter, with most of his attempts failing to find the net. When comparing Lillard to Westbrook, one can only conclude that they both share the number 0 and play as point guards, with the sole distinction being that Lillard excels in three-pointers while Westbrook falters in that regard. This revelation may come as a surprise to you. Subsequently, Giannis once again penetrated the paint, managing to secure 2 points despite the defensive pressure. Meanwhile, Jokic drew a foul on the offensive end, converting one of 2 free throws. Observing that every Lakers player seemed to have found their rhythm, Scott felt his own tension dissipate. McCollum finally found his groove on the offensive front, consistently sinking mid-range shots. The combination of Lillard and McCollum, one excelling in 2-pointers and the other in 3-pointers, inevitably instilled a sense of dread. Jiang Chenyu remained unaffected by the pressure, successfully completing an and-one play, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. Jiang Chenyu, you ought to rise to your rightful stature and behold the vistas that await you. This sentiment, while eloquent, was originally directed at LeBron James before Jiang Chenyu's arrival. Should it be reiterated to James now, it would appear exceedingly cliche. As 5 minutes elapsed, The score remained tightly contested, with neither side able to seize the advantage. Even Jiang Chenyu and Lillard faced counterattacks from the opposition. Without delving into the superfluous, the game swiftly approached its final 2 minutes, with the Lakers trailing by 2 points against the Trailblazers. Congratulations to the host for activating the talent, Big Heart. Within 3 minutes, the host's shooting accuracy will be elevated. Indeed, Jiang Chenyu's performance in this game has been extraordinary. And this rare talent of having a big heart has emerged. Excellent. Now it is time for my personal showcase. Before Jiang Chenyu made this statement, Kobe executed a graceful fadeaway jump shot in response. In truth, Kobe's success rate for fadeaway shots was not particularly high. However, following the tragic incident involving his helicopter, many fans compiled highlight reels showcasing his successful fadeaway shots, inadvertently misleading newer basketball enthusiasts into believing that his accuracy was significantly higher. Soon enough, Jiang Chenyu's remarkable composure under pressure became evident, and he ceased to waste time, an action that incited great anger in Scott. What are you doing? The game is nearing its conclusion. Why are you still pushing for a fast break? We should be running down the clock. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Chenyu confidently sank a three-pointer. Damn, I am left speechless. At that moment, Jiang Chenyu's score climbed to 30 points. Yet his number of attempts had also reached the highest on the team, with an average of 24 points and 8 assists per game. Truly a tribute to Kobe. Look at this Jiang Chenyu. He indeed possesses some talent, remarked the head coach of the Trailblazers. Following the transition from offense to defense, the Trailblazers, led by Lillard, initiated their typical strategy, focusing on running down the clock. As the seconds ticked away, 15, 14, 13, Lillard began to facilitate the play. Through his efforts, McCollum connected on a critical three-pointer. With this shot, although there remained over a minute and 20 seconds in the game, the Trailblazers fans had already commenced their celebrations, as the gap between their team and the Lakers had narrowed to just 2 points. Jiang Chenyu possesses a heart of great courage. Is it to say that Lillard and McCollum lack such fortitude? Yet, the Los Angeles Lakers boast more than just Jiang Chenyu in their roster of tenacity. Kobe Bryant and his peers are exemplars of indomitable spirit. As Kobe once again launched a three-pointer against the defenders, the tide shifted, and the jubilant Trailblazers fans momentarily stifled their glee. The implication of the Lakers sinking a three-pointer was clear. They now led the scoreboard by a solitary point over the Trailblazers. At this juncture, Coach Stotts found himself in a state of disquiet. He could not assure that his next shot would find its mark. The pressure mounted, urging him to take a gamble. Lillard released a three-point attempt, and all eyes were fixated upon the arc of the ball, uncertain if he would succeed in this pivotal moment. The ball ricocheted off the rim, descending into the waiting arms of Giannis Antetokounmpo, instantly bestowing an advantage upon the Lakers. Now, it was Jiang Chenyu's turn to consume the clock. It was not that he had changed his intentions, rather, it would be unwise to squander this moment. As seconds ticked away, Jiang Chenyu took his shot from beyond the arc regrettably. The attempt did not succeed. Once more, the ball found its way to Lillard, who faced a critical choice, to seal the game or to face defeat. Yet, even Lillard hesitated to guarantee his own success in executing a game-winning shot. He chose to bide his time, allowing for a sliver of opportunity in case he missed, perhaps to secure a rebound and make a second attempt. Lillard, undeterred, executed the shot flawlessly, shifting the pressure back onto Jiang Chenyu. The Trailblazers fans, witnessing Lillard's near-game winner, felt victory within their grasp as they erupted into jubilant celebration. After years of playing the supporting role, it was time for the main event to unfold. Jiang Chenyu remarked, indeed. Jiang Chenyu had been bested by Wade in several recent matches and humiliated by Anthony and DeRozan. He understood that he was the true protagonist and could not allow these individuals to eclipse his brilliance. Jiang Chenyu began to expend time, while Lillard, in a moment of desperation, left himself an avenue for retreat. However, on this occasion, Jiang Chenyu resolved not to afford himself such a luxury. For to leave a path for oneself is to simultaneously grant the adversary an opportunity for triumph. Seconds slipped away, and soon the end drew near. The instant the timer struck 0, Jiang Chenyu leapt into the air. This shot, without a doubt, must find its mark. The arena fell silent. Whether the final shot succeeded or failed was known only to the divine. The ball found its way securely into the basket. The crowd erupted in a frenzy as several players from the Lakers rushed to embrace Jiang Chenyu, who swiftly evaded their advances. He executed a celebratory gesture that caused Lillard's expression to darken. For Jiang Chenyu first mimicked Lillard checking his watch, then dramatically pretended to smash the watch upon the ground. It was evident that this celebration was a blatant insult directed at Lillard. Infuriated, Lillard stormed back to the locker room, followed closely by the Trail Blazers head coach, who urged him, "Lillard, what do you think about bringing Jiang Chenyu into our team during the off-season?" Lillard shot a glance at his coach, recalling Jiang Chenyu, and his face grew even darker as he retorted vehemently, "Get lost. What nonsense about Jiang Chenyu? If you insist on bringing him in, I declare my intention to leave the team." Lillard was seething with anger, while the Lakers' locker room resonated with laughter and joy. Congratulations to Jiang Chenyu for his prowess. We've secured the victory. At this rate, we might just claim the championship. Listening to Nick Young's words, Jiang Chenyu was taken aback. He understood that both the Cavaliers and the Warriors possessed formidable strength, and it was inconceivable that the current Lakers could triumph over them. Well, let us hope for the best, he thought. Chapter 32. What is said will come to pass. What shall we do in the next match? He pondered. This team could very well become our rivals for the championship. What should we do then? Let us field everyone. We simply cannot shy away this time, came the voice from the Warriors management. Indeed, the upcoming game would pit the Lakers against the record-breaking 73-win Warriors. After all, it's merely a regular season game. Do we really need to exert ourselves so fiercely? If we let this game slip, and they turn the tables on us, we shall inevitably lose. And the media will rally behind them. Coach Kerr of the Warriors was indeed shrewd, contemplating every possible factor with clarity. Meanwhile, within the Lakers' locker room, the atmosphere was far from optimistic. Jiang Chenyu, having traversed time, was aware that this year's Warriors shattered Jordan's records for consecutive wins and total victories. Their prowess was indeed extraordinary. Kobe's expression was even more foreboding. All the players were acutely aware that it was the Warriors who had caused Kobe's Achilles tendon injury, which significantly impacted the latter part of his career. What shall we do now? Engage in a desperate battle? Scott found himself at a loss, as his strategies against such a dominant team seemed futile. They would undoubtedly anticipate our tactics. Thus, they would exert themselves to the fullest. The astute Devin Booker quickly recognized this as well. Furthermore, since we were playing away, their advantage would be even more pronounced. Wait, since you all think this way, I have a plan. Upon the utterance of Jiang Chenyu's words, all eyes turned towards him. What strategy do you propose? Surely you must understand that such petty tricks cannot compete with the formidable Warriors. As the first quarter commenced, we could gauge the Warriors' strength. After all, their bench is quite formidable. If our starters fail to establish an advantage in the first quarter, we are doomed. Should we secure a lead of 5 points or more in that initial period, we could afford to field a combination of starters and bench players in the second quarter. Conversely, if we do not achieve that lead, we must rely solely on our starting lineup. As these thoughts were articulated, everyone found them to be quite reasonable. Though the strategy had its many flaws, it is indeed a sound approach. But what if we fail to secure a lead? A pertinent inquiry indeed. If we cannot attain an advantage, we may very well lose the game outright, rendering it unnecessary to engage in a fierce battle over a mere regular season match, while simultaneously concealing our true capabilities. Without further ado, the plan was set into motion. 2 days later, the entire Lakers starting lineup arrived at the Warriors' home arena. The Warriors regarded them with an air of mystery, puzzled by their intentions, except for Curry, who seemed oblivious to the situation. The others were clearly not heeding Coach Kerr's directives. Why so serious, everyone? You behaved the same way before the last game against the Cavaliers, Curry remarked just after sinking a long three-pointer, only to notice his teammates frowning in response. What are you doing? We need to conceal our strength, not smile and joke around. Curry, bewildered, promptly fell silent. As the game was about to commence, let us introduce the starting lineups. For those familiar with the game, these lineups are likely well known. Warriors: Curry, Thompson, Green, Iguodala, Bogut. To be frank, the Warriors roster is merely lacking a formidable small forward, which necessitated pushing Green into that position. In a previous season, they had acquired the exceptional Durant, and this year they have shown interest in Jiang Chenyu. Lakers: Devin Booker, Kobe, Jiang Chenyu, Giannis, Jokic. One must concede that the Lakers' interior presence could very well dominate the Warriors. Jiang Chenyu stands 2 centimeters taller than the opposing power forward, Iguodala, and their weights are comparable. As the teams prepared for the tip-off, it was evident that Bogut, the opposing center, possessed considerable skill with his impressive height of 216 centimeters, rendering Jokic unable to compete. Indeed, Bogut overpowered Jokic, securing the ball for his team. Bogut is quite the character, as he is effectively the Warriors' sole interior presence. Scott glanced at the opposing team's full roster and remarked to his assistant coach, Is our strategy perhaps a bit too conspicuous this time? The assistant coach inquired of Scott, emphasizing the need for subtlety in their approach, as such tactics would effectively obscure their intentions. No team dares to engage the Warriors on the perimeter, which elucidates the Trail Blazers' utter inability to contend with them. The Lakers, however, swiftly adapted. They opted to allow drives while staunchly defending against three-pointers. This was a bold strategy, as conventional tactics typically involve prioritizing three-point defense over drives, a risk few are willing to take. Yet, the Lakers harbor immense confidence in their starting frontcourt, believing that the Warriors' lackluster interior presence cannot withstand their might. This assertion, albeit audacious, is not entirely unfounded. The Lakers committed to suffocating three-point attempts, and should opponents penetrate, they would rely on Giannis and Jokic for resistance. The Warriors, known for their aversion to mid-range shots, recognized the poor value in such attempts. Indeed, employing this strategy, Giannis swiftly overwhelmed Curry with an emphatic dunk. Subsequently, Giannis unleashed a powerful charge, leaving the 6'7" Iguodala unable to impede his advance, resulting in a successful layup. It appeared that the Lakers' strategy was indeed effective. However, the Warriors' formidable prowess is not easily dismantled by mere tactical finesse. Soon after, Iguodala and Green executed a pick-and-roll, allowing Thompson to emerge from the crowd. Meanwhile, Curry drew the attention of two defenders, leaving Thompson open for a three-pointer, which he effortlessly converted. The Warriors are truly formidable, delivering precisely what they promise. Jiang Chenyu subsequently seized the ball, and the defensive intensity of the Warriors surged instantaneously. This marked the first occasion Jiang truly comprehended that he could no longer roam freely. Coupled with the extraordinary cheers of the home crowd, he felt an overwhelming surge of determination. So, you are called Green? Today, I shall see how many points I can score over you. As he uttered these words, Jiang also sensed a considerable weight of pressure. By speaking them, he had effectively provoked Green. Jiang Chenyu deftly maneuvered past Green with remarkable speed. However, Green remained closely in pursuit. Jiang sought to position himself to obstruct Green, aiming for an unobstructed layup to score. Yet, the Warriors' formidable center rushed forward to provide immediate defense. Having advanced to this critical juncture, retreat was no longer an option. He could only press forward with unwavering determination. Jiang Chenyu engaged in a confrontation with Bogut, and in an instant, a wave of dizziness washed over him. How could it be so unyielding? Jiang Chenyu collapsed onto the ground, and Bogut swiftly seized the ball. To his dismay, he had committed a turnover. The match had barely commenced, yet the intensity from both sides was palpable. However, it appeared that the Lakers' strategy was indeed proving effective, or perhaps it was merely that the Warriors had yet to unveil their own tactics. Chapter 33. The elevator door strategy. This strategy, deemed excessively powerful, had been banned by the league in previous years, rendering it a tactic that few dared to employ. It is known as the elevator door strategy. Currently, the league had not prohibited its use, which meant the Warriors could deploy it freely, unrestrained by any opposition. The strategy primarily revolves around either Curry or Thompson spearheading the attack. The process is as follows. The Warriors' power forward and center position themselves on either side of the basket, while the small forward dribbles. The shooting guard or point guard performs an off-ball movement, running between the two big men. At this juncture, the power forward and center screen the point guard, effectively closing the elevator doors to block the remaining defenders, allowing the small forward to deliver the ball to the point guard, who then scores with a wide-open three-pointer. Indeed, the Warriors executed this formidable strategy once more. And without question, Curry sank a three-pointer. In the subsequent possession, Jiang Chenyu collaborated with the cutting Jokic, and in a mismatch against Bogut, Jokic rose above Curry to deliver a thunderous dunk. The score stood at 6-4. Clearly, 2 points could hardly compete with 3. The Warriors signaled again, and all Lakers players recognized what the Warriors intended to do. Once again, it was the elevator door strategy. Although they anticipated the Warriors' move, they could not contain it. Another three-pointer found its mark. This time, even Kobe could no longer remain passive and responded with a three-pointer of his own, stopping the bleeding at 9-7. The match had only just begun, yet the displays of skill were already extraordinary. However, both teams suddenly fell silent, with consecutive missed attempts on offense. In these few minutes, the elevator door strategy had not been employed again, leaving one to ponder their next move. This is precisely why the Warriors' elevator door strategy has remained uncrackable. They do not rely on it continuously, instead using it intermittently, thus preventing the opposing coach from easily deciphering their tactics. The Warriors were truly elusive, having just countered one strategy only to unveil another. The elevator door strategy was once more in play, yet this time, Curry suddenly faltered, missing an open three-pointer. "Boys, keep your composure," Coach Kerr urged, sensing the dip in morale among his players. "This is a prime opportunity. We must not squander it." The Warriors did not call a timeout. However, Scott swiftly requested one to strategize for the team, recognizing that this was the opportune moment for a counterattack. Upon returning from the timeout, the Lakers pressed on, securing 2 points as they capitalized on the Warriors' errors, narrowing the score in the latter part of the first quarter. Nevertheless, even if the Warriors' tactics faltered, their prowess remained superior to that of the Lakers. Devin Booker defended against Curry, who struggled to find opportunities for three-point shots. Consequently, Curry opted for a direct drive against Booker, effortlessly surpassing him to execute a layup. With a sense of resignation, Jiang Chenyu had no choice but to pull Curry down forcefully, yet the referee merely deemed it a common foul. Curry effortlessly converted both free throws, rendering Jiang Chenyu's foul futile. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu charged into the paint, drawing a double team before passing the ball to Giannis, who executed a resounding dunk. However, Green, matching up against Jiang Chenyu, subsequently committed a foul, resulting in one successful free throw out of 2 attempts. Jiang Chenyu struggled to find his rhythm in the first quarter, feeling immense pressure from his matchup with Green. After 2 attempts from beyond the arc, he finally sank a three-pointer. Scoring from long range in the Warriors' home court is no easy feat, as Scott lamented upon witnessing Jiang's success. The Warriors' offensive sparks continued to ignite, with their formidable death lineup showcasing the indomitable spirit of that year's team. Conversely, the Lakers' bench seemed timid, a collection of hesitant players aware of the Warriors' prowess, reluctant to challenge their imposing presence. "Warriors, we are not incapable of competing. If my form were just a bit better today, we could hold our ground," Jiang expressed to his teammates after missing 2 consecutive three-point attempts, feeling at a loss for his usual form. "Didn't you just talk a big game? If you're so formidable, why not score a few more points to prove it?" Green retorted, noting that even his defensive prowess had outscored Jiang. Jiang, recognizing his lackluster performance, refrained from responding. Subsequently, Bogut triumphed again in the paint against Jokic, demonstrating dominance both inside and out. "Damn, the Warriors are truly formidable. If all else fails, let us deliver a flagrant foul to let them know we're the new generation of bad boys." Bogut celebrated exuberantly after scoring, prompting Scott on the sidelines to chastise him. After both teams exchanged misses, Kobe landed another three-pointer, while the Warriors executed their elevator doors play to net another 3. By the end of the first quarter, the score had risen to 30-25. "Coach, what should we do? Should we concede?" The Lakers had aimed to lead by 5 points in the first quarter, allowing for some substitutions in the second. Instead, they found themselves at a 5-point deficit, making substitutions feel akin to surrender. "We cannot concede. We are the second most prestigious franchise in basketball." Indeed, the Lakers were the second powerhouse, with the Celtics reigning supreme. Unaware that in a few years, the Lakers would reclaim their status as the foremost franchise. "What should we do? It's not about surrendering. If we don't concede, we can only fight to the bitter end. Let us see how it unfolds." As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers made no significant changes, only allowing Jiang Chenyu a brief respite, while Nick Young assumed new responsibilities. Almost immediately, the Warriors appeared confident of victory, having substituted multiple players while Curry remained on the court. The Lakers opted for a collective effort to contain Curry. Indeed, this strategy proved effective. Curry was notably restricted. However, the Warriors are not solely reliant on Curry. Each player is capable of shouldering the offensive burden. In the absence of Curry's scoring prowess, while the Lakers were able to accumulate points, it merely stabilized the score without offering any real chance to overtake or equalize. Subsequently, midway through the second quarter, Jiang Chenyu entered the game, and the Warriors, in a seemingly calculated move, substituted Green, ostensibly to contend with Jiang Chenyu. Jiang Chenyu's offensive capabilities have indeed been consistently curtailed by Green. However, what truly distinguishes Jiang Chenyu is not his offense, but rather his formidable defensive prowess. Jiang Chenyu once again delivered a resounding block to Green, a moment that restored a semblance of dignity for him. The relentless onslaught from the Warriors continues to surge forth, placing the Lakers in a precarious position. Chapter 34. In this game, we yield as the second quarter progressed. The Lakers found themselves completely at the mercy of their opponents. In the legendary home court of the Warriors, the Lakers appeared utterly incapable of mounting a counteroffensive. Indeed, Curry is currently in remarkable form, having already amassed 18 points. There is even a possibility he might surpass the 50-point mark in this match. The morale of most Lakers players has been severely affected. While the commentator continues to stoke the flames, exacerbating the Lakers' already volatile emotions. Hey, is there something wrong with you, referee? Why are you ignoring the commentator's lunacy? Jiang Chenyu hurriedly lodged a complaint with the referee, asserting that the home team's bias was indeed rather severe. Although similar derisive remarks could often be heard in other matches, this particular instance of mockery was simply unbearable. The referee remained silent, for he had no grounds to contest the commentator's authority. How frustrating. In this instance, Jiang Chenyu erupted with expletives directed at Green, who had returned to mock him once again. Green, initially poised to retort, faltered upon witnessing Jiang's furious countenance. For he was well aware of his reputation for preying on the weak while shying away from those who exhibit strength. At that moment, the referee approached. Having overheard Jiang utter a word prohibited by the league, and promptly issued him a technical foul, Jiang, undeterred, switched to speaking in Chinese, a language the referee could not comprehend, and thus the matter was left unresolved. Meanwhile, the Warriors' offense continued to pose a significant threat to the Lakers' defense, with Curry and Thompson once again sinking three-pointers, showcasing their formidable prowess as the Splash Brothers. Though I personally contend that the combination of McCollum and Lillard surpasses that of Curry and Thompson in terms of overall strength, it is undeniable that the scoring ability of Curry and Thompson in a game is unmatched by McCollum and Lillard. The most lopsided matchup of the game appeared to be between Giannis Antetokounmpo and Andre Iguodala, with the disparity in their skill levels being the sole suspense of the contest. Indeed, Giannis once more seized the ball and executed a three-point play, leaving Iguodala with no choice but to commit a foul to curtail his progress. As the countdown ensued, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Giannis' free throw attempt lingered, much to the spectators' dismay. Not only was Giannis known for his inaccuracy at the charity stripe, but he also had a reputation for taking his sweet time. After dribbling the ball 10 times, he finally released his shot, only to miss entirely. This outcome was hardly surprising, as Giannis, a player who thrives in the paint, often struggles with free throws after enduring numerous physical confrontations. In the following possession, Curry's three-point attempt failed to find its mark, allowing Giannis to push the fast break once more. Strangely, the defenders showed no inclination to guard Giannis, all remaining within the three-point line, clearly inviting him to take a shot from beyond the arc. Giannis, momentarily bewildered, was unlike other interior players. He dared to shoot when given the opportunity. Predictably, he missed again, this time failing to even touch the rim. On the court, Kobe, witnessing Giannis's refusal to pass him the ball, expressed his bewilderment through a series of complaints directed at Giannis. These pathetic Lakers. I expected them to perform like the Cavaliers. Yet here we are, utterly dominating them. Indeed, the score gap had now widened to 10 points, leaving the Lakers in a precarious position. It seemed time to concede defeat. Indeed, the Lakers' strategy does encompass the notion of surrender. Should they fail to stabilize the situation in this quarter, they may choose to concede. However, every member of the Lakers is acutely aware that even if they all give up, there will always be one who perseveres until the very end, Kobe. The Mamba mentality that Kobe embodies is not something that just anyone can emulate. Even when trailing by 20 points in the final moments, he will fight valiantly. Although many spectators may claim he is merely padding his stats, only true admirers of Kobe understand that this is the essence of the Mamba spirit. In a series of consecutive plays, both sides have struggled with missed shots and turnovers. Despite this, the Lakers remain unchanged, with Jiang Chenyu having scored a mere 8 points and a staggering negative plus-minus of 21. Jiang Chenyu, your performance is placing immense pressure on us. Observing Jiang Chenyu's repeated missed three-pointers, Kobe quickly admonishes him. If I were in better form, we might actually contend with them. After all, the Lakers' current glory is largely due to Jiang Chenyu's arrival. If he continues to falter, the team will undoubtedly face a crisis. Kobe, now aging, often finds it difficult to lead the team out of peril, resembling more the seasoned Mamba than the fierce competitor he once was. The situation has indeed grown dire. Scott, do you think we should exert every effort and fight to the bitter end? An assistant coach inquires of head coach Scott. Let's assess the situation. If we can generate a surge in the dying moments of the second quarter, I believe it is worth a shot. As long as Jiang Chenyu finds his rhythm, all will be well. However, envisioning such a climax is far easier than achieving it. Kobe and Giannis are striving to score on the offensive end, and even the struggling Jiang Chenyu manages to sink a crucial three-pointer. Yet, this proves ineffective, as Bogut and Thompson each score from their respective positions. And the anticipated surge remains elusive. Useless Lakers, we will deploy our strongest lineup and prepare to seize victory, Curry remarks, noting the Lakers' continued resistance. You have shown great prowess. Rising from the bottom of the league to your current standing, I must concede your talent. However, should you manage to win on our home court, I would gladly hand over the championship to you. This proclamation leaves the Lakers speechless, yet it rings true. They are unlikely to overcome the Warriors on their home turf. Send my regards to your parents. I will ensure they know just how ineffectual their son is. Green taunts as he successfully defends against Jiang Chenyu in multiple possessions. As the second quarter concludes, Green approaches Jiang Chenyu to berate him, leaving Jiang Chenyu feeling utterly helpless. During the halftime break, the head coach repeatedly inquires whether the Lakers players wish to continue the fight in this game. It is futile. We have indeed lost this match. Indeed. Let us strive harder next time. Sai, who wishes to participate in the next segment, speak up directly. However, at that moment, every member of the Lakers raised their hands in unison. Wait a moment, what are you all doing? This is not a film set. There is no need for such somberness. For the upcoming segment, let Jiang Chenyu and Kobe take a few substitutes to the court. This time, no one from the Lakers opposed. They understood the futility of risking injury for a single match. As long as they do not reveal their full strength, they will have another opportunity to face the Warriors. Yet, they were also aware that Kobe would not consent to such a course of action. So no one prevented him from playing. In this match, it seemed likely that Kobe would score another 30 points. Soon, the 20-minute halftime came to an end, and the Warriors sent half of their starting lineup onto the court. Upon seeing the Lakers' formation, they realized that the Lakers had conceded. In this round, we have released Chapter 35. Jiang Chenyu is ejected. In this round, we have released it. Jiang Chenyu addressed all the players present from the Warriors, affirming, indeed, it is as simple as that. The spectators who had come to witness the game were instantly engulfed by a sense of disinterest. However, to counteract such a situation, the NBA orchestrated a fierce dunk contest among the remaining players on the court. As anticipated, the formidable dunkers, Iguodala, Kobe, Jiang Chenyu, Bogut, and Curry, embarked on a spectacular showcase of their dunking prowess. Personally, I found the dunks of the others rather unimpressive. Only Curry's was a true classic, after all. He is the renowned dunker of Golden State. As soon as this Golden State dunker took to the air, he unveiled a windmill dunk, which elicited exuberant cheers from the crowd. This elementary school student truly embraced the moment, executing consecutive dunks. However, the Lakers possessed a significantly greater number of dunkers than the Warriors, and with Curry having missed 2 initial attempts, the lead established by the Warriors in the first 2 quarters began to dwindle. Jiang Chenyu sought to reclaim the momentum with a dunk, only to be thwarted by Green, who emphatically blocked his attempt. Fuck you, he thought. Do you really believe that scoring at this juncture will prove beneficial? Is this the only tactic your Lakers can employ to secure victory? Jiang Chenyu appeared utterly bewildered, as the Lakers showed no intention of narrowing the score. Observing Green's antics, he found himself in a state of perplexity. What is happening? Wasn't I performing splendidly with my dunks? Meanwhile, Nick Young, also present on the court, noticed Jiang Chenyu's distress and rushed forward to shove Green. This only incited Green's ire, prompting him to rise and confront Nick Young. Thus ensued a scuffle between the two parties. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, would we be in this predicament? Green exclaimed as he stepped forward and forcefully shoved Jiang Chenyu to the ground. Jiang Chenyu could no longer endure the situation. He had not initiated any confrontation with Green. Yet it was Green who resorted to violence against him. Jiang Chenyu abruptly rose to his feet and forcefully shoved Green. Instantly, several of Green's fellow Warriors teammates surged forward, all converging on Jiang Chenyu. Initially, the referee had no desire to intervene in the match, considering that as the game progressed, it had devolved into mere play. Certain fouls could be overlooked without detracting from the player's performance or the overall spectacle of the game. However, the situation escalated beyond control as the players became embroiled in a scuffle, prompting the referee to hastily step in to mediate. Jiang Chenyu found himself pushed into proximity with the referee, who promptly grasped his arm. Unperturbed by the intervention, Jiang Chenyu reacted with a swift elbow strike. It was all over. Jiang Chenyu turned around and was taken aback to find the referee standing behind him. Panic surged within him. He was already burdened with a technical foul and several personal fouls. Having just struck Green, now he had also inadvertently struck the referee. Should the referee become incensed, There was a substantial likelihood that Jiang Chenyu would face expulsion from the game. "Oh no, I am truly sorry, I am truly sorry." Jiang Chenyu hastily addressed the referee, for he knew well that the authority of the referee was not to be trifled with. A suspension would spell doom for him. The referee, however, appeared unfazed and merely issued a technical foul against him. But wait, wouldn't a single technical foul mean his ejection from the game? Jiang Chenyu had already received one for his earlier outburst directed at Green, and now another? The referee made a gesture indicating his departure, and with no other recourse, Jiang Chenyu resignedly began to gather his belongings and exit. The arena fell into a hushed silence, all players fixated on Jiang Chenyu, whose helpless silhouette gradually faded from sight. It is worth noting that Jiang Chenyu has long held a significant influence in China, consistently dominating the charts on Douyin, attracting numerous fans to witness his matches in person. Jiang Chenyu made his way towards the players' tunnel when an unexpected incident occurred. A Chinese female fan was knocked down by a burly American man and fell right in front of Jiang Chenyu, her disheveled appearance immediately catching his attention. The American man, realizing Jiang Chenyu was approaching, hurriedly requested an autograph from him. Jiang Chenyu cast a glance at him, evidently having witnessed the entire scene just moments ago. Jiang Chenyu harbors a profound disdain for racial discrimination, particularly when it is directed towards his own kind, his fellow Chinese. Jiang Chenyu strode past him without so much as a glance, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. He approached the Chinese female fan and instinctively reached out to her. However, when he observed her features, he was momentarily entranced. How could one be so exquisitely beautiful? Her cascading hair resembled a waterfall, adorned in a delicate dress. Her face was a perfect oval, complemented by intelligent almond-shaped eyes. Her poised and dignified demeanor would make even the most mischievous of souls tread carefully in her presence. She possessed Lu Yifei's enchanting eyes, Lu Shishir's graceful nose, Zhao Liying's charming lips, along with the upper physique of Lu Yin and the lower silhouette of Guan Xiaodong. Jiang Chenyu was momentarily stunned. However, he was not lacking in charm himself, possessing the captivating eyes reminiscent of Ping Yuyan, the refined nose akin to Wang Liham, and the alluring lips reminiscent of Huang Xiaoming. Indeed, he was a handsome young man in his own right. The girl, clearly a bit dazed, turned to Jiang Chenyu and said, "Thank you." Jiang Chenyu finally came to his senses and, with a bewildered expression, returned to the locker room. This time, he felt no regret. It is worth noting that since the girl, Jiang Chenyu had not been moved by anyone else, yet today, the long-buried feelings in his heart stirred unexpectedly. Soon, the game concluded, and the Lakers suffered a defeat. Dejected, they returned to the locker room, all heads hung low. A few teammates posed questions to Jiang Chenyu, but he remained silent. They assumed he was upset after being penalized, unaware that his thoughts were consumed by that Chinese girl. 2 hours later, who on earth is this Chinese girl? Chin, you must help me find out. Jiang Chenyu anxiously implored his older brother over the phone. It's not that I don't want to help you, but your clues are incredibly scarce. All I know is she is stunning and attended the game today. How can I assist you in finding her? It was now 11 o'clock in the evening, and Jiang Chenyu was still frantically searching. This infatuation is truly astonishing. It happened the same way with the previous girl, who has caught my eye this time. Could you please assist in the search? Let us not delve into that. What a shame. An NBA superstar unable to locate a single person. What a disgrace. Jiang Chenyu realized that the somewhat dubious Chen Xiaohao would most likely be unreachable today. So he ended the call and, feeling disheartened, succumbed to slumber. After all, his leads were exceedingly scant. If he were to seek out a girl, how might he go about it? If that girl were to seek him, the task would be considerably simpler. However, his quest to find her resembled the challenge of extracting a needle from the vast ocean. Yet, if he were to pursue a single woman, the endeavor would be much more feasible. Moreover, with his upcoming match resulting in a suspension, he had ample time on his hands. Thus, the next destination was clear. Chapter 36. The Blind Date Conference. Hello, Mom. Didn't you mention that I should attend that blind date conference? Please make a reservation for me. I'm on my way. Indeed, this was Jiang Chenyu's fallback plan, the blind date conference. Wait, you're actually considering a blind date? How proactive of you. This is unexpected. Oh, don't concern yourself with the details, just make the arrangements. All right, I'll ensure you receive the highest standard of arrangements. 2 hours later, Jiang Chenyu arrived at the venue for the blind date. As Jiang Chenyu arrived, the inhabitants of this locale were engaged in animated discussions. This time, Jiang Chenyu's sole intention was to seek out a Chinese girl, disregarding all foreigners. Soon, he discovered his ideal. That silhouette was remarkably familiar, long hair cascading down, an unmistakable figure. At this glance, he felt certain. Hello. Jiang Chenyu seated himself opposite her and began to speak, only to fall into silence midway. Who is this person? She is certainly not the same woman as before. Yet, despite her not being the previous one, she possesses equal beauty, thick eyebrows, large eyes, a delicate nose, and a charmingly plump mouth. She is indeed a vision of grace. Hello, my name is Wu Juan, and I am 18 years old. Goodness. How eager one must be for marriage to embark on blind dates at such a tender age. Greetings, I am Jiang Chenyu, age 20. I assume you are aware that I am an NBA star. Alas, Jiang Chenyu had chosen to participate in this matchmaking endeavor, and thus he must see it through to completion. Oh, I have heard of you. I have been admitted to Peking University, and I can cook, do laundry, and manage household chores. I stand at 158 centimeters tall, and my weight is not disclosed. Jiang Chenyu assessed Wu Juan. She was replete with virtues. Her stature aligned with that of an average woman, yet she was somewhat plump. My annual income stands at 5 million, and it may continue to rise. I am 203 centimeters tall and weigh 100 kilograms. Jiang Chenyu continued to emulate Wu Juan's manner of introduction. It was evident that Wu Juan had been on numerous blind dates, yet she had yet to encounter a man like Jiang Chenyu. One could only manage as best as possible. Jiang Chenyu contemplated within himself, aware that yet another day would be squandered. So what do you think of me? Experienced, indeed, he replied, succinctly addressing the matter at hand. Jiang Chenyu found himself at a loss for words. If this continued, the line between reality and pretense would blur. Well enough, but you are not worthy of me. Jiang Chenyu's words were piercing, striking at the very core of one's heart. It was not just the girl who was affected. Even I, as a man, found it unbearable. How could you utter such things? What is your intention in coming to this blind date? With no intention at all. I simply wish to hasten my departure. You, my friend, will find it difficult to secure a spouse in the future. And what of it? It is none of your concern. Jiang Chenyu concluded his remarks and promptly departed from the matchmaking event. He understood that persisting in this manner bore no significance. He deemed this experience merely a display of ostentation. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Chenyu's phone rang, and upon checking, he discovered it was his mother. Alas, what was inevitable had finally arrived. Hey, Jiang Chenyu, how could you do this? That girl was so wonderful, how could you not appreciate her? Mom, it's not that I don't appreciate her. I truly cannot. I don't want to hear your excuses. You better hurry back and apologize, or you'll regret it. In a young man's perspective, a mother's words carry the utmost weight, and one must heed them regardless of the circumstances. Reluctantly, Jiang Chenyu turned around and returned to the matchmaking event. Oh, isn't that Jiang Chenyu? What is this? Having second thoughts? Jiang Chenyu wore an expression of embarrassment as he glanced at Wu Juan and candidly admitted, I was wrong. Is that sufficient? That's more like it. Now, let us embark on our date, she replied, promptly taking his hand and leading him outside. They quickly hailed a taxi, and after settling into the vehicle, Wu Juan looked at Jiang Chenyu with great satisfaction and inquired, where shall we go? To the theater or perhaps the mall? Either option is fine for today. We shall be strangers to one another. Soon, Wu Juan led Jiang Chenyu into a grand shopping mall, where she showcased her prowess in shopping. Jiang Chenyu found himself utterly bewildered as she picked up everything from large refrigerators to expensive computers. Goodness, how does a student possess such wealth? What extravagant items are these? He exclaimed. Hey, you're accompanying me on this shopping spree, not the other way around. Naturally, you shall cover the expenses. To his astonishment, he realized that her intentions were rather shrewd, as her interest in him seemed merely a means to access his finances. This card has a limit of 100,000. Hurry and use it, for I must prepare for training. Jiang Chenyu swiftly devised a pretext to evade the tempestuous situation. In truth, he had been suspended and was not required to prepare for any impending matches. He merely needed to remain at his home ground, indulging in leisure until the next game. It was perplexing that he had squandered a sum of 100,000 yuan for what seemed trivial. He resolved never to partake in blind dates again. A couple of days later, Jiang Chenyu found himself once more at the Warriors Arena, attending a match. Throughout the game, his attention was fixated on the bench, eager to ascertain whether the woman he had previously encountered would be present. However, reality did not align with his expectations. She was absent. After meandering around the Warriors venue, he decided to venture to the Trail Blazers' home ground. Concurrently, the Lakers were engaged in a new match, and Jiang settled into his seat in Section V to witness their confrontation against the Trail Blazers. Unfortunately, the Lakers, competing away from home and without Jiang Chenyu, succumbed to defeat, extinguishing any suspense surrounding the outcome. This loss marked their fourth consecutive defeat, and they had yet to face several formidable opponents. Meanwhile, the Warriors continued their triumphant journey, securing the top position in the Western Conference, while the Lakers hesitated to challenge them. Jiang Chenyu, alongside his teammates, returned to the home court of the Lakers, preparing for his upcoming match against the Pacers. Jiang Chenyu, do not let the previous ejection affect your mindset. Each of us has faced penalties, Scott continued to encourage him. This next game is crucial. We cannot afford another loss. Coach, I understand. And I assure you my mentality will remain intact. However, I would like to ask for your assistance, Jiang Chenyu replied. Upon hearing his words, the other Lakers players quickly gathered around, eager to join in. What can we do to assist? I, Nick Young, will certainly rally my crew to support you. One of them declared. Of course, as teammates, we will always stand by each other. Jiang Chenyu glanced at his teammates and, feeling a bit awkward, said, It's actually nothing too pressing. I've recently taken a liking to a girl who attended a game at the Warriors' home court. I merely wish for your assistance in gathering some information about her. That's quite simple. Why didn't you mention it sooner? One of his teammates replied. As long as she has been to our home court for a game, I can show you the surveillance footage shortly. You can point her out, and I will assist you in retrieving the information. Jiang Chenyu, after speaking, immediately proceeded to review the surveillance footage. She had not attended the last two home matches, nor any within the span of 4 games. Jiang Chenyu broke into a cold sweat. Only 2 matches remained. If neither of these yielded results, it would truly signify the end. Could it really be so? Chapter 37. The background player, Paul George. There was no other option. She had never graced our home court. Jiang Chenyu cast a glance over the remaining few individuals, yet the elusive girl remained nowhere in sight. However, Wu Yinjuan had attended 2 matches. Grateful, he thought to himself that he would keep a closer watch next time. It was disheartening that Jiang Chenyu had failed to spot her, evidently. Locating her was proving to be quite a challenge. 2 days later, the Lakers faced off against the Pacers at their home court. This time, the Lakers were fully rostered, while the Pacers were equally formidable, with their star player, Paul George, performing seamlessly. The players soon entered the arena, and the commentator began to introduce the starting lineups. For the Lakers, Devin Booker, Kobe Bryant, Jiang Chenyu, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Nikola Jokic. For the Pacers, Paul George, Monta Ellis, George Hill, Ian Mahinmi, and Miles Turner. As the tip-off commenced, Jiang Chenyu instinctively glanced at the audience. With so many spectators, discerning one individual was indeed a daunting task. Thus, prior to the game, he had communicated with the Lakers management to ensure that any Chinese girl in attendance would be closely monitored, ideally capturing her on the big screen. The tip-off began, and the seasoned Mahinmi, with his wealth of experience, deftly maneuvered past Jokic, securing the ball for himself. Subsequently, Turner seized the ball and executed a driving layup. But his attempt was thwarted by Giannis, who snatched the rebound and initiated the fast break. This time, Jokic finally shed his timid persona, dribbling to score the first points of the game, netting 2 points. Soft Jokic, you actually managed to score 2 points today. I guarantee you won't reach 15. Taunted the veteran Mahinmi, a master of verbal banter. After all, trash talk was not indicative of poor character. Rather, it served to dismantle the opponent's psychological defenses, thereby affecting their performance. Unfortunately, as a newcomer, Jokic was ill-equipped for such exchanges, relegating him to silently endure the jabs. Moments later, Paul George assisted George Hill for another 2 points. Undeterred, Jiang Chenyu seized the ball for a fast break and directly scored. His prowess was indeed as formidable as the media had proclaimed. His speed was such that even Paul George could only match him evenly. In truth, this matchup between Jiang Chenyu and Paul George was the most intense confrontation on the court, eclipsing the clashes between guards and centers. Listen closely, young one. For today, I shall impart my wisdom. I am the king of defense, Paul George asserted as he began to trash-talk Jiang Chenyu. Do you consider yourself strong? Mere backdrop? Today, you shall once again serve as a mere backdrop, Paul George. Indeed, Paul George finds himself in a state of bewilderment. The moniker background player only gained traction in 2018, yet now, in 2015, he is utterly perplexed, unsure of what Jiang Chenyu is articulating. As Paul George secures the ball, he gestures for a one-on-one confrontation with Jiang Chenyu, which is quite customary. Early on, personal rivalries often dictate the flow of the game. However, it is rare for a rookie like Jiang Chenyu to have such a multitude of personal grievances. Paul George initially employs a probing step to gauge Jiang Chenyu's capabilities. For he is acutely aware of his opponent's prowess and understands that attempting to overpower him single-handedly would only lead to his own embarrassment. Jiang Chenyu has encountered numerous matches. Yet when faced with a seasoned veteran like Paul George, he still lacks experience. He was easily deceived, allowing Paul George to attempt a three-pointer, which unfortunately did not find its mark. The three-point shot remains a vulnerability for Paul George as well. Jiang Chenyu subsequently began to call for the ball, eager to take on Paul George in a one-on-one duel. Kobe, with a sense of resignation, had no choice but to pass it to him. Just watch. What is deemed a defensive powerhouse appears to me as nothing more than a defensive liability. Jiang Chenyu attempted to threaten Paul George with 3 feints, yet George, with his vast experience, remained unfazed. Jiang was compelled to rely on his speed for a forceful drive, but George, renowned as a defensive stalwart, effortlessly kept pace with him. In a moment of desperation, Jiang resorted to a contested mid-range shot, which unfortunately did not find its mark. Indeed, Jiang's prowess was undeniable, prompting George to ponder cautiously. Truly, George thought, this defensive prowess is remarkable. Jiang similarly reflected on the situation. The two exchanged glances. It was no longer a matter of personal rivalry, but rather a mutual respect shared between equals. Subsequently, George Hill took possession of the ball, while Devin Booker applied staunch defense. In his rookie season, every performance carried significant weight. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenyu appeared nonchalant, for his purpose in this realm was to rescue Kobe, not to amass wealth or inflate stats. His sole concern was for Kobe's legacy and accolades, indifferent to his own standing. Through a series of tactical maneuvers, George Hill found a sliver of shooting space. Yet he opted against taking a shot, aware that Devin Booker could still disrupt from his position. Instead, after a sequence of dribbles, he passed the ball to Ellis, who was matched up against Kobe. In a decisive moment, Kobe swatted the ball away. The intensity of defense from both teams in this match was formidable, leading media outlets to predict that the final score would not exceed 100 points. As the Lakers mounted another offensive, the large screen seemingly captured a few Chinese girls in the audience, prompting a quick shift in focus. Jiang Chenyu instinctively turned to observe, leaving Paul George bewildered by Jiang's sudden distraction. Jiang Chenyu suddenly regained his focus. At that moment, Devin Booker was in possession of the ball, and beside him, Paul George gazed at him with an enchanting expression, which evoked a hint of romantic tension within Jiang Chenyu. Ah, how absurd. The author is not making any implications. The offensive plays during these two possessions were swiftly thwarted by both teams, resulting in a significant reduction in the aesthetic appeal of the match. It is well known that the current league holds a disdain for such defensive struggles. They believe such contests should only manifest in the finals. Indeed, during the 2000 season, the NBA's viewership was adversely affected by prolonged defensive standoffs. Both teams aspired to break the deadlock, yet neither was willing to relent on their defensive efforts. However, under the pressure of such tight defense, there often emerges a singular figure capable of delivering high-difficulty shots, and that individual is none other than Kobe. The key to shattering this impasse. As anticipated, Kobe executed a challenging fadeaway jumper to secure 2 points, but shortly thereafter, Ellis maneuvered past Kobe to score with a layup. The tempo quickened. Both sides understood that a fast break at this juncture could finally dismantle the stalemate. Jiang Chenyu surged forward at full speed, executing a flawless alley-oop assist to Giannis Antetokounmpo, who delivered a powerful dunk. The NBA thrives on such spectacular slam dunks. The audience has developed a penchant for these emphatic finishes and long-range three-pointers. It is imperative to remain composed. Each player must adhere to their designated position and refrain from forced plays. Scott continues to relentlessly strategize, as the Lakers cannot afford to lose this match. Subsequently, Paul George's three-point attempt fell short, but Devin Booker capitalized on a driving foul, converting both free throws. The Pacers maintained their fast-paced offense, and this time, Paul George finally found his rhythm, sinking a three-pointer. Brother, while I must concede your prowess, I must also assert that the victor of this contest must be me. Chapter 38. At last, I have found you. I advise you not to be overly arrogant in your youth. History has yet to witness anyone like you achieve a comeback. Paul George gazed at the audacious Jiang Chenyu, recognizing him merely as a rookie, unworthy of such hubris in his presence. You too have your fallacies. Who claims that youthful arrogance cannot yield success? I assure you, history has indeed seen such instances. Have you heard of Russell Westbrook? In China, we affectionately refer to him as Wei Xiao, and I trust his prowess instills a certain trepidation within you. An apt example, Invoking Westbrook is indeed a valid assertion. To put it this way, had Durant not defected and Harden not transferred, we would undoubtedly witness the emergence of a new dynasty known as the Thunder Dynasty. Jiang Chenyu inhaled quietly, aware that if the Thunder Dynasty truly existed, Kobe's championship count would diminish by 2, rendering the salvation of Kobe all the more arduous. Brother, I do not believe you can attain the accomplishments of Westbrook. After all, his layups and three-pointers exhibit greater consistency than yours. At times, you struggle even with open three-point shots, and your layup threat is negligible. How can you possibly compare? Indeed, Jiang Chenyu's offensive style was predominantly reliant on layups and three-pointers. Yet his layup threat was minimal, and his three-point shooting percentage plummeted under defensive pressure, with his shot attempts being the primary reason for his scoring. I must express my gratitude for your guidance. I shall adapt my playing style. Paul George is a person of commendable character. He is a devoted admirer of Kobe, who, in turn, holds him in high regard. This rapport enables even someone like Jiang Chenyu, a foreigner, to maintain a good relationship with Paul George. However, while their private connection may be amicable, the current situation is altogether different. They are adversaries now and must confront the competition with unwavering determination. Jiang Chenyu endeavored to alter his approach within the limited time remaining. Yet such a transformation proved futile, as altering one's strategy cannot be accomplished in a single day. It necessitates days of unwavering dedication and effort. Soon, the first quarter of the match concluded, and during the intermission, Jiang Chenyu fixated on the large screen. Eager to discern whether that young lady was still present, Jiang Chenyu understood that the young lady must have attended the match because of him. It is a common phenomenon among Chinese fans nowadays. His influence in China has reached a level comparable to that of the legendary Yao Ryu. A considerable number of Chinese fans now flock to witness Jiang Chenyu's games. As 100 seconds elapsed, the scene he wished to see did not materialize. This match was indeed a focal point, and should she not appear, the likelihood of encountering her again seemed slim. Soon, the second quarter commenced, with both teams fielding their substitutes. The Lakers, wary of the opposing bench, had a formidable player whose average points per game surpassed those of many starters. Despite his limited playing time, which rendered him particularly formidable. Consequently, the Lakers opted to have Kobe and Giannis take the court to stabilize the situation. For the prowess of this hidden powerhouse remained undisclosed, and his name had not even been translated into Chinese, adding to his air of mystery. However, shortly after the second quarter began, Jiang Chenyu spotted two suspicious figures on the big screen. One was a silhouette heading towards the restroom, reminiscent of a previous encounter. Yet, apprehensive of encountering someone like Wu Yinjuan again, he refrained from reacting. The second figure appeared in profile, and this time, Jiang Chenyu could almost sense her presence. Though having only met once, he could rely solely on intuition. That must be the person you mentioned. I must hurry to the main control room to confirm her identity and prepare to intercept her. Jiang Chenyu briefly informed his coach, Scott, and then sprinted towards the main control room with all his might. Although he was uncertain why he felt such urgency, he understood that this individual was of utmost significance. Excuse me, Scott instructed me to look into someone who should have just been marked. Jiang Chenyu gazed in bewilderment at the individuals within the control room. It is worth noting that this was his inaugural visit to the Los Angeles Lakers control room. Could they be the two young women marked by a Chang? I had wondered why a Chang chose to highlight Chinese girls today. They had done nothing wrong. No wonder, it turns out it was you. Jiang Chenyu, rendered speechless, could only silently peruse their information. As the Chinese lack identifiable names, Jiang Chenyu could only ascertain how they procured the tickets and their historical purchase records. Upon observing, Jiang Chenyu discovered that both individuals had only attended a single game at the Lakers' home arena, and they had purchased their tickets online. Is this all the information available? Might it be possible to ascertain which exit they used? It was then that the person finally reacted, promptly informing Jiang Chenyu. Right here, one exited through exit 5, while the other is likely to exit through exit 8. As Jiang Chenyu contemplated, there were two exits. He could only block one. What should he do? He hurried back, realizing that the second quarter was already halfway through, and it was likely time for him to enter the game. Glancing at the score, he noted that Giannis and Kobe were performing admirably, with the Lakers maintaining a slender 2-point lead over their opponents. He promptly informed Coach Scott to delay his entrance by another 2 minutes. At that moment, saving the girl held greater significance for Jiang Chenyu than rescuing Kobe. Nick Young, he said, please keep an eye on exit 5 for me. If you spot her, call me immediately. Jiang Chenyu presented a photograph to Nick Young, who immediately grasped the implication. He replied to Jiang Chenyu, "Such matters are exceedingly simple. You could even have me enlist gang members to follow her if that is what you wish. That would be even better." With a playful jest, and so it was settled. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu took to the stage once more, with a beloved admirer in attendance to witness his performance. He was determined to give it his utmost effort. Jiang Chenyu, driven by an indomitable spirit, made his entrance by effortlessly sinking a three-pointer over Paul George. Indeed, it was as if, should there be a shadowy figure on the sidelines, a basketball dunk over LeBron James would have ensued. Paul George was taken aback. Could this young man have just indulged in performance-enhancing substances? He glanced at Jiang Chenyu, sensing that this Chinese lad radiated the unmistakable signs of having consumed such illicit stimulants. "Brother," he thought, "you surely haven't resorted to such measures, have you? Heed my advice, that substance is to be avoided, for it not only hampers your shooting, but could also lead to suspension." Jiang Chenyu, upon hearing Paul George's words, quickly responded with a hint of embarrassment. It's not as you think. I haven't taken any performance-enhancing substances. In the words of my compatriots, it's the power of love. Indeed, which NBA player doesn't have a girlfriend? It's rare to find someone like you. After all, there are plenty of devoted admirers in China. I'm quite astonished. Among the 10 men I encounter in China, 9 are devoted admirers. Impressive, isn't it? Although I'm not entirely sure what devoted admirer means. Thus, Paul George began to engage in conversation with Jiang Chenyu. "What are you up to, Jiang? How come you're still chatting?" Coach, Chapter 39. Paul George actually calls me big brother. A new talent has been activated. Court matron, black. Wow, a court matron is actually a black-level talent. Jiang Chenyu gazed at the system, utterly bewildered. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,000 points and 10 chances to draw. The effect of this talent is as follows. Upon activation, your nagging attribute will be enhanced by 100%. There is a 100% probability of influencing the opponent's performance by 30% and a 10% probability of impacting their performance by 50%, lasting for 5 minutes. My goodness, this sounds quite promising. It truly seems to possess some substance." As Jiang Chenyu observed this remarkable talent, he felt a surge of confidence. The advantages bestowed upon him by the system were indeed substantial. It became evident that Paul George's performance would be influenced by him by 30%. Initially, Jiang Chenyu shared a good rapport with Paul George and had no intention of resorting to such underhanded tactics. As expected, when Paul George missed his first three-point shot, Jiang Chenyu recognized that the effects of this influence had commenced. The head coach of the Pacers, evidently seasoned and astute, promptly substituted in the hidden master. Upon witnessing this enigmatic figure take the court, Jiang Chenyu felt a twinge of anxiety. This individual exuded an air of mystery. His playing style suggested he was a formidable center, yet he frequently positioned himself at the perimeter to shoot three-pointers with remarkable precision, enhancing his enigmatic presence. Who on earth could this be? He was now playing the power forward position, evidently tasked with containing Giannis Antetokounmpo. Indeed, as this player took the 4th spot, Giannis sensed a chill. This was psychological, yet he understood that the depths of this player's capabilities were unfathomable, and he could not hastily draw conclusions. Unbeknownst to him, this player's skill was on par with that of an ordinary substitute. However, his extensive study of psychology during college imbued his presence with an unsettling aura from the moment he stepped onto the court. This was something even Jiang Chenyu, who had traversed time, was unaware of. Shortly thereafter, the psychological master scored 2 points in the paint, further unsettling Giannis, who felt the weight of expectation as a potential successor in the league. However, Scott was perplexed. The Pacers had long recognized this player as strength and had utilized him as a secret weapon, so why was his playing time so limited? It was imperative to break this deadlock. Kobe, as a veteran of the league with formidable mental fortitude, gradually saw through the psychological master's scheme. He began demanding the ball, eager to gauge the master's true capabilities. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Kobe frequently called for the ball, exploiting mismatches to engage the psychological master directly. Acknowledging Kobe's intent to test his strength, the psychological master felt compelled to apply mental pressure. "Try as you might, you won't be able to withstand me. If you falter, you might embarrass yourself," he seemed to imply. Kobe, however, remained unfazed, understanding that this individual was attempting to impose psychological pressure. True mastery reveals itself through sheer skill. With a shoulder fake followed by a step-back jumper, Kobe effortlessly scored, leaving the defender momentarily stunned. "Wow, the boss is incredible. He can do that?" Giannis remarked, his admiration for Kobe growing as he witnessed the latter's prowess. Don't be deceived by him. He is not truly strong, but relies solely on psychological manipulation against us. The seasoned Kobe quickly discerned the psychological master's ruse and advised all his teammates accordingly. Jiang Chenyu had indeed discerned the cunning ploys of this psychological master. However, having been engrossed in conversation with Paul George, he paid little heed to this individual. Nevertheless, what could one do? A witty retort would suffice. Jiang Chenyu addressed all his teammates, asserting that now that they were aware of the opponent's tactics, there was no need for fear. They should retaliate decisively. Indeed, Jiang Chenyu's strategy bore fruit, as the Lakers finally broke their scoring drought, accumulating several fouls on the offensive end and achieving a modest surge of 12-6 in the latter part of the second quarter. Well done. This is how they should play. As the second quarter concluded, Scott expressed immense satisfaction with the team's awareness, which enabled them to secure a lead by the end of the second quarter, especially with Jiang Chenyu, who finally found his rhythm, scoring 8 points in quick succession. As the 20-minute intermission came to a close, both teams' starting lineups re-emerged before the audience. While Paul George's prowess is undeniably formidable, a fact well known to basketball enthusiasts, the current Lakers roster is exceptionally strong, featuring pillars such as Giannis Antetokounmpo and Nikola Jokic. Conversely, the Trailblazers not only managed to maintain their standing without falling behind significantly but also continued to exhibit a relentless momentum, underscoring the immense strength and leadership capabilities of Paul George. However, as the game progressed, after finding his groove, Jiang Chenyu propelled the Lakers' offense once more, initiating another surge of 4-0 at the start of the third quarter. In the midst of the game, Jiang Chenyu began to alter his approach. Subsequently, Paul George, who had been struggling to score, signaled for a one-on-one against Jiang Chenyu. The Pacers held great respect for their leader, Paul George, and everyone cleared the way, for indeed, his strategy was synonymous with that of the head coach. Paul George executed a feint, and Jiang Chenyu, still lacking experience as a rookie, fell for it once or twice. Seizing the opportunity, Paul George made a decisive drive, and Jiang Chenyu was unable to keep pace with him. Would they allow him an easy layup? Absolutely not. Even though Jiang Chenyu realized he had little chance, he charged forward nonetheless. The disparity in speed between Jiang Chenyu and Paul George was indeed substantial, with speed serving as a notable vulnerability for George. In no time, Jiang Chenyu found himself right behind Paul George. George glanced back at Jiang, underestimating any threat he might pose at that moment. However, as George attempted a layup and released the ball, Jiang swiftly intervened and swatted it away. Astonishingly, one could hardly believe the extent of his prowess. At this moment, Jiang Chenyu felt a bit bewildered. Was this truly a block? No, wait. What did Paul George just call me? He actually referred to me as Big Brother. At this moment, Jiang Chenyu was filled with immense joy. Gradually, he had begun to regard Paul George as his elder brother. Both were renowned for their formidable defensive skills, yet Paul George's prowess in defense surpassed that of Jiang Chenyu. Thus, Jiang Chenyu had come to see Paul George as his big brother. However, today, Paul George unexpectedly performed in such a manner that completely shattered Jiang Chenyu's perception. Brother, this is overwhelming. Jiang Chenyu hastily addressed Paul George, expressing disbelief that such a seasoned veteran and superstar would address a rookie as brother, a phenomenon unprecedented in history. Paul George, visibly bewildered, clearly did not intend to refer to Jiang Chenyu in such a manner. It was an inadvertent slip of the tongue. What have I just said? He lamented, filled with regret, yet uncertain of his previous utterance, leaving him in a state of confusion. As Jiang Chenyu's words hung in the air, he was abruptly interrupted by Paul George. Never mind, just disregard what I said. Chapter 40. I let it go this round as the third quarter progressed. The Pacers' disadvantages began to surface. While Paul George undoubtedly possessed remarkable strength, a lone fist could never prevail against a multitude of hands. Thus, he found himself in a predicament. Overwhelmed by the onslaught, joining the Thunder had led to camaraderie, yet upon arriving at the Clippers, he was labeled a soft player, lacking the extraordinary talent of Tracy McGrady. He nevertheless bore a striking resemblance to him. In his third year, he boldly confronted the formidable trio of the Miami Heat. Was that not the hallmark of a superstar? Yet, even such a luminary found himself powerless against the unyielding fortress that was the Lakers. Paul George truly exerted himself, striving to keep his team in contention until the very last moment. Yet he could not escape the fate of being outplayed at the last second. At that moment, he had suffered a 90-degree fracture, yet he opted against surgery, determined to lead his team to victory. There's no helping it, my friends. This time, you'll have to win. He lamented. Even Paul George uttered such words. In my view, had he been a tad wiser, he might have chosen to align himself with a powerhouse like Durant, joining the Warriors before this year, a move that could have potentially secured him his first championship title. What a thought! Jiang Chenyu was utterly perplexed. The game had yet to conclude, and the Lakers were merely leading by 8 points. How could one concede so readily? Brother, the match is still ongoing. Are you truly giving up? I have little choice. Although I could still make a desperate attempt, this is not the playoffs. Much like your last encounter with the Warriors, we too must relinquish this round. Is it truly permissible to do so? Our strategy is one you are now employing on the fly. Jiang Chenyu glanced at the substituted Paul George, feeling a sense of helplessness. In such circumstances, it would be rather unethical if the Lakers were to take matters seriously. Consequently, both Jiang Chenyu and Devin Booker relinquished their chances of achieving high scores and opted to rest for the next game. Jiang Chenyu cast a glance at the individual who had just been substituted for Paul George. Wait a moment. Is that not the psychological master? How has this dogmatic coach opted to bring him back onto the court? Consequently, the unprincipled psychological master, upon entering the game, immediately launched into a barrage of taunts. Oh dear, why has the Lakers team made yet another series of substitutions? Are you afraid of me? The moment I step onto the court, you retreat. What are you? Anyway, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I won't? Such a person had long since provoked Nick Young, who had just entered the game as a substitute. Young couldn't hold back any longer and promptly delivered a lesson to this psychological master. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenyu, resting on the sidelines, began to observe the movements of that young lady. The only intelligence he possessed indicated that she was associated with the 8th platform. Yet from that elevated vantage point, it was difficult to discern the details clearly. He could only ascertain a few things for now. Jiang Chenyu turned around, feigning a trip to the restroom, yet he discreetly made his way toward the direction of Station 8. Just a moment. Jiang Chenyu was suddenly called out, and he paused momentarily, wondering if his little secret had been discovered. Is there something you need? He feigned calmness. No, I just wanted to mention that the restroom is not in this direction. The person then pointed to a nearby location, leaving Jiang Chenyu feeling quite embarrassed. Is there a restroom over there? I can't say for certain. You'll have to check for yourself. This suited him perfectly, and Jiang Chenyu made his way towards Section 8, attracting the attention of numerous fans who clamored for photos and cheers. The young woman in Section 8 appeared somewhat bewildered as she watched the star approach her, utterly confused. As he drew nearer, Jiang Chenyu sought a reason to strike up a conversation with her, for nearly every NBA player possessed a certain charisma, with the notable exceptions of DeRozan, Leonard, and Duncan. But wait, who on earth is this? Jiang Chenyu suddenly realized that he had never encountered this woman before, and it appeared that she was still a minor. Jiang Chenyu hurriedly turned awkwardly towards another direction, spotting a restroom nearby. He seized the excuse of needing to relieve himself to evade this moment of embarrassment. Never in his life had he encountered such a mortifying situation. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chenyu emerged from the restroom and swiftly made his way back to the team. By that time, the third quarter of the game was already halfway through, and he quickly settled down to watch the match. This time, it was considerably simpler. Jiang Chenyu understood that with these words, he only needed to block one entrance, thereby ensuring a 100% chance of seeing her. However, that seemed somewhat misleading, as it was merely a silhouette. Before long, the third quarter of the match came to a close, and both teams were poised to enter the fiercely contested fourth quarter. Yet, it no longer seemed a matter of fierce competition. Paul George had already surrendered, so what was the point of continuing the struggle? Victory could almost be declared in advance. Paul George, why aren't you taking the court? It's the final quarter, and you've already given up. The head coach of the Pacers was infuriated, staring at Paul George as if he were a fool, utterly perplexed by his decision. We could adopt the Lakers' strategy against the Warriors. There's no need for further bloodshed, as it would benefit neither of our teams. So you're suggesting we concede? This time, the Pacers coach found himself at a loss for words, confronted by such a resolute player, and reluctantly complied. The Lakers, adhering to the etiquette of the game, substituted their entire starting lineup for a multitude of bench players. Jiang Chenyu, since they have already given up, shouldn't you step up and score some points? Your average score has been affected by these recent matches, and if you don't secure a high score soon, the title of scoring champion might slip away. Never mind. I never aspired to be the scoring champion. Securing the Rookie of the Year award this season would suffice. After all, my Chinese fans are bound to fervently vote me into the All-Star game. So your true aim is the All-Star game. That is quite amusing. Kobe takes it seriously every year. This year, You might just be the MVP of the All-Star game. Jiang Chenyu was well aware that the annual All-Star Game MVP was a straightforward accolade, awarded to the player with the highest score during the regular season. Each team was granted a choice of 2 out of 3 events: the slam dunk contest, the three-point contest, or the skills challenge. The Lakers, however, seldom selected a participant for the three-point contest, given the team's notorious inaccuracy from beyond the arc, a fact that Kobe's legendary 4-point shot had cemented in everyone's memory. This year, the arrival of Giannis Antetokounmpo had diminished the suspense surrounding the slam dunk contest. Nevertheless, Jiang Chenyu had no intention of allowing Giannis to squander the opportunity, as he was already aware that the contest was practically monopolized by Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon, who had battled through 5 rounds to determine the victor. So, what are you doing, lost in thought for so long? The ball has rolled right beside you. Won't you pick it up? Jiang Chenyu finally realized the gravity of the situation. With a commanding strike, he propelled the ball into the air, subsequently delivering a behind-the-back pass to the opposing center. Once again, you have outmaneuvered me. As the game progressed, the Lakers' lead expanded to 10 points. They cast aside their inhibitions and substituted their entire starting lineup, indicating that they believed they had entered garbage time. However, at this juncture, the Pacers began to exhibit a cunning strategy, swiftly bringing in Paul George during a stoppage when the ball went out of bounds. What does this mean? Are they intending for Paul George to rack up points? Scott was utterly perplexed as he watched Paul George continuously score on the offensive end, while the Lakers' defense faltered significantly. Damn it, Paul George is playing us. He seeks to seize this opportunity to win the game. Scott promptly called a timeout and reinserted the entire starting lineup. You think you can play us? I will ensure you realize the consequences of underestimating us, Scott declared with an air of malevolence. Despite Scott's ominous words, Paul George had managed to narrow the score gap, meaning that should the Lakers commit even a single error, they would jeopardize their chance of victory. Jiang Chenyu, this time, focus intently and ensure that Paul George is thoroughly contained. At this moment, Jiang Chenyu was exceedingly serious. If he could effectively neutralize Paul George, he would undoubtedly be hailed as the hero of the match. My apologies, Paul George, but this time I am truly focused. Once again, you shall serve as the backdrop. So please do not take it personally, Jiang Chenyu remarked with a beaming smile. Paul George understood all too well that this was a calculated psychological game. Helpless, he realized he was destined to replay the same narrative. However, having not played for an extended period, Paul George managed to score an impressive bank shot three-pointer despite Jiang Chenyu's defense. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu refrained from reckless shooting, drawing a foul and sinking both free throws. Paul George, believing he could maintain his fortunate streak, attempted another three-pointer against Jiang Chenyu, only to find that luck had abandoned him. His shot resulted in an embarrassing air ball. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenyu executed a brilliant assist to Kobe, whose long two-pointer failed to find the mark. Paul George seized the opportunity, retrieving the defensive rebound and converting it into a layup. The back and forth continued until the match reached its climax. Come on, we absolutely cannot afford to lose this game, Scott fretted. Another defeat would plunge the Lakers into dire straits. With just 1 minute remaining, after Paul George sank a three-pointer, he was substituted out. He flashed a grin and declared, "At last, I am no longer just a backdrop." It was evident that the term backdrop had struck fear into Paul George's heart, deeply affecting his psyche. He exited the game, determined to avoid that role. As the remaining time unfolded, it became clear that Paul George's premonition was correct. The Pacers succumbed to Kobe's consecutive three-pointers, extinguishing any remaining suspense. Thank goodness I wasn't on the court. At long last, I am not just a backdrop. Jiang Chenyu gazed at Paul George in bewilderment, gradually coming to the realization that Paul George was unwilling to remain a mere backdrop. However, this decision would leave the Pacers devoid of a formidable force, a player with a courageous heart, thereby increasing their likelihood of failure. You are mistaken. Paul George never intended to win. He merely sought to close the scoring gap. If he truly wished for victory, he would not have exited the game, Kobe solemnly remarked to Jiang Chenyu. Yet, that does not seem right. If Paul George had no desire to win, why would he deploy the entire starting lineup, especially when they currently held the lead? Clearly, Paul George does want to win. So, why did he leave the court? Perhaps he simply wished to avoid being a mere backdrop, Kobe scoffed, evidently aware that this rookie did not comprehend the nuances of NBA player styles. That cannot be the case. While he may indeed harbor thoughts of not wanting to be a backdrop, his true intention lies elsewhere. Even if he wishes to avoid that role, he will undoubtedly give his all in this game, even if it means being a backdrop once more. Have you never considered the reasons behind his reluctance to be a backdrop despite having been one so many times? Jiang Chenyu pondered for a moment and realized that it was indeed the case. Paul George certainly did not wish to remain a mere backdrop. However, he would not forego the competition merely to avoid that role. So, would they truly let it go just like that? Jiang Chenyu was enveloped in perplexity. Without Paul George to guard him, he was effortlessly dominating on the offensive end, consistently racking up points and rendering the contest devoid of suspense. It appeared that this Jiang Chenyu indeed possessed notable talent. Is it feasible for us to exchange Paul George for him? The coaching staff of the Pacers were gesturing towards Jiang Chenyu, clearly recognizing that such a rookie could offer them substantial advantages. It is evident that the Pacers are in dire need of reconstruction. One must commend the head coach for his remarkable foresight after Paul George's departure. This team truly became one in need of rebuilding, albeit the head coach at that time was no longer the same. Jiang Chenyu, do you require my assistance in intercepting her? On the other side, Nick Young similarly inquired of Jiang Chenyu in the locker room. No need. I have already confirmed. They are about to exit, and I will be aware of everything. Jiang Chenyu hurriedly arrived at exit 5, this time exercising utmost caution. He understood that if he were to be discovered, the conspiracy would undoubtedly fail. Concealed within a vehicle near exit 8, he vigilantly observed every movement outside the exit. He was acutely aware that he must not be spotted by fellow spectators. Otherwise, escape would be impossible. 2 minutes passed, then 3, as numerous attendees exited the venue. Yet Jiang Chenyu still failed to catch a glimpse of her figure. He began to seriously doubt whether he had overlooked someone in the crowd. She had arrived. Jiang Chenyu caught sight of that familiar figure and promptly instructed his vehicle to follow. He understood that this was not the opportune moment for casual banter. He had to bide his time. She subsequently hailed a taxi, which whisked her away to an undisclosed location. A twinge of envy washed over me for the taxi driver. Had she been seated in my vehicle, I would have been utterly exhilarated. But I am not a lecherous man, I assure you. It is worth noting that the driver conversed in Mandarin, indicating he was indeed Chinese. The vehicle swiftly pursued the taxi ahead, all unfolding precisely as Jiang Chenyu had orchestrated. The next phase of his plan was on the cusp of realization. Jiang Chenyu was somewhat exhilarated. After all, he had meticulously planned this scheme for 2 hours. The taxi soon came to a halt, and Jiang Chenyu parked his vehicle alongside it before stepping out. He was eager to discover the whereabouts of this young lady's abode. To his astonishment, he was rendered speechless. He could hardly believe that she resided in such a locale. This place was none other than. Indeed, it was a hotel. Jiang Chenyu was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that this young lady was residing in a hotel. However, this was not surprising. For it was not that she could not afford a home, but rather that she was merely visiting for leisure. No wonder, with my considerable influence in China. It is only natural that beautiful young women would come to witness my competitions. Jiang Chenyu followed her inside, as the young woman pressed the button for the 11th floor. Jiang Chenyu remained outside the elevator, hesitant to enter, fearing he might be recognized by others. Damn it, why must she reside on the 11th floor? Now I have to climb those stairs as well. Upon reaching the 11th floor, Jiang Chenyu discovered that the young woman was already in the process of unlocking her hotel room door. Room 1104. This was the number of the room, and it represented Jiang Chenyu's sole lead at present. Should he indeed wish to initiate a conversation, this would prove to be a significant clue. What are you doing lurking about so stealthily? Are you not concerned that the manager might expel you? At that moment, the driver approached. Observing Jiang Chenyu crouched behind the wall like a thief, and promptly inquired, "What? Now that I know her room number, it will be easier to find her in the future. Aren't you worried that she might leave for a few days of travel?" At this moment, Jiang Chenyu revealed a gaze of hesitation, clearly contemplating the matter at hand. Indeed, this is precisely what I have been apprehensive about. Thus, we must expedite our plans. As for your ridiculous scheme, let me tell you, it is utterly unfeasible. Chen Jiahao, am I not granting you the respect you deserve? You are merely a driver. My decision to appoint you as my trainer was out of consideration for our many years of brotherhood. Should you continue down this path, do you believe I would hesitate to dismiss you? Indeed, the individual who has been trailing Jiang Chenyu is none other than Chen Jiahao, the same Chen Gu whom Jiang Chenyu saw previously. He is also Jiang Chenyu's personal trainer. As for you, feel free to execute your plan. I shall merely observe your awkwardness. Jiang Chenyu responded with a flick of his middle finger and then gradually approached the door of room 1104. He tentatively tested the waters several times before producing a flyer he had meticulously prepared. Legendary bar, offering you the finest experience. For just $198. Indulge in a premium dual service worth $19.88. Here, you will find everything you desire, a place to drown your sorrows and drink. Come, my dear. Special event. Spend in store and receive a cash red envelope of 200 yuan. Clearly, Jiang Chenyu had altered this advertisement, had it remained in its original form. No sane person would have even glanced at it. The most significant modification he made was to the special event, as no fool would directly offer a cash red envelope of 200 yuan. Yet, Jiang Chenyu was willing to stake this amount, gambling on this chance. Now, all that remained was to wait. The bar operates from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. the following morning, a typical schedule for such establishments. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Chenyu lingered within the bar, securing a private room with a view of the entrance, wagering on this very opportunity. Honestly, the odds seem exceedingly slim. Even if she were to visit the bar, it is unlikely she would choose your specific room. Thus, the necessity for you to make your move arose. What do you mean? Chen Jiahao was undoubtedly taken aback by this revelation. He had heard Jiang Chenyu speak of this plan countless times, yet never anticipated his involvement. To be frank, during the time you struggled to find work, I had genuinely wished to recommend you as a bartender at the bar, for you seem to fit the role perfectly. However, I did not expect you would take a liking to the position of my trainer. So your suggestion is for me to wait for her at the entrance? Presumably, you have seen her. Upon encountering her, hand her the 200 yuan and escort her to my room. Regardless of what she says, insist that there is no space available. And if there happens to be space outside, then redirect her attention elsewhere. Damn, this deal is done. You must treat. This was but a segment of Jiang Chenyu's scheme. Previously, he had refrained from disclosing his intentions to Chen Jiahao, rendering the plan seemingly foolish. However, the circumstances had changed. If she dared to come, the plan would be nearly assured of success. It is quite late now. You should head back. We will execute the plan tomorrow. And remember your competition in 2 days. I understand. That is precisely why I said it must be within 2 days. Though the match in 2 days may not be particularly arduous, it is essential to recognize that the Los Angeles Lakers are on the brink of facing a daunting stretch of 8 consecutive away games, which will significantly impact their morale. The following day, Jiang Chenyu had already settled into the well-prepared private room at the bar before it opened, while Chen Jiahao was sluggishly completing his preparations. All that remained was to wait. Fate rewards the diligent. What is meant to arrive will inevitably come. Thus, the urgent exclamation arose, "Boss, what shall we do? Wu Wenjuan has arrived." Who? Jiang Chenyu had indeed comprehended the situation, yet he found it difficult to believe that Wu Wenjuan was persistently entwined with him. You mean to say there's a cash red envelope of 200 yuan? At that moment, Jiang Chenyu was genuinely bewildered, questioning how she had come to know about that advertisement. Could it have been a mistake on your part? Chen Jiahao also wore a perplexed expression, unsure of how to proceed. It was impossible. I had deliberately taken 2 slips, placing one in her bag, a bag I could never mistake. As Wu Wenjuan entered, she too had glimpsed that advertisement, leading to an awkward moment. Chen Jiahao, being quite astute, decided against ushering her into Jiang Chenyu's private room, understanding that for Jiang Chenyu, this was merely a trifling incident. May I inquire where you found that advertisement? Chen Jiahao had no choice but to ask directly. I picked it up from the ground, was the response. However, fate seemed to favor the diligent, as the main character of the day indeed arrived. Chen Jiahao proceeded according to plan, initially engaging the girl's attention with a series of foolish introductions before leading her into Jiang Chenyu's chamber. Boss, I must say, the girl you have your eye on is truly exquisite. As she entered, Jiang Chenyu instantly grasped the situation and feigned confusion, glancing at Chen Jiahao and remarking, "You brought her to the wrong place. I don't know her." Everything was under control. It was evident that the girl recognized Jiang Chenyu and had long regarded him as an idol, so her surprise was bound to be profound. I apologize, but there are no seats outside. This private room has fewer patrons, so let us squeeze in. I want to charge you." Jiang Chenyu immediately grasped the situation, then, with an air of sophistication, ordered 2 bottles of moderately potent liquor, feigning expertise as he engaged in idle chatter with the waiter. To put it succinctly, it is quite rare for any woman to resist his charm. He possesses wealth, talent, striking good looks, athletic prowess, and is a celebrity to boot. Since fate has brought us together, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Chenyu. No need for introductions. I am already aware. I go by Huang Jiawei. Jiang Chenyu was taken aback. This name would undoubtedly be etched in his mind forever, even if he were to traverse back in time again. Perhaps it is time to get acquainted and exchange WeChat information. Is it the WeChat from China? Jiang Chenyu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. He and his teammates had consistently utilized the American version of WeChat. While there was a Chinese variant, it seemed to be seldom used. With no alternative, Jiang Chenyu steeled himself and continued, "Then go ahead and scan my code." Jiang Chenyu's heart raced wildly. He realized that the first step had now been accomplished. "Well, you can feel free to attend my matches in the future, considering it as a ticket for friends and family. However, I will be returning to China in a couple of days." This dilemma, Jiang Chenyu had not truly contemplated. If that were the case, it would not bode well for him. Yet, having reached this juncture, such trivial matters seemed simple enough to navigate. There's no other option. We shall maintain contact in this manner. This is a common strategy in the realm of romance, known as seizing and releasing. Here, it signifies that Jiang Chenyu feigns indifference towards Huang Jiawei, leading her to believe that he harbors no feelings for her, in hopes of altering her perception. Well, after all, girls do not possess the same social boldness as boys. Articulating their thoughts can prove to be quite challenging. This plan has unexpectedly grown quite complicated. Jiang Chenyu exited the private room, using the pretext of needing to use the restroom, and approached Chun Jiahao for a conversation. One must not be overly greedy. After all, you have managed to obtain her WeChat, which lays a foundation of sorts. Yet, I find myself lamenting that my plan has barely reached 5% completion. Let me remind you, you are an athlete. Do not attach undue importance to such matters. I am merely your trainer, and should you doubt my commitment, I may very well choose not to assist you in the future. However, let us not dwell on buts. If you continue, I shall truly cease to concern myself with your affairs. At this point, Jiang Chenyu felt at a loss. He cast a glance at Huang Jiawei before departing in disappointment. A day later, Jiang Chenyu reviewed the schedule, noting that the next match was against the struggling 76ers of the East, which would afford the Lakers some much-needed respite. Indeed, the Lakers effortlessly secured victory in this encounter. The subsequent match pitted them against the Washington Wizards, who, despite the presence of Wall and Beal, fell to the Lakers after a fierce battle. The Hawks posed little threat, and the Lakers continued their winning streak without difficulty. However, the toll of so many away games eventually caught up with the Lakers, resulting in a loss to the Raptors. Nevertheless, they regained their momentum against the Timberwolves. Soon after, the Lakers faced a formidable opponent, the Spurs, guided by Popovich, who had claimed the championship just 2 years prior and were equally determined this year, boasting an impressive roster. This time, however, it was an away game, and all Lakers players expressed their resignation. They currently ranked third in the West, with the Spurs occupying the second spot. As anticipated, the Lakers were decisively defeated by the Spurs, succumbing to a 20-point deficit. The Rockets, as the Lakers' final bastion of defiance, featured a formidable lineup: James Harden, Dwight Howard, Trevor Ariza, Patrick Beverley, and Clint Capella. The opulence of this team is self-evident. The Lakers' roster remained unchanged: Devin Booker, Kobe, Jiang Chenyu, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Nikola Jokic. In this match, it was a battle to the bitter end. Regardless of the circumstances, victory was imperative. The Lakers' performance in this match is truly a testament to their determination. As the game commenced with a jump ball, the formidable Dwight Howard decisively overpowered Nikola Jokic, directing the ball to his team's side. Jokic, acutely aware of his inability to contend with this powerhouse, bowed his head, realizing that only Giannis Antetokounmpo could stand against such might. At present, the Lakers' sole opportunity for scoring lies in the fact that James Harden is experiencing an off day. Harden's average points per game have remained consistently around 30, a figure that even surpasses that of Stephen Curry. During his peak with the Rockets, Harden's brilliance was overshadowed only by the absence of a championship title. Despite the Rockets' star-studded lineup, their over-reliance on Harden has often proven to be their Achilles heel. Although Howard has likewise joined the Rockets this season, he finds himself with limited opportunities, resulting in a modest average of 14 points per game, albeit with an impressive 12 rebounds as a defensive stalwart. The current iteration of Howard is far removed from his prime. His potential remains untapped, as the Cavaliers and Warriors have dominated the league in recent years, leaving Titans like Harden and Westbrook deprived of championship glory. I shall shatter this dominance. The arrival of this player has rekindled hope among his teammates. Although Howard eventually secured his first championship under LeBron's guidance, The prospects for Westbrook and Harden to achieve similar success appear bleak. Giannis, too, is not at his peak. He remains somewhat inexperienced and hesitant to confront a post-prime Howard. As the match unfolds, Harden swiftly showcases his extraordinary talent. His step-back maneuver proves perplexing for defenders. Kobe, the former Defensive Player of the Year, would not allow Harden a three-point attempt without contest. He lunges towards Harden. Yet the latter is not only the master of the step-back but also a skilled provocateur of fouls. As anticipated, Harden draws a foul from Kobe on a three-point shot, converting all 3 free throws and securing a stellar start. Boss, shall we wager? I bet I will score over 35 points, Harden muses. Though he would typically engage in banter with his opponent, he now approaches Kobe with profound respect, framing his challenge as a cordial inquiry. A bet is agreeable. However, I fear I may be unable to contain you. Yet, I wager that we shall win the match. In the subsequent round, Kobe remarked to Harden that his confidence stemmed from Jiang Chenyu's remarkable performance in the match, as he too had successfully landed three-pointers in retaliation. To put it succinctly, when Jiang Chenyu is in good form, the Lakers merely need the rest of the team to maintain their usual standards to seize victory. However, this is contingent upon the absence of unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, within the NBA's Chinese broadcast, the live stream had achieved unprecedented success. Today, Jiang Chenyu is in exceptional form. This day marks the pinnacle clash between him and Harden, and the anticipation to witness their matchup is palpable. Soon, the viewership surged to 2 million, reminiscent of Liu Gunghong's popularity 6 years hence. Astonishing. Such a remarkable figure. I am in awe. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as Jiang Chenyu's trainer, Chen Jiahao, sensed something amiss. Thank you for Chapter 44, the showdown between Harden and Jiang Chenyu, a lengthy, 4,000-word chapter. Kindly consider rewarding. Gratitude is also due to the neighbor, the esteemed Rand Day, for the generous donation of 100 carnivals. It is no wonder that Howe's donation of 100 carnivals, equivalent to 3 million RMB, flooded the entire stream with excitement. At this moment, Jiang Chenyu remained blissfully unaware of the extent of his popularity in China, a stark contrast to the days of Yao Ryu. Kobe, allow me to face off against Harden this time. I too wish to test the waters of superstar caliber. Jiang Chenyu is acutely aware that he will likely face off against superstars like James numerous times in the future. Thus, he seizes the opportunity of his current excellent form to challenge Harden. Presently, Jiang Chenyu finds himself pitted against the elite star Harden, and he is brimming with excitement, recognizing this as a pivotal moment for his growth. Indeed, Jiang Chenyu is truly matching up against Harden. It feels even more thrilling than the historic encounters between Yao Ryu and Shaquille O'Neal. Of course, Jiang Chenyu is not merely a figure lingering in highlight reels. At this moment, a seasoned basketball expert has taken note of the comments from observers and hastily decided to share the truth. While your observations hold merit, they are not entirely accurate. Yao Ryu, to be candid, is indeed formidable, yet he is merely a dominant force within the Asian region. In terms of reality, he cannot be compared to O'Neal, at best reaching the level of a second-tier center. In contrast, the current Jiang Chenyu is different. As a rookie, he aspires to become a top-tier superstar like Harden in the future. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable that his games are more captivating than those of Yao Ryu. To hear such wisdom from you is indeed more enlightening than years of study. The ongoing confrontation between Jiang Chenyu and Harden persists, as Jiang attempts to penetrate the interior but finds no success, subsequently assisting Jokic in scoring. Meanwhile, Harden delivers a precise assist to Howard, who executes a powerful dunk. Currently, Giannis and Howard are matched up against each other, their capabilities significantly curtailed, rendering them unable to propel their team forward. Jiang Chenyu once again seized the ball. While Harden's defense appeared rather nonchalant, Jiang contemplated a breakthrough, yet Harden's unpredictable prowess was not to be underestimated. The risk of a turnover loomed large. Thus, Jiang opted for a three-point shot. Although Harden's defense was formidable, he successfully thwarted the attempt, allowing Howard to secure the rebound and pass the ball back to Harden for further action. Now it was Jiang Chenyu's turn to defend against Harden. Having just faced his formidable opponent, Jiang was determined to approach this defensive play with utmost seriousness. Jiang Chenyu fixated intently on the ball. Indeed, Harden's dribbling exerted considerable pressure. Nevertheless, Jiang's defense proved formidable. Although Harden applied immense pressure, he found himself unable to overcome Jiang's tenacity. After a final unsuccessful drive, Harden relinquished all hope of overpowering Jiang and passed the ball to Beverly. As a small forward, Beverly now faced Kobe. With time slipping away, Beverly, out of options, was compelled to attempt a desperate three-pointer, which, predictably, missed the mark. Yet, Howard's prowess was undeniable as he remarkably secured the offensive rebound. He swiftly tossed the ball to Ariza, who, living up to expectations, executed a successful floater. Subsequently, both teams experienced a lapse in shooting accuracy, each missing 2 attempts, which introduced a hint of suspense to the game. Since the All-Star Games reform, viewership had declined, particularly after Kobe's departure. The enthusiasm of these players had waned, despite an increase in dunks and three-pointers, leaving the audience yearning for the excitement of yesteryear. Following this, Jiang Chenyu executed a skillful layup, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. "Young man, it must be acknowledged that your talent is indeed impressive. However, this is not a foundation for arrogance, as your journey to superstardom remains far from complete." Jiang Chenyu remained silent this time. For what Harden was unaware of was that Jiang Chenyu was a man endowed with a system, rendering these matters quite simple. Beep. The system detected Harden's insulting behavior towards the host and subsequently issued a task with 3 options for the host to choose from. Task 1. Secure the title of scoring champion this year to demonstrate one's prowess. Task 2. A modest ambition this year. Simply aim for the Rookie of the Year award and a place in the All-NBA third team. Task 3. What is Harden anyway? Go confront him directly. Each task represented distinct rewards. Jiang Chenyu was taken aback. In his recollection, it was the first time the system had sent him a task. Well, although Task 3 was also viable, one must ultimately let their performance speak for them, so I shall opt for Task 2. Jiang Chenyu had his reasons for not selecting Task 1. The title of scoring champion required an average scoring rate that topped the league, while his current average stood at merely 21 points. A considerable gap from LeBron's 35 points, thus making it an unwise risk. So, shall we commence? Since a place in the All-NBA third team was unattainable, that option was out of the question. Subsequently, Harden refrained from taking the ball himself and instead passed it to Ariza. Ariza, in turn, attempted to drive past Devin Booker, who defended admirably, compelling Ariza to pass to Beverly. Beverly executed a mid-range jump shot that found its mark. Shortly after, Jiang Chenyu's three-point attempt fell short, and Harden's two-pointer also clanged off the rim. Jiang Chenyu once again broke through, delivering the ball to Devin Booker. Booker feinted Ariza, subsequently finding an open space to draw Beverly's attention before passing the ball to Kobe, who sank a three-pointer. The tactical framework of the Lakers appears to be improving significantly. Soon, the first quarter concluded with the Rockets holding a narrow lead of 1 point. "Coach, it seems we might not emerge victorious in this match," Scott remarked, his brow furrowed. This marked their 8th consecutive away game, and while a loss would be understandable, he was still reluctant to accept defeat. "No, today we shall fight to the bitter end, even if it means enduring hunger and thirst." Scott's resolve was unmistakably clear, leaving the Lakers players with no choice but to comply. In the second quarter, the Lakers deployed their bench lineup, and the Rockets did the same. However, the Lakers' reserves were led by Giannis, which was hardly surprising. Had it been otherwise, the Lakers would have faced a dismal defeat in the second quarter. Having been stifled by Howard in the first quarter, Giannis was brimming with pent-up frustration, having scored merely 3 points, including a single free throw. Indeed, although the opposing bench was formidable, they gradually found it increasingly difficult to withstand the offensive onslaught from Giannis. The Rockets' head coach swiftly made the decision to substitute in Ariza and Beverly. Both Ariza and Beverly managed to somewhat contain Giannis, engaging him in a back-and-forth exchange on the offensive end. By the midpoint of the second quarter, all the starters were back on the court. Throughout this game, Jiang Chenyu's defensive efficiency had significantly improved, as he could not afford to relax when facing an offensive powerhouse like Harden. Although Howard was no longer at his peak, he remained formidable during his tenure with the Rockets. While he could not achieve the 30 points per game he averaged in Orlando, his rebounding remained consistently stable. Kobe faced Beverly with little pressure. After all, who is Kobe? His remarkable feats, such as scoring 62 points in 3 quarters and 81 points in a single game during his prime, attested to his prowess. He had encountered numerous high-stakes situations, and even in a one-on-one matchup, he could compose an extensive commentary of over 1,000 words. However, Jiang Chenyu's lack of experience began to surface. Harden recognized that Jiang possessed substantial strength, and relying solely on his physical abilities would not suffice to defeat him. Instead, he capitalized on Jiang's inexperience. Indeed, Harden once again drew a foul on the offensive end, converting both free throws with ease. At this moment, Jiang Chenyu has already incurred 4 fouls. Should he commit 2 more, he will be disqualified from the game. Young man, surely you do not wish to foul out completely. Refrain from interfering with me. For if you accumulate enough fouls to leave the court, I will be unable to assist you. Jiang Chenyu found himself in a state of helplessness. Acknowledging that he was indeed inferior to Harden, being disqualified from the game due to fouls had once again set a record. A rookie leaving the court twice would certainly tarnish his reputation, complicating matters related to financial considerations and team standing. If Harden continued this way, Jiang Chenyu would be left with nothing, despite hoping to prolong his participation in the game. At this moment, a senior fan known by the ID basketball enthusiast once again expressed his thoughts. He asserted that a player like Harden is almost destined to remain without a championship, as he treats fouls as his customary weapon. While Jiang had once admired Harden's step-back move, circumstances had changed. To put it plainly, if Harden persisted with such tactics in this match, a devastating defeat awaited him. The seasoned fan indeed spoke with wisdom. Jiang Chenyu was no longer afraid of being disqualified. For if Harden relied solely on free throws, he would inevitably lose, rendering Jiang's potential disqualification inconsequential. In the subsequent play, Jiang Chenyu deftly maneuvered past Harden, heading straight for an open layup. At that moment, Harden resorted to his experience, pulling Jiang down with force. This tactic, reminiscent of strategies employed during Jordan's era, was recognized as the Jordan rule. However, Jiang Chenyu had finally discovered a means to counteract this rule, akin to Jordan's own resolution. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Chenyu managed to power through Harden and convert the play into a 3-point opportunity. Indeed, the technique involved shooting the basketball before being pulled, a method revealed by Jordan in 2019. However, as someone who had traversed time, Jiang Chenyu grasped this strategy far quicker than other NBA players. Witnessing Jiang's successful counter, Harden remained baffled. How did you decipher the Jordan rule? He questioned, perplexed as Jiang Chenyu confidently sank the additional free throw. Humph, as a Chinese, can such minor rules truly restrain me? Although Jiang Chenyu is a traveler from another realm, he refrains from disclosing his extraordinary circumstances to anyone, not even to his own kin, for fear of becoming a subject of unwelcome experimentation. Subsequently, Howard seized the ball, executing a nimble spin to evade Antetokounmpo, who was left with no choice but to counter Howard using the Jordan rules. However, Howard found himself somewhat perplexed, uncertain of how to navigate the Jordan rules, and thus was compelled to take free throws, managing to convert only one of 2 attempts, resulting in a missed opportunity for his team to score. Following this, both teams struggled to find their rhythm, with a series of missed shots becoming an all-too-familiar occurrence, much to the spectators' indifference, as the Lakers' style of play often unfolds in this manner. LeBron James is considered the pinnacle of talent in the league, while the second tier comprises players like Curry and Harden. To put it plainly, Harden and Jiang Chenyu are currently not in the same league. Jiang Chenyu is, after all, still a newcomer, lacking the overarching perspective that many matches require. Harden subsequently assisted Howard, who executed another emphatic dunk. Goodness, how am I supposed to defend against Howard? It is quite a predicament for me as a power forward to guard a center. Giannis began to express his frustrations. He has already fallen under Howard's shadow in this game. Not only is he unable to secure rebounds against him, but he has also been subjected to 2 humiliating dunks. As my teammates suffer, how can I remain indifferent? The reason Jiang Chenyu dares to utter these words at this moment is that the system has once again demonstrated its formidable power. The host has activated the talent, human essence extraction, with a duration of 3 minutes. Jiang Chenyu was filled with exhilaration. It had been quite some time since his extraordinary talent had been awakened. In other words, he had not experienced the thrill of dunking on his opponents for a long while. Observing Howard's audacious arrogance, he felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Damn Howard. This time I shall ensure that you are left with an unforgettable memory. Jiang Chenyu gazed at Howard, a wicked smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Jiang Chenyu demanded the ball directly. In this possession, he intended to leverage his speed to surpass Harden. However, Harden defended exceptionally well, remaining steadfast in his position, which left Jiang Chenyu feeling quite vexed. This damned Harden. Does he expect me to dunk over him as well? Jiang Chenyu found himself in a predicament, compelled to confront the challenge head-on. Observing that Harden was resolute in his defense, he decided to employ a more aggressive tactic, driving straight at Harden. Seeing this, Howard rushed to provide assistance, while Beverly positioned himself to obstruct Jiang Chenyu's south passing lane. This time, however, Jiang Chenyu intended to make him look foolish. Beverly openly mocked Jiang Chenyu, yet the latter's objective was not merely to shoot or pass. It was to execute a thunderous dunk. Jiang Chenyu leapt into the air, and simultaneously, Beverly, Harden, and Howard also sprang upwards. They believed that Jiang Chenyu was not merely attempting to avoid a steal, but rather seeking to endure a resounding block. However, Jiang Chenyu did not execute a layup. His movements unmistakably signified a dunk. Goodness, this young man intends to perform an aerial assault. He must not be allowed to succeed, Howard thought to himself, exerting even greater force with his hands. Jiang Chenyu forcefully struck the ball against the backboard. Yet the shot failed to secure a dunk. Alas, we were on the brink of etching our names in history. Indeed, had Howard not provided assistance in defense, Harden might have been left in a state of disarray. Although the shot did not succeed, Howard's excessive force inadvertently struck Jiang Chenyu's arm, clearly constituting a shooting foul. Jiang Chenyu pondered inwardly, aware that Howard was not so easily dunked over. However, if it were only Harden or Beverly alone, that shot would indeed have been a successful dunk. Jiang Chenyu, influenced by the force of his slam dunks, managed to hit only one of his 2 free throws. Nevertheless, his recent actions have sparked quite a sensation. In a locker room, a top-tier star exclaimed in disbelief, "What? You mean that Chinese could almost posterize Howard and Harden?" Indeed. The NBA superstar in question is none other than the current league's frontrunner, LeBron James. "Boss, it's absolutely true. I was just watching the live broadcast, and that kid nearly executed it. It was only a foul by Howard that prevented the dunk. Could it be? If that's the case, there might truly be an heir apparent to the NBA." The league gained its audience largely due to Jordan, who upheld the NBA during the first decade from the 1990s to the 2000s. Following Jordan's retirement, the entire league sought a successor. A young star in number 8 jersey emerged, securing 5 championships between 2000 and 2010, thus supporting the second decade. However, after Kobe's Achilles injury and subsequent decline, LeBron James advanced to the finals 9 times in a decade, establishing himself as the second greatest in history, thereby carrying the third decade. Yet this third decade is nearing its conclusion, and the NBA has been on the lookout for a new successor. The arrival of players like Giannis, Embiid, Jokic, and Doncic has demonstrated that international players can indeed excel in the NBA. Still, the league aspires for a domestic player to assume the mantle, with Zion Williamson being their anticipated number 1 draft pick. Unfortunately, Zion's frail health and absence from games over the past 2 years have caused the league to lose hope in him. Conversely, the second overall pick from the same draft, Ja Morant, has been viewed as a promising candidate. Now, with Jiang Chenyu making waves by matching the current elite star Harden during his rookie season, the NBA is gradually shifting its perspective, contemplating Jiang as the potential successor to the league. As the game continues, the second quarter concludes flawlessly, with the Lakers even leading by 3 points, thanks to Jiang's extraordinary performance. The lengthy halftime begins, during which the Lakers casually strategize, and 20 minutes pass by. During this interval, Jiang downed 2 bottles of Gatorade, a flavor that always strikes one as peculiar, sweet yet tinged with a hint of saltiness, complemented by a citrus essence. Undoubtedly appealing to the athletic young man. It's strange, truly strange. I've consumed Gatorade numerous times, and each experience is uniquely different. As the third quarter commenced, the fierce contest between Jiang Chenyu and Harden persisted. In the first quarter, it was evident that Harden had the upper hand. However, in the second quarter, Jiang Chenyu found his rhythm and slightly gained the advantage. This was Jiang Chenyu's purpose. He merely needed to influence Harden's performance without the necessity of overwhelming him. Meanwhile, Antetokounmpo struggled, as he, being a power forward, found it challenging to match up against centers. Howard, taking advantage of the defensive lapses from Antetokounmpo, frequently drew fouls on the offensive end as the third quarter began. Although his free throw shooting was indeed erratic, he occasionally managed to reclaim offensive rebounds and convert those into points. Howard's contributions were a significant factor in the Rockets maintaining their lead. In the third quarter, Jiang Chenyu's performance mirrored that of the first quarter. Harden, too, frequently executed step-back three-pointers beyond the arc. Jiang Chenyu marveled silently at Harden's profound understanding of the rules. Having risen at 4 in the morning to study them, Harden could nearly recite the entire rulebook, and engaging in a verbal sparring match with him could very well result in a technical foul due to his mastery of the regulations. Due to this incident, Jiang Chenyu received a technical foul, thus he refrained from exchanging banter with Harden, for who knows what that individual might do. As the third quarter progressed into its latter half, the advantage established by the Lakers in the second quarter began to dwindle, gradually reclaimed by the Rockets. Remarkably, Giannis also found his rhythm in the third quarter, astonishingly sinking 2 three-pointers. It is indeed a spectacle to witness Giannis attempting three-pointers, although he managed to land 2. The majority were still airballs. Howard observed Giannis' successful shots with no sense of urgency, but rather with a sense of pride. In the latter stages of the third quarter, both the Lakers and the Rockets introduced some substitute players, and Jiang Chenyu took a breather, as his stamina did not match that of an NBA athlete. He was still operating at the level of his previous existence before his time travel. After Jiang Chenyu exited the court, the dynamics on the floor began to shift in favor of the Rockets. While Kobe could hold his own against Harden defensively, he could not render Harden as helpless as Jiang Chenyu did. He could only contain him on the defensive end, while the offensive front remained lackluster. Subsequently, Kobe stumbled upon a fading three-pointer, allowing the Lakers to regain the lead thanks to the fortuitous luck of a few players. What a curious turn of events. One must wonder how such luck could have accumulated over the preceding matches. After a brief 2-minute respite, Jiang Chenyu re-entered the arena, only to be met with applause from the visiting crowd. Astonishingly, Jiang Chenyu had garnered the admiration of the opposing fans, having longed to witness several years of All-Star games. I would gladly pay any amount to watch his live broadcasts. However, let us not celebrate too soon. There remains a possibility that Jiang Chenyu may not secure a spot in the All-Star lineup. At this juncture, the Chinese CCTV broadcast has reaped substantial profits, validating their decision to acquire the NBA broadcasting rights at double the cost. In retrospect, it appears to be a wise investment. Swiftly, the third quarter concluded, with the Rockets staging a remarkable comeback, achieving a 6-0 surge that propelled their team ahead by 4 points. This margin is significant as the fourth quarter commences, leaving the Lakers with an uncertain chance to mount a comeback within the limited time remaining. Every point now holds immense importance. As the fourth quarter began, Kobe drew a foul on the offensive end, converting both free throws with his characteristic steadiness. Meanwhile, both Harden and Howard unleashed their prowess, dismantling the Lakers' defensive formation and igniting another 6-0 run. Consequently, the point differential expanded to 8. Frustration boiled over for Lakers head coach Scott. They could ill afford to lose at this critical juncture. Yet, Harden and Howard displayed no mercy, exerting their full effort in the final moments, intent on securing victory. Alas, it seemed that Jiang Chenyu's team was on the verge of defeat. Could it be? After such a long wait, it felt disheartening. Nevertheless, witnessing Jiang Chenyu's remarkable performance was a consolation. Disappointment hung in the air, as everyone yearned to see Jiang Chenyu clinch the game, yet Howard's relentless defense thwarted their desires. Jiang Chenyu's expression was equally grim, yet one could discern the intensity in his eyes. This outcome was certainly one he would not accept. Chapter 46. The Death of the Competition. I do not yearn for victory. Rather, I am merely fearful of defeat. This sentiment resonates with every fiercely competitive individual. Indeed, no one desires to lose, and this very apprehension fuels the competitive spirit within us all. Jiang Chenyu gazed intently at the celebrating duo of Harden and Howard on the court, his eyes ablaze with fury. Having endured numerous defeats, he was resolute that this match could not end in loss. Jiang Chenyu held the ball, while Harden, now distracted in his defense, thought that even if this shot were to go in, it would bear no consequence. Provoking me? You shall pay the price for your actions. As a traveler from another realm, Jiang Chenyu is perceived as a fearless newcomer, akin to a young calf unafraid of tigers. However, Jiang Chenyu is not merely that. He possesses a system that ensures even if he meets his demise, the consequences will be inconsequential. Observing Harden's defensive demeanor, it is evident that he has lost interest in guarding Jiang Chenyu. Instead, he appears eager to conclude the game swiftly, perhaps to indulge in his nightlife or to accumulate a few more points for himself. Jiang Chenyu executed a remarkable breakthrough, while Harden merely made a token attempt to intercept. Jiang's ball handling skills were exceptional, allowing him to deftly evade Harden's ambush, and subsequently, he scored 2 points by driving past Howard. The other players of the Rockets remained unfazed, presuming that Harden would soon sink a three-pointer to stem the tide for their team. However, at that moment, the Rockets coach became anxious, fully aware of the imminent threat posed by the current Lakers squad. Hurry, play with seriousness, he urgently shouted to his players, with Beverly being the first to hear the call. Yet, it was too late. Harden was stripped of the ball by Jiang Chenyu, who then assisted Kobe for another 2 points. The momentum had shifted ominously, leaving the response of the Rockets players in question. Harden's subsequent attempt at a two-pointer once again failed. This time, Giannis seized the opportunity to grab the rebound and passed it to Devin Booker, who advanced the ball. Rather than taking a shot, Booker wisely distributed it back to the penetrating Jiang Chenyu. Jiang Chenyu moved with remarkable swiftness, executing a fast break to secure another 2 points. Who dares to claim that Jiang Chenyu cannot contend with Harden? Indeed, this is the reality. Harden's situation is dire, and it is imperative to take this seriously. On the sidelines, Harden was sweating profusely, as the score gap had narrowed to a mere 2 points. Although he wished to focus intently, he was at a loss regarding how to extend their lead. In desperation, Harden attempted a contested three-pointer, which once again failed to find its mark. Fortunately for him, Jiang Chenyu's mid-range shot also missed, granting Harden a brief respite. Cursed be this affliction, I am suffering from asthma. Harden has long been plagued by a well-known ailment in the league, his asthma. Those who have experienced it understand the torment it brings. The sensation of struggling to breathe nearly caused him to faint. As his asthma flared up, the Rockets had no choice but to call a timeout, sending someone to fetch his inhaler, which gradually alleviated his condition. Subsequently, the Rockets regained possession, and Ariza's crucial three-pointer momentarily staunched the bleeding. However, before they could celebrate, Jiang Chenyu struck again with another fast break three-pointer. Goodness, it seems as though you are playing with an advantage today. Every shot you take finds its target. Indeed, during this critical juncture, Jiang Chenyu felt in exceptional form. The Lakers' victories often hinged upon his stellar performance. The Rockets remained anxious, holding on to their tenuous 2-point lead, uncertain how long it could endure. Then, Jiang Chenyu assisted Jokic in making a three-pointer, allowing the 2-point lead to slip away, and they now trailed by 1. Yet, Harden responded by driving to the basket and drawing a foul, converting both free throws. Still, Jiang Chenyu was undeterred, promptly assisting Kobe for a mid-range jumper. Harden's subsequent three-point attempt once again failed, plunging him into despair as Jiang Chenyu and Giannis found their rhythm, effectively sealing the fate of the match. Alas, it was yet another near miss. Harden sighed in resignation, aware that this course of action could not continue indefinitely. Jiang Chenyu returned to the home court of the Lakers, a sensation that felt remarkably familiar. However, his concerns lay elsewhere. It had been several days since he last visited, and he was anxious to know how Hwang Hyo-ae was faring. A WeChat message appeared. NBA Jiang Chenyu, certified, have you returned? Indeed. Jiang Chenyu had added Hwang Hyo-ae on WeChat, enabling him to easily reach out to her. Mango is sweet. Not yet. Mango is sweet was Hwang Hyo-ae's online alias, and she promptly responded to Jiang Chenyu's message. She had been enjoying her time in America for the past few days, but it was now time to return. NBA Jiang Chenyu, let us meet up. Mango is sweet. You decide. After all, we are friends. Friends. This implied that Jiang Chenyu had confirmed their friendship with Hwang Hyo-ae. NBA Jiang Chenyu, let us gather tomorrow at noon in front of your house. Mango is sweet. Animated emoji, sounds good. The following morning, Jiang Chenyu left home early, preparing for their meeting. He was aware that traditionally, it was expected for the male to arrive first so that the female would not have to wait. However, this was a custom from before his time travel. In the present context, men and women were regarded as equals, and the notion that men should always wait for women had become obsolete. Unfortunately, as time progressed, some women became increasingly presumptuous, ultimately disregarding the principle of equality by adhering to the outdated notion that good men do not hit women. You're here so early, a voice chimed, marking the appearance of today as protagonist. Yes, isn't that the custom? He replied. What custom? Why did you come here before me? Jiang Chenyu suddenly recalled that there was no such custom at this time. This time, however, it seemed to have caused quite a stir. Well, never mind. Let us proceed directly to dine. Just a moment. Jiang Chenyu suddenly turned around, noticing Hwang Hyo-ae calling out to him, and promptly inquired, as an NBA star, shouldn't you be more discreet? I certainly do not wish to be embroiled in rumors. This sentiment, though seemingly reasonable, prompted Jiang Chenyu to hastily summon his driver, opening the door for Hwang Hyo-ae to enter the vehicle. However, he found the driver's face strikingly familiar. Hwang Hyo-ae, with her keen perception, quickly recognized the driver's countenance. This driver must have a side job, I suppose. The age-old adage that a girl chasing a boy is separated by a thin veil, while a boy pursuing a girl is obstructed by a wall, resonated in Jiang Chenyu's mind. Desiring to keep his affection for Huang Jiawei a secret, he chose to remain silent. Before long, the car arrived at their destination, the most extravagant locale in Los Angeles, renowned for its unparalleled entertainment. The culinary delights here were equally exquisite, and Jiang Chenyu had already reserved a private room, eagerly awaiting Huang Jiawei's arrival. I assure you, I am quite a respectable individual. This is my first visit to such an establishment. Previously, I have dined exclusively on gourmet meals prepared by my personal chef, Jiang Chenyu remarked, striving to prevent any misconceptions from Huang Jiawei. Oh, I am well aware that you are indeed a respectable person. Jiang Chenyu arrived at the restaurant, and everything unfolded seamlessly. The plan proceeded as usual, creating an atmosphere of normalcy. However, an unforeseen moment of social embarrassment emerged. Chapter 47. You truly are a serious person, Mr. Jiang. Shall we stick with the same dishes as last time? At this moment, Jiang Chenyu was genuinely taken aback. His foolish teammate had inadvertently sold him out. Mr. Jiang? You must be mistaken. This is my first visit to your establishment. The waiter, equally perplexed, was at a loss as to why the frequent patron Jiang Chenyu would engage in such a charade today. Nevertheless, recognizing his own awkwardness, he quickly responded, "Oh, my apologies. I must have mistaken you for someone else." Yet, Huang Jiawei could no longer bear to watch. Casting a glance at Jiang Chenyu, she remarked coldly, "You truly are a serious person." Jiang Chenyu smiled wryly, fully aware that he could no longer keep this under wraps. With the guest present, he certainly could not hold back. He would purchase everything he could, and even those items beyond his means would be acquired with a gritted determination. Jiang Chenyu glanced at the menu. This establishment was among the most expensive in Los Angeles, and ordering just a few dishes could easily deplete several $1,000s. "Excuse me, sir," he said to the waiter, "please just order the initial few signature dishes. For drinks, I would like an exceptionally strong AK-47, and for this lady, please bring a bottle of premium beverage. Would you like cola?" The waiter inquired. "No, Gatorade will suffice," Huang Jiawei interjected, clearly eager to avoid lingering too long on this part of the evening. She was also quite curious, wondering what intentions Jiang Chenyu harbored for this visit. "Go ahead. What brings you to me this time?" Huang Jiawei directly addressed the matter at hand. "Well, it's nothing much, really. I just wanted to gather since you were leaving," he replied casually. "Is that all? I find it hard to believe you would waste your time for such a trivial reason." Jiang Chenyu swallowed hard, pondering how to proceed with the performance. "Well, how would you like me to respond?" This seemingly simple query concealed profound complexities, not only flipping the dynamics of the conversation but also eliciting an answer from the other party. "Just speak honestly. Isn't that straightforward?" Frustration welled up within him. What was he to do now? Was he really expected to utter the answer so plainly? In the realm of cinema, proposals are often depicted as enchanting moments. Yet in the tapestry of real life, such scenes are seldom witnessed. More often than not, they either culminate in direct affirmation or remain as unfulfilled crushes. "Never mind. I confess, I have feelings for you." Jiang Chenyu could no longer keep his secret. He understood that the truth must eventually be revealed. Disclosing the answer sooner would alleviate some of his sorrow. "Indeed, this is the answer I have been seeking. Is it truly that simple?" Jiang Chenyu was utterly bewildered. After meticulously orchestrating his elaborate plan for such an extended period, it was astonishing that it could be so effortlessly unraveled by a single remark. This was rather disconcerting for him. Bewildered, he contemplated how an ordinary person might feel utterly mortified in such a situation. Jiang Chenyu harbored serious doubts about how she could utter such words. Even he found them to be painfully awkward, let alone a delicate woman like her. Gradually, he began to acclimate to the circumstances. This particular rendezvous took a turn for the worse with Huang Jiawei's final statement, plunging the atmosphere into silence as neither party spoke until the date concluded. "Let us depart. The hour is late, and I must return to the main venue for training," he stated. Jiang Chenyu gathered his belongings, adopting a posture that suggested his imminent departure, while Huang Jiawei remained in a state of daze. Uncertain whether she was reluctant to leave or simply lost in thought. One must understand that this encounter could very well be our final meeting. After much contemplation, Huang Jiawei finally articulated those few words, leaving Jiang Chenyu momentarily stunned. In his perspective, his plans should have reached their fruition by now. Certain matters, if one insists on departing unilaterally, become irrevocable. Jiang Chenyu fell into silence, and soon he exited the restaurant, with Huang Jiawei trailing closely behind him. What a delightful scene it was, yet alas, Jiang Chenyu, this old rascal, promptly entered the men's restroom. "Huh? What do you mean by that? What brings you to the men's restroom?" Is it not acceptable to relieve oneself here? Upon hearing this, Huang Jiawei was momentarily rendered speechless. Well, jokes aside, Jiang Chenyu ultimately led Huang Jiawei away from that place. Initially, he had intended to take her shopping, but reality remains unchanged. Some things are simply beyond alteration. Jiang Chenyu returned to his team's home court, and in the subsequent 2 home games, one of them was against the Bucks, the former team of Giannis Antetokounmpo. Without further ado, let us commence the match. Initially, I was reluctant to write about this game, considering that the Bucks' performance this year has merely placed them at 12th in the Eastern Conference, failing to qualify for the playoffs. However, I believe the rivalry between Middleton and Giannis warrants some exploration. Now, let us introduce the starting lineups. For the Bucks, Chris Middleton, Roy Hibbert, Greg Monroe, Jabari Parker, and Carter Williams. For the Lakers, Devin Booker, Kobe Bryant, Jiang Chenyu, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Nikola Jokic. The lineup remains consistent. Yet the Bucks seem determined to rely entirely on their perimeter game, having traded Giannis for Hibbert, potentially adopting the fabled small ball strategy. This approach presents both stark advantages and disadvantages, leaving the outcome to chance, which is the only suspense surrounding the Bucks in this match. As the teams prepared for the jump ball, the Bucks harbored little hope of winning it, allowing the Lakers to easily gain possession. Devin Booker advanced the ball, following the Lakers' customary play style, which often begins with a casual first attack. Subsequently, Booker passed to Kobe, who, in this game, Coach Scott aimed to restrain Giannis from making significant contributions. Aware of Giannis's loyalty to the Bucks, Scott surmised that Giannis would not play with his usual intensity. Kobe, after a shoulder fake, attempted a fadeaway jumper that missed. However, Jokic secured the offensive rebound and was about to score when Monroe swiftly snatched the ball away. The defensive steal exemplified a clear advantage of the small ball strategy, yet rebounding remained its evident weakness. Monroe then passed to Middleton, who signaled his intent to match up against Giannis. Middleton could no longer contain his frustration. With the team's already weak performance, the departure of their interior players was intolerable. As the captain, Middleton's anger was palpable. Traitor, if you can't win, just admit it. Selecting you for our team was a grave mistake. He vented his frustration onto Giannis. A reaction understandable by anyone. However, unbeknownst to Middleton, years later, Giannis would rise to become the cornerstone of the Bucks, leading them to a championship. While such a fate seemed impossible in this timeline, in a previous one, Giannis was indeed the hero of the Bucks. What can I do? It was your management that decided to trade me. Can I force them not to? Chapter 48, Rivalry and Resentment. What can I do? It was not my choice to instigate the trade. You scheming coward, unable to win, you resort to betrayal. Middleton gazed upon the team, ravaged by Giannis. Filled with a profound rage, he attributed every misfortune to Giannis, who appeared utterly helpless, as his actions were driven by necessity. Middleton persistently sought the ball, eager to confront Giannis and exact his revenge for past grievances. Giannis, though we are no longer teammates, we can still remain friends. Your actions place me in a precarious position. You have no chance of winning, and this could jeopardize our friendship. Giannis, resigned to the situation, understood that the team led by Middleton could not possibly triumph over the current Lakers. Regardless of our odds, I shall score 30 points and humiliate you. Giannis found himself with no recourse, recognizing that this clash was inevitable. If you seek confrontation, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Giannis charged into the paint, a strategy that the small ball lineup dreaded, with his bull-like ferocity instilling fear in the Bucks. Middleton, displaying his intelligence, quickly called for help defense. If one could not contain Giannis, then perhaps two could. Yet, Giannis relinquished a prime scoring opportunity, passing to Jiang Chenyu, who swiftly sank a three-pointer. Middleton then signaled for another isolation against Giannis, who defended tenaciously, only to be momentarily deceived by a swift change of direction from Middleton, who netted a three-pointer. It seems you are not as formidable as you claim. Have you forgotten my style? This echoed the words once exchanged between Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal. But the contexts were disparate. O'Neal was at the twilight of his career, often subjected to the taunts of a peaked Kobe, while Giannis was in the prime of his career, unable to stomach the jibes of his former teammate. Do you wish to brawl? Giannis charged at Middleton, shoving him to the ground. Middleton, already irate, now seethed with anger and rose to confront Giannis. No fighting. No fighting. Players and referees rushed in to intervene, with the officials likely contemplating how to ensure fairness in the unfolding chaos. Should they expel both combatants? The referee pondered deeply. Ultimately, he refrained from such drastic measures, issuing a technical foul to each, merely serving as a warning. You dare to challenge me? If you do not defeat me, I shall find a way to vanquish you. The current conflict has escalated to a new level. It is no longer merely a simple altercation. Jiang Chenyu is deeply concerned, for in such a chaotic place as America, the potential for violence is alarmingly real. Nevertheless, the contest must proceed. Subsequently, Middleton led his team into another offensive surge. This time, he exhibited remarkable decisiveness, directly assisting a teammate to score. Meanwhile, the Lakers struggled offensively, and possession reverted to the Bucks. Thus, the first quarter concluded quietly, with no further escalation between Giannis and Middleton, as they both wished to avoid any penalties. After a brief respite of 100 seconds, the second quarter commenced, with both the Lakers and the Bucks substituting in their bench players. The Bucks' second-string lineup, equally ineffectual, resulted in both teams engaging in a rather lackluster exchange. After some time, recognizing the necessity of maintaining the NBA's viewership, both coaches opted to reintroduce their starting lineups. Middleton encountered Giannis once more, and the tension was palpable, as if old adversaries were poised to clash. "Ah, here we meet again, you coward. I could almost devour you," Middleton seethed, his gaze fixed on Giannis with the intensity reserved for a lifelong foe. "What exactly do you desire? Do you wish for me to join your team now?" Giannis found himself in a state of perplexity. He could not fathom why Middleton harbored such animosity towards him, considering he had merely stepped back from the team. Middleton's reaction seemed rather excessive. In the subsequent play, Middleton unleashed a tirade of insults directed at Giannis, who chose to ignore him, embodying the principle of rising above pettiness. He promptly passed the ball to Kobe, who then assisted Jokic in scoring. Indeed, the Lakers' interior presence was a significant concern for the Bucks. It appears these two cannot remain composed. One cannot help but wish for a confrontation between them. Just moments ago, the head coach intervened to separate them, depriving the audience of a thrilling spectacle. The Chinese viewership has been captivated since Jiang Chenyu's arrival, purchasing the rights to nearly every one of his games. As he is a linchpin for their financial success, they have indeed reaped substantial profits, having acquired the broadcasting rights from the United States for less than $100 million. And now they stand to gain nearly that amount from a single game. The influx of Chinese players into the NBA marks a historic moment, stirring significant excitement within China. Middleton, undeterred, continued to taunt Giannis, this time crossing a line by making derogatory remarks about Giannis's family. Given that Giannis's family has already faced racial discrimination, Middleton's provocations only intensified Giannis's fury, which erupted in full force. Giannis then demanded the ball from Devin Booker, who, with no choice, obliged. Giannis signaled for a one-on-one play, while Middleton continued his verbal assault, mockingly questioning if Giannis was prepared to be outplayed. Giannis remained silent, acutely aware that actions on the basketball court speak louder than words. He surged forward, yet Middleton, with swifter speed, maneuvered past Giannis. Giannis leapt into the air, while Middleton wore a disdainful expression, anticipating Giannis's attempt to score over him. With both players nearly airborne, Giannis's innate athleticism proved superior, his wingspan eclipsing that of Middleton. He forcefully slammed the ball towards the basket, and it went in. What a powerful dunk! Giannis truly unleashed his prowess, serving Middleton a fitting lesson for his provocations. The spectators, still rallying behind Giannis, acknowledged that Middleton had indeed crossed the line. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenyu stood to the side, taken aback. He had never witnessed Giannis in such a state of fury, unleashing a roar towards the heavens. The selection of this player was undoubtedly astute, having acquired him merely in exchange for a single player, Hibbert, and there is still a first-round pick in the mix. Yet, what is a first-round pick worth now, when our current picks hold little value? If Chapter 49, titled Double Exile, truly renders our draft picks worthless, it would be quite detrimental. After Jiang Chenyu finished speaking, Scott's eyes were filled with confusion. After a moment's hesitation, he asked Jiang Chenyu, "So, what do you mean?" "It's quite simple. The Bucks are currently in a rebuilding phase. If the rookie they signed turns out to be subpar, they may consider trading Middleton to acquire a more formidable rookie, thereby fully embracing their rebuilding strategy. This would create substantial salary cap space for them, especially after several years of underperformance, resulting in a wealth of valuable draft picks. In such a scenario, they could initially sign the top draft pick at a minimum salary and subsequently recruit several star players, swiftly transforming into a rival even stronger than us." Upon hearing this, Scott was taken aback, unable to fathom that such a seemingly simple decision could lead to a cascade of consequences. "What do you think we should do now?" "That too is straightforward. We ought to trade them some currently strong players and a few role players in exchange for their draft picks and some cash." Which players do you believe we can trade? Nick Young and Jeremy Lin would be ideal. With just these two, we could secure numerous draft picks. All right then. I will go speak with the management right away. Jiang Chenyu understood that in a few years, the draft would be filled with formidable players like Doncic, the mayor of New York, Ayton, and Simmons. Indeed, the Lakers management heeded Jiang Chenyu's guidance, trading away Nick Young and Jeremy Lin, and subsequently following his advice again by signing Hayward and Hill in the current free market. With the addition of Hayward and Hill, the Lakers bench would no longer be easily humiliated. However, Hayward was reluctant to accept a bench role, which led to minor conflicts with the team. But once the Lakers assured him of consistent playing time, this trivial matter was smoothed over. Remarkably, Hayward's statistics surpassed even Howard's, averaging an impressive 17 points per game. One must admit, under Jiang Chenyu's influence, the Lakers seemed almost superhuman. Returning to the game, Middleton, who had just been dunked on, was not in high spirits as the second quarter came to a close. His mood soured, and after harboring his frustration for too long, he resolved to retaliate at the beginning of the third quarter. The Lakers sent out their entire starting lineup, while the Bucks continued their strategy, immediately double-teaming Giannis. After several unsuccessful attempts, Giannis became increasingly agitated. Are you not tired of this? Is it amusing to constantly double-team me? He thought. You think you're so impressive. But it feels like a fixed game against us Bucks. Now that I'm with the Lakers, everything is crystal clear. Giannis was at a loss for words after Middleton's retort. Middleton, I advise you not to be too arrogant. With your slight build, I could easily bring you down at any moment. Giannis, reaching his breaking point, could no longer tolerate Middleton's humiliation and began to retaliate. Oh, you're quite bold. Daring to confront me. Do you believe I could have my brother take care of you? Giannis exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. He charged at Middleton, pushing him to the ground. Middleton sprang up, retaliating with a punch to Giannis's face. Despite Middleton's efforts, Giannis's towering physique and muscle gave him the advantage. While Middleton's punch barely fazed him, Giannis's strike would inflict considerable pain. Middleton landed a solid blow to Giannis's temple, eliciting immediate agony from the latter, who fell to the ground. Yet, Giannis's remarkable self-healing abilities enabled him to rise swiftly and deliver a punch that knocked Middleton out cold. Oh no! Giannis is likely facing suspension now. They've sold their souls just to deliver an exciting spectacle, someone remarked. If only we could see a bit more of this. Another added. Why aren't the Lakers joining in? A one-on-one fight can't compare to a brawl. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenyu sat on the Lakers bench, observing the unfolding drama. Acutely aware that as a Chinese individual, he might become a target for venting frustrations. Heeding the coach's counsel, I refrained from participating in this event. The incessant sound of the referee's whistle rang out, abruptly separating the players and leading to a judgment. This ruling was straightforward. Both Giannis Antetokounmpo and Middleton were to be penalized with ejections and suspensions, while those who had incited the turmoil received technical fouls. Despite the Bucks' loss of Giannis, they were equally bereft of Middleton. Without Middleton, the Bucks quickly succumbed to the Lakers' relentless offense, ultimately losing the match. Alas, not only was there no catharsis today, but Giannis also managed to humiliate and daze me with a dunk. Middleton was infuriated. He had intended for Giannis to suffer this time, hoping to exact some vengeance for himself, yet his plan backfired, ensnaring him instead. Meanwhile, the Lakers management, including Nick Young and Jeremy Lin, arrived in Milwaukee alongside the Bucks, greeted by Hayward and Hill. The entire Lakers squad was taken aback. Yet only Jiang Chenyu understood the intricate connections binding all these events. Greetings, I am Hayward, with an average of over 15 points last season. This time, I'm here as a substitute, but my playing time will still be significant, largely due to the financial considerations from the Lakers management. I am Hill, averaging 12 points. While that may not be stellar, I too am a substitute, and my plus-minus rating exceeds that of the previous Jeremy Lin by over 5. Everyone was astonished by these statistics. With such a bench, could the Lakers truly be invincible? In the forthcoming match, we were to face the Rockets, a formidable opponent. The Lakers fell silent, aware of the Rockets' strength and the implications of Giannis' suspension, which meant that Howard would be unrestrained. This time, the Lakers were determined to give their all. However, after a fierce battle, they ultimately lost the game, with Jiang Chenyu's performance faltering as he managed only 18 points, contributing to the team's defeat. Yet, one loss in a single game is trivial. Our focus remains on achieving success in the playoffs. Jiang Chenyu addressed all the players of the Lakers, stating that in such moments, what is required are words that uplift morale. It was evident that he possessed this quality. Upon returning home, Jiang Chenyu resolved to revisit the memories he had left unfinished in the past, eager to discover the final outcome. Chapter 50. The First Step of Revenge. The following content reflects Jiang Chenyu's reminiscences. Is it truly so hasty? Jiang Chenyu gazed as the officers from the FBI escorted those individuals away, yet his heart was laden with a multitude of regrets. He had intended to exact his own revenge, but now, faced with the stark reality, he felt utterly powerless. Deep down, he understood that the FBI would confine them to prison, but once their sentences were served, they would inevitably re-emerge. What I desire is to bring about their demise. Jiang Chenyu witnessed the individuals being escorted into the prison, and within him, there resided not a shred of tranquility. Rather, he felt that this was far from just. The prison, in truth, offered no solace to Jiang Chenyu. He merely glanced at its entrance, observing the inmates engaged in labor. In a calculated move, he tossed a stone inside, a part of his grand design. In this lifetime, Jiang Chenyu was not only a prodigious basketball talent, but also possessed an intellect exceeding 200, rivaling the likes of Einstein and Newton. Soon, within the confines of the prison, an inmate's attention was drawn to the conspicuous stone. You are not its owner. Discard it. He discerned the inscriptions upon it. Unfazed, he promptly cast the stone aside. This was, of course, inevitable. Had he retained the stone, the guards would suspect it to be a tool for escape. Before long, a second fortunate soul arrived, encountering the same inscriptions as the previous inmate. And he too discarded the stone. A succession of 5 or 6 dispirited inmates followed suit, each believing the stone to be a mere jest at their expense. However, Jiang Chenyu's scheme was far too intricate to be so easily unraveled. The stone was evidently not meant for them. Soon, the day's protagonists arrived. The leaders of the Resurrection Society noticed the stone, glancing at it much like the earlier prisoners. Over the past few days, they had heard murmurs of a certain stone, but they had yet to encounter it. Driven by curiosity, they picked up the stone, only to find the inscriptions had transformed. I can divulge an escape method. Read the newly revealed words. This was Jiang Chenyu's brilliance. He had applied 2 distinct solutions to the stone and inscribed the words with 2 specialized pens, enabling select individuals to discern the designated message through fingerprint recognition. What? How to escape? The leader of the Resurrection Society gasped in astonishment, incredulous that a mere stone could facilitate his liberation. Next, you must discard this stone into the second restroom. Observing this revelation, the leader had no choice but to comply. After all, idleness within the prison was unbearable, and what harm could come from attempting an escape? He subsequently hurled the stone into the second restroom, through the conduits. Jiang Chenyu clearly observed the stone plummeting into the sea. Excellent. It appeared he had followed the instructions. Jiang Chenyu remarked that, at present, everything lay within his grasp. He subsequently cast another stone into the depths, now acutely aware of the location of the leader of the Resurrection Society, who could not be far from the second restroom. Thus, it was only a matter of time before the leader of the Resurrection Society beheld the stone. Upon entering the guardroom, he found it had indeed been dealt with. Indeed, when the leader of the Resurrection Society arrived at the guardroom, all matters had been resolved. Today, their delivery had been laced by Jiang Chenyu, ensuring they would remain unconscious for a considerable duration. And so, he emerged effortlessly, as simple as that. Strolling down the street, he felt no different from an ordinary person. At that moment, a profound realization washed over him, and he gazed skyward, exclaiming, "Brother, thank you." At this moment, Jiang Chenyu had prepared the third stone, placing it at the entrance of the prison, ensuring visibility by also positioning a surveillance device nearby. The leader of the Resurrection Society soon discovered the stone, and without the slightest hesitation, he activated it. For the stone's owner had saved him, and he was immensely grateful. Since your departure, the Resurrection Society has remained sealed, but now I am within. Welcome back, my leader. The leader of the Resurrection Society was momentarily taken aback. Clearly recalling the day when all members had been captured, how could one of his subordinates re-emerge now? Yet, without a moment's doubt, he felt compelled to express his gratitude, regardless of who it was. Before long, he arrived at the location Jiang Chenyu had indicated, at which point the prison guards finally realized that the leader of the Resurrection Society had escaped. They hastened to the entrance, utilizing the surveillance footage to reach the scene with utmost urgency. Damn, I've just gotten out, and now I'm being sent back. The leader of the Resurrection Society lamented, clearly displeased. He had only just regained his freedom, and his sole hope now rested upon his subordinate. In the eyes of the leader, that subordinate had become a deity, capable of guiding him through perilous trials and tribulations. Gradually, he found solace, convinced that his subordinate would come to his rescue. "Brother, over here." It was evident that this scenario was part of Jiang Chenyu's elaborate scheme. In other words, he intended to draw the police in. The leader of the Resurrection Society disregarded the potential dangers and rushed forward, believing that confronting any threat was preferable to returning to that damned prison. Damn it all. Jiang Chenyu conversed with the leader of the Resurrection Society in his somewhat halting English. In an instant, the leader grasped the truth of the situation, staring blankly at Jiang Chenyu before him. "You're not the one." "Indeed, I am." Jiang Chenyu abruptly interrupted his speech, brandishing a large knife. "What is your true intention after all that you have done for me? Be silent. I trust you do not wish to meet your demise. Speak again, and I could effortlessly end your life with a single stroke. Furthermore, as a prisoner, your death would go unnoticed. So, what exactly do you aim to achieve with such elaborate scheming? Is it merely for amusement? That cannot be the case. While you may seem inconsequential now, I will ensure you remain confined here until I accomplish my objectives before I deign to converse with you again." Objectives? What further purposes could there be? After Jiang Chenyu uttered these words, he immediately turned his head and departed. Clearly, his scheme was not so straightforward. If it were that simple, it would hardly be devised by someone with an intelligence quotient exceeding 200. However, there was a silver lining. The initial phase of the plan had been successfully accomplished, Jiang Chenyu stated. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu returned to the prison once more. This time, he had gradually succumbed to madness. He directly made his way to the spot where he had previously thrown stones, clearly indicating that he was ready to commence the second phase of his plan. Chapter 51. Revenge. Jiang Chenyu once again stationed himself beside the prison, and this time, it is evident that most of the plans have been unveiled. Indeed, Jiang Chenyu's intention is to obliterate the Resurrection Society. It is not enough for him to merely vent his frustrations alone, nor can he allow others to escape unscathed. Employing the same method as before, he swiftly gathered a group of individuals with the aid of these stones. However, as time progressed, the challenges intensified. The police are not fools, and they began to see through these petty tricks. Their vigilance heightened, and they would no longer naively consume the offerings of others. Thus, with this in mind, the second phase can now be declared underway. Jiang Chenyu remarked that a genius and a madman are scarcely distinguishable. The genius resides on the left, while the madman occupies the right. Jiang Chenyu would not easily complete his mission. He sought difficulty, for it was the challenge that truly invigorated him. Talents often gravitate towards battles that test their mettle. On this occasion, they refrained from accepting the delivery order, and Jiang Chenyu smiled, for this was the scene he longed to witness. Subsequently, he feigned a slip, allowing an ordinary inmate to attempt an escape, only for the police to swiftly apprehend him. Humph, did they think us fools? Indeed, one ought to employ a modicum of intellect when plotting an escape. One cannot simply wish for freedom without a plan. The bewildered inmate, well aware of the many who had previously fled the prison, was dismayed by the outcome of his own endeavor. Indeed, it was the guard's office. "I did not err," he protested. Yet, he was soon recaptured, and as punishment, the guards imposed an additional week of solitary confinement upon him. Jiang Chenyu observed this entire sequence, recognizing that the moment had come. This time, he planted a fake bomb in the guard's office, which the guards promptly discovered, plunging them into a state of panic. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chenyu liberated the prisoner from the Resurrection Society, reuniting him with his comrades. Thus, they all converged upon the Resurrection Society's headquarters, where Jiang Chenyu exerted control over the group. It must be said, however, that several hundred individuals were indeed a rather overwhelming number. Humph, after such extensive preparation, the awaited moment has finally arrived. Jiang Chenyu held a megaphone, addressing all the members of the Resurrection Society. "However, you all have a chance for redemption. Who here remembers the girl?" As soon as the name was mentioned, a wave of bewilderment washed over the crowd. Having caused harm to so many, how could they possibly recall a single name? I remember," came a faint voice that reached Jiang Chenyu's ears. He turned to see a newcomer among the Resurrection Society, clearly a novice, as new members tend to be particularly sensitive to names. "Oh, do tell, to whom did she sell herself?" I do not know." Jiang Chenyu's initial anticipation swiftly evaporated, replaced instead by a profound anger, for it seemed he had likely been deceived. Do you wish for death? You dare to fool me? Let me be clear. Should anyone attempt to deceive me again, I shall not hesitate to end their life. He cast a piercing gaze at Jiang Chenyu, momentarily rendered speechless, his emotions a tangled web of complexity, eluding comprehension. I recorded the names of everyone I sold in a notebook, which I have hidden within the crevice of my wall. No wonder he had the audacity to claim he remembered. It was evident he had come prepared. He subsequently led Jiang Chenyu to his chamber, retrieving the notebook. Upon opening it, Jiang Chenyu discovered that it indeed contained the details of every woman sold. After nearly 2 minutes of flipping through the pages, he finally stumbled upon the entry for the girl. He examined her detailed information. Her photograph had faded, and the text had become increasingly illegible. You claim the girl was sold to old Wang? The information recorded is generally accurate. Generally? Are there entries that are not true? Jiang Chenyu seized upon this inconsistency, pressing for clarification. That cannot be. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Jiang Chenyu glanced at him, offering no words in response. He then stepped outside, surveying the throngs of people in the grand hall, resolutely deciding to execute his final scheme. He could not allow them to revel in satisfaction. These wretched creatures must be held accountable. Oh, brother, we no longer wish to endure this. Just let us die. I have been confined here for 20 days already, and I truly cannot bear it any longer. Indeed, grant us a swift release. Jiang Chenyu gazed at the assailants with a look of disdain, a smile playing on his lips as he spoke. Do you truly believe that I have exerted myself to this extent merely for your amusement? To kill you is but a mere whim. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Resurrection Society felt an icy dread wash over them. They comprehended that their fate was sealed, and not in a trivial manner. Indeed, these individuals could not be indulged any further. They were in dire need of a profound lesson. Jiang Chenyu's scheme was precisely this. He did not seek their demise, but rather aimed to render their existence more torturous than death itself. Jiang Chenyu suspended these individuals, constricting their throats in a manner reminiscent of a hanging suicide. However, the force of his rope was insufficient to bring about death, leaving them in a state of excruciating agony. It is well known that hanging is regarded as one of the most agonizing methods of death. Such a form of suicide pales in comparison to the finality of leaping from a height. Yet, the individual who had recently assisted Jiang Chenyu in locating the girl did not succumb to death, nor did he endure such torment. Jiang Chenyu released him, but not before issuing a stern warning. Do not expose my identity, or I shall go to any lengths to ensure your demise. The man complied with this directive and remained silent about Jiang Chenyu's actions. At Chen Jiahao's residence, Brother Chen, please assist me in investigating this person. Jiang Chenyu presented the individual who had purchased the girl to Chen Jiahao, and then remarked, please hold on for a moment. Chen Jiahao promptly conducted an online search. 2 hours later, he finally made some progress and eagerly informed Jiang Chenyu. Here it is, I have found his basic information. Jiang Chenyu glanced at the information on Chen Jiahao's computer, which displayed the address of Mr. Wang. That man had legally acquired the girl, leaving Jiang Chenyu at a loss. After all, the calamity had subsided, and the authorities would not intervene, at most offering Jiang Chenyu an apology. However, there was a glimmer of hope. If the girl could escape on her own, it would not be a violation of the law, allowing her to reunite with Jiang Chenyu. Yet, facilitating her escape was an immense challenge. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu arrived in Los Angeles, continuing his pursuit of basketball. The sport was truly remarkable. With relentless effort, it promised rewards, strengthening one's resolve. In the modest abode he rented, Jiang Chenyu found himself transported to another realm. All memories concluded. Chapter 52. Foolish fun in the subsequent matches. The Lakers unexpectedly faced revenge from the Rockets and later succumbed to the Thunder on their home turf, overwhelmed by the dynamic duo of the Thunder's offensive prowess. However, Jiang Chenyu managed to reclaim a victory against the Thunder in a later matchup at his own arena. The next encounter was the much-anticipated Christmas showdown. This year, the Lakers faced off against the Clippers, who also hailed from Los Angeles, resulting in a crowd predominantly composed of local fans, devoid of any significant rivalry. The Clippers, equally formidable, had bolstered their lineup by acquiring DeAndre Jordan from the Mavericks, thereby enhancing their interior strength. Their bench also welcomed the likes of Paul Pierce, Lance Stevenson, and Josh Smith, each representing a potential low-risk, high-reward investment. Optimism permeated the Staples Center. Let us now introduce the starting lineups for both teams. Lakers, Devin Booker, Kobe Bryant. Jiang Chenyu, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Nikola Jokic. Clippers, Chris Paul, Blake Griffin, DeAndre Jordan, Luke Mbah, Paul Pierce. The Clippers starting lineup was quite surprising, clearly indicating their intent to employ an inside game strategy. Once upon a time, when Chris Paul joined the Clippers, Kobe had also aspired to follow suit. But due to certain circumstances, that trade never materialized. As the Christmas battle commenced, both sides exhibited an invigorating atmosphere. Although the match was being broadcasted in China, the viewership for Jiang Chenyu's game paled in comparison to the much-anticipated Warriors-Cavaliers clash, which was hailed as the most iconic matchup in history, featuring a full-throttle LeBron, the Death lineup, and Kyrie Irving. The chaotic skirmish among these players is akin to a celestial battle. In truth, the Lakers' appeal largely stems from Kobe and Jiang Chenyu, which pales in comparison to the rivalry between the Cavaliers and the Warriors. As the match commenced, Griffin showcased his dunking prowess during an offensive possession. In this contest, Jiang Chenyu faced off against the weakest opponent on the court, Bam It, while the other Lakers players struggled, leaving Jiang Chenyu to navigate the game with ease. It was evident that this match was destined to be a high-scoring affair. The Clippers could have strategically positioned Griffin to contend with Jiang Chenyu, allowing DeAndre Jordan to match up against Giannis Antetokounmpo, thereby alleviating considerable pressure on the team. However, the Clippers chose to gamble, betting that Jordan and Paul would outperform Jiang Chenyu in this game. Subsequently, Griffin was subjected to a poster dunk by Antetokounmpo, a fate that seemed inevitable, given Griffin's notorious reputation in the league. Interestingly, Jenna's ex-boyfriends could form an NBA All-Star lineup, with Griffin being one of them, who foolishly dated Jenna despite his current struggles. Considering Jenna is a top defensive player, Griffin's prowess is a double-edged sword. He was once the first overall pick, surpassing talents like Curry and Harden. Yet he never attained the fame or championships that they did. His wingspan may not be extensive, but his leaping ability is formidable, with rim-rattling dunks being routine. As Jiang Chenyu's capabilities increasingly came to light, with successive layups and three-point shots, it became evident to the coach that a tactical shift was necessary. Griffin should be tasked with defending Jiang Chenyu. Before the Clippers bench, the head coach of the team has reluctantly altered his strategy, as neither DeAndre Jordan nor Chris Paul has delivered the desired performance. In a bid to address this predicament, the coach has designated Blake Griffin to defend against Jiang Chenyu. It is not only Jiang Chenyu who seems an easy matchup. Chris Paul, currently in his prime, also believes that the rookie Devin Booker is unable to contain him. Although Booker stands half a head taller than Paul and possesses superior physical attributes, the league's elite point guards, aside from Stephen Curry, are predominantly represented by Paul. Subsequently, Chris Paul executed a jump shot to secure 2 points, leaving Devin Booker perplexed, as he had thought he was effectively contesting the shot, yet Paul consistently finds ways to score. Meanwhile, Blake Griffin, stationed in the paint, has left Jiang Chenyu questioning his existence on the court. After all, he is a first overall pick. Regardless of his current performance, he possesses undeniable talent. Take Karl Anthony Towns, for example. Despite his struggles, he has still managed to earn the title of three-point contest champion. Similarly, Derrick Rose, despite being plagued by injuries throughout his career, retains immense dominance. Even Greg Oden, often labeled as the most disappointing first overall pick in recent years, would have fared far better had he not been beset by injuries. Injuries can indeed derail a basketball player's entire career. Kobe's rival in this matchup is his longtime adversary, Paul Pierce. Both are well acquainted with each other's game. Overall, the Lakers roster boasts a physical advantage over the Clippers, standing taller and thus holding a significant edge. In basketball, physicality is an undeniable gift. Recently, Rudy Gobert claimed he could single-handedly defend Shaquille O'Neal, limiting him to only 12 points throughout the game. This audacity stems from Gobert's recognition as the Defensive Player of the Year. However, O'Neal responded with equal bravado, asserting he could score 12 points in just 3 minutes. My personal deduction is that indeed, while O'Neal and Gobert may only score 12 points against each other, Gobert would likely foul out, allowing O'Neal to rack up 3 two-point plays and a missed free throw, neatly totaling 12 points in 3 minutes. Ultimately, it all boils down to the supremacy of physicality. Moments later, Chris Paul assisted DeAndre Jordan, who executed a powerful dunk. At this juncture, Jordan appears to be in the midst of his own prime, demonstrating remarkable prowess on the court. In this contest, Giannis Antetokounmpo faced off against Jordan. Despite being a power forward, Giannis does not surpass Jordan in height, yet in terms of raw strength, he undoubtedly holds the upper hand. Throughout the match, Griffin refrained from engaging in trash talk with Jiang Chenyu, as he is fundamentally a decent individual, confident in his own abilities and never resorting to deriding others. One of my most vivid memories of Griffin is from a game against the Warriors, where he was knocked to the ground by Andrew Bogut. As the Warriors surged on a fast break, Griffin lay unnoticed on the floor. At that moment, Stephen Curry chose to forego his offensive play, opting instead to assist Griffin back to his feet. This act shifted my perception of Curry dramatically. I now regard him as a player of exceptional character. While Griffin appeared somewhat pitiable. "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you." This should be the first time Jiang Chenyu has ever greeted his opponent under normal circumstances. He would have already unleashed a torrent of trash talk. "Hello." Griffin merely replied with a simple response, and these few actions made Jiang Chenyu acutely aware of Griffin's struggles. Today, no matter what, I must ensure that Griffin alters his attitude. Chapter 53. A rare smile from Griffin. What do you usually do at home? Although Jiang Chenyu is also an NBA player, typically characterized by a certain social bravado, he felt an acute sense of embarrassment when posing this question. Practicing basketball and scrolling through TikTok, such as the rhythm of life. TikTok, akin to our Chinese Douyin, is, however, markedly more uninhibited in its content, daring to capture anything and everything. Subsequently, Griffin received the ball, and Jiang Chenyu deliberately relaxed his defensive intensity, allowing Griffin to effortlessly break through and score with a dunk. "Brother, that was quite the dunk. Are you participating in this year's dunk contest?" In truth, Jiang Chenyu was well aware of Griffin's exceptional dunking prowess, not to mention his accolades as a dunk contest champion. "Sigh, I feel old now. Perhaps I should forego the dunk contest. At this stage of my career, securing a championship would be a commendable achievement." As he uttered these words, Jiang Chenyu felt a deep resonance, reflecting on the fact that Griffin was not yet 30. Typically, an NBA player's peak performance is expected around the age of 30, yet Griffin had already declared himself old. This sentiment sparked a desire within Jiang Chenyu to lead Griffin toward a championship together. Jiang Chenyu remarked that he was acutely aware of Griffin's long-standing yearning for a championship, which remained unfulfilled until 2020. Following the game, he proposed a drink together. "Sounds great, no problem," Griffin replied. "Indeed, there is little that cannot be resolved over a drink. If one round fails, then two shall suffice." However, amidst their camaraderie, the game's essence remained paramount. Regardless of personal ties, the outcome held the utmost significance. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu ceased to accommodate Griffin, effortlessly sinking a long-range three-pointer, which softened Griffin's obstinate demeanor considerably. Chris Paul continued to assert his presence on the offensive front. Yet his aggressive layup fell short, and Devin Booker's subsequent open three-point attempt also missed the mark. Thus, both teams exchanged a series of missed shots. Transitioning from a methodical pace to a rapid-fire offense, Chris Paul relentlessly pressed forward, his two-point efforts posing a significant threat to the Lakers, compelling Devin Booker to foul him. Paul converted both free throws, intensifying the Lakers' predicament. Meanwhile, Giannis Antetokounmpo executed a powerful drive to the basket, scoring with ease. This opposing lineup indeed possessed championship-caliber potential. With DeAndre Jordan, Griffin, and Paul all at their peak, a concerted effort could yield a title. Yet, the Cavaliers and Warriors loomed as formidable adversaries, extinguishing the championship aspirations of many strong teams. Pathetic DeAndre Jordan, do you truly believe you can match me? Giannis, adapting to the local customs, bantered with Jiang Chenyu. Presently, Jordan was capable of holding his own against Giannis. Unable to endure such humiliation, he retorted, "What are you? I've thwarted so many of your attempts. Had I been serious, you would have long been out of the game." However, Jordan's response fell short, his shot failing to find the net. Jiang Chenyu seized the rebound, maneuvering past defenders, although this time Griffin marked him closely, aware of Jiang's swift pace and opting to maintain a slight distance. Jiang Chenyu feigned a three-point shot, momentarily deceiving Griffin, who, seasoned and astute, remained unfazed by the ruse. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu surged forward, with Griffin gradually trailing behind. "Indeed, it is precisely my intention for you to follow." Jiang Chenyu has been meticulously focusing on his maneuvering these past few days. He believes that a true change of direction must be accompanied by a deceptive feint, and thus, he has honed his crossover to an impressive amplitude of nearly 1.8 meters. With a graceful change of direction, he pulled back, causing Griffin to lose his footing. However, his balance remained impeccable, preventing him from being thrown off. Jiang Chenyu then seized the opportunity for a wide-open jumper. Alas, it did not find its mark. The mid-range shot remains a vulnerability for Jiang Chenyu, and even when unguarded, he cannot assure a higher accuracy than his three-point attempts. The first quarter concluded rather hastily, and Jiang Chenyu, after consuming only a bottle of Gatorade, resumed play. He glanced around and seemingly spotted a familiar figure. "Jiang Chenyu, come over. We need to strategize," called Coach Scott, having noted Jiang Chenyu's impressive performance in the opening quarter. Thus, he decided to allow Jiang Chenyu to continue playing at the start of the second quarter, a rare occurrence, as typically seasoned players like Kobe or Giannis would take the helm in such moments. Jiang Chenyu glanced at the substitutes Hayward and Hill, realizing that even the Lakers bench players were no longer vulnerable. Hayward had actually taken the court in the first quarter, stepping in for Jiang Chenyu for a brief period. Upon his arrival, Hayward swiftly sank 2 consecutive shots. He could indeed be considered a makeshift point guard. In response, the opposing team deployed Paul and Pierce, intent on containing Jiang Chenyu. Hayward proactively matched up with Paul, believing him to be a formidable adversary, thereby alleviating some pressure from the Lakers. Meanwhile, Hill opted for a more cautious approach, assigning the formidable Pierce to face Jiang Chenyu. I truly appreciate your support. Jiang Chenyu silently contemplated that he had finally anticipated an opportunity to face a slightly weaker opponent, which would enable him to secure a high score. However, Hill had other plans. In the middle of the second quarter, Jiang Chenyu was substituted, and both teams had replaced most of their starting lineups. Jiang Chenyu had the habit of glancing around, as he too wished to see whether Huang Jiawei had come to watch his match. However, after surveying the area, he found no trace of Huang Jiawei. Instead, he spotted a familiar figure. Goodness, could it possibly be Wu Yinjuan? Jiang Chenyu has been utterly overwhelmed by that shrew Wu Yinjuan. He can hardly bear the thought of ever encountering her again. However, it would be misguided to assume that Wu Yinjuan embodies any sense of righteousness. Jiang Chenyu suddenly awakened. Gazing upon her visage, he discerned a countenance imbued with righteousness. While Wu Yinjuan maintained an expression reminiscent of a femme fatale, Jiang Chenyu once again resolved to pay her a visit. For the combination of his insatiable curiosity and his exceptional social skills made it nearly impossible to resist. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have activated a hidden task, acquaintance. The host now faces 2 choices. 1. My curiosity is overwhelming. I must investigate. 2. Forget it. It doesn't even matter, as long as it's not Huang Jiawei. 3. As usual, I shall follow. Different choices yield different rewards. Damn. Activating a hidden task like this indicates that this woman is not ordinary. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Chenyu would be inclined to select the third option. However, the situation had changed. He was already present, and opting for a more challenging reward would also yield greater benefits. System, I choose the first option. Without hesitation, Jiang Chenyu opted for the first choice, as delving directly into the matter resonated more with his character. Upon arriving at the designated area, he was instantly struck by trepidation, even with his social prowess. He was reluctant to act so recklessly. Oh, isn't that Jiang Chenyu? Come over and take a picture with me. A few enthusiastic fans quickly recognized him and eagerly grabbed their phones, expressing their desire for a photograph together. Jiang Chenyu personally believed that such an act would draw significant attention, thereby jeopardizing his plans. However, upon reflection, he pondered, wouldn't that make the task even simpler? Chapter 54, my dear. In that case, wouldn't this task become even more straightforward? Jiang Chenyu glanced around and quickly began to sign autographs, his intention being to capture the attention of a particular individual. Goodness, what could he possibly be up to, signing autographs like that? Coach, wait a minute. Didn't he mention that Huang Jiawei had already departed? Why is he now seeking someone else? Head coach Scott and his assistant coach exchanged bewildered remarks, their confusion deepening as they observed Jiang Chenyu's enigmatic behavior. Heaven knows if he has set his sights on another, abandoning Huang Jiawei entirely. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenyu continued to sign autographs, gradually making his way toward the young lady. If she were to request his autograph as well, he would fulfill his objective. With each step, he drew closer, nearly standing before her when he realized that she did not seem to be approaching him for a signature. He quickly lifted his gaze to discern the situation. No, wait. This young lady, could it be that she is the girl from before? Jiang Chenyu gazed upon the familiar visage of the young girl, an uncanny sense that she was indeed the same girl etched in his memories. However, his attention was drawn to a corpulent individual beside her, who was indulging in the finest and most expensive cigar of the day. One arm was encircled around the girl, while the other embraced another woman. Behind this rotund figure stood numerous men dressed in black, exuding an air of bodyguards. Jiang Chenyu perused the information regarding the individual who had purchased the girl. In his recollection, this person indeed resembled a morbidly obese figure, and it was highly probable that he was the one standing before him. However, something felt amiss. This was not the V seat, and one wondered how such a wealthy individual could possibly be found in a place like this. Jiang Chenyu was equally perplexed. It was customary for affluent individuals to occupy the front row or the luxurious private booths, and he had not expected to encounter a wealthy patron in such a locale. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. If this magnate harbored such peculiar preferences, Jiang Chenyu found himself powerless to alter the situation. The young lady cast a glance at Jiang Chenyu, evidently aware that years had dulled her recollection of him. Nevertheless, she felt an uncanny familiarity with this individual. "Brother, could you kindly sign this?" the affluent man remarked with a casual air. Jiang Chenyu felt compelled to acquiesce, having just signed for numerous others. To refuse this request would be rather awkward. With a few swift strokes of his pen, he signed his name, yet his thoughts remained fixated on the young lady, pondering how best to initiate a conversation with her. Regrettably, he resolved to seek out someone else instead. "Congratulations, host, on completing Task 3. You are now awarded 3 opportunities for a lottery draw and 200 points. Would you like to proceed with the lottery now?" This reward seems rather modest. However, what does this lottery entail? I suppose I must go ahead and participate. Before Jiang Chenyu's eyes, a device resembling a spinning wheel suddenly materialized, its pointer commencing an extraordinarily rapid motion. Observing its relentless whirling, Jiang Chenyu called out, "Stop." Indeed, the pointer came to a halt, and upon inspecting its final position, he was taken aback. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn a level 2 martial arts skill." Astonished, he thought, "With this, am I not capable of engaging in combat?" The second draw ensued, and Jiang Chenyu watched as the pointer once again settled. The system's voice echoed once more, "Congratulations, host. You have won 200,000 RMB. In truth, as an NBA player, Jiang Chenyu was not in want of money. He had arrived in this world primarily to rescue Kobe and to fulfill the regrets of his past life, specifically, to find a wife. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the source code for all Tixin games." Jiang Chenyu was acutely aware that, in 2 or 3 years, Tixin's Loser's Glory and War Elite would achieve remarkable fame, with nearly everyone being familiar with these 2 games. "Jiang Chenyu, hurry back. It's your turn to play." At this moment, the second quarter had nearly elapsed, and the third quarter was about to commence. Upon hearing the call, Jiang Chenyu swiftly returned to the court. Griffin had entered the game late in the second quarter, and Jokic was utterly unable to contain him, resulting in Griffin amassing a score of 14 points. Jiang Chenyu's mission was clear: to restrict Griffin's performance in the third quarter. Meanwhile, Chris Paul on the opposing team posed an even greater threat. While Griffin boasted an average of 21 points per game this season, the highest on the team, Chris Paul had already accumulated an impressive 17 points today. In this Christmas showdown, it was evident that the Los Angeles Clippers held no advantage, as the Lakers had maintained a lead from the very first quarter. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Chenyu seized the ball once more, signaling his intent to engage Griffin in a one-on-one confrontation. Jiang Chenyu feigned a move, preparing to unleash his remarkable speed. Griffin, aware of Jiang Chenyu's swiftness, maintained a posture ready for a jump shot. Jiang Chenyu's repeated threats have indeed unsettled Griffin on several occasions, causing a noticeable shift in his balance. Jiang Chenyu seized the opportunity and made a decisive advance inside. Griffin reacted swiftly, matching Jiang Chenyu's first move. The initial attempt to break through was unsuccessful, but there remained a second chance. In a sudden shift, Jiang Chenyu pulled back, leaving Griffin utterly bewildered. Was he employing that same maneuver once more? Without hesitation, Griffin leaped towards Jiang Chenyu, determined to block his shot. However, Jiang merely performed a gesture of prayer, deftly evading Griffin and swiftly executing a layup that found its mark. You truly are cunning," Griffin muttered in disbelief. Jiang Chenyu remained silent, fully aware that this was not the moment for idle banter. His sole mission at present was to secure victory in the match. However, this was not the only reason for his composed demeanor today. The arrival of the girl had instilled a sense of gravity in him. Knowing she was watching, he felt compelled to give his utmost, determined not to disappoint her. As Griffin took possession of the ball, his dribbling faltered. He was hesitant to take Jiang Chenyu on directly, opting instead to pass to Chris Paul. Paul signaled for a clear out, evidently believing that Devin Booker was an easy target. This time, Booker was earnest in his defense. Throughout the match, he had not performed admirably and had been humiliated by Paul on more than one occasion. Fueling his desire for retribution, Chris Paul executed 2 swift crossovers, while a steely resolve glimmered in Booker's eyes as he vowed to thwart the shot. To his astonishment, Paul managed to maintain his position without faltering. Confounded, Paul had not anticipated this unusual resistance, compelling him to drive towards the basket. Yet, faced with the stark difference in speed, Booker quickly found himself trailing Paul. Humph, it appears he is not as formidable as I thought, Paul mused. As he positioned himself to lay up over the defending Booker, in a desperate bid to block the shot, Booker reached out. But Paul's trajectory was clearly several centimeters above the reach of Booker's hand, resulting in no contact. Curse it. I failed again, Booker lamented, glancing at the hoop, already preparing for the ensuing play. However, this shot was remarkably different. As he observed the ball, it became evident that it did not follow the usual arc. It appeared to be a brick. Indeed, under the duress of Devin Booker, Chris Paul had just launched his first air ball of the match. I knew it. Chris Paul is not infallible, Booker thought. Chapter 55, Griffin's lone struggle. What suddenly triggered such a surge of dominance? Chris Paul was utterly perplexed. He had successfully kept Devin Booker under control throughout the game, yet unexpectedly, a single offensive play had narrowed the gap between him and Booker. Then, as Devin Booker seized the ball, he typically would have attempted an answer shot at this juncture. Paul was poised to defend against him, but to his surprise, Booker made no move to isolate. Instead, he passed the ball to Jiang Chenyu. What is this maneuver? Paul wondered, bewildered. He had just summoned all his energy, anticipating the various tactics Booker might employ against him. Yet Booker's unexpected actions left Paul utterly disoriented. Jiang Chenyu did not signal for a solo play. Instead, he initiated a pick and roll. He subsequently exploited the mismatch against DeAndre Jordan, rapidly creating space between them. Observing the precarious situation, Paul Pierce rushed forward to block Jiang Chenyu. But Jiang deftly passed the ball to the open Kobe on the perimeter, who promptly sank a three-pointer. Such maneuvers often leave one bewildered. Moments later, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chenyu was substituted by the coach, who brought in Hayward. Coach, have we truly entered garbage time? Why am I being taken out? He mused. Yet, it was not a matter of being in garbage time. Rather, the coach wished for him to decisively conclude the match in its final moments. Jiang Chenyu was at a loss for words. Although Scott's remarks held some merit, Jiang Chenyu was nonetheless eager to continue the game, unwilling to retreat to the sidelines alone. As the third quarter concluded, both teams reconvened to discuss tactics. When the fourth quarter commenced, Jiang Chenyu had already begun warming up. Yet Scott maintained his stance that the time was not yet right, preventing Jiang Chenyu from taking the court. What do you mean by this? Do you simply wish to keep me off the field? Jiang Chenyu was exceedingly frustrated. He had only managed to score 17 points in this match, which would inevitably tarnish his statistics. It is not that I am unwilling to let you play, but rather that the current circumstances have not yet reached a point where it is appropriate for me to take the court. Jiang Chenyu had no choice but to return to the bench once more. 2 minutes later, Scott finally called upon him, and Jiang Chenyu dashed onto the court, determined to engage in an unrestrained solo performance and reclaim his rhythm. At this moment, the Lakers held a 7-point lead, and it seemed that Scott's intention in bringing Jiang Chenyu onto the court was to seal the victory. In truth, there was little else required of him. He merely needed to showcase his skills. Jiang Chenyu subsequently signaled for a one-on-one play, casting a glance at Scott's expression. Scott remained silent, undoubtedly granting his approval for Jiang Chenyu's initiative. Thereafter, Jiang Chenyu effortlessly penetrated the defense to score a 2-point basket. At this moment, Jiang Chenyu was brimming with energy. While Griffin, utterly exhausted, could not possibly impede him, Jiang Chenyu easily broke through, securing another 2 points. He aimed to achieve no less than 25 points today. Jiang Chenyu spent most of the previous quarter on the bench, and scoring merely 25 points this quarter would meet his own standards. Subsequently, DeAndre Jordan signaled for a one-on-one against Giannis Antetokounmpo. Giannis appeared bewildered, questioning whether even a player of his defensive caliber could be so easily challenged. DeAndre Jordan's inside play possessed a captivating quality. As he charged toward Giannis, the latter's balance was momentarily disrupted. This delighted Jordan, who then executed a second powerful move. One could only marvel at the extraordinary resilience of this player. It seemed as if he had acquired some form of enhancement. Jordan then executed a beautifully orchestrated turnaround hook shot that found its mark. Jiang Chenyu, however, continued to call for isolation plays. Traditionally, such maneuvers were the domain of Kobe. But since Jiang Chenyu's arrival, Kobe had noticeably restrained himself, realizing that to secure victory, he must indulge in fewer individual plays. Jiang Chenyu found himself matched up against Griffin once more, leaving Griffin utterly perplexed. In this contest, he had not provoked Jiang Chenyu in any way. In fact, at the outset, Jiang had even engaged him in amicable conversations several times. Now, however, their dynamic seemed to suggest a deep-seated animosity. Despite Griffin's thoughts, he knew he had to defend seriously. Jiang, with his triple threat stance, surged forward, a maneuver that had proven successful time and again, an approach that was nearly impossible to counter. This time, Griffin resolved not to jump regardless of the circumstances. He raised both hands high, determined to maximize his interference with Jiang, even if he could not block him entirely. It appeared that Jiang might struggle to score against Griffin. A collective breath was held. Indeed, Jiang's angle was less than favorable, and Griffin showed no signs of faltering. From every perspective, it seemed unlikely that Jiang could surpass Griffin. Yet, there remained a glimmer of uncertainty. Jiang Chenyu launched a direct assault, and Griffin extended both hands, but Jiang seized the opportunity and leaped. A foul was called. Alas, I had forgotten about the possibility of drawing a foul. If we speak of it this way, it seems that Jiang Chenyu is virtually unguardable. Everyone observed as Jiang Chenyu sank both free throws, expressing their astonishment. His prowess was indeed remarkable, seemingly impossible to defend against. To put it succinctly, those taller than him lack his speed, and those faster than him lack his height. I have an inkling that the NBA might establish new regulations due to Jiang Chenyu's presence. Scott gazed at Jiang Chenyu, feeling a sense of helplessness. The Lakers having Jiang Chenyu may not necessarily be advantageous. Rather, it could be a liability. If the Lakers fail to secure a championship this season, they will face financial losses from ticket sales, and should new rules be implemented because of Jiang, the Lakers may find themselves unable to clinch a title again. Coach, should we consider trading Jiang Chenyu? The assistant coach cautiously suggested to Scott, who appeared equally resigned. Are you foolish? Do you not comprehend why the Lakers are formidable? It is precisely because Jiang Chenyu has facilitated the acquisition of these strong players. If we trade him away, what shall we do? Indeed, Jiang Chenyu's strength is indisputable, coupled with his remarkable discernment, rendering the Lakers exceptionally powerful. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu scored once more on the offensive end, leaving the Clippers in a state of despair. As he was simply unguardable, they believed that only a superstar like LeBron James could possibly defend against him. Griffin managed to secure another 2 points on the offensive end, totaling 24 points for the match, yet it was an exercise in futility. He was fighting a lone battle. Similarly, Chris Paul amassed 27 points, and together they accounted for half of the team's score, but Jiang Chenyu was not to be outdone, having already scored 22 points in the game. I believe we can substitute Jiang Chenyu and the others. They have played for quite some time and must be fatigued, someone remarked. Indeed. Scott deemed it was now garbage time and signaled for Jiang Chenyu to be replaced. The point differential had reached 10, making it nearly impossible for the Clippers to mount a comeback. Ultimately, the Clippers regrettably succumbed to the Lakers, concluding this Christmas clash, which also served as the Los Angeles Derby, with the Lakers emerging victorious by a 10-point margin. Chapter 56. A fierce battle against the Spurs in the subsequent dozen or so matches, the Lakers secured victories in the majority, although they suffered disappointing losses in 2 games against the Warriors. This season, the Lakers have encountered a string of misfortune, facing the Warriors 3 times, the Rockets 3 times, and the Thunder 3 times. The encounters with the Thunder and Rockets were somewhat better, with the Lakers winning 2 out of 3 games, while against the Warriors, they faced defeat in all 3 encounters, 2 of which were on the road. The Los Angeles Lakers seem unable to triumph over the Golden State Warriors. At this juncture, the Lakers have succumbed to defeat in 9 matches, gradually distancing themselves from the top position in the standings. Their upcoming clash is against the San Antonio Spurs, led by the esteemed coach Greg Popovich. Unlike their previous encounter, this match will take place on home turf, adding an element of suspense to the event. In their last meeting, the Lakers suffered a loss, and this time they are resolute in their quest for vengeance. Let us first introduce the starting lineups of both teams. For the Spurs, Kawhi Leonard, LaMarcus Aldridge, Tony Parker, Tim Duncan, and Manu Ginobili. The Spurs roster boasts no apparent flaws, built upon the foundation of the celebrated GD duo. They have also incorporated Leonard and Aldridge. However, this lineup has significantly aged, with Leonard now serving as the team captain. For the Lakers, Devin Booker, Kobe Bryant, Jiang Chenyu, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Nikola Jokic. As the 2 teams prepare for the jump ball, Duncan's prowess overwhelms Jokic, securing the tip-off. Although Duncan's abilities have diminished, he is now over 35 years old, averaging a mere 10 points per game. He remains the core of the GD duo, which is pivotal to the Spurs' championship aspirations. Ginobili holds the ball, matched up against Devin Booker. Their experience far surpasses that of the Lakers, further bolstered by the presence of a coach like Popovich, rendering them formidable. Leonard is known for his fierce competitiveness. Indeed, Jiang Chenyu finds himself pitted against Leonard this time, which greatly heightens his pressure. Subsequently, Jin Billy's mid-range shot fails to find the mark, and Antetokounmpo secures the rebound, swiftly passing it to Jiang Chenyu, who advances the ball only to be intercepted by Leonard. Jiang Chenyu felt a sense of helplessness. He was acutely aware that Leonard averaged 2 steals per game, while his own ability to prevent steals was undeniably lacking, which often resulted in him being stripped of the ball 4 or 5 times in a single match. Leonard, with unyielding determination, scored 2 points right over Antetokounmpo. Leonard's prowess was indeed formidable. He had once single-handedly led his team to victory over the Warriors and the Cavaliers, clinching the championship. This memory lingered in Jiang Chenyu's mind. He believed that had he possessed such talent, he too could lead his team to a title. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu decided to slow the pace of the game, signaling his intent to isolate and challenge Leonard. He was not seeking vengeance for the recent steal, rather, he wished to gauge Leonard's true capabilities. My friend, do not let your confidence blind you. Although your skills are commendable, they have yet to reach the level where you can face me one-on-one. Jiang Chenyu remained silent. He initially attempted to test Leonard with 3 threats, but Leonard, possessing unparalleled experience, was utterly unfazed by Jiang Chenyu's tactics. Jiang Chenyu subsequently made a direct breakthrough, while Leonard's speed surpassed that of Jiang Chenyu, rendering the defense against him as effortless as a leisurely stroll. Jiang Chenyu, realizing that his attempts to break through were futile, decided to change direction and pull the ball back. Leonard swiftly followed suit. Left with no other option, Jiang Chenyu passed the ball to a nearby teammate. It was quite unprecedented to witness a one-on-one situation necessitating a pass. Leonard taunted Jiang Chenyu with a barrage of trash talk, yet Jiang remained silent, fully aware that his skills were indeed inferior to Leonard's. Continuing the exchange would only lead to his own defeat. Meanwhile, the host's 2,000 points would automatically convert into rewards. What on earth? Why did the system suddenly activate by itself? Jiang Chenyu found himself in a state of bewilderment. However, upon reflection, he realized that his accumulated points had not been utilized for an extended period and were likely to have expired, prompting the system to automatically make a purchase on his behalf. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill, Butterfly Through Flowers, which has a significant probability of generating both anger and jealousy points. Jiang Chenyu was aware of the butterfly layup. He often observed others executing this move on the streetball court, clearly a signature maneuver of urban basketball. Although this action exuded flair and had a chance of outmaneuvering an opponent, its drawbacks were evident. It consumed considerable energy. Given that Jiang Chenyu's stamina was already lacking, he needed to employ this technique with greater caution. After passing the ball to Kobe, he found himself positioned at the left side of the free throw line, executing a 45-degree fadeaway jump shot. Fortunately, Kobe's shooting touch was on point today, and he managed to sink the basket. Indeed, in critical moments, one must rely on Kobe. It was unmistakably Kobe who could clinch victory in such high-stakes games. Simultaneously, this match was being broadcasted from a studio in China, where the commentary resumed in a friendly manner. Do not accuse me of misrepresenting Jokic. It is not that I wish to portray him as weaker, but rather this season, his performance has not been up to par, averaging less than 10 points per game. Moreover, many players on this team require ball possession, leaving Jokic with limited opportunities to shine. Next, it was Ginobili handling the ball. His current speed was evidently no match for Devin Booker, whose stamina was similarly lacking. Therefore, in their matchup, Ginobili did not hold a distinct advantage over Booker. The Lakers' dominance hinged on Jiang Chenyu, as the opposing Leonard was now in his prime, and the rookie Jiang Chenyu was certainly no match for him. With considerable experience, Ginobili capitalized on a miscommunication during a screen, leaving Devin Booker bewildered, unsure of whom he should guard. Ginobili swiftly passed the ball to Duncan, and only then did Booker realize he was meant to mark Duncan. However, it was too late. Coupled with Duncan's height advantage, Booker was decisively dunked on. Is there a lack of sportsmanship among you? Indeed, Lakers head coach Scott, seated on the bench, felt powerless. The disparity between him and Popovich was stark, as Popovich's strategic deployments required immense effort for Scott to counter. Boss, it seems we are on the brink of victory, the Spurs assistant coach remarked to Popovich. Indeed, the Spurs appeared to have a promising path ahead, while the Lakers seemed utterly defenseless. Let us not act rashly. The Lakers' potential is unfathomable. We must not underestimate them. Popovich's experience is remarkably conventional. The situation has improved significantly, yet he shows no inclination to ease up, instead contemplating how to further amplify their lead. The next tactical maneuver he intends to employ is his signature strategy, the Twin Towers. Indeed, Kobe's fadeaway jumper fails to find its mark. After all, Kobe is not a deity, and perfection in such shots is unattainable. Duncan secures the rebound and subsequently advances the ball. In this moment, it is not solely Popovich who is aware of the unfolding play. It is not just Duncan, Jin Billy, and the other Spurs players who comprehend the gravity of the situation. The entire world is cognizant. Even the Lakers are acutely aware the Twin Tower strategy is imminent. Chapter 57. The Twin Tower strategy. The Twin Tower strategy is Popovich's proudest tactical innovation, a method that has transcended eras, persisting since the Jordan era and remaining unfaltering in its efficacy. During the days of dominant centers, this approach was prevalent, with teams directing the ball to their centers for isolation plays. Even now, before the full advent of the small ball era, the Twin Tower strategy continues to dominate. Antetokounmpo realizes that this possession will invoke the Twin Tower strategy. He holds his breath, sensing the impending peril. Should they employ this tactic, he will find himself directly targeted. As anticipated, the interior duo's seamless ball movement leaves Antetokounmpo disoriented. His sole realization is the imperative to stay close to Duncan, regardless of how mismatches occur. As long as he is matched up against Duncan, he feels secure. However, Antetokounmpo's thoughts, while astute, are misguided. The strategy is not aimed at him, but rather at his team's secondary scorer, Aldridge. Aldridge, matched against Jokic, executes a powerful dunk with ease. Indeed, Aldridge averages around 20 points per game, making him one of the Lakers' significant threats. At this juncture, the Lakers are compelled to call a timeout. It is evident that they are being thoroughly outmatched, clearly not equipped to contend with the Spurs. Although Scott calls for a pause, he is bereft of a strategic plan and resorts to setting up a pick and roll. With such a tactic, how can the Lakers possibly emerge victorious? This strategy allows Jiang Chenyu to isolate and perform better than he could. In the live broadcast, Lakers fans observe their tactical board, which prominently displays the pick-and-roll strategy they intend to implement. Unfortunately for the Lakers, their luck runs thin as Popovich adeptly dismantles this plan, resulting in yet another failure. Subsequently, Duncan's bank shot clangs off the rim, but Jiang Chenyu finally finds his rhythm, hitting a two-pointer over Leonard. At last, a basket is made. Leonard continues to provoke Jiang Chenyu. Much like DeRozan, the humorless Leonard surprises all by breaking into a smile. It must be noted that the 2015 to 2016 season truly stands as one of the most eventful in NBA history. Before Jiang Chenyu traversed to this realm, the season had witnessed the historic dunk contest between Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon, alongside the legendary 73-win regular season of the Warriors. It marked the retirement of the Timberwolves king, Kevin Garnett, as well as the farewell of both Tim Duncan and Kobe Bryant. In addition to these milestones, there was the miraculous comeback of the Warriors from a 1-3 deficit against the Thunder, and the Cavaliers' remarkable reversal in the finals against the Warriors, securing their inaugural championship title. However, this year, Jiang Chenyu is destined to transform the Lakers into a team unlike any other. The first quarter is still unfolding, and the Lakers are gradually finding their rhythm, managing to control the score. The confrontation between Jiang Chenyu and Leonard proved exceedingly arduous. Jiang's stamina was thoroughly overwhelmed by Leonard's prowess. Consequently, the Lakers were compelled to call yet another timeout, substituting Hayward and Hill to alleviate the pressure on Jiang Chenyu. Jiang Chenyu found himself unable to match up against Leonard, let alone Hayward. In this predicament, Kobe had no choice but to step forward, exerting his own stamina to alleviate the pressure on Jiang Chenyu. As Jiang Chenyu left the court, Ginobili followed suit, unable to withstand the toll on his endurance, while only the more vigorous Duncan continued to persevere. Do you think we can win this game? The Spurs assistant coach inquired of Popovich, aware that Popovich could effortlessly navigate any challenge. Winning was far from guaranteed. The Lakers bench had bolstered its ranks with the formidable Hayward and Hill. It was perplexing how the Lakers, who had been at the bottom last year, seemed to have found such talent this season. Can you deduce the reason behind the Lakers' success? Popovich pondered the Lakers' current performance, which resembled an orchestrated acquisition of the league's elite. No team had ever ascended from the depths to championship contention in just 2 months. I can only say that Jiang Chenyu is a rather enigmatic individual. I once researched his background. He never possessed the innate talent of an NBA player, yet in a single day, he commandeered Russell's team. Personally, I believe Jiang Chenyu is extraordinary. Popovich's experience was profound. Few would associate the Lakers' formidable Jiang Chenyu, this young Chinese player, with their resurgence. Yet Popovich perceived the truth behind Jiang Chenyu's prowess. Do you think Jiang Chenyu is the catalyst for these strong players? Indeed. It is Jiang Chenyu's recommendations to the Lakers management that have rendered them so formidable. What should we do? At all costs, we must secure Jiang Chenyu for our team. At this declaration, the Spurs assistant coach was taken aback. He understood that currently, both Leonard and GD were untouchable, yet Popovich's statement underscored his resolve. Very well. I shall initiate negotiations at once. If Popovich's decision succeeded, it would irrevocably alter the course of the Spurs' legacy. What? You wish to trade me? As Jiang Chenyu walked toward the restroom, he found himself in conversation with the Spurs' general manager, who wasted no time in addressing the matter. Jiang Chenyu was utterly bewildered, struggling to believe the reality of the situation. I'm afraid I cannot agree to that. Jiang Chenyu found himself in a predicament. Were he an ordinary player, he would have readily acquiesced. However, given that he is far from conventional, he is left in a state of considerable difficulty. Wait, I haven't even mentioned our terms yet. Jiang Chenyu turned abruptly to leave, but the general manager of the Spurs swiftly approached him, grasping his arm. We are prepared to offer you a 5-year contract worth $200 million, shattering the current maximum salary. Astonishingly, it appeared that the Spurs were indeed well prepared. At present, the contract signed between the Lakers and Jiang Chenyu amounted to merely $5 million for a single year, while the Spurs were proposing an astonishing 8-fold increase. Moreover, the manager continued, we will appoint you as the captain of the team, alleviating any concerns regarding ball possession. Additionally, we will facilitate a trade involving Leonard, Parker, and a first-round pick from 2017, which will also serve to strengthen your Lakers, thereby providing a satisfactory resolution for them. Jiang Chenyu found himself utterly bewildered. What is it like for a rookie in the first year to exchange Leonard and Parker? I apologize, but I truly cannot join you. Jiang Chenyu, overwhelmed by apprehension, swiftly retreated, fearing that continued discourse would sway him from his original intentions, compelling him to follow in the footsteps of Popovich. Yet, he was not alone in this contemplation. The management of the Lakers had also been enlightened. What? You intend to trade Jiang Chenyu? Initially, the Lakers management was taken aback by this news. But as they absorbed further details, their interest deepened. It was unexpected. Clearly, substantial preparations had been made on their part. Upon hearing this revelation, Scott was utterly astonished, considering they were contemplating a trade involving Leonard and Parker. Just moments ago, Jiang Chenyu had been thoroughly outmatched by Leonard, witnessed by the entire audience. All right, are you truly that formidable? We shall deliberate on this matter, Scott concluded, abruptly ending the call. The proposition was exceedingly tempting, leaving the Lakers management in a state of hesitation, akin to the Cavaliers offering LeBron and Love in exchange. Boss, while this is enticing, it is crucial to remember that it is Jiang Chenyu who has led us to this juncture. Indeed, we must not forsake loyalty for profit. Let us await Jiang Chenyu's decision. They resolved to honor Jiang Chenyu's perspective, while he was indeed approaching a decision, and they were eager to hear his thoughts. What? You certainly cannot acquiesce. They have just approached me. What? They sought you out? How outrageous. It appeared evident that he was left with no option but to be traded. It was common knowledge that the terms they offered would undoubtedly surpass their own, likely 5 to 6 times better than their annual offer of $5 million. Jiang Chenyu chuckled, remarking that it was not merely 5 or 6 times, but indeed a full 8-fold. However, fret not. For our Lakers are certain to secure a place in the playoffs this year, and the ticket sales will undoubtedly be substantial. Rest assured, your salary will remain unaffected. Jiang Chenyu continued to smile wryly. His ambition this year was nothing short of the championship, coupled with the lingering regret surrounding Kobe. His journey into this realm was not driven by monetary gain, but rather in homage to Kobe. If wealth had been his motivation, the divine would not have granted him this opportunity. Midway through the second quarter, Jiang Chenyu was summoned once more to the battlefield. The recent trade turmoil would serve merely as a fleeting interlude, unlikely to sway the current match. Leonard also took to the court alongside Jiang Chenyu, and the primary spectacle of this game was undoubtedly the face-off between Jiang Chenyu and Leonard. Jiang Chenyu was in decent form today, facing Leonard. Even securing 20 points would be commendable. Jiang Chenyu, persevere. You are indeed a source of pride for our Chinese people. Leonard possesses the ball, yet refrains from indicating a desire for a one-on-one encounter, demonstrating a profound respect for his opponent. In contrast, Jiang Chenyu is inclined to signal, regardless of whether he intends to engage in individual play, which serves a mocking purpose. As Leonard executes a series of behind-the-back dribbles, Jiang Chenyu is left bewildered. uncertain of Leonard's intentions. Leonard's feints leave Jiang Chenyu perplexed. He observes that Leonard neither drives towards the basket nor passes, seemingly intent on merely wasting time. However, the intricacies of Leonard's strategy elude anyone's comprehension. Seizing the moment while Jiang Chenyu remains in a state of confusion, Leonard adeptly utilizes his teammate's screen to create an opportunity for a three-point shot, promptly releasing the ball. Regrettably, fortune does not favor him this time, as the ball circled the rim before ultimately falling away. What on earth is Leonard attempting to accomplish? This is quite extraordinary. Jiang Chenyu resorted to the most conventional tactics, this time employing a newly acquired technique, butterfly through flowers. Leonard, however, was not swayed by such antics. He merely smiled without uttering a word. Jiang Chenyu subsequently exploited a screen to break through, and Aldrich, who switched onto him, possessed remarkable speed. Jiang Chenyu, once again, executed a hook shot while being closely guarded, and his fortune evidently surpassed that of Leonard, as he effortlessly scored 2 points. Indeed, luck is an integral facet of strength, Leonard mused. When he uttered these words, it was abundantly clear that he harbored envy towards Jiang Chenyu's fortune, simultaneously challenging him. Luck, you say? Allow me to demonstrate what true fortune entails. Truth be told, Jiang Chenyu's previous shot required minimal luck. He had consistently practiced challenging layups against defenders, which significantly honed his skills. During those recent possessions, he showcased this advantage to great effect. Aware that he could not simply outpace Leonard or employ a strategy against Griffin, he resorted to this desperate measure. When facing Griffin, he capitalized on Griffin's slower pace. Now, against Leonard, his only options were this approach or a three-pointer. Upon Leonard receiving the ball, Jiang Chenyu focused intently on him, recognizing the imperative to thwart this shot. Otherwise, he would continue to be subjected to Leonard's taunts. Typically, this would be the moment when Jiang Chenyu would initiate trash talk. But facing such a formidable opponent left him bereft of opportunities to engage in banter and unwilling to embarrass himself. Leonard's change of direction was perplexing, leaving Jiang Chenyu bewildered regarding his intentions. This time, Leonard demonstrated some awareness, opting not to isolate Jiang Chenyu. Perhaps the tactical miscalculation from Popovich compelled Leonard to pass the ball to Jin Billy for further handling. Parker, who had remained largely inconspicuous throughout the game, suddenly launched a three-pointer. Kobe, tasked with defending him, displayed utter disdain, merely offering a token attempt at disruption, convinced that Parker would not succeed. Indeed, Parker's performance had been lackluster, leading many to believe he was off his game. Nevertheless, Parker's shooting percentage was commendable, and he calmly sank the three-pointer, prompting Kobe to respond with a mere shrug of his shoulders. Do we still have a chance to win this game? The assistant coach lamented to head coach Scott, surveying the unfolding situation. There is certainly a chance to win, Scott replied. No one dares to claim that old Popovich isn't feeling the pressure. Now, it all hinges on the players' adaptability on the court. When set aside the tactical maneuvers, the overall strength of the Lakers marginally surpasses that of the Spurs. The Spurs' ability to dominate the Lakers throughout the game can be attributed to Popovich's exquisite strategies. Now, without tactical frameworks, the outcome remains uncertain. The Spurs possess considerable experience in competitive play and can adeptly navigate challenging away games. As the Lakers initiate their offense, Jiang Chenyu's long-range drifting three-pointer misses, and Leonard's fast-break layup is thwarted by Giannis' emphatic block. Subsequently, the Lakers decelerate the pace, hesitant to engage in fast breaks, especially given Leonard's formidable ability in that domain. Stealing and transitioning is his forte. Devin Booker, with the ball in hand, passes it to Kobe, prompting everyone to immediately create space. At this moment, no one is more suited than Kobe for the task. It has been quite some time since he has had such an opportunity for isolation. Ever since Jiang Chenyu joined the team, Kobe's chances for one-on-one plays have significantly diminished. In past encounters against other teams, he often stood alone, reliant solely on his own form. However, the situation has transformed. With Jiang Chenyu's arrival, Kobe's isolation opportunities have drastically decreased, as teammates are reluctant to engage in low-probability shots against high-probability ones. Now, with the atmosphere tense, no one dares to step up for isolation plays, compounded by Scott's lack of tactical options. Consequently, everyone instinctively creates space for Kobe, allowing him to find a scoring opportunity. Whether he can convert this chance hinges on Kobe's execution. Chapter 59. Isolation is the Lakers' strategy. At this moment, Kobe's form embodies the entirety of the Lakers' aspirations. As Kobe dribbles, each bounce amplifies the palpable tension, it is evident that he intends to unleash his signature fadeaway jump shot. If you are to employ that move, a slight interference should suffice. One must not be easily deceived. Parker mused that he believed Kobe's fadeaway jump shot success rate was exceedingly low, and such a shot should merely serve as a casual disturbance. Both sides consisted of seasoned veterans, and no one dared to act impulsively. Kobe first tested Parker. Upon realizing that Parker remained unfazed, he did not hesitate to launch a three-pointer. With a swift motion, the shot found its mark. Kobe's experience prevailed. Although Parker had anticipated some aspects, Kobe understood that when his opponent remained stationary, taking the shot directly was the optimal choice. Subsequently, the Spurs adopted the Twin Towers strategy anew, this time without mismatches, as Giannis defended Aldridge, who had been the sole scorer for the Spurs in the previous possessions. Jokic was tasked with matching up against Duncan. Although age had caught up with Duncan, his vast experience allowed him to dominate this inexperienced rookie effortlessly. The Twin Towers strategy commenced, and the Lakers found themselves in a position where they could only hope that the Spurs would falter in their scoring. Giannis was more diligent in his defense than ever before. Aldridge had already scored more than once against him, and it was only reasonable to expect that he would manage to prevent at least one shot to showcase his prowess. Duncan engaged in multiple confrontations, causing Jokic to feel increasingly pressured, his stomach churning with the intensity of the exchanges. Duncan then delivered a brilliant assist to Aldridge. Had Aldridge opted for a dunk, the shot would likely have succeeded. However, he surprisingly chose a hook shot instead. Giannis effortlessly secured the rebound, making it evident that Aldridge had missed. This time, the Twin Towers strategy appeared either fortunate or premeditated, as it was ultimately unraveled. This marked the first occurrence of such a failure. In Popovich's lexicon, the Twin Towers strategy rarely resulted in missed opportunities. He typically employed it only 2 or 3 times per game, making it difficult for opponents to counter. To Popovich's astonishment, the Greek player acquired through a trade, Jiang Chenyu, proved to be quite formidable. One could not help but commend Jiang Chenyu's discerning eye for talent. Popovich was quite taken aback, having recently faced 2 unsuccessful trade applications with the Lakers, who had evidently ensnared themselves in a web of mystery. "Coach, I have a brilliant idea," an assistant coach approached Popovich, acknowledging the Lakers' seeming impenetrability. "A master must emerge to salvage this situation. Let's hear it." Although Popovich was initially reluctant to entertain frivolous suggestions, he found himself bereft of solutions and thus inclined to consider these alternative ideas for inspiration. "Actually, it's quite simple. While we cannot ascertain what transpires within the Lakers' internal dynamics, we are not the only ones who can infiltrate. Are you suggesting that we employ an undercover agent? Your proposal sounds intriguing, yet in reality, it may prove futile, as the current loyalty within their team is such that no one would entertain such thoughts." The words spoken by Popovich are not entirely devoid of merit. Indeed, the current Lakers exhibit such a dynamic, with even Jokic earning a 5-year contract worth $20 million, expressing no grievances. "You are mistaken. If that were the case, I would naturally be aware without your prompting. However, the reality is different. Consider this. Aside from their internal members, who else has access to the Lakers headquarters?" "Ah, you refer to journalists, a clever notion. Indeed, we too possess our own journalists. By dispatching them into their inner sanctum, we could uncover all information." While Popovich acknowledged the validity of this approach, he simultaneously recognized that such advantageous strategy would not elude other teams. In truth, the Lakers' headquarters is already filled with journalists from rival teams, yet regardless of their efforts, they remain oblivious to the true reasons behind the Lakers' victories. Thus, the second quarter concluded rather abruptly, and following the halftime intermission, the third quarter commenced seamlessly. The Lakers initiated the play, audaciously proclaiming to the entire Spurs roster, "Everyone spread out," allowing Jiang Chenyu to go one-on-one. The Spurs players were bewildered. What team resorts to isolation plays at the onset of the third quarter? Typically, such tactics are employed only when all other strategies have failed. Isolation is, indeed, the Lakers' strategy. At this moment, Jiang Chenyu addressed all members of the Spurs, prompting the entire audience to rise in applause. His words epitomized the formidable prowess of the Lakers. "Do not presume yourself handsome. You must understand that the adversary you face is the formidable me." Leonard, feeling irked that Jiang Chenyu had effortlessly captured everyone's attention with a single statement, directly challenged him, asserting that he would undoubtedly defend against this shot. Jiang Chenyu remained silent, directly commencing a probing 3-threat maneuver. His approach was perplexing, particularly in light of Griffin's lesson, which had illustrated that Jiang's offensive tactics were far from singular. Leonard adhered to Jiang Chenyu's strategy of permitting drives while allowing three-point attempts, positioned at a considerable distance from the arc. It was evident that this particular play was designed to invite Jiang Chenyu to shoot. However, Jiang was equally bewildered by the unfolding events. He refrained from taking the shot. Recognizing the critical nature of this one-on-one encounter, risk was not an option until the final moments. He feigned a shot, but Leonard remained motionless, seemingly intent on allowing the three-pointer. With no alternatives, Jiang resorted to a direct drive to the basket, yet Leonard's defense was confounding, nearly resulting in a steal. Left with no choice, Jiang attempted another forceful layup, but before he could leap, Leonard had already ascended. Had Jiang not gathered the ball, he might have successfully faked Leonard out. Yet he was now committed, and reluctantly, Jiang had to initiate another forceful attempt. This time, the ball veered off course with an absurd arc. As Jiang felt an inexplicable force affecting his shot, a whistle pierced the air. San Antonio Spurs, number 21 Leonard, foul for hitting the shooting hand. Indeed, it was a clear foul. Jiang distinctly felt Leonard's hand make contact with his own. Thus, this incident could be attributed to Jiang's aggressive drive causing Leonard's infraction. The arena buzzed with a mix of boos and applause. Jiang understood that the jeers stemmed from his failure to complete the drive directly, opting instead for a more cunning approach. The applause, however, was straightforward. It acknowledged that Jiang's drive had resulted in Leonard's foul, signifying his triumph over the defender. With pressure mounting, Jiang steadied himself and sank both free throws, acutely aware that a miss would invite a chorus of derision. Kid, drawing fouls isn't a tactic employed by the truly formidable. If you have the ability, score directly like I do. Chapter 60, The Final Moment. Honestly, I must say, why is Harden so strong? His ability to draw fouls is among the best in the league. How can you criticize that? Scoring is what truly defines strength. In this exchange, Jiang Chenyu's retort left Leonard utterly speechless. Indeed, drawing fouls is a testament to one's prowess. Shortly thereafter, Leonard seized the ball and swiftly made a mid-range shot, marking the conclusion of a series of offensive plays from both sides, indicating the onset of the final contest. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Spurs held a slender 2-point lead, while the Lakers, having been suppressed throughout the match, appeared to have already inscribed their defeat on the scorecard. However, the tenacious players of the Lakers were far from resigned. As the fourth quarter began, the clutch players from both teams sprang into action. The dynamic duo of Kobe and GD commenced a thrilling exchange of three-pointers. Conventionally, it was believed that if the Lakers did not close the gap by the end of the third quarter, their chances of victory were severely diminished. Despite the undeniable talent of the Lakers players, the Spurs' seasoned veterans possessed a wealth of experience. Should the Lakers fail to recover in the third quarter, their prospects would be grim. Yet, if Jiang Chenyu were an ordinary player, such a fate might be plausible. However, he was no ordinary player. He was a time traveler, endowed with a system. Thus, his fortitude did not require the accumulation of experience. Congratulations to the host for activating the talent, clutch performer. Indeed, Jiang Chenyu's abilities were intricately linked to the system. Leonard's experience, at this juncture, proved insufficient, and against a player like Jiang Chenyu, he found his advantages in the fourth quarter significantly diminished. As the Spurs initiated their offense, they opted not to involve Leonard, but instead directed the ball to Aldridge in the paint, who scored effortlessly. Aldridge represented the most troublesome variable for the Lakers. In the fourth quarter, Giannis's task was to limit Duncan's impact. However, with Giannis focused on defending Duncan, Aldridge was left unchecked. Jokic, as yet, lacked the prowess to contend with Aldridge one-on-one. On the Lakers' offense, Devin Booker received the ball, but under Ginobili's defense, he found little room to shoot and passed it to Kobe. Kobe's performance in the early stages had been lackluster, with only 12 points to his name thus far. However, the fourth quarter was his moment to shine. One could assert that the Lakers' fate rested in Kobe's hands. Kobe then executed a shoulder shimmy and a fadeaway jumper, the angle of which was more acute than 45 degrees, leaving Parker momentarily dazed. He had not anticipated Kobe's prowess to be so formidable. Yet, Kobe indeed demonstrated his strength. This shot was devoid of fortune, finding its mark cleanly. This Kobe, while one might argue he was bewildering, had no defenders daring to allow him an open shot. Yet, on the other hand, his number of missed shots remained the highest in the league. Subsequently, the Spurs launched another offensive, but Leonard's mid-range shot failed to find its mark. Indeed, in the fourth quarter, Leonard's performance was severely impacted, just as Scott had remarked. Meanwhile, the gifted Jiang Chenyu activated his talents, executing a swift spin and successfully completing a layup. Following that, Aldridge utilized the clock to his advantage and made a mid-range shot. Giannis Antetokounmpo seized the ball and decisively dunked over Aldridge, who had been mismatched in the defensive switch. Such exchanges between the two teams provided the audience with a palpable sense of the finals atmosphere. Typically, one would expect the Lakers matches to be the most riveting. However, the Warriors captivate with their dynamic duo of Curry and Thompson. Similarly, the Cavaliers boast superstars like LeBron James and Kyrie Irving, rendering their games exceptionally thrilling. Yet, those well-versed in the sport recognize that Jiang Chenyu, Kobe, Giannis, Devin Booker, and Jokic are all formidable scorers, with talents like Jokic still awaiting full revelation. Therefore, every Lakers game ought to be profoundly captivating. Nonetheless, audiences have grown accustomed to the spectacle of the Warriors and Cavaliers, leading them to underestimate the excitement of Lakers games, which subsequently affects the team's viewership ratings in the United States. Contrarily, on a global scale, the Lakers even surpassed the Olympic Games in viewership. Now, as this matchup progresses into its final phase, the performances of Kobe and Jiang Chenyu become crucial for the Lakers. Coach, are we still relying on isolation plays? The assistant coach found himself genuinely anxious. Although Jiang Chenyu and Kobe were performing adequately, consistency over time remained uncertain. Indeed, this tactic appeared to be ineffective, prompting the need to devise a strategy centered around three-point shooting. Scott, lacking the capacity to implement a robust twin tower strategy, resorted to formulating tactics imbued with uncertainty. If successful, they would be invincible. If not, they would falter. The Lakers refrained from calling a timeout, merely conveying a brief message among themselves. Whether it bore fruit was uncertain, but any communication was better than none. Finally, the strategy shifted away from isolation plays, which brought a sense of relief and even joy. Jiang Chenyu had harbored a sense of dissatisfaction as he observed the offensive strategies devised by Scott. He firmly believed that only the most formidable tactics exuded true elegance. As the Lakers' strategy unfolded, Jiang Chenyu's three-point attempt fell short, causing Scott to feel a surge of anxiety. Should this tactic also prove futile, the Lakers would be left with little choice but to concede defeat. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu took on the defensive assignment against Leonard, whose mid-range shot also failed to find its mark, thus helping to stabilize the situation. With one final opportunity remaining, they knew that if this shot did not succeed, they would have to accept their defeat. Jiang Chenyu grasped the ball, acutely aware of the immense pressure surging toward him. According to the strategy, his primary objective was to maintain control of the ball, minimizing errors, and await his teammates' tactical instructions. However, he felt a profound sense of frustration. He did not wish to merely hold onto the ball indefinitely. Glancing at the stamina displayed on the system, he executed a stunning move reminiscent of a butterfly flitting through flowers, eliciting a roar of applause from the crowd. Seizing the moment while Jiang Chenyu showcased his skill, the other players of the Lakers quickly devised a strategy, clustering together. Jiang maneuvered to the corner, encircled by 4 teammates. Though this tactic may not appear aesthetically pleasing, its effectiveness was undeniable. The brilliance of this approach lay in its collective movement. Unlike the elevator play that relied on a single player's positioning, this strategy involved everyone in motion, thereby reducing the likelihood of being countered. Nevertheless, this tactic came with its own drawbacks. With all players converging, one's performance inevitably diminished, and distractions were bound to occur. If one were to ponder the origin of this strategy, it could not be attributed to Scott. That old fellow would never conceive such a tactic. It was undoubtedly the ingenuity of Jiang Chenyu, who had traversed time, that birthed this remarkable strategy. Jiang Chenyu glanced at the hoop, acutely aware that this shot was imperative. His teammates encircled him, and without a successful basket, there would be no rebound. He signaled and released the ball. Chapter 61, Devin Booker's game-winning shot. Admittedly, this title reveals the plot, but that's inconsequential. Forewarning you allows for the avoidance of certain pitfalls. Jiang Chenyu released the ball, and it appeared rather hasty. Alas, it seemed that the shot had soared too high. Scott, positioned at just the right angle, could perfectly observe the hoop, yet he sensed that the trajectory diverged from the expected swish. However, the ball defied all logic and, in an astonishing manner, found its way through the net without touching the rim. The prowess displayed by Jiang Chenyu was utterly extraordinary, further fueling the notion that he might indeed be some sort of mutant. Popovich found the situation perplexing. He could not fathom how a player from China could exhibit such remarkable skill. According to his theory, Jiang Chenyu could not be an ordinary individual. While it was true that Jiang Chenyu was anything but typical, he could not alter the course of the narrative. The previous shot could only be attributed to a moment of confusion on his part. Meanwhile, Scott was exhilarated. If his strategy succeeded, the Lakers stood a greater chance of victory than the Spurs. Subsequently, Aldridge intensified his efforts, scoring another 2 points, while Leonard, unwilling to be outdone, executed a steal and swiftly converted a fast break into 2 points. Jiang Chenyu was utterly bewildered. Today, he had already been intercepted by Leonard 3 times. Should a 4th interception occur, he wouldn't even need to react, for the system would berate him profusely. His previous blunder had caused the Lakers' hard-earned strategy to falter. The Lakers continued to rely on 3-point shots, yet Popovich's ability to dismantle their tactics was astonishingly swift. In a mere span of time, he had already unraveled the Lakers' game plan. With Popovich having deciphered their strategy, the Lakers were laid bare before the Spurs, leaving Jiang Chenyu with no choice but to drive aggressively towards the basket. Fortune smiled upon him this time, as his forceful layup found its mark. Jiang Chenyu's audacity had enabled the Lakers to cling tenaciously to the score, though he understood that his moment of courage was fleeting. Once it passed, their fate would hinge solely on chance. A minute later, his boldness waned, and he sighed, realizing that the remainder of the game would rely on his true prowess. As the Lakers initiated their offense, his teammates continued to pass the ball to him for isolation plays. Given that Jiang Chenyu had clearly demonstrated his excellent shooting touch in previous attempts, his stamina, however, was dangerously low. Following his moment of bravery, he resembled a second-rate player, with even Hayward sitting on the bench appearing more capable than him. He needed to attack, to drive in for a layup, rather than remain stagnant in a triple-threat position. Devin Booker, standing beside him, was the first to sense something amiss. In earlier plays, Jiang Chenyu had showcased a fierce desire to score, while Leonard, tasked with defending him, noticed that Jiang was now gasping for breath. Yet inexplicably, Jiang continued to score. Leonard, underestimating him, assumed that Jiang was simply out of energy. After all, Jiang had already amassed 28 points in the game. Left with no alternatives, Leonard awkwardly passed the ball to Giannis, who had just set a screen for him. Giannis, taken aback, was immediately besieged by 2 defenders, the double team perfectly sealing off all his passing options. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Jiang Chenyu hastily repositioned himself to receive the ball, which Giannis Antetokounmpo passed to him. Reluctantly, Jiang Chenyu attempted a 3-point shot, only to miss entirely, resulting in a disheartening air ball that was met with derisive jeers from the crowd. As the 4th quarter reached its midpoint, both teams grew increasingly cautious, their nerves palpable. The score was tightly contested, and any misstep could spell disaster. Ironically, the heightened tension only exacerbated the likelihood of errors, leading both teams to shy away from shooting, ultimately resorting to awkward, forced attempts. Unsurprisingly, the accuracy of these desperate shots plummeted, with several air balls registered on both sides. Before long, the match approached its climactic conclusion. The Lakers had recently managed to equalize against the Spurs, thanks to Jiang Chenyu's commendable performance. Now, with the Spurs on the offensive, the players with the steely resolve began to relax, showcasing their skills. Leonard, mindful of reckless play, passed the ball to the relatively stronger Parker, who signaled for a one-on-one against Kobe. Under ordinary circumstances, the Spurs would not have opted for Parker to take on Kobe in isolation. But given the shifting dynamics aimed at enhancing NBA viewership, they proceeded with this strategy. Both veterans, nearing the end of their careers, were aware of the stakes. Kobe, on the verge of retirement, had reconsidered his decision due to Jiang Chenyu's emergence. Parker, displaying remarkable steadiness, executed 2 swift moves, each step laden with nuance as these experienced players clashed. Parker appeared to bypass Kobe, but the latter anticipated this maneuver, aiming for a block to reaffirm his legendary status. However, Parker's seasoned instincts allowed him to discern Kobe's intentions, and he promptly passed the ball to Duncan, who capitalized on the opportunity with an effortless 2-point layup. One must commend Parker's sagacity. Had he not foreseen Kobe's reaction, he might have faced dire consequences. As the Lakers initiated their offensive play, the clock indicated that both teams had one final possession remaining. Should the Lakers fail to score on this attempt, they would find themselves in an inescapable predicament. As time dwindled, Jiang Chenyu passed the ball to Kobe, who deemed that a response shot was the most prudent choice at that moment. Alas, brother, fortune may not favor you this time. Kobe's determination, impervious to the influence of anyone, even Coach Scott, led him to attempt an audacious long-range 3-pointer. which resulted in an embarrassing airball. In other words, Kobe squandered a precious opportunity. Scott, in exasperation, realized he could not alter Kobe's decision. With the Spurs leading by 2 points, they merely needed to run down the clock to secure victory. Left with no choice, the Lakers resorted to a strategy of fouling. Duncan, visibly tense, missed one of his 2 free throws, offering the Lakers a glimmer of hope. Subsequently, Kobe redeemed himself with a 3-pointer, compensating for his earlier lapse. However, Leonard seized the moment, deftly maneuvering past Giannis with remarkable speed to score. Is this truly how it ends? Despaired the Lakers fans, who had invested so much into the game, fearing humiliation and defeat. The Lakers prepared for their final offensive play. Victory or defeat hinged upon this moment. Kobe, with the ball in hand, had no time to contemplate a fadeaway jumper. He drove towards the basket, but, finding no success, passed to Jiang Chenyu on the perimeter. Jiang, aiming for a layup, drew a crowd of defenders, yet brilliantly flicked the ball to the open Devin Booker beyond the arc. As Booker launched the 3-pointer, the entire arena held its breath. This match was nothing short of extraordinary. A hush fell over the crowd. Then, suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted. Chapter 62. Girl, I've come for you. Silence enveloped the arena as everyone awaited the outcome of the game. Even a 2-year-old child ceased their cries. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted from silence to jubilation. Indeed, Devin Booker's 3-pointer had clinched the game. The Spurs players, frustrated, had fought valiantly throughout the night, leading for the entirety. Yet they found themselves on the losing end. They urgently appealed to the referees, questioning whether there had been any stepping out of bounds and inquiring about the remaining time. The referee, diligent in his duties, reviewed all the footage and ultimately confirmed that Booker's shot had not crossed the line and that no time remained. He then proclaimed the Lakers victorious. Jiang Chenyu refrained from excessive celebration, as his purpose for traversing into this realm was not to ensure the victory of the Lakers. Rather, he yearned to depart from this place expeditiously. His subconscious whispered to him that his true identity was on the verge of being unveiled. Yet, unbeknownst to him, it was precisely his absence from the festivities that intensified others' suspicions. A few days prior, he had dispatched someone to investigate the affluent gentleman accompanied by a young lady. And now all the information regarding that wealthy individual lay before Jiang Chenyu. He had long sought an opportune moment to meet this magnate, and today presented itself as the most fortuitous occasion. Jiang Chenyu arrived at the base of the affluent gentleman's residence. This time, he felt no need for subterfuge. He believed it unnecessary to treat them as he did the Resurrection Society. After all, this wealthy individual had lawfully acquired the girl. Thus her current ownership undeniably belonged to him. The ones truly deserving of punishment were the nefarious members of the Resurrection Society. Jiang Chenyu approached the affluent gentleman in the capacity of a player, for it was evident that such a wealthy individual, being an admirer of the NBA, would surely recognize the current star of the Los Angeles Lakers. Greetings. I wonder what brings you to seek my company, the billionaire inquired, promptly identifying Jiang Chenyu's status and expressing curiosity about the purpose of his visit. Nothing much. I merely wish to engage in conversation with you, Jiang Chenyu replied. Reluctantly, the tycoon welcomed him inside, and Jiang Chenyu, adhering to local customs, surveyed the opulent decor of the mansion and the staff within, hoping to catch a glimpse of a particular maid. I am curious as to why someone of your stature would come to my humble abode. If there is something you wish to discuss, please do not hesitate to share. Since you are here, it is evident that there must be a matter at hand. And there is no need for concealment, the wealthy man remarked, signaling his butler to pour a cup of tea for Jiang Chenyu. It was apparent that this gentleman was not of the nefarious ilk like the Resurgent Society, and Jiang Chenyu held a favorable impression of him thus far. Very well. I shall be forthright. I am acquainted with one of your maids, and I wish to speak with her briefly, Jiang Chenyu stated candidly. Wait a moment. Have you perhaps mistaken the person? To be frank, I have only one maid, the very one who just served you tea. Do take a look and see if she is the one you seek, the billionaire responded. Jiang Chenyu was taken aback. He distinctly remembered the visage of that individual. He had just scrutinized the butler and could assert with complete certainty that this was not the maid. Are you certain you possess only one butler? During the last competition, you were seen embracing more than just 2. Jiang Chenyu reminisced that, apart from the girl, the affluent man was also holding another young lady. And his subconscious informed him that the young woman the affluent man had previously embraced was certainly not the steward. Ah, now I understand. Do you have some misunderstanding regarding the term steward? The affluent man inquired. At that moment, Jiang Chenyu felt rather perplexed. Could it be that, aside from the steward. There existed another type of steward in the affluent household. Typically, a steward is male, tasked with managing various affairs, while the individual you mentioned is evidently a young lady who does not engage in such duties. Young ladies are meant to serve us wealthy individuals. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chenyu immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Reflecting on it, he realized that indeed, stewards and young ladies are two distinct entities. Then, might you present your young ladies for me to see? The affluent man waved his hand, and over a dozen young ladies approached from all directions. Jiang Chenyu scanned the crowd and, to his delight, spotted the girl he had been searching for. He eagerly exclaimed to the affluent man, "Indeed, this is the one. Thank you. You may converse now. I shall not intrude any longer. The others may take their leave." No, at this juncture, I still require your presence, as I shall need to discuss business matters with you shortly." The affluent man remained alert, aware that Jiang Chenyu's words carried an ulterior motive. If his claims were indeed genuine, he typically would not necessitate the affluent man's presence. "Oh, do you still require me for something? You shall find out soon enough." After Jiang Chenyu uttered these words, he turned to the girl who appeared utterly perplexed. Clearly, after so many days without seeing Jiang Chenyu, she had nearly forgotten his appearance. "Well then, take a good look at me now. Do you still remember who I am?" Jiang Chenyu was evidently well prepared. Each utterance flowed with the precision of a seasoned lawyer, executing his discourse with the mechanical efficiency of a robot. In the presence of a stranger, an ordinary person would typically respond with a heightened sense of vigilance, and the young girl was no exception. She wished to limit her conversation with this seemingly inconsequential individual. "Allow me to present a few matters for your consideration. Perhaps they might jog your memory." In truth, Jiang Chenyu had not come equipped with substantial preparations. His current endeavor was born out of sheer necessity. He diligently sought to unearth significant memories regarding the girl from the recesses of his mind. "Think back. Who accompanied you to high school back then?" As the girl contemplated Jiang Chenyu's words, she indeed recalled that he had once treated her with kindness. However, as she gazed upon this equally handsome young man before her, she had come to remember Jiang Chenyu's name, leading her to conclude that he was not the same person from her past. "I apologize, but I seem to recall that the individual from before had a surname of Wu." Wu. Jiang Chenyu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He understood that if this individual truly refused to acknowledge him, no explanation would suffice. "I apologize, but it seems I must take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality today." After all, Jiang Chenyu had not encountered the girl in his previous life, and his feelings for her were not particularly profound. This incarnation was merely a quest to satiate his curiosity. "Ah, wait a moment. Did you not just say you wanted me to stay here for your purposes?" The affluent man's perspective was rather unique. Just moments ago, Jiang Chenyu had shared his thoughts with him, and now, with nothing pressing at hand, his curiosity was piqued. "Well, it seems there is no alternative. If that is the case, I shall abandon my previous intentions, and thus, I no longer require your assistance. I will certainly attend your competition in the future to discern your true objectives." The wealthy man observed Jiang Chenyu with keen interest, aware of his ulterior motives, and was eager to uncover what they entailed. "No worries. I am more than willing to accompany you." Chapter 63. The Clash of Huang and Hong. Since Jiang Chenyu could not fulfill his task, he deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer and promptly returned to the training facility to prepare for the next match. The upcoming game would see the Lakers host the Bulls. Last season, both Derrick Rose and Joakim Noah suffered injuries, while Pau Gasol faced his own struggles during the playoffs, making it imperative to maintain the vitality of key players for the new season. For the Chicago Bulls, the 2015-16 season was characterized by freshness. Under the new head coach Fred Hoiberg, the team shifted from a defensive philosophy to one centered on offense. Additionally, the re-signing of Jimmy Butler was a notable achievement. Butler had showcased his scoring prowess last season and had evidently become one of the league's premier shooting guards. As customary, let us introduce the starting lineups. Lakers, Devin Booker, Kobe Bryant, Jiang Chenyu, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Nikola Jokic. Bulls, Jimmy Butler, Pau Gasol, Derrick Rose, Taj Gibson, Nikola Mirotic. The Bulls were indeed a perplexing enigma. The presence of these beleaguered players, coupled with their newly appointed coach Hoiberg, rendered their strength quite mysterious. As both teams entered the arena, Kobe gazed at Pau Gasol. Nostalgia etched across his face. "Old friend, it has been far too long. I hope these past years have treated you well." It is worth noting that Kobe had secured 2 championships alongside Gasol during his tenure in number 24, making this Spaniard one of Kobe's rare companions. "Oh, you have no idea. Since you departed, I have been quite comfortable here." The two sides commenced their vigorous exchange of blows. As the game began, Gasol's keen awareness as a center was evident, leaving Jokic with no choice but to helplessly watch as the opposing team seized possession of the ball. Although the opening ceremony held little significance, Jokic couldn't shake off the feeling of guilt. The entire opposing team decided to entrust the ball to Derrick Rose. Rose's accomplishments were once believed to surpass even those of Jordan, yet injuries thwarted his ascent to greatness. This season, however, Rose's health had finally reached a point where he could return to the court, and he chose to play. Each player shines in their unique way. Rose, often referred to as the Rose, began the game with a splendid layup, showcasing his signature skill. Yet, the success of his layup was regrettably lacking, as it not only failed to find the net, but barely grazed the rim. Giannis secured the rebound, prompting Mirotic to swiftly close in on him. Mirotic's designated task for the match was to closely guard Giannis. Giannis, visibly irritated, angrily passed the ball to Devin Booker. As Booker advanced with the ball, he found himself matched up against Derrick Rose, feeling a sense of resignation as he had been tasked with facing formidable opponents in recent games. He then passed the ball to Jiang Chenyu, whose counterpart in this match was somewhat underwhelming. He was merely matched up against Gibson, whose average score paled in comparison to that of the Lakers bench player, Hayward. Jiang Chenyu effortlessly scored with a layup, destined to achieve a high score in this match. In this game, Kobe faced off against the formidable Jimmy Butler of the Bulls. Those familiar with the 2022 NBA season would know that Butler's performance this year has been exceptionally fierce, even hinting at potential game-winning moments. Subsequently, the Bulls initiated their offense, with Butler as their primary scorer. Although his experience pales in comparison to Kobe's, his current prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of the veteran. Butler, exhibiting a hint of arrogance, signaled for a one-on-one against Kobe, demonstrating a blatant disregard for the seasoned player. His aggressive style was evident as he charged at Kobe with ferocity upon receiving the ball. With age, Kobe's ability to withstand such physical confrontations had diminished significantly, rendering him unable to contend with a powerhouse like Butler. Butler then effortlessly executed a hook shot from a tight angle. "Hey, how about I take this matchup next time and let you rest?" Giannis, having faced few players with strong physicality in recent games, yearned for a challenge against someone like Butler. "All right, I'm willing to let you take on this one," he conceded. However, Kobe found himself in a predicament, as Butler seemed reluctant to engage with someone equally tenacious as Giannis, continuously relying on his teammates to handle the Greek phenomenon. Soon after, Jiang Chenyu scored again with a layup, prompting Butler to take matters into his own hands and signal for a one-on-one against Jiang. "Coach, this should be fine, right?" Jiang Chenyu isn't Kobe. His physical gifts should surpass Butler's, he mused. Jiang Chenyu gazed at Jimmy Butler, a look of unease crossing his features. He was acutely aware that, despite his seemingly tall stature, his capacity for physical confrontation was indeed feeble. There was no alternative, since Butler had signaled for a one-on-one. He could not shy away and was compelled to confront it head-on. On the other hand, while Butler had indicated his intention to take on Jiang Chenyu, he remained oblivious to the latter's prowess in resistance. Although Jiang appeared quite tall, Butler felt an inkling of trepidation. Initially, Butler refrained from exerting his full strength, opting to utilize merely half of his potential. As Jiang Chenyu braced himself, he discerned that Butler did not seem as formidable as anticipated. Could it be that my own resilience has indeed been enhanced? Jiang Chenyu was utterly bewildered as he observed Butler make his second attempt. This time, he exuded a remarkable confidence, exerting merely half of his strength. Conversely, Butler, determined to create even a slight distance between them, summoned all his might for this endeavor. Jiang Chenyu relaxed himself, only to be instantly knocked down by Butler. Goodness, how is his strength so formidable? Jiang Chenyu pondered within himself, yet it proved futile. He had already been collided with by Butler, making this backdrop indispensable. After knocking Jiang Chenyu down, Butler executed a decisive slam dunk. Weren't you the one who said it would be no trouble for Jiang Chenyu to participate?" Scott remarked awkwardly to the assistant coach upon witnessing Jiang Chenyu's fall. Consequently, Jiang Chenyu was no longer invincible. Butler's actions revealed two significant vulnerabilities in Jiang Chenyu's game, namely, his resistance and stamina. "This match will allow me to face Jiang Chenyu. Victory is assured." Chapter 64, Butler's Provocation. "Hey kid, weren't you quite arrogant a few days ago, scoring 32 points against Leonard's defense? I must admit, you are impressive. However, I never anticipated that you would turn out to be such a softie. Jiang Chenyu found himself at a loss for words, for he had indeed been overpowered by Butler, and being labeled as weak was a frequent occurrence. Jiang Chenyu, perhaps you should refrain from matching up against Butler and instead revert to your previous opponent, suggested his teammate Devin Booker, who could no longer bear to witness Jiang Chenyu being bullied by Butler. Devin Booker proposed that Giannis take on Butler, while Jiang Chenyu would contend with Gibson, the adversary he had faced previously. Jiang Chenyu has indeed just been overshadowed by Butler's recent actions, which were surprisingly shocking, especially considering that Jiang was directly toppled by Butler. You might never dare to play against Butler again, right? Kobe approached, having experienced a similar collision himself, understanding the psychological impact such an incident can have on a player. Consequently, the league came to check on Jiang Chenyu. No, I am not the coward Butler described. I shall seek a favorable opportunity to retaliate, as a means of avenging my earlier display of timidity. Jiang Chenyu refrained from taking the shot himself. Instead, he passed the ball to the eager Giannis Antetokounmpo. Giannis, curious to ascertain the true prowess of Butler, engaged him in a series of confrontations. Although these exchanges lacked the sheer force of Butler's most vigorous efforts, they were nonetheless significant, as enduring one challenge does not guarantee survival against another. It seemed that Giannis was not as formidable as he appeared, sharing in the vulnerability. With a powerful dunk over Butler, Giannis delivered a mocking retort, avenging Jiang Chenyu's earlier humiliation. Butler, taken aback by the insult of being labeled soft, felt a wave of indignation wash over him as he gazed at the towering forward, shaking his head in resigned disbelief. He understood that Giannis had dedicated himself to strength training, while he himself was occupied with perfecting his three-point shooting and footwork, making Giannis's superior strength a natural outcome. Subsequently, Derrick Rose seized the ball and scored his first three-pointer, marking his initial points of the game. Midway through the first quarter, Jiang Chenyu was substituted out. Coach Scott decided it was prudent for him to take a moment to recuperate and adjust his mindset, especially after being toppled by Butler. Coach Scott sought to console Jiang Chenyu, reminding him that such moments are part of every player's journey of growth. It's nothing serious, coach. I have already recalibrated my focus and am contemplating my retribution, Jiang Chenyu replied. Hayard, who had just entered the game, also contributed to the offensive effort with a three-pointer. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenyu found himself in a daze, grappling with a sense of disillusionment regarding his current situation. Unlike protagonists in other novels who traverse into new realms for wealth or glory, often with the aim of serving their country, Jiang Chenyu's mission was uniquely altruistic. He was here to save Kobe. After a brief respite of 2 minutes and downing 2 bottles of Gatorade, he signaled to the coach that he was ready to return to the court. Reluctantly, Coach Scott allowed Hayard to assume the shooting guard position while granting Kobe a moment of rest. Jiang Chenyu gazed furiously at Butler, who had knocked him over earlier. As the first quarter concluded, he incessantly contemplated the most effective manner to retaliate against Butler in the forthcoming round. Should he feint, drive, pull back, or pivot? With the commencement of the second quarter, the myriad maneuvers Jiang had rehearsed in his mind finally came into play. Jiang Chenyu signaled for a one-on-one against Gibson, while Butler positioned himself to provide assistance. Jiang Chenyu understood that as long as he could penetrate toward Butler's side and surpass Gibson, he would have the chance to engage Butler in a solo confrontation. Yet, despite envisioning the movements countless times in his mind, he found himself flustered on the court. As if his own hands were no longer under his control, Jiang Chenyu's dribble resulted in a fumble, causing the ball to roll out of bounds. Meanwhile, Butler seemed to have discerned Jiang Chenyu's intentions and subsequently signaled for a one-on-one against Giannis Antetokounmpo. He understood that should he successfully make this shot, he could unilaterally overshadow Jiang Chenyu. However, his overwhelming desire to be in the spotlight led him to overlook many meticulously orchestrated off-ball screens by his teammates, squandering numerous opportunities for open three-pointers. Butler's focus had become obscured by the hoop, and the cheers he yearned for transformed into the last thing he wished to hear: mine. Mine. Giannis, too, opted for a one-on-one against Butler. In the second quarter, both players were eager to showcase their individual prowess, each desiring to be the center of attention, which consequently hampered their performance. Giannis found himself indecisively contemplating whether to plant his left foot or right foot, and this hesitation allowed Butler to snatch the ball away. Butler then surged forward in a fast break, with no defenders in sight. All he needed to do was make an uncontested layup. Yet, Jiang Chenyu was acutely aware that his opportunity had arrived. Jiang Chenyu was poised for action, and Butler's speed could not match his own. Upon reaching the basket, Butler intended to execute a dunk to showcase his prowess, yet Jiang Chenyu had already anticipated his intentions, leaping before Butler could even take off. Had Butler chosen to make a straightforward layup, the shot would have been a guaranteed success. However, he sought to perform a dunk. And now he felt that merely dunking was insufficient. He yearned for a powerful axe-handle dunk. This ambition provided Jiang Chenyu positioned behind him. With an opportune moment to block the shot, Jiang Chenyu delivered a resounding block to Butler, leaving him bewildered as he gazed at the ball. Perplexed by the force that had sent it soaring away, upon turning around, he realized, to his astonishment, that it was indeed this individual. The host activated the talent, Court Matriarch. At that moment, Jiang Chenyu's system reappeared, granting him yet another talent. This was an opportune moment. He was determined to ensure Butler would bear the consequences of his recent actions and words. Aren't you quite formidable? Yet here you are, completely thwarted by my pristine block. Butler initially considered retaliating by bringing up the incident where he had previously knocked Jiang Chenyu down. However, reflecting on it, he realized that being blocked was even more humiliating than being toppled. Thus, he decided against further embarrassing himself. Young man, consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, I shall ensure you pay for this. It appears that Jiang Chenyu did not invoke the extraordinary potential within Butler. Butler continues to play in a rather ordinary manner. Seemingly unaffected in terms of his performance, Jiang Chenyu was substituted out, wearing a perplexed expression as he gazed at Butler. In his mind, he silently pondered, could it be that this talent operates as a passive skill? If that is the case, the potency of this skill would be considerably diminished. Coach, I do not wish to enter the game this quarter. Please allow me to participate in the third quarter instead. Scott observed Jiang Chenyu's actions with bewilderment. Recognizing that in previous instances, such statements were typically a prelude to his seeking out that girl or inquiring about Huang Jiawei. Now he wondered what his intentions were. Well, if you feel that way, I cannot compel you. May I inquire what it is you intend to do? I am not. You have misunderstood. I merely wish to take a moment to rest. Jiang Chenyu comprehended the thoughts of Coach Scott. This time, he genuinely harbored no intentions. He simply wished for a moment of respite. Alas, we were already aware of the previous instances. You need not conceal yourself from us. We are well informed about your past matters. It would be best for you to speak candidly. Jiang Chenyu, in this instance, found himself utterly helpless. He rolled his eyes and, with a genuine expression, looked at Scott and remarked, I truly have no secrets. After all, Scott's primary role was that of a coach, and he could easily turn a blind eye to the affairs of the players. In the absence of key players like Jiang Chenyu during the second quarter, the Lakers found themselves at a disadvantage. The return of Gasol, who had rested for half of the first quarter, significantly bolstered the Bulls. Although Kobe, Hill, and Hayward were present on the court, the Lakers' other substitutes were considerably weak, rendering Kobe unable to carry the team. Hayward is known for his exemplary sportsmanship, which was precisely why Jiang Chenyu had recommended him to the Lakers years ago. Many have undoubtedly witnessed the video of Kobe's final game against the Jazz, where a Jazz player intentionally crossed the line during Kobe's last free throw, allowing him another attempt. Indeed, this player from the Jazz was Hayward, who played a crucial role in helping Kobe score 60 points during his farewell match. That remarkable 60 points elevated Kobe's ranking from 60 to 49 in the forums. Currently, Kobe ranks 9th, the reason being that after his departure, fans created highlight reels of all his baskets, which astonishingly propelled him from 49 to 9. This is not to undermine Kobe in any way. His prowess is undoubtedly unquestionable. Each of his 5 championships bears the mark of his relentless effort, and his spirit is truly worthy of our admiration. However, we must also address Kobe's abilities. While he is undoubtedly deserving of a place among the 75 greatest players, I remain unconvinced that he should be ranked 9th. Some argue that his low shooting percentage stems from his competitive nature. Yet evaluating a player must involve scrutinizing their shooting accuracy. His number of missed shots ranks highest in the league. He should not force attempts from nearly impossible positions, but rather pass to open teammates. There are those who argue that his method still led him to 5 championships. Why is that? Personally, I believe Kobe during his number 8 phase was indeed formidable and could justifiably hold the 9th position. However, the situation was different during his number 24 phase. The 3 championships during his number 8 era were largely thanks to Shaquille O'Neal. After O'Neal's departure, the Lakers' performance suffered drastically. Fortunately, with the return of Phil Jackson and the acquisition of a top-tier center like Gasol, Kobe managed to secure 2 additional championships. Yet, after Gasol's exit, the trajectory of Kobe's career became evident. Following his Achilles tendon rupture, he failed to adapt his playing style, leading the Lakers to linger at the bottom of the standings. The arrival of Jiang Chenyu has significantly transformed Kobe's playing style. To speak candidly, Kobe's prowess is indeed comparable to that of LeBron James. He is similarly an SD-type player. His three-point shooting, fadeaways, mid-range shots, acrobatic layups, and dunks undoubtedly place him at the pinnacle of basketball excellence. Furthermore, his accolades as a premier defensive player and his ability to excel off the ball render him extraordinarily formidable. The arrival of Jiang Chenyu has undoubtedly unlocked Kobe's full potential. Now at the age of 37, despite his team ranking second to last in terms of shooting opportunities, he still manages to achieve an average of over 15 points per game. My dear leader, refrain from forced shots. Instead, leverage screens to create opportunities for three-point fadeaways. Jiang Chenyu continues to enlighten Kobe, as no one comprehends this transcendent figure better than he does. Indeed, one could assert that Jiang Chenyu possesses a deeper understanding of Kobe than Kobe himself. Jiang Chenyu's guidance yielded immediate results, as Kobe effortlessly sank a leaning three-pointer. Kobe's skills are so comprehensive that one can never predict his next move. In the dying moments of the second quarter, Butler was inexplicably substituted onto the court. His stamina rivals that of Kobe in his prime, allowing him to play without breaks. With Butler on the court, it was clear to everyone what his intentions were. The Lakers' assistant coach, observing Butler's entrance, wore a wry smile, fully aware of Butler's purpose. Indeed, the Bulls aimed to leverage Butler to close the score gap. After diligent efforts in the first and second quarters, the Lakers had managed to extend their lead to 5 points, and with Butler now in play, it was evident they were about to initiate their pursuit. Not a problem. We will have Antetokounmpo match up against him, Scott, displaying his astuteness, promptly substituted Giannis to counter Butler. In this game, it was destined that Giannis would focus on neutralizing Butler. Goodness, why is this old foe back again? Is it really that difficult for me to score? Butler lamented, eyeing Giannis's formidable presence with exasperation. Giannis replied, equally frustrated, I was supposed to rest this quarter. But now you've made it necessary for me to defend you. Yet, with the game underway, both knew they had to showcase their capabilities. The fierce matchup between Butler and Giannis resumed. Butler initiated with a three-threat posture, causing Giannis to momentarily waver. However, once Butler found himself under the basket, he had no choice but to pivot for a layup. His feint was convincingly realistic, causing Giannis to bite, yet as Butler faced an open basket, he gently released the ball. Suddenly, a beast-like figure soared through the air. Giannis, with a thunderous block, sent the ball crashing down, unleashing a roar towards the heavens. Some seasoned fans might recall a similar moment when Anthony was denied in a similar fashion by Giannis. Remarkably, the roles had reversed. Now it was Butler facing the wrath of the block. Is it really that difficult for me to score? Why must you persistently thwart me? Butler exclaimed, even resorting to his hometown dialect, reflecting his frustration. Indeed, Giannis's relentless defense was infuriating, as countless guaranteed points were thwarted, an experience both disheartening and exasperating. It seems your decision was indeed prudent. Giannis possesses a tangible restraining effect on Butler. Scott, witnessing Butler's rejection by Giannis, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Butler's entry had initially instilled panic, yet Giannis's appearance was akin to a lifeline, providing much-needed solace. Coach, this time we should triumph decisively, boosting our morale. Hill interjected from the sidelines. The atmosphere among the Lakers was vibrant, yet a palpable gap remained when compared to the Cavaliers. We should also incorporate hand signals or some custom moves to elevate our spirits, he suggested. Indeed, in Chapter 66, a rose is always a rose. We shall seamlessly incorporate the celebratory gesture executed by Jiang Chenyu during the previous match. In earlier encounters, Jiang Chenyu performed a celebration that was a modified version of Kobe's iconic gun gesture, perfectly suited for team celebrations. As the second quarter concluded, the Lakers maintained a slender lead with 2 free throws as they entered the third quarter. The Lakers' entire starting lineup took to the court, their spirits soaring with a fervent desire to claim the championship title. On the other hand, the Bulls introduced their star, Derrick Rose, a former #1 draft pick who epitomizes their aspirations for victory. He once led the Bulls to the Eastern Conference Finals, marking their first appearance there since the era of Michael Jordan. In recent years, injuries have plagued Rose, leaving the Bulls lingering on the precipice of the playoffs. However, the arrival of Butler has reignited hope for the team. As long as Rose performs well, Defeating the Lakers should not pose a challenge for the Bulls. Jiang Chenyu took the initiative to match up against Rose. Since he could not contend with a formidable figure like Butler, he decided to leverage his speed advantage against Rose. Unaware of Jiang Chenyu's true capabilities, Rose signaled for a one-on-one confrontation. This offensive maneuver was not intended as a provocation, but rather as a means to gauge Jiang Chenyu's strength. Rose's most renowned technique is his ability to change direction without losing pace. Faced with Jiang Chenyu, he felt compelled to exert his utmost effort, especially considering that Jiang Chenyu showed no fear when up against Griffin and many other NBA stars. Rose directly approached Jiang Chenyu, executing his signature move with remarkable speed. Jiang Chenyu nearly succumbed to a single step, as Rose could effortlessly score with a simple scoop shot. However, Rose was equally aware of the moment when Butler was just thwarted by Jiang Chenyu's remarkable block. This time, the scenario unfolded similarly. Jiang Chenyu leapt high once again, and Rose followed suit. It was almost effortless for Jiang Chenyu to block Rose this time. Yet, he found himself up against Rose, who executed a beautifully crafted layup, scoring 2 points. Jiang Chenyu was taken aback. Throughout his journey in the NBA, no one had ever utilized a layup against him before. Rose displayed a certain finesse reminiscent of the legendary Michael Jordan, who, in his prime, would leap to the basket, wait for his opponent to ascend, and then gracefully alter his shot midair to score. It appeared that Jiang Chenyu was no ordinary player. In our first encounter, he compelled me to unleash all of my signature moves. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu sought to test Rose's prowess by isolating him, employing a triple threat stance, and immediately executing a butterfly move. Since Rose had used his trademark against him, Jiang Chenyu felt it was imperative to respond in kind. Jiang Chenyu's butterfly move proved ineffective. Seizing the moment of Rose's astonishment, he deftly dribbled past him, catching Rose off guard and scoring with a layup for 2 points. At this juncture, my challenge escalated significantly. Initially, facing Devin Booker, Rose felt relatively unpressured, yet now, matched against Jiang Chenyu, he was acutely aware of the formidable challenge before him. Subsequently, Rose's mid-range shot missed its mark, and Jiang Chenyu's three-pointer also clanked off the rim. The synergy between these two was quite remarkable. Even their missed shots seemed to resonate in unison. Scott wore an awkward expression, his face a portrait of embarrassment as he remarked on the situation. Soon after, Rose executed a brilliant drive, delivering a precise pass to Gasol, who successfully landed a mid-range jumper. Kobe observed from the sidelines, his eyes reflecting a mix of nostalgia and indignation. Gasol, indeed, is a center of considerable prowess. While he may not ascend to the ranks of superstar centers, he undoubtedly qualifies as an elite one. He possesses a reliable mid-range shot, a commendable three-point ability, exceptional footwork in the paint, and adept rebounding skills, attributes that underscore his strength. Furthermore, his playing style diverges from that of the typical American player, as he hails from Spain, adding an element of unpredictability to his next move. As the third quarter progressed into its mid-stages, both teams intensified their focus. No one dared to engage in reckless one-on-one plays. Scoring in isolation might be acceptable, but a miss would carry significant repercussions. At this moment, every possession became crucial, and each point differential would profoundly impact the outcome of the final quarter. As long as you maintain the point difference, the pressure in the fourth quarter will significantly diminish. The Bulls have begun to implement their strategy, with Scott directing from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Rose has the ball, causing considerable anxiety among several Lakers players. At this moment, one might wonder why Rose is nicknamed the Rose. This is due to the fact that his surname translates to rose in Chinese, which evokes the image of a blooming flower. Rose's playing style is distinctive. His layups, executed with finesse, resemble the graceful unfolding of a rose. Gasol steps up to set a screen, his imposing figure effectively blocking Jiang Chenyu. Rose, undeterred, makes his move with swift agility, leaving Jiang Chenyu helplessly watching as he glides past. The switch leaves Jokic in a similarly difficult position, unable to match Rose's speed. And he too can only watch as Rose drives towards the basket. At this moment, Giannis Antetokounmpo, noticing Rose's approach, leaps to attempt to block. With his remarkable vertical leap, Giannis seems poised to thwart Rose's layup. The only viable options left for Rose are to either pass the ball or draw a foul. Suspended in midair, Rose has little time to ponder. He deftly switches hands in preparation for his layup. Yet, even in this position, Giannis manages to block Rose's attempt with ease. Such a resounding rejection undoubtedly boosts the morale of the Lakers. Rose's court awareness is undeniably impressive, With a subtle flick of his wrist, he passes to Butler, who is positioned behind Giannis. Butler effortlessly scores with a layup, a play that takes everyone by surprise. Finally, the ball goes in. Butler raises his gaze to the heavens, letting out a triumphant roar, fully aware of the effort it took to make that shot. This basket undoubtedly elevates the spirits of all Bulls players. The Lakers, unable to contain themselves, see Jiang Chenyu signaling for a pick. Giannis quickly moves into position, but as Jiang Chenyu prepares to advance, he glances back to see a familiar figure returning on defense. Could it be Butler? Jiang Chenyu has been overshadowed by Butler, and now, in Butler's presence, he feels an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Should he be toppled by Butler once more, it could spell the end of his NBA career. Yet, this moment also presents Jiang Chenyu with a chance to prove his worth. Jiang Chenyu executed 2 swift directional changes, contemplating the method he would employ to score shortly. At that moment, he recalled the technique used by Ross just moments ago. No, wait, Ross had not scored. What, then, was I remembering? Jiang Chenyu suddenly realized that Ross had indeed not scored, yet it seemed he had delivered a splendid pass. Jiang Chenyu's passing ability was commendable as well. In such circumstances, a brilliant assist would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. Thus, he resolved to proceed accordingly. Chapter 67, Proving Oneself. A deft pass would not only be the best option but also serve to demonstrate his composure and confidence even when confronted with Butler's defense. Jiang Chenyu then mimicked the way Rose had just toyed with Antetokounmpo, executing a graceful layup with a pull-up. Just as Butler prepared to leap, he suddenly recalled the earlier moment when Rose had outwitted Antetokounmpo. Attempting that trick again, thinking he could deceive me once more? Butler retracted his earlier jump, while Jiang Chenyu had already completed his layup. Logically, Jiang Chenyu should have passed to Antetokounmpo, who was cutting towards the basket, and Butler stood right in front of him, poised to make an exquisite steal. Yet what was this? Why did Butler not jump? Jiang Chenyu also noticed that Butler refrained from jumping. If he were to pass the ball, he would undoubtedly secure a spot in this week's top 5 blunders for missing an open basket and handing the ball to the opponent. Well, if you grant me the opportunity for a layup, I might as well take it myself. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu executed a splendid layup, effortlessly scoring 2 points. However, something felt amiss. The unfolding events deviated significantly from my expectations. Butler received the ball near the basket, yet Jiang Chenyu chose not to pass it to him, instead opting to execute a layup on his own. After a moment of contemplation, Butler suddenly realized his oversight. He should not have neglected to jump, but rather interfered slightly with a raised hand. Alas, reflecting on this now was futile, as Jiang Chenyu had already commenced his celebration, leaping into the air and flamboyantly imitating Jordan's iconic swagger. Damn it, kid, if you dare to match up against me, this will be the final point you score in this game. Jiang Chenyu remained silent. At such a moment, he ought to have taunted Butler with some playful banter, especially since it was he who made the shot, not Butler. However, he chose to adopt a more gentlemanly demeanor and refrained from speaking. The third quarter of the game descended into a dull atmosphere once again. In the closing moments, both teams commenced a chase to either narrow or widen the score gap, with even the bench players resorting to foul tactics. Butler executed the Bulls' final offensive play, and the substitute player Hill unhesitatingly employed a strategy of fouling against him. It is noteworthy that Hill had maintained 0 fouls during the match, boasting a plus-minus of 8. Now, he could only lament his own statistical standing. The resounding boos from the home crowd significantly affected Butler, who managed to sink only one of his 2 free throws, unable to withstand the mounting pressure. At this juncture, Butler was still a rookie, having entered the league only a few years prior, and his ability to handle stress remained insufficient. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu took possession of the ball to manage the time, while Hill, standing by, understood that if this shot were to succeed, the Lakers would gain immensely. He gazed at Jiang Chenyu with hopeful anticipation. This shot would also reflect Jiang Chenyu's capacity to perform under pressure. It was imperative that he score. Hill recognized that if this shot were to miss, he might find himself at the center of media scrutiny. For deliberately committing a foul is hardly a virtue among NBA players. Jiang Chenyu directly indicated his intent to single out Butler. Previously, Butler had asserted that as long as Jiang faced him, Jiang would be unable to score again. However, Jiang could not swallow his pride. He vowed to demonstrate his worth. Confidence is commendable, young man, but such arrogance is unwarranted. No one is yet guaranteed a successful basket against me in the first round, Butler remarked. Over the years, Butler has indeed been recognized among the top defensive players, His defensive prowess should not be underestimated. Jiang Chenyu, this time, deviated from his usual playing style, fully aware that Butler had undoubtedly deciphered his approach. Instead, he executed a delicate maneuver akin to a butterfly flitting among flowers. At this juncture, stamina mattered little. What truly counted was the outcome of the game. Butler was taken aback, as Jiang typically began with a two-way or triple threat tactic to gauge his opponent. However, this time was strikingly different. Observing the dwindling time, his teammates attempted to set a screen, but Jiang swiftly gestured for them to refrain. Today, he was determined to confront Butler head-on. As the seconds ticked away, he abandoned any pretense and, in the final moments, unleashed a clutch three-pointer that soared in a perfect arc, finding its mark in the hoop. Damn, this time you really caught me off guard. Butler admitted that he was indeed defeated this time, feeling a profound embarrassment as his recently declared aspirations were swiftly shattered. The 100 seconds of respite passed quickly, with Scott unable to devise any strategies, while the Bulls coach seized every fleeting moment, not even allowing time for a sip of water. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers remained exceedingly cautious, clinging to a mere 7-point lead over the Bulls, where a surge from the opposition could swiftly alter the outcome. The Bulls, having trailed by 7 points for the first 3 quarters, were left with no option but to adopt a perilous approach, facing a 50-50 chance of either leveling the score or succumbing to defeat. The initial 2 possessions concluded in missed shots, and Butler, with possession, was aware that the Bulls would be starting the final quarter due to Gasol's successful jump ball at the outset. Giannis defended Butler, and given his current defensive prowess, he could easily contend for a spot in the first or second team for defensive excellence. 20 seconds elapsed without Butler finding a shooting opportunity. He instead passed the responsibility to Gasol. In this position, Gasol was unlikely to score, as Butler merely intended to shift the burden onto him. Should Gasol miss, the media would undoubtedly berate him for his audacity in the clutch. However, if he succeeded, Gasol's mid-range shooting was remarkably reliable. With a deft maneuver, he eluded Jokic's defense and executed a shot that not only found the net, but also resulted in a splendid three-point play. Gasol's subsequent free throw was also assuredly converted, demonstrating his capabilities and effectively bringing the Bulls back to a competitive stance as they returned to the starting line of the third quarter. The fourth quarter continued in a dull fashion, with both teams playing excessively cautiously, devoid of any excitement, resorting instead to drawn fouls and open shots, lacking the electrifying dunks and long-range three-pointers typical of a standard game. Midway through the fourth quarter, the Bulls trailed by 5 points, and in desperation, they were compelled to employ an alternative strategy. This tactic revolved around the principle of prioritizing 3-point attempts while safeguarding 2 points. It was undeniably risky, yet could prove overwhelmingly effective if executed successfully. Had Jiang Chenyu not traversed time, the LeBron of that era had utilized this very strategy to stage a comeback from a 1-3 deficit, shattering NBA records and securing the franchise's inaugural championship. While the strategy held promise, it bore significant risks. Failure could result in a loss of dignity and a catastrophic defeat. Nonetheless, the current circumstances were dire. Adhering to conventional tactics would necessitate the Bulls executing 2 substantial surges in the closing moments to seize victory, a course of action they were unlikely to undertake foolishly. It appeared that this audacious strategy had become imperative. The head coach of the Bulls expressed his helplessness, clearly reluctant to employ this strategy. However, given the current circumstances, it had become absolutely necessary. Chapter 68, just a little more. If they were to execute this tactic, the paramount concern was the management of time. Firstly, it was essential to ensure ample time, and secondly, to guarantee that both the initial and final offensive opportunities belonged to their side. Butler received the ball, adeptly managing the clock, and without hesitation, took the shot. Yet, the success rate of such a strategy is notoriously low. Undoubtedly, Butler's attempt missed the mark, and Giannis secured the rebound, passing it to Devin Booker, who advanced the ball. Although Butler had failed to score, the Bulls were not solely reliant on him. They had the formidable Old Six. Indeed, you heard correctly, Old Six. The ball advanced by Devin Booker was swatted away by the mentor of Old Six from the former Pelicans team, who then swiftly executed a layup, scoring points. The significance of this play is evident. While it was characteristic of Old Six, it was undeniably commendable, substantially narrowing the gap between the Lakers and the Bulls. Jiang Chenyu seized the ball, and this play was of paramount importance. Matched against Rose, he had no choice but to pass to Kobe, who found himself up against a comparatively weaker opponent. Kobe, renowned for his composure under pressure, possessed remarkable ball-handling skills in such critical moments. He executed a swift spin move, yet unfortunately failed to evade Clausen's defense. Resorting to his signature move, he performed a shoulder fake followed by a fading jump shot. Although this maneuver is not particularly high in success rate, relinquishing the opportunity was never Kobe's style. He was determined to take the shot regardless of the circumstances. As he executed the shoulder fake and fading jump shot, Kobe felt an exhilarating surge of confidence, sensing that this particular attempt was distinctly different from his usual efforts. The shot found its mark. At this juncture, not only was a score crucial for the Bulls, but it was equally vital for the Lakers, as each successful basket could significantly alter the game's dynamics. Subsequently, both teams struggled to find the net, with time dwindling down to nearly 2 minutes left in the game, and the Bulls still trailing by 5 points. While 5 points in the closing moments of the playoffs may seem manageable, with a couple of timeouts or strategic fouls to recover, this was merely a regular season game, and nobody would be foolish enough to squander precious time on foul tactics. The significance of this regular season match held little weight for the Bulls. Each player believed it was unnecessary to risk injury for this single game. Winning would be ideal, yet if victory proved unattainable, there was no need for a desperate fight. The Bulls opted against an all-out press, instead resigning themselves to await a miracle. Devin Booker controlled the tempo, then launched a three-pointer with precision, striking at the heart of the matter. If this shot were successful, it would nearly seal the Lakers' victory. The crowd erupted in cheers. The Lakers were poised on the brink of triumph. The Bulls, in resignation, signaled for a review. Although it seemed the shot had indeed gone in, they could only hope for a miracle. The referee's whistle pierced the air, yet several Bulls players did not look to the official, aware that barring an extraordinary turn of events, the shot would not count, and there was no sense in undermining their morale. However, the referee ruled the basket invalid. Consequently, the Bulls were granted 2 additional offensive opportunities compared to the Lakers, meaning that should they succeed in both attempts, they could not only equalize but potentially secure a last-minute victory. Rose took possession of the ball, now hesitant to make a bold play, refraining from his signature layup, fully aware that a mistake would cast him in the worst light. Instead, he executed a sudden change of direction and hit a mid-range jumper, disregarding Jiang Chenyu's defense, opting for the least efficient shot available. Truly, what a heart of steel he possessed. Jiang Chenyu, feeling helpless, realized that if this shot succeeded, the pressure would shift to the Lakers. Such a scenario would not only jeopardize their victory, but could even lead to a devastating counterattack from the opposing team. As Jiang Chenyu served, they disregarded Kobe's call for the ball. Scott was acutely aware that had the ball been passed to Kobe, he would undoubtedly opt for a shoulder fake followed by a fadeaway jumper or a contested three-pointer. Such a choice would likely lower Kobe's shooting percentage, potentially leading the Lakers to defeat. Damn it, in such a crucial moment, don't make reckless plays. Kobe shouted angrily at his teammates, fully cognizant that in times like these, the Lakers players would typically choose to pass the ball to him. However, the situation felt different now, as the Lakers players appeared to have grown indifferent. Subsequently, the Lakers executed their strategy, and an impatient Kobe came forward to set a screen. Jiang Chenyu then launched the most pivotal three-pointer of the match. It was successful. The 5-point deficit instantaneously transformed into a 6-point lead. Following this, Butler's aggressive three-point attempt clanged off the rim, and Giannis secured the rebound. If he could make the shot, the Lakers would seal their victory. Yet, Giannis then committed a dribbling error, allowing Butler to seize the opportunity and assist Gasol for a dunk, bringing both teams back to a level playing field once again. Jiang Chenyu seized the ball, but once again, his three-point attempt clanged off the rim. Now, it was Rose's turn to manage the clock, as the majority of control had returned to the Bulls. Butler orchestrated the timing, and this time his three-pointer found its mark. He let out a triumphant roar. Should the Lakers fail to score again, the Bulls' chances of victory would surpass those of the Lakers. Jiang Chenyu, possessing the ball, found himself with no choice but to pass it to Kobe. They had exhausted all their options, and with no tactical guidance from Scott, the sole strategy left was to entrust the ball to their team's clutch player, Kobe. Watch closely. I will lead you to victory. The entire Lakers squad spread out, allowing Kobe to gather his strength. With all his might, he broke through the defense and effortlessly executed a layup, scoring with ease. With only a 3-point deficit, the Bulls had one final chance to either equalize or face defeat. Rose took possession of the ball. This shot had to be a three-pointer. They could only rely on Rose, whose current three-point shooting percentage was relatively higher, to take the shot. Jiang Chenyu faced off against Ross, And this time he approached the defense with unprecedented seriousness. He understood that the entirety of control over the play lay within the hands of Ross and himself. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. Ross seized the moment, launching a three-point shot directly over Jiang Chenyu. Jiang offered a measured distraction, wary of committing a foul. The arc of the shot was stunningly perfect. Despite being a long-range three-pointer, its trajectory appeared even more exquisite than an ordinary three-point shot. However, the ball ricocheted off the rim, gradually bouncing away. Just a fraction away. Just a fraction away indeed. Ross, in frustration, slammed the ball to the ground and walked away dejectedly. This shot was a buzzer beater. Having missed, his only option was to return home. Not in defeat, but to practice harder. Was victory truly achieved in this manner? Scott was equally astonished. The recent shot had left everyone momentarily stunned, and the atmosphere was one that ordinary individuals found hard to digest. Now, even in victory, there was little sensation. The players of the Lakers, however, were fully aware of the situation. They began to celebrate, with some even bringing forth champagne. Jiang Chenyu understood that he could not afford to underestimate his opponents so easily, for they were to confront formidable adversaries. Chapter 69, NBA All-Star Selection. Winning against them was not an insurmountable challenge. The Lakers began to soar, and even the usually composed Scott allowed himself to indulge, uttering trash talk for what could be considered the first time in history. As the game concluded, so did the final match of January, ushering in February and the highly anticipated events within the NBA. Indeed, the most awaited All-Star game was set to commence. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Chenyu's presence had not only impacted the Lakers, but also influenced the very structure of the All-Star game itself. Jiang Chenyu arrived at the league, bringing forth numerous unrecognized stars from the Eastern Conference into the All-Star spotlight. Among them are this year's championship's second-in-command, Kyrie Irving, and the illustrious Jason Tatum, along with various other luminaries. Furthermore, the introduction of alternative formats has effectively bridged the gap between the Eastern and Western conferences, particularly through the selection process. In recent years, the disparity between the two conferences during the All-Star game has been stark, resulting in a significant decline in its entertainment value. Jiang Chenyu has ushered in a novel approach, namely the selection format, which is anticipated to grace the NBA within the next 2 to 3 years. He has merely introduced it ahead of time. Without further ado, following a week's respite for all NBA players, the All-Star selection is set to commence. This year, the leading vote-getter is Kobe Bryant, trailed closely by LeBron James. The popularity of these two icons remains undiminished. Although Kobe's prowess may no longer align with All-Star caliber, his celebrity still secures him a place in the festivities. Jiang Chenyu also secured a spot in the All-Star game due to the fervent support of his passionate Chinese fans. Undoubtedly, the captain of the Western Conference team is Kobe, while the Eastern Conference is led by LeBron James of the Cavaliers. These two stalwarts serve as the selectors for their respective teams. The current roster of potential starters for the All-Star game is as follows: Western Conference, Westbrook, Harden, Kobe, Jiang Chenyu, and Howard. Eastern Conference, LeBron, Irving, Curry, Davis, and Durant. With Durant and Curry now representing the East, this lineup does not yet reflect the final All-Star roster, as both teams still need to make their selections. The starters will be chosen first by Kobe from the West, followed by LeBron from the East for the substitutes. Let us welcome the captains of the All-Star teams, the announcer declared. Among the spectators for this All-Star selection were NBA legends such as Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley. Kobe and LeBron soon appeared on the big screen and commenced their intense selection process. My first choice may come as a surprise to many. I won't elaborate further, as my sole aim for this match is to secure victory. Therefore, my first selection is my teammate, Jiang Chenyu. Indeed, Kobe's shocking choice of Jiang Chenyu as his primary pick was not an invincible decision. My first choice might also raise eyebrows. Kyrie Irving, LeBron remarked. It was evident that the two captains were likely to choose not the strongest players initially, but rather their teammates, those with whom they were most familiar. After all, this All-Star game is not the finals, and winning or losing holds less significance. My second choice, Kobe mused as he glanced at the list, will be Westbrook. This decision from Kobe indeed surprised many, given that superstars like Curry and Harden were equally formidable contenders. My second selection is James Harden, LeBron stated, still opting not to choose Curry. The perplexing choices made by LeBron and Kobe left everyone bewildered. Although this year's Rockets' Harden had been dubbed the Curry of the West, the decision to bypass Curry was still hard to comprehend. My third choice is, no, Wait, Curry. Kobe quickly adjusted upon spotting Curry still available. My third selection will be Howard. LeBron's third choice was equally unsurprising. His team lacked no outside players, making Howard the only dominant interior presence, a logical selection. Well, my final choice is Anthony Davis. Jiang Chenyu felt helpless. The choice of the last individual could only unfold in this manner. Consequently, the remaining Kevin Durant would become a member of James's team. Subsequently, James turned the page to commence selecting his bench players. For my initial pick, I believe I shall choose my old partner, Wade. Then my first selection is Anthony. My second choice is Paul George. James's second selection can only be described as brilliant. In the original timeline, Paul George scored an impressive 41 points in this game, the highest on the court. My second choice is my longtime collaborator, Pau Gasol. Kobe's selection, however, seemed rather perplexing. Considering that both Leonard and DeRozan had yet to be chosen, Kobe's choice of Gasol was incomprehensible. I select Leonard, witnessing one formidable player after another being chosen by James. Kobe hesitated to select any of his other friends. I choose DeRozan. I choose Lowry. I choose Wall. I choose Chris Paul. I choose Tatum. Thus, the All-Star selection concluded. With both teams set to rest for 2 days, awaiting the conclusion of other matches and exhibition games. As the following day dawned, events such as the All-Star three-point contest, skills competition, and dunk contest were scheduled to take place. First up was the dunk contest, where it was evident that no matter which players from other teams participated, they would merely serve as a backdrop. The showdown between Levine and Gordon was hailed as the most spectacular dunk contest in history. With 6 consecutive perfect scores, the contest extended to 7 rounds before a victor emerged, with Levine narrowly defeating Gordon by a margin of 3 points to claim the championship of the 2016 All-Star Dunk Contest. Following this was the three-point contest, where Shaquille O'Neal, in this timeline, surprisingly volunteered to participate, achieving a commendable score of 1 point and setting a new record for the three-point contest. Jiang Chenyu found himself inexplicably registered by his own team to participate in the three-point contest, with 3 spots available for the finals. Curry initially secured his place with an impressive score of 26 points, undoubtedly ensuring his advancement. Thompson, not one to be outdone, achieved 24 points, effectively placing 1 foot into the finals as well. The pressure now shifted squarely onto Jiang Chenyu's shoulders. At first, Jiang struggled to find his rhythm beyond the arc, managing only 2 points at the first hoop. However, upon reaching the second hoop, he gradually began to discover his shooting touch, accumulating 5 points there. This brought his total to 7 points as he approached the long-distance three-point line. Unfortunately, his attempt from this considerable distance did not find its mark. Jiang Chenyu subsequently arrived at his flower ball frame, successfully scoring 4 out of 5, resulting in a total of 8 points. Once again, he attempted an exceedingly distant three-pointer, and fortune favored him as he inadvertently made the shot. In the remaining 2 frames, Jiang Chenyu secured 7 points, culminating in a total score of 25, thus advancing to the finals. Chapter 70. The All-Star Game commences. Jiang Chenyu did not harbor great expectations for the finals, as his recent advancement was merely due to an unexpected long-range three-pointer. In the finals, Curry amassed 26 points, while Thompson achieved 28. According to the trajectory from before Jiang Chenyu's time travel, it was Thompson who ultimately claimed the championship in this match. Jiang Chenyu finished with a mere 21 points, securing 3rd place and marking his inaugural result in the All-Star three-point contest. After a day and night of eager anticipation, the NBA All-Star festivities officially commenced. Each year, the All-Star Game features a jump ball ceremony, and this year was no exception. Indeed, the jump ball was contested by Kobe and LeBron, with the duel representing 23 versus 24. The outcome of the jump ball was beyond Jiang Chenyu's influence. It was evident that Kobe emerged victorious in the jump. In my personal view, LeBron's failure to outjump Kobe was a deliberate choice. During their jump, it was clear that neither player made contact with the ball on their initial attempt. LeBron landed before Kobe, affording him ample opportunity to secure the ball for himself. However, upon glancing at Kobe, perhaps out of respect, he refrained from claiming it. Jiang Chenyu received the ball and executed a delightful pass, akin to a white chocolate delicacy, to Westbrook. As the point guard for this match, he naturally had the most opportunities to handle the ball. Westbrook then made a swift drive and executed a powerful dunk. Throughout the first 3 quarters, both teams were rather lackadaisical, as this is an all-star game, designed to be visually captivating. A defensive showdown would drastically diminish its appeal. However, In the fourth quarter, the atmosphere shifted, especially with Kobe's presence. Both teams unleashed their full potential, vying for the ultimate victory. LeBron then seized the ball and showcased an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. In 2016, such a skill was not universally possessed by every player, yet LeBron and Curry, akin to extraordinary enhancements, had long since acquired this capability. Undoubtedly, an unguarded LeBron sank the three-pointer. Westbrook subsequently passed the ball to Curry, who stood at the All-Star logo and launched another long-range three, which also found its mark. The spectacle of Curry and LeBron's distant three-pointers instantly elevated the entertainment value of the game. However, LeBron was not merely a long-range shooter. He possessed the prowess for dunks and inside play as well. He then soared over two defenders for a ferocious slam dunk. In recent years, the All-Star games have been akin to divine encounters between the Eastern and Western teams. Any fan who witnessed this year's All-Star game would likely agree that it was perhaps the most lackluster of them all. Many seasoned players and those with considerable experience have retired, leaving behind a roster filled with players like Morant and Ball, making the game feel overwhelmingly like a showcase of newcomers, which rendered it rather uninteresting. Curry, however, added a spark to the All-Star game, breaking the NBA record for the most three-pointers in a single game and simultaneously earning his first All-Star MVP award. Speaking of the MVP award, it is worth noting the peculiar nature of this accolade. Unlike the NBA Finals MVP, which carries a certain gravitas, this award seems rather hastily named. If you are on the winning team and score the highest, you are bestowed the MVP award. For instance, this year, Paul George exploded with 41 points. Yet his Eastern team unfortunately lost, allowing Westbrook, the highest scorer from the West, to claim the MVP. Since Kobe's passing, this MVP trophy has been renamed the Bryant Cup. Following Kobe's legacy, both teams adhered to the tradition he established, playing earnestly in the fourth quarter. Harden's defensive intensity was even more fervent than when he faced defeat in the Western Conference Finals. This year, Harden was notably displeased. Having been assigned to the Western Conference for multiple years, only to find himself overlooked by Kobe in favor of the Eastern Conference, which he detests. He approached this game with utmost seriousness, determined to prove that Kobe's decision was misguided. LeBron and Harden, why so earnest? It is merely an all-star game. The Eastern Conference coach, Tyronn Lue, looked bewildered at Harden, who was relentlessly pressuring, stealing, and dunking throughout the game. He quickly addressed Harden, expressing his desire not to let him ruin this year's All-Star game. Harden appeared oblivious to Lue's words, maintaining his vigorous approach on both offense and defense. "Hey, this is the All-Star game. That's a bit inconsiderate," remarked Westbrook, noticing Harden's intense defense against Curry, even preventing him from receiving the ball. Westbrook approached him to deliver a reprimand. What concern is it of yours?" Harden disregarded their former camaraderie as members of the Thunder's trio, forcefully shaking off Westbrook's hand and resuming his staunch defense of Curry. "Coach, what should we do?" Leonard, sitting on the bench, observed Harden's lack of sportsmanship and quickly informed the Western Conference coach, "Kerr, what else can we do? We play on. If they want to take it seriously, we must too. We can't let the All-Star game be diminished." As the coach of the Warriors, Kerr, a longtime rival of Lue, understood that neither side wished to concede easily in this match. What? They intend to take it seriously? Wait a moment. Remind them that this is an all-star game. Harden's behavior will surely attract the league's sanctions. However, if we all play this way, Lue fell into contemplation. Initially, he had approached this all-star game with a playful spirit, not intending to coach earnestly. "Our stance is resolute. I care not about the league's penalties. If you insist on foolishly directing, the repercussions will ultimately be on you." After receiving this response, Lue pondered for a considerable time. In terms of overall strength, the Warriors undoubtedly held an advantage over the Cavaliers, a disparity that had cost Lue the championship the previous year. Yet, this was the All-Star game, where the gap in capabilities was not as pronounced, and if they genuinely competed, Kerr would not gain any significant advantage. "Well, if that old man Kerr wishes to play this way, I shall gladly oblige." Lue quickly agreed to this course of action, believing that his coaching acumen surpassed that of Kerr, who had been regarded as the best coach in recent years, thus providing an opportunity to further validate his own coaching prowess. However, unbeknownst to Lue, while he could indeed choose a moment to showcase his coaching skills, today was not that day. As a time traveler, Jiang Chenyu recognized that the disparity in strength between the East and West during this year's All-Star game was substantial, making victory elusive for Lue. Nevertheless, this would also serve as a significant test of his capabilities, where triumph would be a source of pride and defeat would be expected. For Liu, achieving victory would indeed prove challenging. Chapter 71. The first All-Star game played with utmost seriousness. Both coaches called a timeout, indicating that this All-Star game was about to be taken seriously. Wow, if both teams are genuinely focused this time, it could be the most thrilling All-Star game yet. Jiang Chenyu, this Chinese individual, has truly transformed so much. Indeed, during this All-Star game, had both sides approached it with sincerity, the outcome would not have aligned with Tyronn Lue's expectations of league penalties, but rather would have astonished the entire league. Surely, this time they must be serious. The NBA commissioner is filled with trepidation, yet tinged with excitement. Such a spectacle in the All-Star game appears unprecedented in history. The creation of history or the league's downfall hinges on this very moment. As the timeout concludes, both teams exhibit a fervent desire to defend. Harden finds himself in a quandary. Should every player take the game seriously, his prowess would remain unshowcased. It can be said that this All-Star's most valuable player truly embodies the essence of an authentic MVP. When it comes to the West's offensive play, nearly every individual is a leader within their respective teams, making the decision of whom to pass the ball to an unequivocal choice. Curry, with the ball in hand, faces Harden's earnest defense, ultimately relinquishing the ball to Westbrook out of necessity. Westbrook, matched against Kyrie Irving, who is comparatively less adept defensively, easily surges past him, subsequently executing a thunderous dunk over Durant. It appears that my concerns regarding this All-Star game were unfounded. The NBA commissioner, observing that even a serious approach from both sides would not detract from viewership, feels reassured. After all, the chemistry produced on the basketball court defies the predictions of ordinary minds. Westbrook's emphatic dunk has significantly elevated the morale of the Western team. Next, the Eastern team embarks on their offensive endeavor. The initial attack is of paramount importance, as it can profoundly influence the team's morale and subsequently dictate the trajectory of their offensive and defensive strategies. Hence, no one dares to squander this opportunity. LeBron seizes the moment, skillfully utilizing his speed to penetrate and score with a resounding dunk. Some may argue that LeBron lacks speed, yet I must document his ability to surpass Kobe in a single stride for a dunk. This misunderstanding arises from your misjudgment of him. In truth, James possesses remarkable speed, having achieved a time of 10.91 seconds in the 100-meter sprint during his physical assessments. Therefore, it is evident that James's accomplishments have brought him to this pinnacle, as he embodies the quintessential 3D player. Frankly speaking, had James secured 6 championships, his historical standing would undoubtedly surpass that of Jordan. Similarly, we can consider the legendary Shaquille O'Neal of the Lakers. Had he not parted ways with Kobe, he would have certainly amassed 6 championships. Should O'Neal have attained 6 titles alongside surpassing 30,000 points, his historical significance would also eclipse that of Jordan. Jordan's stature is not invulnerable. Although he has been hailed as the god of basketball, a title earned through his pivotal role in elevating the NBA's viewership. If he had matched the likes of Wilt Chamberlain's extraordinary 100-point game and averaged 50 points per season, he might have achieved an untouchable status. Sooner or later, Jiang Chenyu's historical standing will surpass that of Jordan. Subsequently, Kobe sought the ball and, employing his signature fadeaway jump shot, scored his first point in the All-Star game. It is perplexing. Once the All-Star game commenced, it felt as though everyone's performance improved significantly, perhaps due to the absence of pressure. However, Jiang Chenyu, for reasons unknown, struggled to find his rhythm, missing yet another 3-point attempt, which further deteriorated his mentality. The inability to establish a rhythm signifies Jiang Chenyu's struggle to score offensively. Even Howard, labeled as the weakest starter in this All-Star game, managed to secure his first 2 points, while Jiang Chenyu remained mired in a scoring drought. Alas, this wretched system. How can one perform poorly at such a crucial moment? Jiang Chenyu is acutely aware that if he does not perform well in this year's All-Star game, the league may enforce previously established regulations against difficult-to-build connections, thereby preventing him from participating in the All-Star festivities. Should he be barred from such an esteemed event, his historical standing alongside Jordan would undoubtedly become unattainable. In such a scenario, if he fails to score, he would merely be relegated to the status of the 6th player. Jiang Chenyu subsequently seized Durant's ball, pivoted, and embarked on a breakthrough. He surveyed his surroundings and realized that he was utterly alone, which meant that he was now faced with an unguarded hoop. Jiang Chenyu leapt into the air, poised to perform an impressive dunk before the entire audience. No, that is not quite right. Jiang Chenyu suddenly realized that his sensation while attempting a slam dunk felt amiss. It seemed as though he could no longer leap into the air. As for reaching the rim, that had become an impossibility. Jiang Chenyu hastily adjusted his posture, transitioning from a dunk to a layup. Fortunately, the shot found its mark, yet he was filled with frustration. Acutely aware that his inability to leap was the result of that wretched system's interference. In a fit of anger, he promptly activated the system, demanding answers. What madness has seized you this time? Why treat me in such a manner? However, he soon realized that the system remained unresponsive. Panic set in. Was his failure to execute the dunk a consequence of no longer having the system? If Jiang Chenyu were indeed deprived of the system, his life would reach a disheartening conclusion. Stranded in an unfamiliar realm, his existence would seem devoid of purpose. Beep. System upgrade successful. Jiang Chenyu let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the Dogecoin system had not vanished but was merely undergoing an upgrade. He also noticed that this time, the system's voice had transformed from a mechanical tone to a melodious female voice. Well, could you enlighten me on what features you have upgraded? The system responded. Currently upgraded features include voice, visual quality, and the method of task reward distribution. To compensate the host for the losses incurred during the system upgrade, the system will grant the host 2,000 points. May I inquire if the host accepts this? Isn't that a redundant question? Of course, I accept it. Who would refuse a free benefit? Upon receiving the system, Jiang Chenyu promptly stored it away, aware that his current prowess was entirely derived from the system. He felt an invigorating sensation coursing through him and was eager to demonstrate his capabilities. Thus, in the midst of the first quarter, Jiang Chenyu was substituted by Cole. Mindful that this was the All-Star game, and no single player should dominate the court for too long, both teams deployed their bench players, revealing that the Western Conference had a slight advantage. Kobe assembled formidable teammates such as Leonard, DeRozan, and Antetokounmpo, ensuring that the Western bench remained unfazed. Meanwhile, the Eastern Conference's substitutes, featuring talents like Paul George, Chris Paul, and Wade, were equally impressive. The West retained Curry, aiming to showcase his value, especially after Harden's departure left him unchallenged. The East, on the other hand, kept LeBron, as the chemistry between him and Wade was paramount, with ratings coming in a close second. Even though they were taking the All-Star game seriously, maintaining viewership was crucial. Poor ratings could lead to repercussions from the league. The spectacle continued, shrouded in unpredictability. Chapter 72. Breaking viewership records. Viewership is of utmost importance for each All-Star game, reflecting its success and, by extension, the NBA's revenue for the year. This year's All-Star game was initially slated to be Kobe's last. However, Jiang Chenyu's arrival prompted Kobe to reconsider, suggesting that this year's event would follow the same monotonous pattern as before. At that moment, the league remained oblivious to the fact that the ensuing finals between the Cavaliers and Warriors would shatter historical viewership records. With no alternatives, they resolved to innovate this year's All-Star game. Heeding Jiang Chenyu's suggestions indeed elevated the spectacle's viewership, and the earnest approach of both teams was undeniably captivating. The only concern was a sudden escalation in defensive intensity, which could transform the game into a defensive struggle. The official overseeing the All-Star game observed the unfolding events, acutely aware that this year's exhibition was fraught with risk, where each decision could significantly influence the trajectory of the match. As the Eastern team initiated their offense, Wade held the ball, and everyone anticipated the thrilling collaboration between him and LeBron. With remarkable speed, LeBron surged into the paint, receiving Wade's perfectly timed pass. Exquisite. The finest commentator in the league stands within the studio, narrating the unfolding match. The synergy between Wei Ji and James is undoubtedly the most captivating connection currently seen in the league. It is precisely due to their collaboration that the Western players have scarcely put up any defense. One must understand that if this were not an all-star event, James would have found it impossible to create space. Following this connection, both James and Kobe were substituted, allowing the remaining time in the first quarter to serve as an opportunity for other all-star players to shine. On the Eastern Front, Paul George and John Wall have significantly taken charge of the game. Their offensive prowess has frequently racked up points, while their defensive displays have turned the tide from a deficit to a lead for the East. However, the Western bench, featuring Leonard, DeRozan, and Lowry, is equally formidable, showcasing a dazzling dunk exhibition that transforms the arena into a hub of alley-oops. Shooting threes is no longer sufficient. Coach Kerr is acutely aware that while alley-oops are visually appealing and add excitement to the All-Star affair, Relying solely on them would gradually revert the event to its former style. To secure victory, adherence to his classic small ball strategy is essential. There is no desire to lose. Indeed, the West has complied with Kerr's tactics, and it is evident. Kerr's strategy is undeniably robust, although his elevator play cannot be executed here. His small ball approach leaves the East in the dust. Leonard appears to be inherently suited for this strategy, executing it with even greater finesse than Curry. DeRozan effectively distracts Paul George, after which the West brings in their second big man, Antetokounmpo, who reluctantly assumes the center position. This All-Star game can be deemed the most visually stunning yet, surpassing even the legendary matchups between Jordan and Kobe. Indeed, every game featuring Kobe is a spectacle to behold. To the brother upstairs, I urge you to maintain decorum. We are all Chinese and should unite for Jiang Chenyu rather than indulge in my Kobe sentiments. The viewership for the Chinese broadcast has similarly skyrocketed, leaping from 1 million to 10 million almost instantaneously. Remarkably, it appears our viewership is on track to break records, with the total now reaching 30 million. It is essential to acknowledge that the viewership record for the All-Star Game was established during the era when Michael Jordan faced Kobe Bryant. That year, with LeBron James, Jordan, and Kobe sharing the stage, the ratings soared to an astonishing 50 million. Following Jordan's retirement, the viewership for the NBA All-Star Game plummeted. Although Kobe also played a significant role in sustaining the NBA's popularity, he never managed to eclipse Jordan's esteemed status. However, this year's ratings seem markedly different. Back in Jordan's time, the surge in viewership was notably driven by Yao Ming, with the ratings only beginning to climb during the fourth quarter. Yet this year, the first quarter astonishingly surpassed 30 million. Such an impressive viewership is indeed difficult to overlook. Boss, should we still give our all in the second quarter? As the first quarter concluded, everyone began preparing for the tasks ahead in the second quarter. Indeed, the viewership demands attentive observation. Of course, given the momentum of our ratings, wouldn't you want to see it continue to thrive? At that moment, coaches Steve Kerr and Tyronn Lue received word. In the second quarter, we must go all out. As the break ended and the second quarter commenced, Jiang Chenyu was substituted in. Both teams adopted a strategy of half starters and half substitutes, recognizing that to secure victory, this approach was essential. Concurrently, a renowned amateur basketball player from China tuned into the NBA All-Star Game. He had been a devoted viewer over the years. Realizing he would likely never ascend to the ranks of a powerful professional player or internet celebrity. However, the impact of Kobe Bryant transformed his trajectory entirely. Kobe had once stated that every July, he would embark on a tour in China, and last year was no exception. This time, however, he chose an ordinary Chinese amateur basketball player, Li Guanyang, his disciple in China. This pivotal moment irrevocably altered Li Guanyang's life, marking him as the only Chinese player to score in front of Kobe. Furthermore, Kobe brought Li Guanyang considerable fame, and he has since risen to become a prominent internet personality. In gratitude, he made a point to watch most of Kobe's games, ensuring he would never miss the All-Star Game each year. Thanks to Li Guanyang's generous contribution of 100 encounters, totaling 10,000 yuan, the overall amount of donations surged beyond 200,000 yuan, granting the live stream a renewed recommendation. Since Kobe once brought me so much attention, this All-Star Game is my opportunity to repay him, Li Guanyang proclaimed to the screen, pondering whether Kobe would still remember this young lad. Regardless of whether he remembers, Li Guanyang's gratitude is resolute. 50 million, 60 million, 80 million. The president of the NBA watched in astonishment as the viewership skyrocketed from an initial 20 million to an astounding 80 million. Not only shattering records but also quadrupling the previous figures. Is this record truly broken so casually? It appears rather hasty. On the court, players from both the Western and Eastern conferences were made aware of this news, understanding that such a development would present them with a greater challenge in terms of entertainment value. Given the high expectations placed upon them, they too must strive to avoid disappointing their audience. Chapter 73. Experience the intensity of the All-Star Game. As the second quarter reached its midpoint, Jiang Chenyu, who had just taken a brief respite, was called back into the game. Now, the entire lineup consisted of starters, and they finally elevated the intensity of the match. All the All-Star players recognized that they could no longer allow anyone to dunk effortlessly. Even if it meant risking being posterized, they were determined to defend vigorously. Jiang Chenyu subsequently observed the imposing figure of Anthony Davis setting a screen beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward, penetrating the defense and executing a reverse layup against LeBron James' formidable guard. Alas, this offensive maneuver bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Lai. Jiang Chenyu was well aware that before his transmigration, his idol was Lai. Lai's style of playing basketball was precisely what Jiang Chenyu adored. His rapid first step and prowess as the three-point king of Jiaodong University brought immense exhilaration to spectators. Jiang Chenyu's current template closely resembles that of Lai. Boasting the highest initial shooting attributes, followed by impressive dribbling abilities, rendering him nearly invincible in various aspects. Subsequently, in an Eastern Conference offensive play, LeBron James signaled for a one-on-one against Jiang Chenyu. Having never truly faced him before, James remained uncertain of Jiang's capabilities. This time, LeBron approached with caution. A missed shot would tarnish his reputation. He then made a direct drive toward the paint, but Jiang Chenyu's speed was remarkable. Realizing that another drive would likely lead to a contested shot, James executed a swift change of direction. Jiang, well aware of James's intentions, maintained a staunch defense. On this occasion, Jiang's defensive prowess was indeed commendable. Against most players, he might have successfully thwarted the attempt with ease. However, he was up against the current top player in the NBA, LeBron James. James's repertoire could not be limited to such straightforward maneuvers. He charged directly at Jiang Chenyu, quickly drawing a foul from him. Their first matchup concluded with Jiang conceding a foul, a result he had certainly not anticipated. Helplessly, he watched as James converted both free throws, resigned to continue defending against his relentless onslaught. Jiang Chenyu subsequently delivered a splendid pass to Anthony Davis. Despite Davis's limited appearances in the All-Star games, this particular occasion proved to be exceptionally daunting, resulting in his failure to convert an open layup. Missing such a straightforward opportunity had a significant impact on Davis's mindset. LeBron James, possessing vast experience, swiftly opted for a fast break. He promptly passed the ball to Dwight Howard, who, undeterred by the pressure, scored 2 points with conviction. The score now stood at 77-81, with the Eastern Conference leading by 2 points, and it is noteworthy that only 3/4 of the second quarter had elapsed, resulting in such a considerable scoreline. It is imperative to highlight that every bucket now bears immense significance. Any missed opportunities could allow the opposing team to seize the lead. The contest had shifted from a 3-point shooting affair to a 2-point battle. After all, 2-point shots are not Stephen Curry's forte, whereas Tyronn Lue seems more adept in this regard. Curry understood that to regain control of the game, the strategy must transition from a 3-point rhythm to a 2-point tempo. Currently, Curry is the sole 3-point threat for the Western Conference, yet he faces relentless pressure from James Harden, causing him considerable distress. To turn the tide, switching Curry's defensive assignment would be the optimal strategy. However, the Eastern Conference was not naive. They would not permit an easy switch for Curry. Russell Westbrook executed a powerful drive, subsequently passing to the open Curry. In a moment of resignation, Kyrie Irving, tasked with defending Westbrook, had no choice but to shift his focus to Curry. In this instance, Westbrook was not seeking to set up a 3-point shot for Curry. This effectively facilitated the defensive switch. Curry then effortlessly sank a 3-pointer, narrowing the deficit to a single point. Allowing a less formidable defender to guard Curry is tantamount to providing no defense at all. Jiang Chenyu subsequently seized another opportunity, successfully defending against Howard. He executed a steal and fast break, scoring 2 points that propelled his team into the lead once more. This moment was undeniably pivotal. It is no wonder such matches shatter records. The sheer spectacle of the game captivates even those who are not ardent basketball enthusiasts. These offensive maneuvers truly showcase the advantage at hand. Indeed, this all-star event featured not only breathtaking dunks but also a serious competition between the teams, exemplifying the splendid chemistry of basketball. The unpredictability of the game is reminiscent of the time when Rodman and Jordan were traded. Few anticipated their compatibility. With Rodman's notorious temperament and Jordan's dissatisfaction with teammates, even the Bulls head coach feared a clash between them. Yet, the chemistry of basketball can yield the most unexpected outcomes. Jordan and Rodman harmoniously coexisted, rarely clashing, and Rodman's famously obstinate nature was mysteriously tempered. Presently, Jiang Chenyu finds himself in a similar situation. As his team is often underestimated, they require an abundance of ball possession, with Curry, Kobe, Jiang Chenyu, and Westbrook all vying for the ball. Remarkably, this chemistry has prevented any discord over ball control. Instead, they have all learned the art of selflessness. As the second quarter concluded with both teams racking up points, a lengthy halftime break commenced, during which Jiang Chenyu and his teammates took a moment to rest. "Brothers," We must withstand the pressure. If it becomes overwhelming, do not hesitate to request a substitution. It is better to focus on executing three-point shots, he advised. The Western team had yet to fully embrace Kerr's three-point strategy. After all, Kerr himself was hesitant to reveal his elevator door tactics, limiting them to three-point plays. As the third quarter began, Kerr decided to substitute Leonard into the game. The small ball strategy was practically tailored for him. His presence was crucial for its implementation. This adjustment also benefited Jiang Chenyu, alleviating the burden of playing power forward. Soon, the third quarter commenced, and one could not help but marvel at the captivating nature of the match, with numerous viewers engaged during the commercial segments of halftime. The advertisement's impact was maximized by the All-Star event. At the start of the third quarter, both teams aimed to secure the first possession. Aware that the audience had endured a 20-minute intermission, each point was a chance to dazzle the spectators. However, this collective mindset led to both teams failing to score on their initial attempts. Jiang Chenyu, indeed, was fortunate to have discovered an open opportunity without a moment's hesitation. He executed a resounding slam dunk. Astonishingly, this moment allowed him to seize the spotlight. Undoubtedly, his successful dunk would captivate numerous fans, and this particular play would indisputably elevate his status. How could one make such assertions? Who dares claim that I am incapable of scoring? Indeed, why should Jiang Chenyu be unable to score? Today, he shall demonstrate his prowess to all of you. Chapter 74, All-Star MVP, it is my destiny to claim it. The notion of being unable to score is simply unfathomable. Jiang Chenyu is currently in dire need of a powerful goal to demonstrate his prowess. This time, he finds himself in a situation reminiscent of the treatment received by LeBron James in his early days. Nearly every rookie making it to the All-Star game experiences such special attention. After all, witnessing a young lad like him attain All-Star status might evoke a tinge of envy and resentment among others. LeBron faced similar trials, being ridiculed by his teammate Iverson in the locker room, who dismissed him as lacking substance, attributing his success solely to popularity. Now, Jiang Chenyu endures the same fate, as others anticipate his inevitable All-Star selection and begin to mock him, claiming he possesses only fame, devoid of genuine skill. Aside from Kobe, his teammates seldom pass the ball to Jiang Chenyu. What perplexes him greatly is that despite his numerous assists to Anthony Davis for dunks, Davis would rather send the ball out of bounds than pass it to Jiang Chenyu. You could pass the ball. I am wide open, yet you choose not to, he thinks. Jiang Chenyu was genuinely infuriated this time. He could not comprehend the significance of Anthony Davis's actions. After all, Davis was the first overall pick in the 2012 draft, while Jiang Chenyu had achieved no honors, not even a top pick. It is worth noting that even legends like Jordan and Kobe did not secure the top pick. However, first overall selections often carry an air of arrogance, and Davis was no exception. Those who have followed this year's NBA are well aware that Davis even went so far as to physically overpower his teammate, Howard. In terms of skill, I believe that even two peak versions of Davis would struggle against a peak Giannis Antetokounmpo. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu signaled to Kerr to substitute Davis with Antetokounmpo, and Kerr complied. Albeit uncertain of Jiang Chenyu's intentions, whether it stemmed from a personal vendetta against Davis or if it was simply the right decision. According to Jiang Chenyu's perspective, there was undoubtedly a personal grudge involved in this change. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that Antetokounmpo was superior to Davis if the goal was victory. Bringing in Antetokounmpo was undoubtedly a wiser choice. When Antetokounmpo entered the game, it marked his first participation in the All-Star event, which might understandably make him a bit anxious. Jiang Chenyu was acutely aware that his team's interior presence paled in comparison to that of the adversary. However, their perimeter shooting was notably superior to that of the Eastern Conference. Therefore, as long as they could maintain a rebounding advantage, victory seemed within their grasp. After all, the current era is markedly different from years past, where fouls for minor infractions are commonplace, and the fierce clashes in the paint have become increasingly rare. Given the modern preference for spectacular three-point shots, subsequently, Giannis Antetokounmpo received the ball. Instead of initiating a powerful attack beneath the basket, he opted to distribute the ball. Jiang Chenyu, stationed on the perimeter, caught Giannis's pass. With Giannis on the court, his opportunities to receive the ball had increased significantly. He then charged aggressively past the defender. LeBron James, who appeared utterly bewildered, caught off guard by the rapidity of this young upstart. Before James could even gather his thoughts, Jiang Chenyu had already sliced through the defense, executing a layup with ease. Excellent. I wonder who it was that doubted my ability to score just moments ago. What, pray tell? Was that display? Jiang Chenyu subsequently unleashed a barrage of trash talk directed at James. Were it a less seasoned player facing such an affront, they would likely have retaliated with aggression. However, James has encountered this scenario countless times. He refrained from uttering a word and instead commenced a focused offensive on the court. Allowing one's skills to speak is the most eloquent choice. Upon witnessing James's unwavering composure, Jiang Chenyu was utterly astonished. He had exchanged banter with many, yet he had never encountered anyone as serene as James in response. He let out a silent sigh, acknowledging that such superstars are indeed exceptional. The art of provocation holds no sway over ordinary individuals. In fact, they might even take pride in deciphering the intent behind such tactics. However, for the adept, this method serves as an invaluable guide to success. Indeed, James seemed remarkably influenced by this approach during an all-star game, if he were to take it seriously. Scoring 50 points would likely pose no challenge for him. Almost immediately, he executed a challenging two-point shot directly in Jiang Chenyu's face. Jiang Chenyu let out a silent sigh, aware that his previous provocation might have borne fruit. James, in response, delivered a resounding block, followed by a seamless three-pointer. Remarkably, less than 4 minutes had elapsed in the third quarter, and James had already amassed an impressive 35 points. Jiang Chenyu, too, was holding his own. This being his inaugural All-Star game, he had achieved a commendable tally of 19 points. Jiang Chenyu was subsequently substituted once more. In an All-Star game, an individual is typically allowed a maximum of 30 minutes of playing time, a rule that even the league's foremost player, LeBron James, must adhere to. Within the NBA, there exist numerous unwritten rules akin to those found in a professional environment. For instance, during the final moments of a match, the leading team is prohibited from launching further offensive plays, and professional players are obligated to forego the last shot. As a newcomer, Jiang Chenyu was well aware of these unspoken rules, much to the astonishment of his fellow players. In truth, as a time traveler, grasping these nuances was a mere trifle for him, especially considering the immense popularity of Douyin at this time. However, what puzzled him was why others seemed oblivious to these unwritten regulations. Before he knew it, the third quarter had reached its midpoint, and Coach Kerr began to have Jiang Chenyu warm up in preparation for his substitution into the game. Jiang Chenyu personally believes that this time he is poised to shatter the record for the most minutes played by a rookie in the All-Star game. After all, Coach Kerr has shown him remarkable trust, frequently substituting him back into the game. On the Eastern Front, LeBron James continues to be the primary focus. However, the Eastern Conference is not lacking in strength. Should they find their rhythm, defeating the West would not pose a significant challenge. At this juncture, NBA viewership has surged past 100 million, and the league's commissioner harbors little hope of surpassing this figure, as historically, the All-Star Game's viewership tends to plateau in the latter stages of the third quarter. To put this into perspective, 100 million implies that 1 in every 73 individuals globally is currently watching the NBA All-Star Game. Of course, one cannot discount the possibility of data manipulation. Previously, a minor streamer was discovered to be inflating their statistics using numerous phones. According to data from the NBA commissioner, among the 100 million viewers, there are 50 million fans from China. This not only breaks the record, but even doubles it. How did these 50 million Chinese fans come to be? It is widely acknowledged that Yao Ming significantly boosted viewership in a country of 1.4 billion. Moreover, various prominent streamers online have shared videos of their viewing experiences, thereby amplifying Jiang Chenyu's popularity. My goodness, how much revenue might we generate this time? It could very well reach 500 million. When accounting for streaming fees, tips, and ticket sales, it is indeed plausible to estimate earnings of 500 million. Thus, one could assert that the NBA League has struck gold with this event, and the host city for this All-Star Game stands to gain immensely. Consequently, Jiang Chenyu will undoubtedly be invited for negotiations. Chapter 75, Section 4 commences. Jiang Chenyu was acutely aware that the money he had earned this time was undoubtedly substantial. It is well known that many NBA stars enter the league primarily for financial gain. As long as the salary is sufficient, they will play for any team. However, some players differ in their motivations, willing to accept a pay cut for the pursuit of a championship. While it seems that most would favor honor over wealth, the allure of considerable riches can often lead to hesitation and the choice of monetary gain instead. The NBA is currently in dire need of individuals who are willing to forsake financial rewards for the sake of glory. Yet, Jiang Chenyu stood apart. His journey was not driven by either honor or wealth, but rather by a singular purpose: to save Kobe. The cryptocurrency system had placed him in a perplexing situation. Why not transport him directly to the day of Kobe's passing? What was the significance of being sent back to 2016? As Jiang Chenyu pondered, he realized this meant he would have to endure 4 additional years. However, upon further reflection, arriving at this point in time could indeed be advantageous. After all, building a rapport with Kobe would take time, and he now had 4 years to establish that bond. Moreover, the system might have been designed with financial considerations in mind. For arriving in this era certainly ensured that financial woes would not be a concern. Get on the court. What are you standing there for? Kerr urged, noticing Jiang Chenyu's reluctance to step onto the floor. Seeing this, Jiang Chenyu hurriedly rushed over. At this moment, the game was approaching the end of the 3rd quarter, and those remaining on the court were primarily substitutes. Clearly, Coach Kerr intended for Jiang Chenyu to guide these reserves. On the opposing side was Paul George. Although Leonard could contain him, Jiang Chenyu still had to contend with a formidable opponent. Before substituting Jiang Chenyu into the game, Kerr imparted a piece of advice. He urged Jiang Chenyu not to score during this quarter, as he wished for his shooting touch to flourish in the 4th quarter. Furthermore, he encouraged him to distribute the ball more to the substitutes, enhancing their synergy and empowering them to contribute effectively. Indeed, Jiang Chenyu heeded his coach's counsel. Upon entering the game, he orchestrated plays for the entire team, ensuring that everyone had the opportunity to touch the ball. He then executed a perfect alley-oop assist to Gasol, who scored effortlessly. Following that, Tatum successfully defended, allowing Jiang Chenyu to secure the rebound and deliver an exquisite pass to Wade. No, it was to Wade. Wade then executed a splendid reverse layup, netting 2 points. This play, however, indicated that Jiang Chenyu had made an assist error, inadvertently passing to Wade on the opposing team, who capitalized on it for 2 points. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu signaled for a one-on-one against Wade, eager to retaliate after being bested by him moments earlier. Jiang Chenyu made an aggressive attempt to surpass Wade, but to no avail. Following that, he executed a swift change of direction, yet Wade remained steadfast in his defense. In a moment of brilliance, Jiang performed a deceptive move that left Wade momentarily off balance, allowing him to ascend for an uncontested layup. However, at that instant, a thought flashed through his mind: the locker room. He recalled a live broadcast from years past, where Kobe led the Lakers to a last-minute victory over Wade's Heat. During that tense moment, Wade had uttered a memorable phrase: "If you were not Kobe, I would have smashed his locker room." As Jiang Chenyu watched the live broadcast, an overwhelming sense of fear gripped him upon hearing those words. Now, at this pivotal moment, the recollection of that phrase only heightened his anxiety. Consequently, his performance deteriorated, and he even missed an open basket. The locker room's influence on him was profound, making it entirely understandable that he struggled to score. It appeared that Wade had a firm grasp over Jiang Chenyu. Tyronn Lue soon noticed Jiang Chenyu's unusual demeanor. Whenever he faced Wade, his performance faltered significantly. He remarked to the assistant coach from the Eastern Conference, "This doesn't add up. Jiang Chenyu has faced the Heat multiple times. Why does his performance dip when up against Wade? Are you foolish? Did you not observe that during games against the Heat, Jiang Chenyu rarely had to directly contend with Wade? Are we then to keep Wade on the court solely to face Jiang Chenyu? That seems impractical. James is far more effective than Wade. Besides, if we focus on limiting Jiang Chenyu, who will guard Curry? You must think these things through." Before long, the 3rd quarter concluded. After a brief break of 100 seconds, Jiang Chenyu was unexpectedly substituted, catching the opposing team off guard. Everyone was aware that this highly anticipated All-Star game was nearing its climax as the 4th quarter approached. This All-Star MVP would undoubtedly receive substantial rewards, and the league had already profited immensely, promising generous incentives for the players involved. At this moment, the Eastern Conference's highest scorer, LeBron James, had amassed 40 points, while the Western Conference's top scorer, Russell Westbrook, trailed with only 28 points. Jiang Chenyu signaled his intent to take the court. This time, his condition was relatively acceptable, and with a little extra effort, he could contend for the All-Star MVP title. Kerr also held great respect for Jiang Chenyu's decision. He understood that a significant reason for Jiang's previous absence was his physical stamina. Since Jiang felt capable of continuing the game, it was perfectly reasonable to allow him to do so. The fact that someone like Jiang Chenyu could play the power forward position underscores the current softness prevalent in the interior game. One cannot help but reminisce about the days when Shaquille O'Neal dominated the league. His fierce confrontations captivated everyone, with his brute force, powerful spins, and aggressive layups. Personally, I find this far more aesthetically pleasing than Curry's three-pointers. Note, in the coming days, there may be an additional piece discussing the best lineup. Currently, Jiang Chenyu is matched against the formidable Durant, who is in a semi-peak form, reminiscent of his prime days with the Warriors in his previous life. It remains uncertain whether Durant will alter his intentions this time. The Warriors are indeed considering the acquisition of a relatively robust small forward. While Durant's ability to withstand physical confrontations is not particularly strong, few dare to challenge him, given his slender physique, which often subjects him to accusations of unsportsmanlike conduct. In the realm of basketball, there exists a unique chemical reaction termed hitting your own iron, leaving others without theirs to strike. Durant exemplified this phenomenon in the current match, struggling significantly and managing a mere 14 points. In contrast, Jiang Chenyu pressed forward, decisively scoring 2 more points against Durant, who found himself at a loss. His performance indeed faltered, even depriving him of his trademark banter. Regrettably, he lamented his late-night antics of the previous evening, engaging in verbal sparring and vying for attention from the ladies. Such distractions are not uncommon for Durant, who has even brazenly proclaimed his desire to partake in Scarlett Johansson's bathwater. Throughout this game, it remains unclear whether he overindulged in that bathwater or simply lost his touch. Historically, he has averaged over 30 points in All-Star games. Given these circumstances, Jiang Chenyu should capitalize on this opportunity in the fourth quarter to rack up points. Chapter 76. Selection of the greatest historical lineup. Side story. Note: this chapter serves as a side story and bears no relation to the previous All-Star discussions. So please refrain from disputes. I consider myself a neutral fan, and these are merely my personal thoughts. Upon seeing this title, many may already anticipate the subject matter. The selection of this ultimate lineup has stirred considerable debate among enthusiasts. I would like to share my perspective. Although the discourse is indeed extensive, 2 positions are firmly established and entirely uncontroversial: the shooting guard and small forward. Indeed, LeBron James and Michael Jordan are virtually untouchable. I would not dare suggest anyone could surpass them for these positions in the ultimate lineup, and I hesitate to elevate Jiang Chenyu too highly. Next, I will address the most prevalent opinions circulating online: the Divine Emperor, the Magic Buddha, and the Shark. This lineup is undeniably strong, and I personally resonate with it. Had this ensemble existed in the 80s or 90s, it would have been invincible. Divine, Jordan; Emperor, James; Magic Johnson; Buddha, Tim Duncan; Shark, the great Shaquille O'Neal. The formidable combination of offense and defense indeed evokes a sense of helplessness. However, if this lineup were to be placed in the current era, it would likely not be the most formidable assembly, as it is well acknowledged that foul calls for body hair have become a frequent judgment by referees. Once body hair fouls were introduced, O'Neal would undoubtedly face restrictions. Thus, countering this lineup becomes rather straightforward. Simply replace him with a center who excels in rebounding and add a sharpshooter to topple this configuration. Thus, if we were to consider a contemporary lineup, I personally believe it should be arranged as follows: point guard, Stephen Curry; shooting guard, Michael Jordan; small forward, James Harden; power forward, LeBron James; center, Dennis Rodman. I can already anticipate numerous individuals asserting that this lineup is undersized and would struggle against larger opponents. However, let me clarify that in this modern era, physical confrontation is not celebrated. The Warriors center from their championship years was barely 210 centimeters tall, yet they still claimed the title. LeBron James is more than capable of fulfilling the center role, and he would not be intimidated by any current center in the league. In today's basketball landscape, the primary functions of a center are rebounding and defense. When it comes to elite rebounding and defensive prowess, I believe Dennis Rodman stands unrivaled. His playing philosophy aligns seamlessly with the contemporary game. For instance, when attempting a block, failure to do so often results in a foul call. Rodman once single-handedly defended against O'Neal, indicating that no current center could claim an advantage over him. The reason I opted for Curry over Magic Johnson at the point guard position is largely due to the fact that Magic's skills are less relevant in today's game. His scoring ability is limited, with his only notable attributes being his passing and defensive skills. The crucial point is that if I were to substitute O'Neal, replacing Magic as well would leave this team devoid of shooters. They could easily contain Jordan and James with 5 defenders, leading to a straightforward victory. Conversely, Curry, as a prolific scorer, would render this team's offense nearly invincible. The most perplexing aspect for many may be my decision to position Harden as a small forward. His abilities are exceptionally suited to this small ball era. With body hair fouls prevalent and his average of 15 free throws per game, he becomes a formidable force. Even if the opposing team refrains from fouling him, Harden can still score effortlessly through his nearly unguardable step-back shot, showcasing his mastery of the rules that often eludes others. His contributions on defense are equally commendable, having previously contained Curry and easily defended against taller opponents like Durant. However, if I were to rephrase the question, should one have the option to select repeat players, what would your ideal lineup be? At this juncture, one might envision a lineup comprising 3 LeBrons and 2 Jordans. Or perhaps 3 Jordans and 2 LeBrons, or even 5 Kais. However, allow me to propose an unassailable formation, 3 Yao Mings and 2 Shaquille O'Neals. Do not contest my assertion, I shall state it plainly. I can not only draw a 3-second violation against you, but I can also do so without dribbling the ball. Indeed, I need not even dribble at all. At this point, some may argue that O'Neal and Yao lack the speed to return on defense. To this, I respond, I need not traverse half the court. I would directly engage in a game of volleyball. As we serve, Yao Ming in the backcourt would seamlessly pass the ball to Shaquille O'Neal in the frontcourt, who would position himself under the basket for a full 98 seconds before executing a dunk. Meanwhile, the 3 Yao Mings would be stationed at the three-point line, while 1 O'Neal would occupy the paint to secure rebounds. With a towering 226-centimeter center before you, complemented by his wingspan, even a 90-degree backward lean would not suffice to evade a block. Even if fortune favors you and you manage to make a shot, certainty of success is elusive. Such disturbances render a consistently high shooting percentage unattainable. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 players continue to vie for rebounds, and upon securing one, they pass the ball to Shaquille O'Neal in the frontcourt. Another approach, however, may be susceptible to counteraction. 1 Yao Ming stands guard in the backcourt, while the other 4 advance to the front. One of them positions himself beyond the arc to attempt a 3-pointer, while the remaining 3 congregate beneath the basket, ready to seize any rebounds. Once a rebound is secured, the ball is returned to the perimeter for Yao Ming to shoot again until he succeeds. You may haphazardly attempt 3-pointers, but perfection is an impossible target. This configuration illustrates the significant impact Shaquille O'Neal has compared to Stephen Curry, underscoring the greater influence of centers over guards. In this era, guards envy the height of centers, while centers covet the shooting prowess of guards. Thus, the most harmonious duos on the court often consist of contrasting heights and builds. For instance, forwards like Jiang Chenyu and Giannis Antetokounmpo share a commendable rapport. Exceptional forwards are often referred to as swingmen, and such combinations exhibit formidable strength. At this juncture, China is undergoing vigorous development. Since 2012, it has embarked on a path of rapid progress, even eclipsing the developmental pace of other nations. Basketball, too, is advancing robustly, as Chinese basketball is transitioning from professional training to amateur play. Players such as Lai Yi and Li Guanyang are predominantly amateurs, which complicates China's prospects of penetrating the international arena and entering the NBA. Thus concludes this discourse. Should you have topics you wish me to elaborate upon in a subsequent chapter, feel free to express them, and I shall oblige if the opportunity arises. Chapter 77. The All-Star Game approaches its conclusion. This All-Star Game has been nothing short of spectacular, leaving all participants yearning for more. Yet, every magnificent performance must eventually draw to a close, and indeed, this All-Star event is nearing its end. Notably, this match is perhaps the longest I have penned to date. The audience has risen to their feet, and the remaining starters are set to play the entire duration, rather than rallying cries for the Eastern or Western teams. The spectators animatedly chant for Cleveland or the Warriors. In this match, LeBron James intensifies his efforts, once again showcasing the prowess of playoff LeBron. Back in 2018, he was the epitome of it, averaging an astounding 44 points in the finals, setting a record in NBA history. Indeed, this record is undeniably terrifying. However, that year, both Irving and Love fell victim to treachery, while James bore the weight of leading the team to the finals single-handedly, ultimately succumbing to the formidable death lineup. In the end, he was unable to surpass them in the championship match. Meanwhile, the traitorous Durant secured his first championship and finals MVP trophy. It was precisely due to Durant's arrival that Curry has yet to claim a single finals MVP trophy in his career. Although in 2022, Curry had a chance to achieve this, the Warriors' win rate that year was merely 8. None of the Warriors believed they were incapable of winning a championship, as they all shared the same sentiments. Back in 2016, when James led the Cleveland Cavaliers against the Warriors in the finals, their chances were a mere 2. Yet, James withstood the pressure, valiantly fought back from a 3-1 deficit, and ultimately turned the tide against the Warriors, securing the championship ring and his second Finals MVP trophy. In light of the recent introduction of the Eastern and Western Conference Finals trophies, James must feel an immense sense of regret. Over the span of a decade, he reached the finals 9 times, and out of those 9 Eastern Conference Finals, he undoubtedly earned at least 8 Eastern Conference MVP trophies. This has led certain fans to humorously mock him, saying that old man missed out on 8 Eastern Conference MVP trophies. There is no doubt about James's capabilities. I yearn for the day when he can stand shoulder to shoulder with Jordan, embodying the same controversy-free greatness. This year's All-Star Game saw James erupt once again. Although he showcased exceptional form, the overwhelming pressure from the entire Western Conference proved daunting. Nevertheless, James is not one to shy away. Even when faced with a formidable block that sends him sprawling to the ground, he does not relinquish his offensive drive in the subsequent possession. He persistently attacks the basket, undeterred by setbacks. A memorable moment from history occurred when Tatum, in vain attempts to defend against James, sought to pull him down, yet James remained unfazed, converting an and-one play. Witnessing that moment left me astounded. I believe that particular play deserves a place among the world's top 3 most outstanding baskets, yet inexplicably, it did not surpass Jordan's and Dr. J's iconic layups, landing only in 8th place. As the fourth quarter drew to a close, the score remained tied, creating a fiercely competitive atmosphere. In such a tightly contested game, every point is crucial. Regardless, James's prowess is indisputable. The outcome hinges solely on the Western player's rhythm and performance. If we were to assess the MVP based on standard criteria, there would be no question that it would be awarded to James. However, an essential stipulation now exists. The team must emerge victorious. This condition has indeed thwarted many formidable players this year. The highest scorer in the West managed only around 30 points, while James approached the remarkable milestone of 50 points. It is disheartening that a player scoring 50 points cannot secure the MVP, which significantly impacts the All-Star Game's viewership. If we were to identify the true MVP over the past few years, it would undoubtedly be James, as the decade from 2010 to 2020 has been his era. Yet, in recent years, James has scarcely claimed the MVP title, largely due to the overwhelming strength of the Western Conference, which boasts diligent players like Kobe. Conversely, the Eastern Conference appears rather lackluster, with a dearth of standout players, making it difficult even to assemble a competent bench. In light of this, I cannot help but feel a twinge of sympathy for James. Jiang Chenyu, upon hearing his teammates' words, could not help but feel a twinge of pity for James. Were he to secure the All-Star MVP title in recent years, his standing might very well rival that of Jordan. Many assert that the All-Star Game is merely an entertainment event, devoid of serious significance, and that it ought not to serve as a criterion for Hall of Fame induction. However, I must contend that such a perspective is fundamentally misguided. Being selected as an All-Star symbolizes one's influence within the realm of basketball. The greater your influence, the more likely you are to earn an All-Star selection, barring the exception of Jianlian. Subsequently, regulations in China limited the voting power to half that of the American votes, thereby diminishing one's influence in China. Jiang Chenyu's All-Star selection was solely a testament to his prowess. In truth, James should have dominated the All-Star voting in recent years. However, Kobe's popularity proved insurmountable. While James undoubtedly outclassed Kobe in skill, he could never quite eclipse Kobe's immense appeal. Regardless of public opinion, James's abilities surpassed those of Kobe. Soon after, James signaled for a one-on-one against Kobe, who, unlike at the game's onset, no longer bantered with him, choosing instead to adopt a serious defensive stance. Unwilling to concede a point, James mirrored this intensity on offense, initially driving hard against Kobe. Though Kobe's performance had waned in recent years, his speed remained comparable to that of James. He effortlessly matched James's pace. Noting the dwindling time, James resorted to a simple pull-up layup to secure 2 points. In a light-hearted gesture, Kobe playfully patted James on the backside, a sign of their camaraderie, contrary to the insinuations of some that Kobe was merely being disrespectful. Kobe then sank another three-pointer, narrowing the gap to a single point. On the Eastern offense, the other players adeptly passed the ball to their point guard, Irving. Typically, James would allow Irving to take on a one-on-one here, and this All-Star game was no exception. It must be said, Irving was nothing short of extraordinary. His shooting accuracy from the left corner at a 45-degree angle was impeccable, and this game proved no different as he hit a three-pointer despite Westbrook's solid defense. Initially, Jiang Chenyu had been skeptical of Irving's ability to maintain such accuracy in a critical moment, but this time, he was convinced. Now, the pressure shifted back to the Western side. Chapter 78, All-Star MVP. James is remarkably forceful in his approach. His scoring style is unlike anyone else's. Although he is merely a small forward, his physical attributes rival those of a center. He subsequently struck another decisive two-pointer as the All-Star game neared its climax, with every basket becoming crucial and potentially pivotal for victory. James's style of play is a rarity in contemporary basketball. When he first entered the league, he was widely regarded as the player with the most exceptional physical gifts. His speed was unparalleled, typically characteristic of guards. Yet he possessed not only remarkable speed but also exceptional physicality. His leaping ability ranks among the elite in the league. A player of such caliber, upon entering the league, possesses an aura of invincibility. Although there have been many exceptionally talented players in recent years, like Shaquille O'Neal, whose towering height of 7 feet 1 inch and formidable weight of 265 pounds provide him with tremendous strength, his dynamic athleticism does not quite match that of LeBron James. O'Neal's leaping and speed are indeed his weaknesses, and he lacks a reliable shooting ability, which led to the implementation of a strategy known as hack-a-Shaq. In contrast, LeBron's shooting accuracy is remarkable. In recent years, he has positioned himself in the annals of history alongside Michael Jordan. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his status has never quite reached that of Jordan. To speak fairly, Jordan's prowess cannot be said to surpass that of LeBron. Jordan was drafted 3rd overall, suggesting that his physical gifts were not as extraordinary. While Jordan averaged around 30 points per game, LeBron also maintains an average of 30 points, surpassing Jordan in total career points. Moreover, LeBron's achievement of reaching the NBA Finals 9 times in 10 years speaks volumes. This alone, coupled with his lack of reliance on a super team, arguably elevates his historical standing to be on par with that of Jordan. Furthermore, it is worth noting that we, as Chinese fans, may have overly mythologized Jordan. The title of God of basketball is one we bestowed upon him, while in America, he was not seen as insurmountable. Among small forwards, Kevin Durant is also a formidable presence, yet he has yet to secure a championship, indicating that his leadership capabilities fall short of LeBron's. During their respective peaks, both Durant and LeBron chose to join forces, but while LeBron emerged as the definitive leader with championships to his name, Durant only managed to claim one championship largely due to Stephen Curry's influence. This is a key reason for Durant's less prominent historical standing. Subsequently, in the Western offensive, Jiang Chenyu exhibited remarkable composure, effortlessly sinking a three-pointer. It is astonishing to witness such potential from a rookie, displaying such calmness in his inaugural season. Coach Kerr has an exceptional eye for talent. He understands that rookies typically experience immense pressure, particularly in high-stakes games, a sentiment that even transcends to legends like LeBron and Curry. Yet, Jiang Chenyu, this rookie, displays a frightening level of maturity. Not only does he remain unflustered, but he also showcases a clutch potential that one would expect to develop only later in a player's career. No one anticipated such a remarkable performance from a newcomer. Following that, Jiang Chenyu maintained his poise on defense, effectively guarding Durant without revealing any vulnerabilities, even managing to prevent the prolific scorer from finding the basket. He then executed another breakthrough, swiftly converting a layup for 2 additional points. Frustration bubbled over among the veterans, as LeBron expressed his discontent with his teammates, berating them for their lack of composure during critical moments, emphasizing that 2 turnovers in such a scenario were far from commendable. Nevertheless, LeBron remained steady, confidently sinking an open three-pointer. However, shortly thereafter, Jiang Chenyu launched another fast break, catching all the Eastern players completely off guard. At such a critical moment, he dared to execute a fast break, yet, with his remarkable drive, he drew a foul and sank both free throws. A player of such caliber is indeed formidable. It was precisely Jiang Chenyu's commendable offensive plays that narrowed the point gap to 5. LeBron James, undeterred, continued to rally, consistently drawing fouls on the offensive end. However, fatigue set in, and he often converted only 1 out of 2 free throws. Reluctantly, he was compelled to abandon his resistance. Ultimately, the Western team triumphed with a score of 158-149, and Jiang Chenyu was honored as the most valuable player with 38 points. The most disheartening aspect of this match was undoubtedly for LeBron James, who, despite scoring an impressive 56 points, could not secure victory for the East. Everyone is aware that there will come a season when LeBron chooses to transfer to the West, undoubtedly leaving the small city of Cleveland to strive in a larger metropolis. Fans recognize that LeBron's peak performance was in 2018, after which he is expected to decline. As a rookie, achieving MVP status in his debut season and enhancing his team's strength with his arrival, it is difficult to fathom how monumental a star he will become in the future. It is worth noting that when Jordan and LeBron entered the league, their impact was not as profound. Today, Kerr observed Jiang Chenyu and understood the extent of his prowess. We happen to be in need of a small forward, having already secured 2 consecutive championships, and our salary cap is undoubtedly sufficient. Indeed, Kerr recognized that the Warriors had ample salary space, whereas the Lakers might not be able to offer Jiang Chenyu the contract he desires. What use is sufficient salary space if acquiring Jiang Chenyu is not a straightforward endeavor? Wait, our salary cap is adequate. What obstacles remain? Yes. If negotiations with the Lakers falter, wouldn't it be quite simple for us to seize the opportunity? After pondering, Kerr continued, the difficulty lies in the potential breakdown of talks with the Lakers. I dispatched someone to investigate. Prior to high school, he was merely an ordinary basketball enthusiast, lacking any semblance of the abilities he possesses now. Yet, inexplicably, he became immensely stronger overnight, transforming into the player he is today. Kerr paused momentarily before elaborating. Furthermore, it seems he arrived in this world for a purpose, seemingly destined for the Lakers. Were it not for the Lakers, he might have opted for a lackluster approach or joined the Timberwolves. Upon hearing Kerr's insights, all the players on the Warriors began to comprehend the situation. So, who do you think we should target for star acquisitions in the next season? It is difficult to say. If you seek a player who can assist Curry in a similar fashion, then undoubtedly, Giannis Antetokounmpo emerges as the optimal choice. He possesses minimal leadership ability, yet he would significantly enhance our height. However, should we wish to alter the core of our team, Kevin Durant unquestionably stands as the superior option. Throughout, Coach Kerr has refrained from discussing Jiang Chenyu, fully aware that he possesses both qualities and is still youthful, with untold potential ahead. Alas, Jiang Chenyu is destined to become our greatest burden. Chapter 79, the final opportunity to pursue the girl for 1,000-word chapter. If you do not strive for it, you shall never discover the extent of your own potential. Jiang Chenyu reflected upon the fact that their team had firmly secured a position in the playoffs, rendering extensive preparations for the postseason unnecessary. Consequently, he turned his attention to personal matters. There were no pressing concerns occupying his mind, especially now that Huang Jiawei had returned to China. The sole focus remained on the young lady, for despite her being sold, if she ever recalled Jiang Chenyu, the possibilities would be boundless. In the ensuing matches, Jiang Chenyu played with ease, even taking the liberty of resting during a few games. Since Jiang Chenyu was already aware of the girl's residence, everything else became relatively straightforward. In recent days, he had returned to his former school and acquired numerous old photographs. Although these images were rather blurry, they contained essential information nonetheless. Jiang Chenyu returned to the opulent residence of the wealthy magnate, clutching the handful of photographs once more. After Jiang Chenyu acquired the contact information of the tycoon, he was determined not to find himself in a predicament as he had previously. Last time, he was in the tycoon's domain, but now, if he could entice the tycoon to his own territory, the dynamics would shift. Hello, tycoon, he began. Do you recall our previous conversation? I have given it considerable thought, and I would like you to meet me in the reception area of my Lakers venue for our discussion. What do you want me for? The tycoon appeared utterly bewildered, as they were not well acquainted, and yet this individual was audaciously demanding his presence. Oh, nothing much. Just bring along that girl from last time as well. All right then. I'll come by tomorrow afternoon. The tycoon, clearly wishing to cut the conversation short, hastily ended the call, staring in confusion at the device he held, unable to fathom what Jiang Chenyu intended to discuss. The day swiftly passed, and after finishing his lunch, Jiang Chenyu settled in the reception area of his venue, eagerly anticipating a reunion with the girl. He had compiled a montage of their photographs together and videos of himself playing basketball. He practiced his moves repeatedly, time slipping away minute by minute. Suddenly, a wealthy individual entered the room. As Jiang Chenyu gazed around, he recognized him at once despite the exclusive hat that signified wealth. Indeed, behind him stood a young lady, the very girl he had anticipated. Hello, I'm unsure of the purpose for which you've summoned me this time. In truth, The wealthy individual had long surmised the reason for Jiang Chenyu's visit. He understood the profound reliance Jiang Chenyu had on the girl. Thus, this time, not only had Jiang Chenyu made preparations, but the affluent man had also made his own arrangements. Jiang Chenyu cast a glance at the girl and spoke directly. I shall not beat around the bush. I am aware that both our time is exceedingly precious, so let us delve straight into the matter at hand. At this moment, the girl remained in a state of bewilderment, still unaware of the purpose of Jiang Chenyu's visit, particularly perplexed by the request for the wealthy individual to bring her along. Jiang Chenyu opened the video he had meticulously prepared. Indeed, creating videos was the most prudent choice, as he was in an excellent state of mind at that time, untroubled by the threat of unforeseen crises. Should others have inquiries, he could simply address them, thus circumventing any potential inadequacies on his part. As the video commenced, it showcased a promotional clip of the school where the girl had once studied. Both the girl and the affluent man were utterly perplexed. The latter could not comprehend why she would present a school promotional video, although the girl recognized it as her alma mater. She too was baffled as to why Jiang Chenyu would display such footage. The school promotional video alone consumed 11 minutes, prompting the affluent man to glance at the time before signaling Jiang Chenyu to proceed. The second video featured a collection of photographs and clips from the girl's time at that institution. The affluent man quickly recognized images of her as a child, leaving him even more bewildered. How had Jiang Chenyu managed to unearth these? The girl, too, found herself awakening to memories. Yet she remained unaware of the significance behind Jiang Chenyu's choice to present this material. It was not due to a lack of intelligence. Rather, one might ponder what thoughts would arise upon being shown one's own footprints from school days. This video lasted merely 2 minutes before Jiang Chenyu advanced to the next. The third video documented Jiang Chenyu's participation in the high school vocational league during his inaugural year. The girl still struggled to connect the dots. She had a vague awareness of the individual in the footage but could not recall his name. Although she recognized his appearance, which was rather unremarkable, she had nearly confirmed the identity of the person in the video, yet remained oblivious to the fact that the individual before her was indeed the same person depicted on screen. Jiang Chenyu, noticing that the young lady had yet to arrive at any conclusion, proceeded to click on the next video. The fourth video showcased highlights of Jiang Chenyu's own performances in the NBA. The wealthy man, witnessing this, could no longer contain his impatience. He had surmised the purpose of Jiang Chenyu's visit. I trust you understand the value of my time. First, you presented me with a promotional video, followed by several photographs, and then a video of high school professional league matches, ultimately culminating in your own video. You are implying that I should purchase the rights to these videos. The affluent individual was growing somewhat impatient, convinced that Jiang Chenyu had come to negotiate a deal, while the young lady was likely a classmate of his. You may have misconstrued my intentions. What else could it be? I believe your intellect is sound. The reason you presented these to me must be linked to a transaction. The initial school promotional video likely pertains to your institution. Indeed, a transaction was in play, but Jiang Chenyu sought not to negotiate the rights to any video. At that moment, the young lady was enlightened by the wealthy man's words. It must be your school. If this individual before her was indeed from her own institution, then all would be well understood. Jiang Chenyu was a name she recognized, though it had merely lingered in her memory without deeper contemplation. Today, however, everything came flooding back to her. Jiang Chenyu is likely her first love. However, it seems she has yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. A person's capacity for romantic affection typically lasts no more than 4 years, and that time has long since elapsed. Although she has begun to reminisce, her feelings for Jiang Chenyu have already faded. In contrast, Jiang Chenyu has only known her for a mere 6 months, leaving ample time before reaching the 4-year mark. Have you recalled the past? Jiang Chenyu inquired of the young lady, who gazed back at him and nodded slightly. That simplifies matters. I merely need to finalize the transaction with you, and everything else will be easily arranged. The wealthy man possessed a keen eye, his words laced with sharpness, and he excelled at seizing upon key phrases. A transaction? I was already aware that your intention was to negotiate. The affluent individual promptly produced an incomplete contract and a laptop, evidently indicative of the preparations he had undertaken for this meeting with Jiang Chenyu. Yet, I am perplexed as to what a renowned NBA superstar like yourself could possibly have to negotiate with someone of my humble standing. Humble standing? In this negotiation, you cannot be considered a minor player. In a sense, I may need to advocate on your behalf. Upon hearing this, the wealthy man instantly recognized that he now held the reins of power, Jiang Chenyu's visit was, in fact, driven by a desire to seek his assistance. I believe you are aware that our time is exceedingly precious. If there is a transaction to discuss, please articulate it directly. Upon hearing the wealthy man's words, Jiang Chenyu decided to be forthright and delved directly into the matter at hand. I indeed have a request of you. I wish to purchase the girl from you. The moment these words escaped his lips, both the girl and the wealthy man were taken aback, clearly unprepared for Jiang Chenyu's audacious proposition. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within the girl's heart, for she perceived that aligning herself with Jiang Chenyu might not be entirely detrimental. The wealthy man, however, appeared quite conflicted. He recognized that selling the girl would transfer her ownership to Jiang Chenyu, yet he felt a sense of reluctance. A moment of realization struck him. If this young man was so eager to acquire the girl, perhaps he could leverage the opportunity for financial gain. Although he considered himself affluent, he was acutely aware that his financial prowess paled in comparison to Jiang Chenyu's. If he could negotiate a sum from Jiang Chenyu, he would find himself in a fortunate position. Very well, but I believe you should offer me a price that I deem appropriate. Jiang Chenyu had not anticipated that the wealthy individual would acquiesce so readily. Now that the agreement had been reached, the monetary aspect was no longer a concern. 3 million? Would this sum be to your satisfaction? 3 million. Years ago, he had merely spent 100,000 to acquire the girl. Yet now Jiang Chenyu had escalated the price 30-fold. Initially, the affluent man had no intention of extorting an excessive amount from Jiang Chenyu. He had believed that 100,000 would suffice. Who could have foreseen that Jiang Chenyu would propose such a substantial bid? What, do you not agree? Jiang Chenyu observed the hesitation of the wealthy individual and smiled with a nod. No worries, let us proceed with the contract. In his haste, he accidentally knocked his laptop to the ground, quickly retrieving it to recommence drafting the agreement. How do you wish to make the payment? The affluent man displayed all his payment methods, unperturbed by the potential loss of funds, yet somewhat apprehensive that an influx of capital might overwhelm his modest bank account. I shall issue you a check for 3 million. As a wealthy individual, you must be familiar with such a commonplace method of payment. In truth, the affluent man was quite unfamiliar with such a sum. His transactions typically involved mere transfers or cash payments, and he never anticipated Jiang Chenyu would present him with a check for 3 million. At this juncture, the audience may ponder where Jiang Chenyu acquired such wealth. Given his annual income is a mere 5 million, half of which he expended on purchasing a home. How could he possibly produce 3 million in one go? Nonetheless, Jiang Chenyu remained unperturbed, fully aware that he possessed his trump cards, yet to be revealed in their entirety. Indeed, it is widely known that Jiang Chenyu is the principal investor in this all-star event, which is projected to yield at least 1 billion in profit. Naturally, his financial resources would not be lacking. He was unconcerned that the wealthy man might deplete the check's value at once, as the man's assets were only around 6 million. He could hardly afford to exhaust 3 million in a single transaction. Moreover, considering the man's real estate holdings, it seemed likely that Jiang Chenyu's financial standing surpassed his. Curse it, the man thought. I have toiled my entire life, only to find myself outdone by this upstart. Upon finalizing the contract, Jiang Chenyu understood that the ownership of the girl now rested with him, and the affluent man would not dare to engage in any overt theft. In this scenario, Jiang Chenyu was acutely aware that the competition had intensified. For instance, in a game where one achieves victory, there are double points cards available, and even if one does not win, they can maintain their rank. This creates a sense of exhilaration. Let me put it this way. When you thrive, others do too. Yet if you wish to surpass them, you must outpace them decisively. Everyone recognized Jiang Chenyu's prowess, and the competition escalated accordingly. This was the mark of Jiang Chenyu's arrival in this realm. Notably, James understood that Jiang Chenyu might significantly impact his own capabilities, prompting him to seize the opportunity while he was still in his prime, striving to secure a few more championships. Jiang Chenyu bid farewell to the wealthy gentleman, leaving behind a bewildered girl by his side. He remained silent, understanding that everyone requires an adjustment period. The girl had yet to familiarize herself with him, and he decided to wait a few days until she felt more at ease before sharing certain thoughts. Feel free to entertain yourself for now. I must head to the all-star venue to discuss a trade. Jiang Chenyu entrusted the girl to Chun Jiahao's care and boarded the plane, preparing to head to the all-star planning office. This transaction was imperative in Jiang Chenyu's eyes. Indeed, the recent advertising revenues were sufficient for his survival. His collaborations on Douyin and with other advertising sectors in China had yielded substantial profits. However, it was evident that this was far from adequate. If he were to rely solely on that income, his financial standing would be nearly non-existent, leaving him with no choice but to extract funds from the all-star organizers. Upon disembarking, Jiang Chenyu hesitated not at all. After all, he had a team to support. Any further delay would risk his entire fortune. Upon arrival, he was disheartened to discover that the annual profits from the all-star event were remarkably meager. If each year mirrored this one, the organizers would surely have opted for a more lavish venue. Yet, this organizer had provided a rather austere space. The reception area was even inferior to that of an ordinary company. Before long, a young lady approached. It must be said that despite the reception area's lackluster appearance, she was quite presentable. "Hello, may I inquire about your appointment with our boss? Please summon him and inform him that I am the shareholder for this year." Jiang Chenyu replied, "May I ask what type of shareholder you are?" The young lady inquired cautiously, still failing to grasp Jiang Chenyu's intent. Just tell him that half of this year's profits were brought in by me." Upon hearing this, the young lady was instantly silenced. Such a statement could only be uttered by someone of considerable stature, an audacity that a lesser individual would not dare to display. Without another word, she turned and left. After approximately 5 minutes, a seemingly earnest man hurriedly approached. "Oh, I wondered who it could be. It's you. I thought your stature might deter you from coming. As you know, I, the head of the NBA All-Star event, am typically quite occupied." This remark, while not overtly harmful, was laced with insult, insinuating that Jiang Chenyu was of lesser importance. I shall not linger on that. First, let us discuss the terms. I have brought my laptop to draft the contract myself. Wait, what terms could you possibly request? Such blatant discrimination was appalling. It was well known that when LeBron James had engaged with the All-Star event, he was offered numerous benefits without negotiation. Yet Jiang Chenyu found himself in a different position entirely. You must recall that I was the largest shareholder back then. The rule changes were initiated by me, and you personally signed the contract with me. The contract had been signed, thus it could not be reneged upon. Yes, I did sign it with you. But if you examine the contract closely, you will find that I never specified the extent of your profits. This individual is remarkably insidious. If they look down upon us Chinese, they should state it outright. Regardless of what is inscribed above, this profit should merit at least 37 points. Jiang Chenyu forced a smile. Well, never mind. I won't jest with you any longer. I will give you 100 million. You may leave now. Is that acceptable? 100 million is indeed a tempting offer, yet Jiang Chenyu felt it fell considerably short of what he anticipated. Surely, the profits he brought this time must exceed 100 million, not to mention he is also a shareholder. I have no objections. I merely wish to know the total profit this time. 1 billion. Damn, this fellow's total profit is 1 billion, and you offer me just 100 million? It seems that the amount you are giving me is somewhat insufficient. Jiang Chenyu, after all, is a scholar rather than a warrior. Certain matters must be addressed with reason. Even if one finds themselves in the wrong, it is essential to maintain one's dignity. In life, one ought not to be overly greedy. It is important to remember that James once took merely 300,000 from me. Offering you 100 million is already a considerable show of respect. How dare you compare yourself to James? It is utterly outrageous to make such a comparison. Firstly, James did not contribute anything significant at that time, let alone sign any contracts. Furthermore, that year, you collectively earned less than 20 million. What are you implying with your current stance? If you do not have 300 million today, then we shall meet in court. Jiang Chenyu began to express his disdain openly. Do you even realize where you are? You are merely a worthless Chinese national, and it is already quite generous of me to allow you entry. Indeed, this echoed a sentiment of racial discrimination, a notion that the alliance had explicitly condemned. How audacious of you. Do you truly believe I would shy away from litigation? This time, Jiang Chenyu's tone was markedly more intense, causing the other party to feel a twinge of fear, for if it were to escalate to court, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. All right, my esteemed young master. How about I offer you 200 million? Surely, you can show some understanding on my part. 200 million? One must recognize that this very individual was likely to secure 200 million at the upcoming All-Star event. Merely offering him 200 million was simply out of the question. Are you genuinely attempting to pressure me? 300 million. No negotiations. Let me make this clear. I have the contacts for both lawyer Zhang San and lawyer Zhang Wei. Upon hearing the names of Zhang San and Zhang Wei, the individual truly panicked, ultimately conceding and signing the contract. Jiang Chenyu, elated, returned home with a check amounting to 300 million. 300 million, a concept that may elude the average person, implies that, with even the most modest expenditure, one could never exhaust such wealth over 3 lifetimes. At this moment, the internet was abuzz with anecdotes celebrating Jiang Chenyu's remarkable performance at the All-Star event. Previously, the most popular meme had been "Impressive, my brother," and the notion that the boat of friendship can capsize at any moment. However, Jiang Chenyu had now risen to dominate the trending charts, eclipsing even the fame of Nyoging home from 2022. Upon returning home, Jiang Chenyu engaged in an invigorating session of the threefold herbal manual Jianzi exercise, a routine he had practiced in his previous life, which genuinely enhances stamina. As of this year, he alone was privy to the knowledge that Jianzi exercises would soon gain immense popularity. Although Jiang Chenyu was also a time traveler, he was unlike others who found success through mere literary imitation or lottery wins. He was perhaps the sole individual diligently following the system's directives to accumulate wealth. Jiang Chenyu returned to his training facility, reluctant to share the news of his acquisition of 300 million. Engaged in silent training, it seems he is destined to shine as this year's rookie MVN. Jiang Chenyu was merely perplexed. He understood that the training he was undergoing now merely augmented the prowess he had possessed in his previous life. Was his strength not, therefore, perpetually confined to this level? System, I desire to elevate my attributes. Jiang Chenyu was acutely aware that enhancing his attributes would prove to be a formidable challenge. The system had previously informed him that attributes would henceforth be divided into 2 segments, with his personal points contributing only to a fraction of the improvement. The host could solely elevate the breakthrough, which had been redefined as a component of the culmination, the latter currently representing the primary module. After hearing this explanation from the system, Jiang Chenyu felt utterly bewildered. He was now at a loss regarding the true intentions of this system. Very well. I shall pursue the upgrade breakthrough. Jiang Chenyu, feeling helpless, had no choice but to comply with the system's instructions. Indeed, a surge of gas seemed to flow into Jiang Chenyu's body, and his skills undeniably intensified. However, these abilities felt mechanical, lacking the comfort that comes from personal practice. Jiang Chenyu subsequently arrived at his home headquarters and reviewed the upcoming schedule. As for the Lakers, their remaining games could almost exclusively hinge on the matchup against the Celtics, which would serve as Kobe's farewell game. This encounter at the Lakers' home court marked what would be my final regular season game written before the playoffs commenced. Both teams exerted tremendous effort in this pivotal clash. The Celtics players soon arrived at the Lakers arena, all eager and ready for battle. It is well known that the rivalry between the Lakers and the Celtics is one of the most storied in sports history, with both vying not only for championships, but also for supremacy in regular season standings. Moreover, following the Lakers' past defeat, they were subject to ridicule from their rivals. Chapter 81. The clash of yellow and green. This rivalry is undoubtedly the most iconic in the league, known as the yellow-green battle. The animosity between these 2 teams has reached extraordinary heights, dating back to the 1950s. The legendary confrontations between Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell in the 50s, Magic Johnson and Larry Bird in the 80s, and the trio of Celtics in the 2010s against the Lakers star ensemble are etched in the annals of history. However, those veterans have either retired or aged significantly now. This year, Jiang Chenyu's arrival allowed Jason Tatum to enter the NBA early, and he was honored to join the Celtics. With Tatum's addition, this year's Celtics were undoubtedly stronger and would not suffer the same fate as Jiang Chenyu's previous life, where they were eliminated in the first round by the Hawks. As customary, let us first introduce the starting lineups for both teams. Lakers, Devin Booker, Kobe, Jiang Chenyu. Giannis Antetokounmpo, Nikola Jokic. This lineup remained unchanged, and under Scott's guidance, they consistently showcased innovative strategies. In his previous life, Scott was dismissed by the Lakers due to the lack of formidable interior players, but Jiang Chenyu's presence now afforded them the likes of Antetokounmpo and Jokic, thereby demonstrating the Lakers' prowess. Celtics, Isaiah Thomas, Avery Bradley, Jay Crowder, Tatum, Evan Turner. In comparison to the Lakers, the Celtics roster appeared less illustrious, and it is likely that the Celtics coach understood that such a lineup would not contend for the championship. As both teams took the court, the jump ball ceremony commenced. This ritual was merely procedural and lacked any spectacle. Once underway, the Celtics' interior players were overwhelmed by Jokic of the Lakers, who effortlessly seized the ball. Devin Booker advanced with the ball, passing it to Jiang Chenyu, who was sure to have ample opportunities for one-on-one plays throughout this match. In this matchup, Jiang Chenyu finds himself pitted against Crowder, whereas he was originally slated to confront Tatum. However, the Celtics are acutely aware that should Jiang face Tatum, Crowder would inevitably be overwhelmed by Antetokounmpo. In this contest, the overall prowess of the Celtics is not significantly inferior to that of the Lakers. Nonetheless, their vulnerabilities are glaringly apparent. Their interior strength is markedly deficient. This time, we aim for a comprehensive domination over the Celtics. In truth, this is the sole strategy for the Lakers to secure victory, as the Celtics head coach possesses extensive knowledge of the Lakers, while Scott lacks comparable experience. Jiang Chenyu cast a glance at the Celtics bench, where formidable warriors were assembled. These players had been absent in previous matches, evidently preparing for the anticipated clash between the two teams. In the encounters between the Celtics and the Lakers, there were typically 4 minor skirmishes and 1 major altercation per game. This time, although it was the Lakers' home ground, the Celtics were equally poised for confrontation. Moreover, Jeanie Buss had not entered the fray unprepared. The Celtics substitutes were acutely aware that both Anthony and Artest were present to witness the match from the sidelines. As the saying goes, a single word of support from Guagu can move the heavens of New York. Truth be told, had Anthony run for mayor in New York, his votes would undoubtedly far exceed the solitary one garnered by a certain player. The Celtics bench recognized that the presence of Anthony and Artest signified that this match would be anything but ordinary. As the game commenced, the Lakers and the Celtics engaged in intense physical confrontations. Anyone watching understood that if there were no conflicts, it would hardly be a true Lakers-Celtics showdown. Soon, Kobe found himself entangled with Bradley once more, reminiscent of Anthony's fierce spirit in their earlier days. Few would believe that Kobe, in his final season, would still exhibit such fervor. It brought to mind Anthony's bemused remark about the calls he received during his later career. To tell a joke, back when I fought Kobe, there were no fouls called. The Lakers capitalized on Giannis's elbow strike to score the first point of the game. Seriously, can you be any more blatant? Tatum snapped at Giannis, clearly incensed by the elbowing. If you can't play, then get off our court. Staples Center doesn't welcome weaklings. Though Tatum was seething, he restrained himself. An early altercation would surely attract the league's scrutiny for both teams. With a fierce glare directed at Giannis, Tatum, a naturally competitive person, was not one to let such an affront go unchallenged. Everyone stay back. I'm going to take him down today. Tatum demanded the ball for a one-on-one, his focus solely on Giannis. Before entering the league, no one had dared to confront him in such a manner. While Tatum's experience paled in comparison to Giannis's, his current prowess surpassed that of the latter. After all, at this juncture, Giannis relied solely on rudimentary post moves and, like Yuming, often fell for feints, resulting in a lackluster defense. With a couple of swift crossovers, Tatum left Giannis disoriented and struggling to regain his bearings. My crossovers may lack finesse, yet you look as lost as a dog. Tatum commenced his taunting with an audacity that belied his relative youth in the league compared to Antetokounmpo. Yet, he exhibited a maturity reminiscent of Jiang Chenyu, strikingly formidable. Following the verbal exchanges, the moment called for a prayer, indeed a strategy that Jiang Chenyu had only recently mastered. However, Tatum executed it with surprising ease, leaving Antetokounmpo momentarily befuddled, which allowed Tatum to effortlessly glide in for a layup. This response not only avenged his earlier provocation, but also served as a pointed reminder of his prowess. Oh, aren't you impressive? Yet, you faltered so easily. He seemed to taunt silently. Antetokounmpo clenched his jaw. Defense was undeniably his Achilles heel, often a target of ridicule. Nevertheless, Tatum found no significant advantage in offensive maneuvers. Antetokounmpo, keen to assert himself, sought to dominate with a one-on-one play, but the team's veteran, Kobe, relied on his signature fadeaway, which unfortunately did not find the mark. Indeed, when one is part of a formidable team, the opportunity to be the leader diminishes, thus limiting one's chances to shine. The Celtics mirrored this dynamic. Thomas, currently the captain, disregarded Tatum as plea for the ball and boldly charged at Devin Booker, but alas, the shot did not succeed. Once more, Antetokounmpo sought to make his mark alone. And this time, Kobe acquiesced. Utilizing his physical advantages, he barreled towards Tatum, who, in truth, had no discernible flaws in their matchup. His only disadvantage lay in the realm of physical gifts. Antetokounmpo easily penetrated the paint, executing a powerful turnaround dunk. This time, he fully capitalized on his strengths to overcome Tatum. In response, Tatum called for a one-on-one, eager to retaliate after being bested. Emulating Kobe, he attempted a shoulder fake followed by a fadeaway jumper. Typically, a rookie's fadeaway is often more precise than that of a seasoned player like Kobe. However, Tatum's shot narrowly missed the mark, lacking the fortune he needed. Chapter 82. The catalyst of the green and yellow conflict. Tatum's luck was not in his favor. While Antetokounmpo seemed to be in splendid form that day, in this match, Jiang Chenyu faced virtually no pressure. Although he had just missed a mid-range shot, he was acutely aware that the blame lay with Jokic, whose offensive attempt had yielded no results before passing the responsibility to him. Jiang Chenyu was acutely aware that what he truly desired was not the center, Jokic. As the game progressed, Jokic became overly reliant on ball possession, and his prowess was not particularly formidable. Jiang Chenyu did not truly desire him. His intention was to trade away Jokic once other centers emerged by next year. Jiang Chenyu glanced around once more. A few days ago, he had brought the girl back, and for this match, he had already prepared an entrance ticket for her. She was expected to attend. At this moment, the relationship between Jiang Chenyu and the girl had become rather awkward. Their status was no longer equal. Jiang Chenyu was now her legal master, and she was obliged to heed his commands, while he was not bound to listen to her. Historically, it seemed that there had never been a marriage between a master and a maid. Yet, in Jiang Chenyu's eyes, the girl had merely become a backup option. She was the one he had once admired, not the one he cherished now. The standards of beauty from that time starkly contrasted with those of the present. In the past, Jiang Chenyu had been attracted to curvaceous figures, much like contemporary middle-aged men who often overlook appearances. Conversely, the current Jiang Chenyu favored beauty, akin to adolescent boys who prioritize looks above all else, relegating physique to a secondary concern. Furthermore, Jiang Chenyu's arrival in this era had triggered numerous butterfly effects. For instance, the term Old Six did not exist at this time, nor was the NBA referred to by that name. It was inevitable that Jiang Chenyu would be regarded as the progenitor of Old Six. Jiang Chenyu was aware that in this match, Giannis Antetokounmpo would undoubtedly have the most opportunities to shoot on the team. Thus, he chose not to compete with Giannis for the ball. Instead, he resolved to demonstrate his own prowess to earn his share of possession. Indeed, opportunities are to be seized through one's own efforts. Jiang Chenyu subsequently seized the opportunity to snatch the ball from Thomas, and then, with an impressive display, he executed a slam dunk before the entire audience, achieving both scoring and flair in a single moment. Jiang Chenyu had meticulously prepared for his display of bravado, fully aware that the girl was likely watching his match. If he were to put on a show, this moment would undoubtedly be the most opportune. However, while the girl did not attend the game, his rival certainly did. At that moment, Tatum and Giannis were entangled in a fierce scuffle, and the intensity escalated quickly. The referee, unable to tolerate the escalating chaos, issued a technical foul to each player. Midway through the first quarter, Jiang Chenyu was substituted by Coach Scott. During his breaks, Jiang Chenyu typically engages with his fans, except during significant events such as the finals. Everyone assumed he would exercise restraint today, given the match's critical importance. However, he defied expectations and interacted with his fans once more. Usually, Jiang Chenyu only presents gifts and signs autographs for those seated in the V section. But this time he spotted someone he recognized all too well. To his surprise, it was Wu Zhuan. Recently, Wu Zhuan had been quite extravagant, swiftly depleting the 100,000 yuan that Jiang Chenyu had given her. She first saw him at a bar with Huang Jiawei, only to later discover that he had blocked her on WeChat. Thus, her quest for revenge commenced. Since Wu Zhuan could not possess Jiang Chenyu, she deemed that destroying him was the optimal course of action. Jiang Chenyu is currently the sole Chinese superstar in the NBA, and it is no easy task to tarnish his reputation. Presently, Wu Zhuan's account on C Station does not garner much attention. She frequently posts videos disparaging Jiang Chenyu. For instance, she attended one of his games. Those familiar with basketball understand that, at times, intense physical confrontations can lead to somewhat unsightly actions. Jiang Chenyu is no exception. She directly captured a less-than-flattering photograph of him, which she subsequently edited and posted on her C Station account. Many may find Wu Zhuan to be quite humorous. In her time, she criticized Yao Ryu no less than some others, yet Yao Ryu has managed to maintain his esteemed reputation to this day. Jiang Chenyu soon spotted Wu Zhuan. After glancing at her, he reluctantly approached to offer his autograph. After Jiang Chenyu completed his signature and lifted his gaze, he immediately noticed the miniature camera nestled at Wu Zhuan's chest. To his astonishment, he thought, "How dare she secretly film me?" Jiang Chenyu hastily reached out his hand to retrieve the minuscule camera. "Oh dear, everyone has witnessed this. Jiang Chenyu is touching my chest," Wu Zhuan exclaimed loudly. Although this occurred in America and the audience could not comprehend Wu Zhuan's words, they could surmise the nature of her intent from Jiang Chenyu's actions. Jiang Chenyu, left with no alternative, summoned the security personnel. The guard, efficient in his duties, promptly escorted Wu and Zhuan out without uttering a word. At this moment, Jiang Chenyu was in a state of great agitation, fully aware that Wu and Zhuan had captured his every action on camera. Should she craft even a few slightly better captions and disseminate them, the misunderstandings would escalate significantly. However, Jiang Chenyu's primary concern at present was not to engage in a dispute with Wu and Zhuan. He needed to focus on the game. Fortunately, the coach, displaying remarkable insight, recognized Jiang Chenyu's eagerness to join the fray and without hesitation, substituted him into the game. Simultaneously, Tatum and Antetokounmpo, who had just exited for a brief respite, were also brought back into play. Initially, the coaches intended for these two to cool off their tempers, yet the more they contemplated the situation, the more agitated they became, to the point of nearly clashing physically. At this juncture, Jiang Chenyu was also incensed by Wu Yinzhuan's actions, which had blatantly violated his right to image, warranting immediate legal recourse. However, if Wu Yinzhuan stubbornly denied her wrongdoing, even Jiang Chenyu's formidable prowess would be rendered ineffective. The three individuals on the court were seething with anger, and the atmosphere had become a powder keg ready to ignite. Those with a keen understanding of the game would recognize that all the elements for conflict were in place, making a clash during this match virtually inevitable. The remaining players would now be tasked with the daunting challenge of de-escalating the tension. In the meantime, both Scott and the opposing coach demonstrated a remarkable synergy, ensuring that Tatum and Antetokounmpo would not directly confront one another. Yet, they overlooked a critical aspect. Although Tatum was no longer matched against Antetokounmpo, he was now facing the more vociferous Jiang Chenyu. This oversight was significant, for Jiang Chenyu was already in a state of considerable fury. Should he erupt once more, the situation could spiral dangerously out of control. The officiating crew, acutely aware of the impending tumult, understood that this match had transcended the realm of mere sportsmanship. There were growing fears that the ensuing confrontation might rival the infamous brawl at Auburn Hills. Consequently, they had summoned numerous formidable individuals, prepared to intervene at the slightest hint of violence from either side. Jiang Chenyu evidently noticed the imposing figures of the strong men. He glanced at his system, realizing that he could readily exchange his points, making the acquisition of martial arts not an impossibility. Chapter 83, The Largest Conflict in History. System. I wish to sell some of my redundant talents. Understood. The system will automatically liquidate the talents that the host has scarcely activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10,000 points. 10,000 points. This sum would allow him to procure nearly everything available in the system's marketplace. Jiang Chenyu hurriedly opened the system's marketplace, perusing the items within. He was poised to purchase everything available, only to be taken aback. To his astonishment, it turned out that this attribute point was, in fact, the most inferior of all. Jiang Chenyu glanced at the contents within, and it was at that moment he realized the utter futility of his attribute points. The most inexpensive item within was, in fact, the attribute points themselves. In the eyes of this system, his innate basketball prowess was rendered nearly worthless. Conversely, the most exorbitant item here commanded a staggering 200 billion points. Jiang Chenyu searched for a considerable time and finally discovered an item within his financial reach. Talent, Black, in Chinese martial arts expertise, priced at 20,000 points. Without hesitation, Jiang Chenyu decisively purchased that talent, and given that it pertained to Chinese martial arts, his prowess was hardly surprising. With that said, could he possibly fear these individuals? It was more likely that he would unleash a ferocious display against them. Indeed, as the second round of the competition commenced, the intensity between the two sides escalated to a new level. Some individuals even received directives from the league to instigate conflicts during this match, assuring them that they would face no repercussions. The referees seemed indifferent, as the outcome of this match held little significance for either team. Both had already secured their standings, rendering the win or loss less than crucial. Conversely, if the league wished to maintain its viewership ratings, it might indeed require the players to engage in confrontations. The stage was set for an explosive encounter. Both teams were on the lookout for an opportunity, their players seething with anger. While they understood that some were driven by league mandates, personal grievances were unavoidable. A conflict was imminent. The Lakers fans were particularly astute, reminiscent of the previous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills. The earlier clash had largely stemmed from the opposing fans' excessive fervor, which had provoked Arteist into a rage, leading him to confront a spectator. In truth, the previous altercation had left the fans wanting more, making this upcoming confrontation all the more exhilarating. Lakers supporters began to taunt the Celtics players, and now all three conditions for conflict were met. It was merely a matter of time before the spectacle unfolded. One particularly fervent Lakers fan hurled Gatorade, causing Tatum to miss an open layup, prompting Tatum to charge at the fan. Tatum had already thrown the first punch. With that initiation, a confrontation was indeed inevitable. Jiang Chenyu swiftly rushed forward and pushed Tatum with a forceful shove, muttering incantations under his breath. Tatum retaliated by charging at Jiang Chenyu, and upon witnessing this altercation, players from both sides leaped into action, becoming embroiled in a chaotic brawl. Jiang Chenyu had just acquired the gift of martial arts, and he was utterly unperturbed by the presence of Tatum. With effortless grace, he executed a bear hug throw, sending Tatum crashing to the ground. What a thrill! Indeed, martial arts are truly remarkable. However, Jiang Chenyu was not the only one with martial prowess. Numerous others present had also dabbled in combat. The Celtics had enlisted several formidable brawlers, and who would dare to fear the Lakers in a fight? On the Lakers side, Artest and Anthony sprang into action, representing half of America, so to speak. Most of the Celtics' brawny men charged directly at Jiang Chenyu. Aware that injuring an American might incur responsibility, yet this young Chinese lad seemed fair game for their aggression. Jiang Chenyu instantly sensed a flurry of Wing Chun techniques surging towards him. They have chosen you as their target. The first formidable man. Jiang Chenyu directly employed the most commonly used techniques of Wing Chun. First, he guarded his hands. The burly man cast a glance at Jiang Chenyu, his heart betraying no emotion, and continued to strike at him. How could we, as Chinese, allow ourselves to be humiliated by these Americans? The way of the questioning hand. Jiang Chenyu effortlessly dispatched the burly man with a casual gesture, yet this was merely the beginning, as the man still possessed the capacity for resistance. Jiang Chenyu's objective was to render him entirely incapable of further opposition. For the second maneuver, he employed the shoulder strike. He initiated a galloping motion, assuming a stance reminiscent of the character. His right fist transformed into a palm, oriented upwards, while his arm remained bent and elevated. Simultaneously, he rotated his wrist, directing his palm inward. Channeling force through his elbow, he propelled it diagonally upward, with his wrist twisting to angle his palm outward, and his fingers extending forward and downward at an acute angle. Jiang Chenyu swiftly subdued the burly man, securing him in a firm grip around the neck. At this moment, the referee, unable to bear the sight any longer, intervened. Initially, they had merely intended to symbolically separate the two, but upon sensing Jiang Chenyu's lethal intent, they hastily separated the combatants. Jiang Chenyu's performance has yet to conclude. The fans from both sides surged forward, and it seemed that the situation had spiraled beyond control. After all, the Lakers supporters outnumbered those of the Celtics, who would undoubtedly face significant pressure this time. They arrived. Not only did the Celtics bring their players, but they also brought along numerous members of the underworld, who had managed to evade security and stormed in. What should we do? After all, the Lakers had yet to see any gang members enter, not even Anthony, the notorious leader of the New York mob, who appeared somewhat apprehensive. Yet Jiang Chenyu remained unfazed. Since they had come, they might as well all fall together. The third move, the lethal neck strike. Jiang Chenyu understood that relying solely on his own strength was insufficient. For the sake of victory, he resorted to his ultimate technique. With a swift and forceful motion, he unleashed a powerful strike, palm facing downward, using the edge of his hand to deliver a precise blow. Building upon the foundation of the two characters clamping the Sun Horse, he transformed his right fist into a palm, bending his elbow and positioning his forearm across his chest, with his palm at neck level. His right hand descended, executing a lateral strike towards the right side, first channeling power through his forearm, extending his elbow, and then transferring the force to the outer edge of his palm, executing an upward diagonal cut. This move was not merely a singular assault. It inflicted significant damage upon those nearby as well. In that moment, all members of the Lakers were utterly bewildered. How could Jiang Chenyu be so formidable in combat? Indeed, it seemed that without a touch of Chinese martial arts, one could hardly step foot in the NBA. Meanwhile, the renowned Carmelo Anthony stood astonished by Jiang Chenyu's actions, even contemplating the idea of bringing him on board. The individual responsible for instigating this conflict was equally taken aback, realizing that such an incident could bring great shame upon their American side. At that moment, the Los Angeles police also mobilized, reminiscent of the infamous brawl at Auburn Hills. How amusing it would be to send forth the fiercest fighter from their ranks, ensuring that Jiang Chenyu comprehended the prowess of the American spirit. It appeared that the Americans could no longer remain passive. They were not to be underestimated. Jiang Chenyu was acutely aware that this competition was being broadcast live across the entirety of China, and consequently, the ensuing conflict was also under the watchful gaze of the nation. He yearned to showcase his prowess before all of China. Since everyone had gathered, he resolved to accompany them into battle. In Chapter 84, The Invincibility of Chinese Kung Fu, he executed every Wing Chun technique with precision, each move a testament to his mastery. In that moment, Jiang Chenyu truly dazzled the nation, demonstrating an unparalleled understanding of Chinese martial arts. The spectators marveled at his extraordinary strength, as he embodied the essence of Kung Fu with remarkable clarity. Jiang Chenyu is our pride. We must impose sanctions on these detestable Americans. Jiang Chenyu understood that he had the unwavering support of the entire Chinese populace behind him. No matter how formidable the Americans might be, they would likely hesitate to confront him. As one American after another fell, their audacity waned, prompting them to dispatch their most formidable warrior. Indeed, a towering figure approached, his stature surpassing even that of Jiang Chenyu. Such potential, one could lament that he wasn't playing basketball. "Kid, you shall pay for your actions," he declared. "Ah, at last. A worthy adversary has arrived. I am eager to see whether your fists are mightier than mine." Jiang Chenyu remained unaware of the limits of his Chinese martial arts. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to test the boundaries of his skills against the imposing figure before him. The foreigner, exhibiting a remarkable lack of caution, charged directly at Jiang Chenyu without any preliminary assessment. Jiang Chenyu found himself at a loss. He had no means to conduct an inquiry, and thus could not embark upon one himself. Jiang Chenyu, steeling himself for the confrontation, recognized the inherent risks of his decision, yet he felt compelled to proceed. Having previously employed Wing Chun, he surmised that his opponent would be prepared for it, so he resolved to switch tactics. Tai Chi. The first move, ward off and advance with the elbow. His adversary, cunning as he was, lunged forward with a direct jab aimed at Jiang Chenyu. Jiang Chenyu promptly seized the enemy's right arm with his left hand. In the next moment, he advanced with his right foot and delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at the opponent's throat. As the adversary leaned back to evade, Jiang swiftly bent his right elbow, striking the enemy's solar plexus with precision. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly. However, it was evident that his previous strike had not significantly impacted his opponent, who immediately retaliated with a flurry of punches directed at Jiang. "Since you have chosen to strike forward, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Although the enemy possessed formidable strength, surpassing Jiang in both punching and kicking power, a skilled fighter can still be outmatched by a well-placed blade. Tai Chi serves as a method to counter all overt attacks. With the second technique, White Crane spreads its wings. The enemy launched a right straight punch toward Jiang's chest. Jiang swiftly ensnared the opponent's right forearm with his left hand, as the adversary followed up with a left hook aimed at Jiang's right temple. Jiang quickly raised his right hand to parry the incoming fist. He then grasped the enemy's left wrist with his right hand and pulled it downward to the right while simultaneously lifting the opponent's right arm with his left hand. In a fluid motion, Jiang drove his right shoulder into the enemy's left chest, pushing them away. What sort of technique is this? Indeed, the enemy had recently studied Jiang's Wing Chun style, presuming that with sufficient arm strength, they could easily counter it. However, Jiang had evidently adopted a different approach. This Chinese fighter was not to be underestimated. He had evidently mastered two martial arts. The notion that only the Chinese could excel in this regard was misguided. Foreigners could also be formidable contenders. Since I cannot best you in direct combat, I shall employ cunning tactics. After all, as the saying goes, the first to strike holds the advantage, while the second to act suffers the consequences. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the enemy maneuvered quickly to circle behind Jiang Chenyu. Jiang Chenyu's vision faltered, rendering him unable to ascertain the whereabouts of his adversary. Nevertheless, he swiftly devised a counter-strategy, intending to employ softness to overcome hardness. As the enemy launched their assault, it was only fitting that our own strike would soon follow. For the third maneuver, he executed a back fist. The opponent attempted a stealthy double palm strike to Jiang Chenyu's vulnerable back, a critical target indeed. We deftly evaded to the right while simultaneously delivering a left elbow strike to the adversary's jaw. In quick succession, we pivoted and unleashed a powerful right elbow strike to the enemy's solar plexus, a blow that Jiang Chenyu had tempered. Otherwise, it would have been fatal or grievously injurious. The next challenge was to subdue this formidable opponent. If Jiang Chenyu had wished for the man's demise, he could have easily done so earlier, having had ample opportunities to strike. Now, at last, it was Jiang Chenyu's turn to take the initiative. For the fourth maneuver, he executed the white snake's spitting venom. The enemy advanced with a lunging right punch aimed at Jiang Chenyu's chest, but he swiftly redirected the adversary's right fist downward and outward with his left hand. Simultaneously, he thrust his right palm towards the opponent's throat. Once he gained control over the adversary's windpipe, the remainder of the confrontation would be straightforward. Jiang Chenyu promptly executed a graceful turn, subduing the adversary to the ground. At this moment, he not only restrained his opponent, but also held a firm grip on their vulnerable throat. In this critical juncture, one cannot help but admire the astonishingly swift response of the Los Angeles police. Jiang Chenyu initially intended to let the matter pass, believing he had already made quite an impression today. However, the police officer who approached him was utterly lacking in discernment. What right does a worthless Chinese person have to seek attention here? Are you truly formidable? I have won state-level awards. Dare you challenge me? To his surprise, even the police felt compelled to join the fray. A crowd gathered, consisting of both Lakers and Celtics players, all acutely aware that Jiang Chenyu was in a perilous situation. They understood that the awards this officer had received were not mere embellishments. He was indeed a legitimate state champion. In contrast, Jiang Chenyu, with his characteristic nonchalance, was eager to gauge the gap between himself and the state champion. Having previously only employed basic techniques, he resolved to unleash his full repertoire of skills this time. His first move, the continuous lift. This technique was far from the simplistic maneuvers of Wing Chun or Tai Chi. It required an extensive preparatory phase. Jiang Chenyu lowered his right fist to the inner side of his right leg to protect his vital areas, while his left hand formed a palm and was positioned before his right shoulder to shield his chest and head. His right foot stepped forward into a right virtual stance, and he stood sideways in a right opening door posture. The adversary adopted a left three-body stance. Both parties confronted each other in a tense standoff. In such a preparatory position, the police officer felt no sense of peculiarity. He merely regarded it as a standard defensive posture. Observing Jiang Chenyu's stillness, the officer decided to advance and test Jiang's resolve. Test. I have already assumed my preparatory stance, and you still wish to test me? The adversary stepped forward with his left foot, launching a left jab aimed at Jiang Chenyu's head and chest. Jiang Chenyu swiftly evaded to the left, his left hand deftly gripping the adversary's left wrist with a powerful downward pull. In an instant, he shifted his weight forward into a right bow stance, using his right palm to forcefully elevate the opponent's left elbow joint. The opposing forces converged, aiming to fracture the enemy's left elbow. This maneuver could indeed be deemed a signature move, capable of directly breaking the elbow. However, his opponent was no novice. The left elbow joint displayed a resilience far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Any common person subjected to such an attack would likely sustain a fracture. Regrettably, Jiang had been somewhat careless moments before. This officer, a state champion, possessed far more experience than Jiang Chenyu, rendering such a trick trivial in his eyes. One could only say that Jiang's understanding of Chinese martial arts was still somewhat limited. Now, the officer had adopted a more cautious stance, unwilling to attack recklessly. In truth, it was evident to any observer that all of Jiang Chenyu's techniques were purely reactive. He could only strike when provoked. Indeed, this is the essence of Chinese martial arts. One must initiate the attack for the techniques to be unleashed. Jiang Chenyu also observed that the police officer was now hesitant to launch an offensive. Jiang Chenyu diligently perused all of his martial arts techniques, yet no matter how he searched, he could scarcely find any proactive offensive moves. In light of this, he mused, let it not be said that I have not embraced my role as the underdog. Jiang Chenyu once again assumed the preparatory stance for a series of consecutive strikes. And in an instant, the police officer grasped the situation. Do you think you can employ a successful technique twice? This time, he was already fully prepared, and he delivered a powerful punch directly to Jiang Chenyu's face. The force of the blow was indeed substantial, and those nearby clearly witnessed the significant impact on Jiang Chenyu's visage. Jiang Chenyu remained on the defensive, unable to launch an attack, repeatedly fending off the barrage of punches directed at him. He understood all too well that he must wait for his opponent to strike first. The officer, who had been humiliating Jiang Chenyu by targeting his face, began to find the repetitive nature of the assault rather dull. After a moment of reflection, he recalled that Jiang Chenyu's previous series of evasive maneuvers had aimed to target his chest, Thus, as long as the chest remained untouched, any other target was fair game. Indeed, the officer lunged towards Jiang Chenyu's head. Your life may very well end here, he taunted. The second move was a grappling technique. With utmost fluidity, this maneuver served primarily to restrain. Its hallmark was strikingly similar to the earlier series of attacks, as both had identical preparatory stances, allowing for effortless deception of the opponent. As the adversary advanced, delivering a right hook aimed at Jiang Chenyu's head, he instinctively leaned backward to evade, simultaneously seizing the enemy's right wrist with his right hand. What is different about this one compared to the last? Jiang Chenyu pondered. With a swift motion, he retreated to the right, twisting the enemy's right arm outward and downward, pulling back to extend the arm straight with the elbow pointing upward. In the same fluid motion, he quickly struck the opponent's right elbow with his left palm, shattering it with precision. Damn it, my strength still falls short. Jiang Chenyu realized that his strength had yet to reach the level where he could effortlessly fracture the enemy's right elbow. The adversary was now in a state of panic, having narrowly escaped a severe injury to his right elbow moments ago. In a swift response, the enemy launched an attack towards Jiang Chenyu's head with a right palm strike. Jiang promptly slid forward, raising his right hand to intercept the enemy's right forearm, while simultaneously delivering a horizontal chop with his left palm to the adversary's left ribcage. If the right side proves ineffective, I shall attempt the left. Typically, the right hand is the dominant hand for most individuals, naturally possessing greater strength. With relentless movement, Jiang's left hand deftly flipped upwards and pressed down on the enemy's right arm, effectively sealing off the opponent's center line. Concurrently, he struck forward, downward, and to the left with his right palm, targeting the adversary's left temple, the area behind the ear, or the neck. In one swift motion, he shattered the enemy's left elbow. Twice. Jiang Chenyu exerted all his strength. The prowess of this police officer was indeed remarkable, making it quite challenging to overcome him. However, he was up against Jiang Chenyu. Jiang Chenyu promptly shattered the left elbow of his assailant. The entire audience was startled by the audible crack of bone, unmistakably signaling that the officer's elbow had been broken, leaving him writhing in agony on the ground, clutching his injury. How dare you? The remaining officers surged forward, for it was a profound disgrace to be bested by a Chinese individual. Hold on, his defeat was not solely due to this Chinese man. It was a consequence of his own actions. A consequence? What rationale is this? Unable to overcome even a solitary Chinese opponent. The basketball match had escalated to an uncontrollable level. The outcome now hinged on the earlier score differential. The members of the Celtics stood in stunned silence, for none dared to confront Jiang Chenyu in combat. Chinese martial arts must not be disrespected. Jiang Chenyu addressed everyone with a single phrase in Chinese, a statement that encapsulated his current stance. The scene shifted. It appeared that we must send someone to confront him. Within a renowned martial arts dojo in America, the headmaster, having witnessed Jiang Chenyu's performance today, promptly remarked to his disciple, "Master, a Chinese individual of this caliber should not necessitate your personal involvement. We can easily dispatch one of our esteemed students to defeat him. However, we must not underestimate him. He is bested a state champion. While luck may have played a role, it is undeniably a component of strength." The headmaster's countenance darkened, clearly acknowledging Jiang Chenyu's prowess. Shall we send our most formidable disciple to challenge him? It appears that this is the only course of action we have, as we remain uncertain of his capabilities and can only gauge his strength for now. The scene transitioned once more, this time to a gathering between Sweet Melon Anthony and Jiang Chenyu. The recent match was certainly witnessed by the girl, leaving a lingering suspense over Jiang Chenyu's singular triumph over the entire Resurrection Society. Numerous fatal incidents were involved, yet none bore any clues pertaining to Jiang Chenyu. It's nothing much, just some casual practice during my childhood. A single lie requires countless others to uphold it. You are aware of the New York Mafia, are you not? Would you care to join us? I assure you, your status will be on par with mine. Status, for Jiang Chenyu, held little significance. I apologize, but I have my own aspirations. These matters do not hold much weight for me. Jiang Chenyu promptly declined Anthony's invitation, resulting in an awkward atmosphere during the dinner gathering. After the meal, Jiang Chenyu returned to the Lakers' home court with a rather embarrassed expression. Following this game, the entire NBA regular season concluded, and what awaited him was the much-anticipated playoffs. Although Jiang Chenyu was unable to alter the standings in the Eastern Conference, he undeniably transformed the rankings in the Western Conference. This year, the Warriors maintained their firm hold on the top position with an impressive record of 73 wins and 9 losses, marking a historic achievement. The second place which was expected to be occupied by the Thunder, was instead claimed by the Lakers due to Jiang Chenyu's remarkable emergence. The Thunder found themselves in third place, followed by the Spurs in fourth, the Trail Blazers in fifth, the Clippers in sixth, the Rockets in seventh, and the New York Knicks in eighth. In the first round, Jiang Chenyu's Lakers and the Rockets are set to engage in a fierce battle. It is worth noting that had circumstances unfolded differently, Jiang Chenyu would have felt considerably less pressure. However, as it stands, a fierce confrontation is inevitable. Chapter 85, The Playoffs Commence. In this narrow encounter, only the valiant shall prevail. The Lakers are poised and ready to take on their opponents at home. This year, the NBA playoff format is structured as 2-2-1-1, meaning the Lakers, holding the second seed, enjoy home court advantage should a decisive Game 7 be necessitated. The first two matches will take place on their home turf. Should the teams find themselves evenly matched at 2-2 after the initial 4 games, the fifth match will be a pivotal showdown. The Lakers undoubtedly possess a significant advantage, as home court support is invaluable in any NBA contest. If the Lakers can secure victories in both of their opening games, their path to success will be nearly assured. After a fortnight of rest, Jiang Chenyu has arrived at the season's inaugural playoff game, a contest that will undoubtedly influence many future matches. Although the Lakers profess confidence, a loss in this crucial game would lead to unprecedented pressure on them. Remember, the Warriors lost the first match of the 2022 Finals. Let us first introduce the starting lineups. For the Rockets, James Harden, Dwight Howard, Trevor Ariza, Patrick Beverley, and Clint Capella. For the Lakers, Devin Booker, Kobe Bryant, Jiang Chenyu, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Nikola Jokic. Based on the current rosters, the Lakers arguably fall short of the Rockets. Yet, the chemistry of basketball transcends mere statistics. The Rockets have indeed struggled this season, faltering in the first round of the playoffs in their previous incarnation. To contend for the championship, the Rockets are lacking a certain essence. With that said, there is little left to elaborate on before the game's commencement, as the playoff opening ceremony has already concluded at the Warriors venue. As the tip-off ceremony begins, both teams prepare to launch the game. This initial tip-off is of paramount importance. Antetokounmpo signals for Jokic to step aside. He intends to jump for the ball himself. Howard and Antetokounmpo leap simultaneously, both ready to seize possession, and in the air, they collide with the ball. Now, it remains to be seen whose strength prevails. Jiang Chenyu seized the opportunity and launched an immediate assault. The Greek freak clearly observed Jiang Chenyu racing towards the basket on a fast break. Consequently, he did not hold back and swiftly swatted the ball right in front of Jiang Chenyu's eyes. Jiang Chenyu swiftly executed a layup, securing the first 2 points of the playoff match between the Lakers and the Rockets. It was astonishing how the defense allowed such an open opportunity to slip away, losing the first basket in this manner. Harden was infuriated by his teammates' lack of effort. He could hardly fathom how they failed to notice such an obvious fast break by Jiang Chenyu. However, it was not just the Rockets players, to be honest. The Lakers players also seemed oblivious. They were all fixated on the crucial jump ball, with no one initially paying attention to the players on the court. Beverley subsequently took possession of the ball, marking the Rockets' first offensive play, which they could not afford to squander. Beverley, unqualified to replace Harden for this initial offensive opportunity, passed the ball to Harden as Jiang Chenyu instinctively followed suit. The matchup remained between Harden and Jiang Chenyu. Harden initiated an offensive three-threat probe. It must be said that Jiang Chenyu had grown significantly during his nearly year-long tenure in the NBA. Had he faced such tactics when he first entered the league, he would have been easily deceived. However, times have changed. Jiang Chenyu has now become quite seasoned, and such tricks no longer fool him. Harden was also taken aback. He did not expect this young Chinese player to mature so rapidly. Consequently, he resorted to his usual offensive methods. Unfortunately, Harden struggled in this game, missing his first three-point attempt. In truth, if one were to identify the key figures in this match, Kobe would hardly make the list. The only notable players were Jiang Chenyu, Harden, Howard, and Giannis Antetokounmpo. After 2 rounds of missed shots, it was evident that both teams were feeling the pressure as the game had just begun, resulting in a lack of rhythm. Howard's imposing presence in the paint eventually led to a 2-point score, leveling the game at 2-2. The audience could only sigh at such a match, recognizing that a high-scoring game was nearly impossible. Some experts had even predicted that neither team would exceed 100 points, considering both lacked substantial playoff experience, making this opening match quite typical. To captivate the audience's attention, a few dazzling dunks would be necessary to enliven the atmosphere. After Jiang Chenyu uttered those words, he instinctively glanced at Kobe, realizing that only his teammate Kobe and the opposing Howard could execute such a challenging dunk. Meanwhile, Jiang could merely showcase his dribbling skills. He then proceeded to perform the butterfly through flowers, a move that demonstrated the vigor he currently possessed. Earlier that day, he had deliberately purchased an energy drink, acutely aware that he could not afford to falter in this match, especially not due to any shortcomings in his stamina. Subsequently, he made a forceful drive against Harden, who matched his pace. Jiang chose to take a bold shot, prompting his teammates from the Rockets to leap in unison as he ascended, thereby attracting a double team. This was also one of Jiang's strengths. He then passed the ball to the open Kobe on the perimeter. If Kobe were to shoot directly, he would likely succeed, yet he knew better than to be complacent. One must never presume a basket is guaranteed. Indeed, Kobe feigned a shot, and a defender rushed toward him. In response, he swiftly broke through. However, standing before him was Capella, the Rockets' power forward, to score. He would need to replicate Carter's legendary dunk. Kobe leapt into the air, determined to execute the move. Capella, initially poised to block Kobe, hesitated, given Kobe's current age. A block should not have been an issue for him. Yet, he found himself unwilling to confront the legend directly, ultimately resigning to become a mere backdrop as Kobe soared past him for the dunk. It had been ages since Kobe had executed such a dunk. It was exhilarating. Jiang Chenyu had effectively allowed Kobe to relive a moment reminiscent of his prime, a time when Kobe had frequently performed such dunks. However, in the twilight of his career, such scoring opportunities had become scarce. If memory served correctly, the last time Kobe had executed a dunk of this caliber was before his Achilles tendon injury. No one had dared to imagine such a performance could emerge post-injury. Congratulations to the host for assisting Kobe in executing the dunk. The host is now rewarded with a magical coin. How intriguing. Helping Kobe now comes with a reward. Yet, the purpose of this magical coin remained a mystery. Ever since the appearance of the Wangzai Bull candy, peculiar items had begun to proliferate within the system. The Rockets' head coach sensed something amiss, feeling that Jiang Chenyu was the orchestrator behind these remarkable events. Chapter 86. The Lakers fall silent in the zenith of his career. Dwight Howard could undeniably be regarded as a worthy contender against LeBron James. During his prime, he propelled a beleaguered Orlando Magic team to the Eastern Conference Finals. It is crucial to acknowledge that without Howard, the Magic would have languished at the bottom of the Eastern standings, oscillating between mediocrity and playoff contention. The arrival of the formidable Howard transformed the entire franchise. In terms of prowess, he epitomized the quintessential center of his era, dominating the court with an almost effortless grace. The sole lament remains that during his peak years, he never faced the Spurs or the Lakers. The supremacy of Michael Jordan can be attributed to the distinctiveness of his era. While one might argue that numerous current players can average 30 points per game, it is vital to recognize that in Jordan's time, entering the paint without incurring injuries was nearly impossible. As a guard standing just shy of 2 meters, his ability to navigate the treacherous terrain of the paint with remarkable finesse is a testament to his extraordinary skill. To draw a simple comparison, had Stephen Curry played in that era, some might assert that his three-point shooting would surpass that of his contemporaries. However, back then, few could even attempt a three-pointer without facing significant resistance. Given Curry's stature, he would struggle to evade defenders, even against fellow guards of similar height. For instance, Magic Johnson, towering at 2 meters, would likely overpower Curry on both ends of the court. The rules of today's game have shifted dramatically. Merely brushing against a shooter's hair while he attempts a three-pointer is deemed a foul. The rationale behind Howard's ability to be exchanged for James becomes increasingly evident. This year, Jiang Chenyu has emerged with similar potential, boasting the ability to rival James despite still being in his rookie season. He has already garnered the MVP title at the All-Star game. Such an assertion is one James himself would hesitate to make. Meanwhile, James Harden of the Rockets found his rhythm, drawing a foul within the three-point arc and converting both free throws. When Harden draws a foul, defenders often hesitate to impede his progress. Conversely, the Lakers seem to be struggling to find their footing, continuing to misfire on shots. Their defensive efforts have also begun to show significant gaps, as both Ariza and Beverly seized opportunities to attack. Devin Booker and Kobe, inexplicably, fell short in their performance, allowing Ariza and Beverly to capitalize on scoring chances. The Lakers, it appears, are exhibiting signs of tension. Indeed, Jiang Chenyu and Giannis Antetokounmpo found themselves constrained by Howard and Harden, while Devin Booker and Nikola Jokic were making their inaugural appearances in the playoffs, lacking the requisite experience. The Lakers roster, by its very nature, faced certain limitations. As the first quarter waned, it remained to be seen whether Kobe could regain his rhythm. It is essential to note that this was merely the Lakers' first playoff game. Should they falter in this initial outing, they would face a daunting deficit in home court advantage for the subsequent matches. Kobe's subsequent shoulder shimmy and fadeaway jumper nearly found fortune, only for Howard to again seize a pass and execute a resounding dunk. This offensive surge from the Rockets left the beleaguered Lakers momentarily stymied. With just 7 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 8 points. While 8 points may not seem substantial, such a deficit early in the game could significantly influence the outcome ahead. This contest marked the first playoff clash between the Lakers and the Rockets, attracting numerous legends from both franchises to Staples Center. Notable attendees included Rockets great Hakeem Olajuwon and Lakers icons Magic Johnson and Shaquille O'Neal. Remarkably, this match also drew several football stars, including Beckham, a devoted fan of Kobe, accompanied by his Real Madrid comrade Benzema. The historical significance of this game was profound, marking Kobe's return to the playoffs and serving as a testament to the aspirations of the Chinese people. While some Chinese athletes, such as Sun Rui and Battel, have indeed secured championships, they have not fulfilled the broader dreams of their compatriots. In a sense, their victories were achieved without the requisite struggle. If Jiang Chenyu were to lead the Lakers to a championship, it would be a monumental triumph, transcending the usual accolades. Yet, the current circumstances seem to diminish those prospects considerably. Upon resuming play, the Lakers struggled to find their scoring touch, while the Rockets' confidence surged, with the two substitutes even sinking consecutive three-pointers. The Lakers, however, remained in a slump, and Jiang Chenyu's attempt from beyond the arc fell short. The Lakers found themselves momentarily silenced. Although Jokic managed to score a mid-range shot, it proved to be a fleeting moment of hope. As the first quarter drew to a close, Kobe executed a fadeaway bank shot, offering the Lakers a semblance of stability in the scoreline. "You all need to relax. This is the playoffs," Scott shouted at every member of the Lakers team. Though the players felt a sense of helplessness, they had little choice but to press on. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers introduced several bench players. Unexpectedly, Hayward began the period by sinking several baskets. "I'll step off for a moment, but I will return shortly," he declared. Harden spoke to Jiang Chenyu before he exited the game. Although Jiang had begun with commendable stamina, it was insufficient to enhance his shooting touch. Soon after, Jiang Chenyu was also substituted by Coach Scott for a breather. It must be said that in this match, the Lakers faced the Rockets under rather unfortunate circumstances. The Rockets finished last season ranked second in the regular season and made a thrilling journey to the Western Conference Finals in the playoffs. As the offseason commenced, while other teams were actively making moves to bolster their rosters, the Rockets remained quietly composed. Had they opted for a period of reflection? Not at all. This silence is rather a positive indicator of the Rockets' growing maturity. The greater the external expectations placed upon the team, the heavier the burden they bear. Thus, their absence from the media spotlight is indeed a fortuitous development. In the new season, the Rockets retained the vast majority of last season's roster while also acquiring the formidable Ty Lawson, thereby enhancing their strength and resolutely continuing their pursuit of the Western Championship. In contrast, the Lakers find themselves still far from championship contention. Midway through the second quarter, Jiang Chenyu was called back into play. With the playoffs underway, the primary players must inevitably see increased court time. Every game is of utmost importance. They cannot afford to sacrifice victory merely to allow role players to participate. Harden, with his excellent stamina, is expected to play over 40 minutes in this match, while Jiang's significant drawback lies in his endurance. If the Lakers wish to secure a win, they must engage Jiang Chenyu and Hayward in a battle of attrition against Harden. While Hayward faces considerable pressure in many matchups, Jiang Chenyu naturally alleviates some of that burden in his own. In this contest, both teams must strive for victory. Note, the playoff segments may be somewhat challenging to delineate. I may opt to write more extensive chapters in the future. Chapter 87. The Lakers' entire team regains form for 1,000-word chapter. Note, I am in high spirits today and may increase my writing output in the coming days. Jiang Chenyu currently faces his greatest challenge in the playoffs. Should it become known that his performance in this crucial stage is severely lacking, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Conversely, if his reputation suffers, his abilities would undoubtedly diminish, rendering his aspiration to be historically compared to Jordan unattainable. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Chenyu committed a foul while attempting a two-point shot. His shooting touch was evidently poor, managing only one successful free throw out of 2 attempts. This initial struggle could be construed as a precursor to a subsequent improvement in his shooting rhythm. Imagine one who is particularly fond of passing the ball to teammates. At first, they may be regarded as a commendable and cooperative ally. However, as time progresses, teammates might come to view such passing as commonplace, leading to a diminished likelihood of receiving the ball in return. Consequently, opportunities for scoring would dwindle. Conversely, if one were to adopt a more individualistic playing style from the outset, they might initially be perceived as lacking skill. Observers would likely think, "What kind of teammate is this, solely focused on personal plays?" Yet, should this individual later execute a brilliant assist that leads to a score, perceptions would swiftly shift, and they would be celebrated as an exemplary teammate. Jiang Chenyu embodies this dynamic, which contributes to his reputation as a valuable ally. As the second quarter progressed, the Lakers finally found their rhythm, consistently delivering crucial baskets on the offensive end. Subsequently, Howard opted to engage in a one-on-one with Giannis. In this match, Jiang Chenyu had limited opportunities for isolation plays and had to focus on the paint. The style of play among interior players is often quite straightforward, relying primarily on physical confrontation. Victory in these encounters typically goes to the stronger individual. Howard, well aware of Giannis' formidable reputation for power, understood that he, once known as the Superman, could not easily be subdued. Howard seized the ball and immediately charged towards Giannis. Those who frequently watch Howard's games are undoubtedly aware that his confrontational style is quite predictable. He typically engages in 3 encounters. If he fails to create a shooting opportunity after these 3 attempts, he resorts to passing or executing a hook shot. The first confrontation ensued as anticipated. Giannis, possessing considerable strength himself, was not easily pushed aside by Howard's initial attempt. He steadfastly resisted Howard's first advance, fully cognizant of Howard's power. Thus, engaging in this clash could be deemed a self-imposed challenge. The second confrontation arrived. This time, Giannis found his center of gravity significantly compromised by Howard, and it seemed he was on the verge of being toppled. Nevertheless, Giannis's foundational skills remained formidable. He could never be effortlessly overwhelmed by Howard. As the third confrontation loomed, he had no choice but to endure it. Meanwhile, Howard felt a sense of perplexity. This tactic was not new to him. Typically, he would create space within 2 attempts against such players, so why was he compelled to exert himself 3 times this occasion? Yet, if Giannis was willing to withstand his third effort, then so be it. With a resounding thud, this confrontation marked Howard's utmost exertion, and it was evident to all that Giannis faced a precarious situation. Indeed, Howard managed to push Giannis into a shooting space. However, something was amiss. Giannis still stood resolutely in place. Howard quickly pivoted, preparing for a layup, but Giannis unexpectedly lunged forward. Should Howard attempt a forced shot, the likelihood of being blocked would diminish his accuracy. Thus, the only viable option was to draw a foul. Indeed, having adapted to the present era, Howard's ability to draw fouls was commendable, yet he was acutely aware of his shortcomings at the free throw line. The first attempt failed, and Howard let out a resigned sigh. His free throw proficiency was reminiscent of O'Neal's struggles. He held his breath, having practiced his free throws countless times, and cast a glance at the hoop, mentally rehearsing his shooting motion. The second attempt was notably steadier, swishing through the net. Converting 1 out of 2 attempts, much like Jiang Chenyu, Howard exhaled a sigh of relief. Jiang Chenyu was quite astonished to see Howard so fond of one-on-one plays. It is worth noting that in this era, it is predominantly the guards who engage in such individual confrontations, with centers rarely taking the initiative. Since you have already called for an isolation play, perhaps I should do the same. Following this thought, Jiang Chenyu sank a 3-pointer, and at that moment, he realized he should indeed call for an isolation play. However, isolation plays are not to be taken lightly. Every NBA player is acutely aware that a failed attempt could lead to dire consequences. Yet, for a star like Jiang Chenyu, a failed isolation is not entirely unacceptable. Thus, he decided to call for an isolation play, feeling compelled to do so lest the game conclude without his contribution. This decision left everyone bewildered yet intrigued. On this occasion, Jiang Chenyu was signaling for an isolation against Harden. Most would understand the implications of isolating against Harden. This year, much like the last, Harden has been in peak form, having given Curry considerable trouble in their one-on-one encounters, and similarly, Irving had not fared well against him either. Jiang Chenyu's determination to confront him head-on undoubtedly raised eyebrows. Should Jiang Chenyu fail in this endeavor, the ensuing boos from the crowd would only amplify the pressure he faced. Jiang Chenyu thought to himself, if it proves too challenging, he ought to pass the ball if a teammate finds a better position. Maintaining a positive mindset is paramount. Indeed, Scott eventually conveyed the words everyone was eager to hear. Jiang Chenyu paid no heed to the opinions of others. He understood that regardless of the adverse circumstances he faced, those capable of shooting must take their shots, rather than behaving like a coward and merely passing the ball. Jiang Chenyu, without any hesitation, opted for a direct assault on Harden. Harden, caught off guard, did not anticipate that Jiang Chenyu's approach to single-handedly confront him would be so distinctively different this time. However, Jiang Chenyu was indifferent to the thoughts of others. He swiftly executed a sharp change of direction, feinting with his shoulder before advancing again. To his surprise, the lad moved with an elegance that flowed seamlessly. He then made a powerful drive straight to the basket, effortlessly converting a layup with a simple switch of hands to secure 2 points. Let us disregard what I just mentioned. The shot made by Jiang Chenyu nearly left Scott with a bruised face. Harden's expression darkened. As a seasoned player, he was acutely aware of the current predicament facing the Lakers. The entire roster had regained their shooting touch, and that posed a significant challenge. Harden attempted to leverage a three-pointer to close the gap, undoubtedly a commendable strategy, given the Lakers' formidable lineup and their revitalized form. Under normal circumstances, one would certainly advocate for further three-point attempts. However, despite Scott's coaching skills being somewhat lacking, his wealth of experience was undeniable. He understood that if they continued to shoot three-pointers, their momentum might falter. He promptly instructed his players to seize two-point opportunities. Even someone as formidable as Jordan would opt for 2 points in such situations, which was undoubtedly a wise choice. Many might question why two-pointers are often preferred over three-pointers. While three-pointers can indeed widen the scoring margin, seasoned individuals typically refrain from taking such risks at crucial junctures. After all, 2 points are less likely to be squandered, whereas a missed three-pointer could extinguish their momentum. Jordan himself often followed this strategy, opting for mid-range shots or driving to the basket after successfully landing consecutive three-pointers. Some may wonder how Scott possesses such insights, but this stems from the pervasive negative perception surrounding him. In truth, Scott's coaching acumen is commendable, bolstered by extensive experience against formidable opponents. Having served with the Lakers since the 1980s and 1990s, he has garnered ample defensive knowledge against players like Jordan and O'Neal. Indeed, Scott's unconventional tactics proved effective. According to his reasoning, this was the moment to focus on two-point shots. Skeptical yet compliant, Jokic followed suit, cautiously opting for a mid-range jumper, a facet of his game that had often been inconsistent. Yet, he suddenly realized that his shooting touch was indeed favorable as the team regained its rhythm. His performance mirrored Scott's assertions. Remarkably, he had previously overlooked the depth of Scott's coaching prowess. Scott has been coaching the Lakers for several years, yet Kobe, a fellow Lakers player, initially failed to recognize any remarkable qualities in him, considering Scott merely a second-rate coach. However, his perspective on Scott has undergone a profound transformation. This season, Scott's tactical acumen has indeed seen significant enhancement, with many of his strategies yielding points for the team. Although Kobe has encountered similar sentiments in the past, he acknowledges that his grasp of the game does not match Scott's depth and insight as a head coach. In truth, Jiang Chenyu has pondered a particular question. As a player, he is acutely aware of the criteria for induction into the Hall of Fame, which encompasses both players and coaches. He wonders what it would be like to first enter the Hall of Fame as a player and then again as a coach. If given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly pursue this path. This would elevate his historical standing to a level comparable to that of Michael Jordan, a feat that does not seem insurmountable. Moreover, the criteria for Hall of Fame induction are multifaceted. Take Dennis Rodman, for instance, whose scoring did not surpass 10,000 points, yet he still achieved this prestigious recognition. Reflecting on this, Jiang Chenyu is even more motivated to score. Following a subsequent play, he capitalized on a pick-and-roll situation to create a mismatch opportunity. For Jiang Chenyu, the pressure of such a mismatch is manageable, especially given his height advantage. Jiang Chenyu discerned that the center's speed was remarkably sluggish, and with a simple change of direction, he effortlessly bypassed him. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu approached the basket for a layup, this time executing a reverse layup. There was nothing unusual about it. Yet he sensed that his touch felt amiss. Something was off. It was far from the usual sensation of a layup. This particular game felt exceedingly strenuous, ordinarily. A layup would require merely half the effort, but on this occasion, he found himself expending every ounce of his strength. Jiang Chenyu raised his head and discovered that there was another player above him. It was evident that he had been blocked. Howard's reactions and experience were exceptional. Having anticipated Jiang Chenyu's breakthrough, he promptly positioned himself to defend. Just as Jiang Chenyu attempted a reverse layup, Howard effortlessly swatted the ball away. It is noteworthy that throughout this season, Jiang Chenyu had been blocked no more than 10 times. Yet today, Howard managed to achieve this feat astonishingly. Howard was in such remarkable form today. This was the first time I had witnessed Jiang Chenyu being blocked. Perhaps this marks the first occasion in Jiang Chenyu's career that he has faced such a denial. The comments section had already begun to buzz with discussions, and it was clear that Jiang Chenyu was about to be thrust into the spotlight. Although Jiang Chenyu hails from China and might not face much backlash domestically, some may even concoct excuses on his behalf. His current presence abroad could significantly tarnish his reputation. This situation is reminiscent of Yao Ming's experience. In China, Yao was almost revered as a deity, his name widely recognized. However, due to his failure to secure an NBA championship and the misfortune that befell McGrady, his reputation suffered abroad. At this moment, the Americans would surely remember. It is important to note that Yao Ming indeed blocked Shaquille O'Neal 3 times in one game, yet O'Neal scored over 40 points, while Yao managed only 20. Few recall O'Neal's prowess, but everyone knows about Yao's blocks against him. Personally, I believe this narrative is misleading for our fellow countrymen, as it distorts the perception of O'Neal's extraordinary talent. To put it plainly, even without playing alongside Kobe, O'Neal could have won championships with players like Iverson or McGrady. Conversely, if Kobe had teamed up with Yao, their chances of winning a championship would likely have been compromised. Returning to the game, the second and third quarters had concluded, and both teams entered the final moments. I must clarify that my reluctance to write stems from the need to wait for pivotal plot developments in games 3 and 4. Even if you find the current narrative satisfying, you may still accuse me of padding the word count later, as the playoffs are indeed lengthy. The Lakers players had been thoroughly brainwashed. The initial matches were undeniably crucial. Had they not secured victories in the first 2 games, the fate of the Lakers would have been nearly sealed for elimination. The first game, in particular, was pivotal. A loss would have severely impacted the players' morale for subsequent matches. As the fourth quarter commenced, the strategic battle between the coaches also began. At this juncture, the scores of the Lakers and the Rockets remained closely contested, leaving the outcome dependent on which coach proved to be more adept. Chapter 88. NBA 2K? Currently, basketball does not hold the title of the world's premier sport, nor is it the most popular pastime. Within the NBA, the only matches that garner significant attention are the finals and the All-Star Game. Just a few days ago, Jiang Chenyu concluded his participation in the All-Star Game, where he notably shattered a record, making the viewership of this event comparable to that of the World Cup. Some argue that the NBA's ratings pale in comparison to those of the Football World Cup due to basketball's perceived lack of aesthetic appeal. However, such a notion is fundamentally misguided. In terms of sheer spectacle, football can never rival basketball. Yet, the World Cup undeniably attracts a larger audience. Why is this so? The World Cup occurs only once every 4 years, which inherently enhances its allure. Furthermore, the organizers of the World Cup have strategically implemented numerous formats akin to those of the Olympics to boost their viewership to Olympic levels. In my view, if the NBA were to adopt a similar structure to that of the World Cup, its ratings would undoubtedly soar. The sheer volume and chaotic nature of NBA games have, regrettably, hindered their viewership potential. Today's match has indeed reached a pivotal moment. With the game unfolding as it has, the crux of victory hinges upon which team can first ignite a surge and seize control. The Lakers, competing on their home turf, are fervently hoping for a hero to emerge and clinch the victory. It is paramount that they do so, otherwise, the absence of a decisive win would significantly dampen their morale. Thus, every player on the Lakers is showcasing an extraordinary level of competitive spirit at this crucial juncture. Regarding championship odds, this year, prior to Kobe's retirement, may very well be the most promising. In the years to come, as these rookies develop, their eventual exodus to stronger teams for higher salaries will render this year's window of opportunity moot. Presently, with these players still on the roster and Kobe in commendable form, this marks an optimal chance for triumph. The only misfortune this year, in my opinion, is the encounter with the formidable Warriors. Had they not faced such a powerhouse, the Lakers' path to the championship would have been relatively straightforward. Moreover, Jiang Chenyu should be grateful that he did not traverse back to the time when Kobe first entered the league. The intensity of competition during that era would have made winning a championship exceedingly more challenging. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu continued to score, executing a series of mid-range shots that left the audience in awe. It is widely recognized that his mid-range shooting percentage is even lower than that of his three-point attempts. Thus, to land consecutive mid-range shots is nearly unfathomable. Another steal occurred, prompting the Rockets players to finally take notice. Indeed, this is the momentum that signals a turning tide. Harden quickly rallied his teammates, yet the preceding quarters had seemingly depleted their luck. Even Harden's own attempts at a pull-up three-pointer fell short. At this juncture, the Lakers not only closed the gap in the score but even surged ahead by 5 points. Following this, Jiang Chenyu sank yet another three-pointer, extending the lead to 8 points. Harden subsequently assisted Ariza, who executed a layup, leading everyone to believe that the Rockets had found their rhythm. However, their defense faltered once more as Jiang Chenyu assisted Giannis, who scored another 2 points. This basket nearly extinguished any lingering suspense. Harden, resigned, ceased his resistance. Unexpectedly confronted by this sudden surge, both teams then introduced their bench players, recognizing that in the playoffs, such moments serve as invaluable opportunities for development. The Lakers' victory in this match undoubtedly bolstered their team's morale. Although the Lakers were compelled to win, given their home court advantage, the Rockets too shared a similar sentiment, illustrating the palpable tension between both teams in the playoffs. Without delving into other matters, one can recall the Cavaliers' remarkable comeback from a 1-3 deficit. At that time, it wasn't just the Cavaliers who felt the pressure. Even the Warriors, who held a commanding lead, were notably anxious, for in the realm of the NBA playoffs, the outcome remains uncertain until the final whistle. Jiang Chenyu swiftly departed from his home court of the Lakers, opting not to attend the celebratory gathering for the team's victory. He deemed the triumph insignificant, believing that only a championship win would warrant his presence at such festivities. In recent days, numerous American brands have approached Jiang Chenyu, seeking his endorsement for their products. Initially, he was disinclined to entertain their offers, yet he reconsidered, acknowledging that most other time travelers would at least peruse the opportunities. The first advertisement that caught his eye was for Gatorade, a beverage that enjoys immense popularity in both the United States and China, and one that Jiang Chenyu genuinely relished. However, upon reflection, he realized that this brand, being a large corporation, would not provide him with substantial financial gain. Consequently, he set this advertisement aside and moved on to the next one. The remaining advertisements included several for sneakers, which Jiang Chenyu recognized as belonging to a declining industry. Thus he dismissed them as well. It was at this juncture that he stumbled upon an advertisement titled NBA 2K. Instantly, his interest was piqued, for he was acutely aware that NBA 2K had achieved significant renown in the United States, although it would still take a few years to gain traction in China. The first NBA 2K game to be released in China arrived in 2020, and even then, it was not the original version, suffering from poor graphics and quality. To this day, authentic versions of NBA 2K remain inaccessible in China, requiring players to log into foreign servers to experience the game. The current outreach to Jiang Chenyu undoubtedly pertains to discussing advertising for NBA 2K, which would provide him an opportunity to address the challenges faced by the Chinese market regarding 2K. Additionally, each year's NBA 2K promotional materials feature only superstar athletes, and this year, there is a possibility that Jiang Chenyu might indeed be included. Please assist me in scheduling a meeting. I would like to engage in discussions with this advertising entity. Jiang Chenyu spoke to his agent, who promptly arranged a schedule for him. With the entry of NBA 2K into China, Jiang Chenyu's earnings had significantly increased. Typically, playoff games are held every 2 to 3 days. Thus, after a day had passed, Jiang Chenyu was set to engage in negotiations with the NBA 2K officials regarding pertinent issues. A day later, Jiang Chenyu arrived punctually at the NBA 2K official reception room. Observant friends may have noticed that this time, Kobe was indeed on time. I must clarify that only Huang Jiawei and Yada could prompt Jiang Chenyu to arrive early. The others could merely watch as he arrived right on schedule. Indeed, the area was surrounded by layers of people, all aware that Jiang Chenyu's recent trade would not only benefit him, but also significantly advantage NBA 2K. Should this trade come to fruition, the NBA 2K China region would be opened ahead of schedule. Greetings, said the representative of NBA 2K promptly. However, Jiang Chenyu remained silent, merely waving his hand. He was accustomed to such scenes. I trust you have seen the detailed proposal we sent you. the representative continued. Typically, when faced with such silence, the negotiation is deemed nearly successful. Yet, Jiang Chenyu was different. He promptly interrupted the representative, stating, according to the proposal, that is not necessarily the case. Jiang Chenyu was evidently dissatisfied with the proposal, not due to concerns for his own interests, but rather because the NBA 2K component of the plan could not fully penetrate the Chinese market. What do you mean by that? Quite simply, while the proposal is commendable, I possess a superior suggestion. I believe we should not be overly cautious regarding China. Charging fees is undoubtedly necessary. Yet I insist that Chinese players must have access to the complete game. At this point, the representative fell silent. Clearly, this demand seemed somewhat excessive. The crux of the matter is that if the financial incentives are substantial enough, the full launch of NBA 2K in China is not out of the question. However, currently, NBA 2K remains uncertain about the potential revenue in this market. Regrettably, we cannot guarantee that this game will achieve popularity in China. Furthermore, should it fail to gain traction, the entirety of our game's code would be at risk of exposure, significantly jeopardizing our interests. Jiang Chenyu shook his head and smiled. It was evident that he had long been prepared for this inquiry. As for your concerns regarding interests, you need not worry. Once the game launches on the national server, should the downloads fail to exceed 2 million within a week, I shall compensate you with 50 million. Jiang Chenyu is currently not lacking in wealth. He firmly believes that his fanbase in China exceeds 2 million. However, I have one request. This year's NBA 2K cover must feature me. Jiang Chenyu promptly produced a check for 50 million. At that moment, the NBA 2K representative's expression turned pale. Securing such a sum would significantly enhance his commission. As for the cover, that is certainly worth consideration. We had initially intended for you to grace the cover, so let us now discuss your potential earnings. Naturally, this pertains to the profits post-transaction and does not include the penalty fee Jiang Chenyu is liable to pay. Regarding profits, I believe this should not pose a problem. I would be content with 1/3 of all earnings from the Chinese market. 1/3, you say? That seems rather excessive, considering Jiang Chenyu is merely a rights holder. The NBA 2K officials originally aimed to acquire the rights outright, yet it is evident that Jiang Chenyu harbors no such intentions. Well, this could be considered. Provided you can indeed present that check for 50 million, I would then acquiesce to this transaction. It is clear he is aware of Jiang Chenyu's annual salary. This year marks Jiang Chenyu's debut in the NBA, and even LeBron James could not possibly possess such a sum. Jiang Chenyu subsequently produced a check for 50 million. Presenting it to the head of NBA 2K. You cannot truly believe I lack such wealth, can you? Just a few days ago, I engaged in a transaction with the NBA All-Stars, ultimately yielding a profit of 1 billion. 1 billion. How could this not incite envy within the NBA 2K officials? At this rate, acquiring the entire NBA 2K would be feasible with around 3 billion. Thus, with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, NBA 2K signed the contract and accepted Jiang Chenyu's check. Meanwhile, Derrick Rose lamented during an interview with the Bulls. Indeed, Jiang Chenyu's arrival significantly impacted Rose. This year, the Bulls were no longer the soft team they had once been, making it to the playoffs, yet they were eliminated in the first round. Pass the ball, useless Rose. Stop shooting and just leave. Hurry and trade him away. Rose expressed his helplessness during the interview. It was true that in the recently concluded first round of playoffs, Rose's performance had been lackluster. His once reliable layup failed to find the net, and he was outmaneuvered by opponents, even suffering a dunk over him. Nevertheless, many continued to defend him. The Rose after his injury seemed like a different individual altogether. He remains a superhero. One should never mock a once mighty deity now in decline. This sentiment was echoed by LeBron James in a video defending Rose during an interview, highlighting that the Bulls had previously thrived on Rose's determination. As he delivered a game-winning shot against the Pelicans, showcasing that iconic expression, thus leading the Bulls into the playoffs. What do you think of Rose's performance today? Indeed. Just as LeBron faced similar inquiries from reporters, Jiang Chenyu would undoubtedly be asked the same. There may be disappointing draft picks, yet there shall never be a subpar MVP. We have all witnessed his prowess. The MVP title is well-deserved. Flowers may bloom anew, but youth does not return. We ought not to deride him. Indeed. Jiang Chenyu chose to vindicate Rose. In truth, Jiang Chenyu's impression of Rose is not particularly profound. However, he is acutely aware that in the preceding years, the MVP title was predominantly monopolized by James and Kobe. This scenario is akin to the legendary rivalry between Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi in football. who similarly dominated the Ballon d'Or. Within the confines of James and Kobe's reign, Rose's MVP accolade was but a fleeting moment, nonetheless. He too managed to secure an MVP trophy. Thus, in Jiang Chenyu's mind, anyone capable of obtaining the MVP title is undoubtedly formidable. In stark contrast to recent first overall picks, many of whom have proven to be rather disappointing, Rose's achievement is even more remarkable, as he claimed the MVP during an era of such dominance. Following 2022, the NBA has become less captivating. A compelling league is characterized by the dominance of two teams or individuals. If one entity monopolizes the league, it results in a dynasty where the outcome is almost predetermined, diminishing the spectacle. Conversely, when two rivals contend, the finals become thrilling as both teams engage in fierce competition. This season's rivalry between Curry and James, reminiscent of the legendary clashes between Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, exemplifies this. Chapter 89. The scoring duel for 1,000 words, with personal matters settled. It is time to prepare for the playoffs. At this juncture, the pursuit of the championship becomes the aspiration of all. Teams entering the playoffs usually rank high, rendering the acquisition of a top draft pick nearly impossible. Thus, their singular focus is on claiming the championship. The quest for the title may seem trivial at first glance. However, those well-versed in the game understand that while the monetary reward for winning the championship is modest, the allure of playoff ticket revenue is substantial. Remarkably, the Warriors earned over $50 million from a single pivotal game in the 2022 finals. Therefore, this year's matchups are of immense significance. The Lakers' playoff journey will undoubtedly be scrutinized, especially considering their absence from the playoffs in recent years. This season's playoff run serves as a compelling justification for elevated ticket prices. The first-round Game 2 is a crucial contest, taking place once again at the Lakers' home court. In a sense, this game holds great importance. As players begin to enter the arena, the customary introduction of the starting lineup takes place. For the Rockets, James Harden, Dwight Howard, Trevor Ariza, Patrick Beverley, and Clint Capella. For the Lakers, Devin Booker, Kobe, Jiang Chenyu, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Nikola Jokic. The teams proceed to the jump ball ceremony, with Giannis opting to replace Jokic for this particular event. Indeed, Jokic's jumping ability is somewhat lacking, even inferior to that of Giannis. However, Giannis finds himself less fortunate this time, as Howard outmuscles him to secure the ball for the Rockets. The unfolding narrative follows a familiar pattern, with both teams initially probing each other's defenses. This time, however, the offensive tempo escalates significantly. In their previous encounter against the Rockets, both teams played conservatively, resulting in a lackluster viewership. To enhance NBA ratings, they are compelled to engage in a scoring frenzy. The excitement of this match is palpable, prompting experts to dramatically shift their perspectives. Some assert that this game could yield scores exceeding 100, with others predicting even higher totals. Indeed, the atmosphere surrounding this game has been elevated to that of a grand spectacle. Without further ado, let us delve into the main event. After several exchanges, it is the Lakers' turn to mount an offensive. The intensity of this contest has finally evolved beyond the one-on-one tactics characteristic of prior games. While isolation plays are a staple of the Lakers' strategy, they are not a sustainable approach. A more sophisticated strategy is imperative for the Lakers. In recent days, Scott has been diligently devising a more effective game plan. This time, he intends to implement his innovative strategy, inspired by insights shared with him by Jiang Chenyu, which promises to be distinctive. Historically, the Lakers have employed a powerful strategy known as the starburst tactic, yet this has merely served as an opening play and lacks versatility. Scott has now ingeniously fused the starburst strategy with other tactical elements. Initially, one player will handle the ball while the others position themselves in the starburst formation. Although this strategy is not infallible, the positioning inherent in the starburst formation allows for numerous tactical variations. The hallmark of the starburst tactic is its capacity to create multiple offensive opportunities, with each member of the Lakers being remarkably adept at scoring. However, if it were solely a matter of this, the starburst tactic would be vulnerable to countermeasures. Hence, Scott's strategy is far more nuanced. The Lakers initiate the play with Devin Booker in possession of the ball, as all players align in a row to execute the strategy. Giannis and Jokic set a screen for Jiang Chenyu, while Kobe positions himself at the three-point corner. Jiang Chenyu then navigates towards the screen set by Jokic and Giannis, ready to pass to whichever player finds himself in a more advantageous position. Should neither be in an optimal location, he will still distribute the ball. Ultimately, the duo passes to the interior players, Jokic and Giannis, who then score with ease. If the opposing team possesses extraordinary foresight to predict this sequence, there remains a contingency. Jokic and Giannis again pass to Booker on the perimeter, who then attempts a three-point shot. This tactic is nearly insurmountable unless the opposing team exhibits divine foresight. Jiang Chenyu has personally dubbed this strategy the bomb tactic. The initial deployment of the bomb tactic serves as a pivotal moment to ascertain its efficacy or limitations. With the opposing team still unprepared, Jiang Chenyu effortlessly sinks a three-pointer, leaving the Rockets bewildered. What sort of strategy is this? The head coach of the Rockets was taken aback. He never anticipated that the playoffs had already arrived. Both teams were expected to engage in a fierce battle. Yet the Lakers surprisingly held a trump card. It was now the Rockets' turn to attack. Harden appeared to be still reeling from the bombshell strategy, looking somewhat dazed and confused. This tactic cast a significant shadow over any player. Subsequently, Harden attempted his signature step-back three-pointer, but for reasons unknown, his wide-open shot failed to find the net. If this game causes you to suffer a heart attack, I shall bear no responsibility. Jiang Chenyu, matched up against Harden, could not help but scoff at his lackluster performance. Clearly, he was not as astonished by Scott's strategy as he had been when he first heard it. It was astonishing that these players from 2016 were so apprehensive about such tactics, which explains Scott's excitement at the time. Once again, the Lakers were on the offensive, and Jiang Chenyu was reluctant to employ that tactic again, as it seemed somewhat unsportsmanlike. When Jiang Chenyu assisted Giannis for a two-point attempt that missed, Harden took the opportunity to attack, while Jiang Chenyu played the role of the underdog. Again, that familiar maneuver was in play. Originally, the time-space restriction on that underdog had not yet manifested, but Jiang Chenyu's entrance evidently aimed to disrupt that individual's prospects. However, this time, Harden reacted swiftly, returning to defense before Jiang Chenyu could capitalize. At that moment, if Jiang Chenyu had attempted a direct layup, his success rate would have been quite low. Thus, he opted for an alley-oop to the nearby Kobe, securing 2 points. In the early stages, Kobe's speed was remarkable. Typically, one could see him sprinting during fast breaks. This was indeed one of the reasons behind Kobe's greatness. His fast breaks and mid-range shooting posed a significant threat to opponents, coupled with his stamina that allowed him to play nearly the entire game, instilling fear in his adversaries. Yet, the current Kobe is a different story. Time is a merciless blade, and the once-flying Mamba is now diminished in the face of its passage. By the twilight of his career, Kobe's stamina had waned considerably. He could hardly make it through a half, and while he still showcased his speed during early fast breaks, he faltered significantly later in the game. Though Kobe had officially retired, with his retirement ceremony already concluded, Jiang Chenyu's arrival altered everything. The butterfly effect is indeed formidable. Jiang Chenyu merely sought to transform Kobe. Yet he inadvertently changed the entire league. However, what puzzled Jiang Chenyu was the fact that the elevator door strategy remained unpunished. Currently, the most formidable tactic is still the elevator door strategy. Today's Lakers approach was truly eye-catching. But no one knows whether it is destined to be immortal or merely a fleeting moment. Will it indeed be ephemeral? Jiang Chenyu does not believe that this tactic is merely a fleeting strategy. After all, his meticulously crafted approach adeptly balances both offense and defense. However, in light of the skepticism, the most prudent course of action is not to confront directly. Instead, demonstrating effectiveness through action is undoubtedly the wisest choice. The bomb tactic has resurfaced, and this time it was executed with ease. Yet, the Rockets have become more astute, resulting in the Lakers securing only 2 points. Thus, the teams transitioned into the second quarter. Coach, shall we employ this tactic again in the second quarter? Hayward, seated on the bench, was visibly excited. If this strategy proves successful, the benefits for him and Hill would be substantial as the Lakers ascend to championship caliber. Their significant contributions would undoubtedly justify promotions and salary increases. In the second quarter, you may play as you wish, based on your abilities. You may or may not succeed with this tactic. Indeed, when Jiang Chenyu conveyed this strategy to Scott, he issued a warning. While this tactic is undoubtedly effective, its complexity is exceedingly high. In other words, this strategy is not something that can be executed effortlessly by just anyone. Should it fail to materialize, the Lakers would face the risk of their tactics being unraveled. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers deployed their bench lineup. Although the Lakers' substitutes are formidable, they pale in comparison to the Rockets' bench. The Rockets' second unit, aside from Howard and Harden, is nearly on par with their starting lineup. The structure of the Rockets' roster is quite straightforward. Howard and Harden serve as the foundational pillars, while the other players are primarily second-tier or role players. Unlike other elite teams, such as the Warriors with their death lineup, which renders their bench somewhat ineffective, or the Spurs, who rely on a trio of superstars, which can lead to significant salary cap constraints if they fail to secure a championship, the Rockets roster exhibits a greater degree of rationality. However, the more rational the roster, the less likely it is to clinch a championship. In basketball, the chemistry among players is of paramount importance. Take, for instance, the pairing of Jordan and Rodman. On the surface, they appeared ill-suited. Both possess strong-willed temperaments, and their collaboration could have easily spiraled into chaos. Yet, rather than repelling each other, their synergy flourished, to the extent that even Rodman's obstinate nature was tempered over time. Before long, the second quarter had reached its midpoint, and Jiang Chenyu was finally granted another opportunity to take the court. This moment would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the trajectory of the game, making Jiang Chenyu's performance a crucial factor in this encounter. At this juncture, the Rockets leveraged their formidable bench to secure a lead, and Jiang Chenyu's entrance was clearly aimed at narrowing the gap. Indeed, upon Jiang Chenyu's arrival, the Rockets began to specifically target him. They seemed to have identified the root of their previous defeats, deploying Harden to defend against Jiang Chenyu. Harden has displayed exceptional defensive prowess this season, even managing to shadow elite scorers like Curry. In this match, Jiang Chenyu was evidently to be afforded special attention. In their prior encounter against the Warriors, the Rockets had utilized every tactic at their disposal, focusing on tightly guarding Curry while allowing Green, Iguodala, and Bogut to take open shots. In that contest, Harden was pivotal to their victory. Had he not effectively contained Curry, the outcome could have been uncertain. Now, Jiang Chenyu was exerting considerable pressure on the Rockets, necessitating yet another strategic adjustment from them. This season, Jiang Chenyu has indeed brought forth an abundance of surprises. From the very beginning, Jiang Chenyu's performance in the NCAA was indeed underwhelming. He struggled to withstand even the prowess of Towns, which seemingly destined him for a lackluster future. However, Jiang Chenyu was different. Upon entering the NBA, he transformed as if he had become a different person. In his inaugural game against Towns, he exhibited no signs of trepidation, even overpowering Towns on both offensive and defensive fronts. This display left the Timberwolves, who appeared exasperated, questioning whether Jiang Chenyu was merely acting. Given Towns' caliber at the time, he was expected to be merely a first-round pick at the 11th spot. Yet, the Timberwolves exhibited remarkable foresight, recognizing the immeasurable potential that Towns would later demonstrate, indeed establishing himself as a formidable center. What they did not anticipate was that Jiang Chenyu would prove to be even more extraordinary. At that time, Jiang Chenyu's scouting report clearly indicated deficiencies in his stamina, defense, and finishing ability. However, his current performance has unequivocally refuted the scouts' assessments. Jiang Chenyu's defensive prowess has now reached an elite level within the league, and his finishing ability has allowed him to dunk over numerous formidable centers. Presently, the management of the Timberwolves finds themselves in deep contemplation. There were reasons behind their decision not to select Jiang Chenyu back in the day. Despite his apparent intimidation by Towns, Jiang's average points and assists far exceed those of Towns, and their choice was likely influenced by his Chinese heritage. Now, it is too late for them to harbor regrets. Chapter 90, Securing G2 for 1,000 Words. Note, this title indeed reveals much. Yet I must clarify that it does not specify which team clinched G2. Returning to the match, both teams have entered the third quarter. Clearly, high-intensity playoff games are a battle of stamina, which contrasts sharply with Jiang Chenyu's physical condition. Competing in this current playoff format would undoubtedly be quite taxing for him. However, during this match, Jiang Chenyu has not purchased any stamina potions, yet for some unknown reason, he still possesses a considerable amount of energy. Subsequently, Jiang Chenyu received the ball, and in an effort to demonstrate his stamina, he executed a mesmerizing butterfly move in front of the entire audience, eliciting gasps of astonishment. The home crowd, well aware of Jiang Chenyu's original stamina, were particularly impressed. This action compelled the system within him to manifest once more. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill. The name of this skill is Professor 720-degree spin and layup. The title sounds rather flamboyant. The basketball techniques demonstrated by the professor are often flashy, lacking practical application in actual games. Jiang Chenyu's acquisition of this skill evidently aims to elevate the NBA's viewership. Having obtained this skill, I shall try it out. Jiang Chenyu swiftly executed a graceful change of direction, evading the defense of Harden. However, Harden's recovery was remarkably swift, as he closely pursued Jiang Chenyu. It was time to act. Jiang Chenyu subsequently unleashed his skill, and in an instant, he began to spin. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations. Though it appeared quite dashing, an unsettling dizziness washed over him. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Chenyu resorted to the Buddha's prayer layup, a maneuver akin to a half-hook layup, albeit referred to as the Buddha's prayer in China. This seemingly simple motion, however, demanded an exceptional degree of core strength from the player. Without the aid of the system, Jiang Chenyu might have found it exceedingly challenging to execute this technique. The head coach of the Rockets gazed in astonishment as Jiang Chenyu performed such a magnificent twisting motion midair. One could hardly imagine that his contemporaries, Zion and Morant, could accomplish such a feat at this juncture. Zion had already garnered significant fame in the United States, and Morant had similarly made a name for himself. Yet, what they remained unaware of was that Morant's core strength far surpassed mere expectations. It is worth noting that Michael Jordan's triple pump layup was once heralded as the pinnacle of human capability. In 2021, Morant astonishingly executed a triple spin layup during a game. Jordan's limits were confined to a free throw line dunk, whereas Morant, despite not being as tall as Jordan, managed to dunk over several centers in the league. Meanwhile, LaMelo Ball shattered records with a dunk that eclipsed LeBron James. Now, Jiang Chenyu's maneuver was a first in the NBA. Indeed, he had chosen James Harden as his backdrop, and executing such an extreme move with a notable figure as the backdrop undeniably magnified its significance. Harden, unfortunately, fell victim to this display. Without a doubt, Jiang Chenyu executed the shot with precision. Momentarily bewildered, Harden quickly regained his composure and, seizing the opportunity while Jiang Chenyu taunted him, swiftly launched a fast break layup to score 2 points. It seemed that my method of scoring was decidedly more effortless. Jiang Chenyu did not hesitate. He opted for a direct solo play, ushering in a brisk pace that elevated the excitement of the match. However, executing a solo play is far from effortless. Consequently, Jiang Chenyu had no choice but to pass the ball to Kobe, resulting in a deceleration of the game's tempo. Indeed, rather than salvaging the NBA's viewership ratings, it was more prudent to secure a victory for oneself. After all, the current audience differs from that of yesteryear. Previously, spectators reveled in theatrical displays, while today's fans prefer earnest competition from both sides. Once the ball reached Kobe, it became increasingly unlikely that he would pass it again. This reflects Kobe's indomitable spirit. Although Jiang Chenyu's presence had influenced him to some extent, human nature is difficult to alter, and under such circumstances, Kobe still opted for a solo play. Scott had no significant objections. In this scenario, allowing Kobe to take on the challenge alone was indeed the wisest choice. Kobe then made a breakthrough. Although his speed had diminished considerably, rendering him incapable of outpacing others, he persisted with his signature shoulder fake followed by a fadeaway jumper. In such a situation, he was indeed risking a shot that could miss entirely. After all, Kobe's stamina was not at its peak, and his opponent's defense was formidable, compounded by his advancing age. It would be nothing short of miraculous for the shot to find the net, let alone avoid a complete airball. However, Kobe was undeniably a man capable of creating miracles. While one might argue that his shooting percentage was low, few dared to allow him an open shot. Even if his last clutch shot seemed bewilderingly off target, he nonetheless emerged victorious. Luck is indeed a component of skill. Critics may claim that his career shooting percentage was subpar, preventing him from achieving accolades akin to LeBron's. Yet he still secured a place among the top 10 in the 75 greatest players selection. On this occasion, Kobe managed to score once more. Goodness, this was utterly terrifying. That shot might very well warrant a post-game drug test for Kobe. The Lakers commentator for this match erupted with enthusiasm as his commentary significantly supported the Lakers. And this particular shot was truly unexpected. Jiang Chenyu stood by, equally bewildered, as he had initially intended to shift the blame for his last play. The Rockets resumed play, with Harden in possession of the ball. Unfortunately, Harden's performance was subpar, causing the early lead to evaporate almost instantly. Although he managed to score 2 step-back three-pointers and drew a foul at the start of the quarter, these contributions bore little significance in altering the course of the game. As the third quarter drew to a close, Harden resorted to a tactical foul against Jiang Chenyu, who converted both free throws, leaving him perplexed by Harden's strategy. Harden, feeling helpless, realized that if the Rockets maintained such a deficit into the fourth quarter, their chances would be bleak. Thus, he resorted to fouling to alleviate the situation. In the final possession, Harden's buzzer-beater three-pointer failed to find its mark. As the fourth quarter commenced, Harden's opening three-pointer also missed its target. But Dwight Howard seized the rebound and scored with a putback. In terms of performance, Howard indeed shone brightly, despite Harden's struggles. The typically low-scoring Howard had already amassed 18 points, complemented by 9 rebounds, making a 20-point, 10-rebound game a distinct possibility. Conversely, Jiang Chenyu found himself stifled by Harden's defense, managing only 20 points in the first 3 quarters. In stark contrast, Kobe had already tallied 27 points, showcasing his Mamba mentality with barely 5 minutes of rest. The bewildered substitute, Hayward, also reached double figures. This season, the Lakers displayed formidable morale and strength, having been categorized as contenders by the NBA. Although they had not triumphed over the Cavaliers and Warriors, they had bested nearly all other championship-caliber teams, fueling speculation about their hidden prowess. Fans eagerly anticipated a clash between the Lakers and the Warriors. In recent years, viewers have been inundated with highlight reels, leaving few aware of the true essence of the current NBA era. These highlights even feature the infamous 5 great blunders. The fourth quarter of this match, in particular, provided ample material for the creators of such compilations, as the Lakers initiated a sequence of highlight-worthy plays right from the start of the quarter. Jiang Chenyu, with the ball in hand, executed a graceful turn to evade Harden, drawing the attention of Ariza's defense. He deftly passed the ball with a flick of his elbow, reminiscent of the finesse of white chocolate, to the open Giannis on the perimeter. Although Giannis's three-point shooting percentage is not particularly high, it does not imply a complete lack of capability. This attempt, though seemingly destined to miss, held the potential to at least graze the rim or be rebounded. Should the shot have found its mark, it would undoubtedly have ranked among the top 5 plays of the NBA season. Alas, the trajectory of Giannis's shot veered off course. Jiang Chenyu pondered, "No worries, although this shot may not find its mark, I can still strive to secure a rebound, and a putback is not out of the question." However, Giannis Antetokounmpo's attempt not only failed to touch the rim, but also did not graze the backboard, instead soaring directly into the stands. At this juncture, Giannis was still in the early stages of his performance, with nearly all of his three-point attempts failing to find success. The second incident was orchestrated by none other than the trio of comedic geniuses within the NBA, James Harden. Harden has a knack for creating an awkward moment in nearly every game, which endears him to many viewers who are not particularly fond of basketball. He first seized the ball, intent on executing a dazzling crossover to bypass Jiang Chenyu. Indeed, the crossover was executed, but he ultimately lost control of the ball. Jiang Chenyu rushed forward to seize the ball, a maneuver that is typically executed with remarkable certainty. However, despite successfully obtaining the ball, he failed to maintain his grip and inadvertently smacked it against Harden's face. In that instant, Harden experienced a sharp pain across his visage, prompting him to immediately take a shot. As Jiang Chenyu witnessed Harden's shot, he swiftly leaped to block, inadvertently knocking the ball away. This incident alone could have already secured a spot among the 5 most ludicrous moments, but fate had a twist in store, as the ball he deflected unfortunately struck Harden squarely in the face. Forget about the 5 ridiculous moments, this incident alone reigned supreme. Harden, in evident agony, collapsed to the ground. This encounter was no less severe than when Arteist had elbowed him. Jiang Chenyu cast a glance at Harden and couldn't help but chuckle. However, he remained mindful of his primary responsibilities. In this match, his focus was not on reveling in Harden's antics, but rather on securing victory. He swiftly dribbled the ball, initiating a fast break, and effortlessly assisted Devin Booker, who scored 2 points. At that moment, Harden gradually rose to his feet, surveying the situation on the court. It appeared that he was the only one positioned near the basket. He raised both hands high, signaling for the ball. Should his teammates deliver a long pass, he would be faced with an open basket. Indeed, Howard demonstrated remarkable intelligence by promptly tossing the ball in his direction. Harden did not squander this prime opportunity, effortlessly sinking the 2-pointer. Damn that crafty veteran. I can't shake the feeling that he is feigning injury. Jiang Chenyu found himself utterly perplexed. In a moment of frustration, he began to express himself using Chinese, invoking the essence of his cultural heritage. His teammates, witnessing Jiang's outburst, looked on in confusion and inquired, "Brother, do you have a particular fondness for tomatoes? Why do you frequently mention them? Tomatoes? When have I ever mentioned such a thing?" In Jiang Chenyu's recollection, he and his teammates had scarcely discussed tomatoes. "Tomato, you just mentioned it." Suddenly, Jiang grasped the meaning behind his teammates' words. Previously, Yao Ryu had encountered a similar misunderstanding, and Jiang resolved to employ Yao's method to clarify the situation. "Oh, no, what I just said was team. a Chinese curse akin to fucking English. The phonetic resemblance between tomato and team was indeed striking. During Yao Ryu's final Hall of Fame speech, his teammate McGrady had posed a similar question, to which Yao had responded in kind. As the match progressed, neither side exhibited particularly captivating gameplay. The Lakers secured a comfortable victory, advancing their playoff series lead to 2-0. While this score may appear substantial, the reality was rather different. Both of the initial games had taken place on the Lakers' home turf, while the upcoming two would be hosted by the Rockets, placing the Lakers in a precarious position. This marked Jiang Chenyu's inaugural playoff experience. And facing the same opponent multiple times undoubtedly offered invaluable defensive insights. Jiang's primary defensive focus was on Harden, who proved to be exceptionally challenging to guard. It was incredibly difficult. No matter how closely one defended him, he always seemed to discover a way to bypass the defense. If you marked him tightly, he would draw a foul. If you gave him space, he would effortlessly sink a three-pointer. If you attempted to help defend, he would simply step back. His defensive prowess was suffocating. Under his defense, regardless of one's shooting accuracy, finding a shot became nearly impossible. Even the most precise shooters, like Steven, could be effectively contained by Harden. Jiang Chenyu, in a moment of introspection during an interview, modestly expressed, the G2 match indeed showcased numerous commendable aspects. In comparison to the previous encounter, this match featured a significantly greater number of dynamic goals, diverging from the defensive stalemate that characterized the prior game. The spectacle of this match was undeniably enhanced, as both teams initiated offensive plays, resulting in several remarkable goals. The focus on offense led to a slight diminishment in defensive intensity. Overall, the G3 match remains a source of great anticipation. Should the Lakers emerge victorious in this contest, it would almost render further matches unnecessary, as they would have effectively secured their triumph. A reversal from a 0-3 deficit is nearly an insurmountable feat meanwhile. The other games have reached a temporary conclusion. Currently, the Warriors lead the Knicks 2-0, while the Thunder and Clippers are tied at 1-1. As are the Spurs and Trail Blazers. This context illustrates the evident prowess of the Lakers. Chapter 91. Must we play 5 games? After a 3-day hiatus, Jiang Chenyu's Lakers arrived in Houston, ready for the intense G3 playoff match, which undoubtedly promised greater spectacle than their home games. Given that this contest could very well dictate the course of this series. Firstly, congratulations are in order for the Warriors fans. The phrase Warriors champion can finally be uttered. This season has been arduous for the Warriors, who, after facing a potential disbandment, swiftly recalibrated to clinch the championship, a feat that genuinely astonishes me. This achievement can largely be attributed to Curry, who, according to the latest reports, has ascended to the 3rd position in the NBA's current player influence rankings, trailing only behind LeBron James and Kevin Durant, with Giannis Antetokounmpo remaining in 4th place. Soon, the players from both teams began to take the court, and Jiang Chenyu had specifically requested an abundance of oranges to be prepared for him. This request stemmed from his wealth of experience, which far surpassed that of his peers. After all, he was a traverser, possessing insights into numerous matches that others lacked. This was exemplified during the legendary Game 7 between LeBron James and the Pacers, where James had merely 3 minutes of respite. In that brief interlude, he consumed several oranges, which rejuvenated him upon his return to the game, enhancing his performance significantly. Indeed, the consumption of oranges proved to be a superior source of hydration and energy compared to sports drinks like Gatorade. As the game progressed into the 3rd quarter, Jiang Chenyu was substituted out after a considerable amount of time on the court. He promptly devoured the oranges he had brought, and upon re-entering the game, he felt as if he had been revitalized, effortlessly scoring from beyond the arc. It must be noted that during this match, both James Harden exhibited formidable prowess, and Ariza maintained an impressive 3-point shooting percentage. The raw talent of these two players propelled their team to close the gap, bringing the score to 2-1. Regrettably, the Lakers faced a disappointing defeat against the Rockets, leaving the players disheartened, as this loss rendered their upcoming challenges even more formidable. I must confess my ignorance regarding the fact that this series would extend to 5 games. It is indeed a source of shame for the Lakers, and for that, I apologize. In an interview, Jiang Chenyu boldly proclaimed to all the reporters with such audacity that the G4 match could indeed influence the trajectory of this playoff series. Should the Rockets continue their dominance at home and secure a victory, they would face the Lakers in a pivotal showdown. Conversely, if the Rockets were to suffer a regrettable defeat, it would almost guarantee the Lakers' advancement. This away game must be chronicled in this chapter. As is customary, let us first introduce the starting lineups. For the Lakers, Devin Booker, Kobe Bryant, Jiang Chenyu, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Nikola Jokic. For the Rockets, James Harden, Dwight Howard, Trevor Ariza, Patrick Beverley, and Clint Capella. The audience hopes for a departure from the previous encounters, yearning for a fresh spectacle. As the teams commenced with the jump ball, Howard opted to forego his center position, instead choosing to challenge Capella, allowing Capella and Jokic to leap for possession. This decision was not born of timidity, rather. Howard sought to match up against Giannis. Naturally, Capella could not rival Jokic's prowess, and Jokic successfully tipped the ball to his side. With the jump ball concluded, the match officially commenced. The Lakers' strategy remained the explosive tactic that has recently caught the league's attention. Originally, the league intended to investigate the Warriors' elevator door tactic, yet Coach Kerr, with his vast experience, refrained from mentioning it in the prior game. Scott, realizing the situation belatedly, decided not to employ this strategy extensively in this match. In the first offensive play, Devin Booker of the Lakers utilized a screen from Giannis to match up against Howard. Leveraging his speed, Booker deftly maneuvered past Howard. Following several prior encounters, the Rockets had significantly deepened their understanding of the Lakers. Consequently, they swiftly coordinated their players to double-team Booker, who indeed faltered under pressure, attempting a contested shot that resulted in an air ball. The Rockets seized the opportunity to initiate a fast break, passing the ball to James Harden. While the Rockets' insight into the Lakers was profound, the Lakers, too, possessed a considerable understanding of their adversaries. In these recent matches, the Lakers have seemingly comprehended the Rockets' tactics thoroughly, to the extent that they could execute them in practice themselves. Harden evidently waits for the first teammate to set a screen on the offensive end, followed by a ball-handling rescreen to pass to his teammate, who then attempts a three-pointer. This time, the Lakers assigned Jiang Chenyu to guard Harden, while the others provided help on the perimeter. Consequently, the only players left to shoot three-pointers were those like Howard and Ariza from the interior. Indeed, Howard found himself reluctantly taking on the role of the screener, and Harden, equally resigned, passed the ball to him. With no other options, Howard was compelled to attempt a three-pointer, which resulted in yet another miss. Both teams started with 2 consecutive air balls, and the pace of the game was exceedingly brisk. Thus, this match was not only a high-scoring affair, but also a defensive battle. Spectators naturally relish such chaotic contests. Typically, they only emerge during the finals in previous years. However, the significance of this game for both teams prompted its occurrence. Matches of this nature hold considerable importance in influencing NBA viewership. Have you not yet awakened from last night's revelry? My friend, why do you seem so lackluster today? Jiang Chenyu's trash talk once again found its way to Harden. After all, banter is a common occurrence on the court. Legends like Jordan, Kobe, and LeBron are known for their penchant for verbal sparring. Engaging in such banter does not necessarily reflect a lack of character. Rather, it can significantly impact an opponent's mindset. The NBA is a league of both overt and covert competition, and the art of trash talk can even serve to showcase one's personal refinement. Welcome to Away's live stream. You might be puzzled as to why I've transitioned from the NBA to a streamer. However, this shift plays a crucial role in the unfolding narrative. Oh, what a rare treat to catch a live stream from Away today. Quickly, let us whisk away this lively Away. Gentlemen, today's stream is all about merchandise, albeit of a rather unique variety. Before long, Away produced a pair of slippers from behind him, showcasing the latest offerings from a slipper manufacturer. Slippers? Indeed. Promoting slippers is no easy feat. They often fail to reveal their advantages readily. No worries, my friends, let me first share the price, originally priced at 9 yuan per pair. Today in Away's live stream, we're slashing it to 9.99 yuan for 2 pairs. Plus, you'll receive a complimentary slipper case. This bargain is truly remarkable. The quality of these slippers is assured, and I will demonstrate this right away. Typically, less reputable streamers might simply wear the slippers on their feet, but Away is different. He decided to place the slippers in his mouth instead. He gnawed on the slippers repeatedly. However, I must concede, the quality of these slippers is indeed commendable. After 10 bites, there wasn't even a mark. Put some muscle into it. What are you doing? Indeed, I usually test with a fruit knife at home. With that approach, we wouldn't dare to buy. Away. Noticing the comments flashing across the screen, sighed and intensified his efforts. With a crisp crunch, he bit down hard on one slipper, only to realize that both his reputation and that of the slipper might now be at stake. Brothers, we can't blame the slipper, after all. Slippers are meant to be worn, and surviving the initial test is already a win. Who among us would actually bite a slipper? Alas, Away had no choice but to soothe his viewers' concerns, acknowledging his mishap in selling. Suddenly, Away's phone chimed. Typically, if a sale flops, one should halt the live stream immediately. Yet it was unclear which brand would be foolish enough to seek collaboration with him again. 100 million. For Jiang Chenyu to serve as a permanent spokesperson and for merchandise promotion. The voice on the other end was deep, unmistakably belonging to a man over 30. Jiang Chenyu's influence in China is currently quite significant. Even those who do not play basketball are aware of him. However, Away is not regarded as a particularly prominent streamer, having only recently surpassed 2 million followers. He could never have anticipated that someone like Jiang Chenyu, with a billion-dollar enterprise, would come to him. If indeed there were a billion involved, Away could almost retire for life. It is worth noting that Jiang Chenyu's partners in China have earned far more than $1 billion already, just for a single endorsement. The sum must reach at least $1 billion. Returning to the NBA, during the second quarter of the game, Jiang Chenyu was substituted and received notification regarding his advertising endorsement. Who exactly is Away? In Jiang Chenyu's recollection, prior to his time travel, Away was not a figure that stood out. The more popular influencers at that time were individuals like Wei Ye and Xiao Yangge. Away, it seems, must have been involved in promoting some of Jiang Chenyu's merchandise, which gained traction and led to his rise in popularity. An endorsement can indeed command a salary of $1 billion. Jiang Chenyu cast a bewildered glance at the contract before him, staring in astonishment at the profits accrued by Away. My brothers, I have struck it rich. 100 million. What are you all about? Keep hurling your insults. Isn't it impressive? Away, upon reviewing the contract, had grown increasingly arrogant. In recent days, he had been mercilessly criticized by viewers, with some even sending him death threats. He promptly ended the live stream. After all, the earnings from the broadcast were optional, and he could easily afford the penalty for breach of contract. On the NBA court, Jiang Chenyu paid little heed to such trivial matters. Soon enough, he was substituted in by Coach Scott. Upon entering the game, he witnessed Howard unleashing a flurry of explosive plays. In times past, he was known as the Superman Howard, a title that had become scarce. He remained the king of Orlando, the only man capable of being traded 1-for-1 for LeBron James. Garnering the title of Defensive Player of the Year for 3 consecutive years, his presence was a fixture at every All-Star game. However, upon joining the Lakers, he was no longer the formidable Superman. When wide-open opportunities arose beneath the basket, Nash overlooked him, leaving Howard filled with a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. Now in Houston, he encountered his former teammate Kobe Bryant, who showed no sympathy but instead ridiculed him as soft. Later, upon returning to the Lakers, he faced disrespect from the younger players of the Magic, particularly being berated by Anthony Davis. The selection of the 75 greatest players indeed stirred considerable controversy, with even Lillard making the list, while Howard was conspicuously absent. When I ruled this court, you weren't even on the scene. Howard's retort to all was thus. Jiang Chenyu cast a glance at Howard, cognizant that although he had indeed followed in James's footsteps to secure a championship, he remained unrecognized among the 75 greatest players. No one pays heed to the selection of a group of individuals who have never set foot on the court, as determined by the media. Subsequently, the Rockets altered their strategy, a decision that would prove to be one of their gravest errors. The tactics they employed mirrored the Jordan rules, once established to contain the legendary Michael Jordan. Presently, Jiang Chenyu's performance was nothing short of exceptional, having successfully executed numerous layups. Observing his remarkable form, they too sought to adopt the Jordan rules. Jiang Chenyu has yet to reach the esteemed heights of Michael Jordan, thus, the application of the so-called Jordan rules may prove rather ineffective. Infamous as they are, the Jordan rules, as the name suggests, come into play whenever Jordan steps onto the court. The moment he leaps into the air, we find ourselves at a loss. However, if he remains grounded, we may still have a fighting chance. This sentiment is echoed by the legendary Piston, the smiling assassin, Isaiah Thomas, who questions what would happen if Jordan were to slip along the baseline. The solution is simple. Allow Bill Laimbeer and Rick Mahorn to take the court and take him down directly. The moment he enters the paint, they strike. This encapsulates the essence of the Jordan rules. If he dares to challenge the rim, we will bring him down, regardless of the foul implications. Even if he charges toward the basket, we will hit him hard, ensuring he is sent sprawling to the ground. Our intent is to inflict real harm. This succinct overview of the Jordan rules comes from his teammate, Dennis Rodman. In this manner, the Pistons triumphed over the Bulls in their own fortress, the Palace of Auburn Hills. Jiang Chenyu subsequently drove forward with the ball, and as anticipated, he was brought down by his opponents. What on earth? Are you all resorting to the Jordan rules against me? Jiang Chenyu appeared utterly bewildered, as it seemed his prowess had yet to reach the level where he could indulge in the Jordan principle. Jiang Chenyu confidently sank both free throws, casting a scornful glance at his opponent. The Jordan rules emphasize rendering the opponent's free throws inaccurate, rather than genuinely intending to injure them. Although the Pistons employed the Jordan rules, they have never truly incapacitated anyone. Chapter 92. The Unscrupulous Beverly, for 1,000 words. This Jordan rule, undoubtedly, held no sway over Jiang Chenyu. Relying on free throws, he had already surpassed 20 points in the third quarter. The head coach of the Rockets likely recognized that the Jordan rules were ineffective against Jiang Chenyu. They hastily called a timeout to swiftly alter their strategy. Jiang Chenyu appeared contemplative, realizing that although this tactic could not be utilized by himself, it seemed applicable for the formidable Howard. With Howard's lack of precision at the free throw line, simply having Giannis Antetokounmpo approach to draw Howard down would suffice to execute this strategy. However, frequently allowing Giannis to commit fouls could lead to his disqualification, which would be detrimental. Conversely, if Giannis were to refrain from executing this tactic, they risked being scored against with a three-point play, especially considering Howard's formidable strength. Should Howard engage in a physical confrontation, it would undoubtedly disadvantage the Lakers. Given these considerations, deploying the bomb strategy currently stands as their optimal choice. Against the Rockets, the Lakers found themselves at an impasse. Despite the Rockets' failure to counter Jiang Chenyu's Jordan rule tactic, the Lakers too lacked effective strategies. In such circumstances, resorting to the bomb tactic remained their sole recourse. Presently, no team has succeeded in unraveling the Lakers' bomb strategy. The only glimmer of hope for the Rockets arose from the Lakers' misapplication of their tactic, which allowed the Rockets to seize possession with relative ease. If the bomb tactic could falter so easily, perhaps it would be more prudent to retreat to simpler endeavors. With a sense of arrogance, Beverly, having secured a steal, unleashed a torrent of trash talk directed at Devin Booker. Despite Beverly's notorious reputation for unsportsmanlike conduct, Booker, known for his commendable character, chose not to engage with him. Beverly is infamous for his rough style of play, rivaling even the likes of Artest from years past. Even during his collegiate years, Beverly's aggressive playing style was evident. His remarkable performance earned him nominations for the NCAA John Wooden Award and the NCAA